Chapter 76 Sacrifice to two goddesses at the same time. Priest Roy. I will let the bands serve as apprentices and learn bronze smelting and shipbuilding techniques from the craftsmen. Do you have any objection? No. From now on, half of the bronze utensils produced on Ubaya Island will belong to me and half to you. Do you agree to this distribution? I agree. Not only the bronze utensils, but also the iron utensils we make in the future can also be distributed according to this proportion. After Harmonia got the answer that satisfied her, she immediately returned to the Thebes tribe. Not long after, a group of the bands brought food, clay pots for water, and bronze tripods for cooking to Loe and the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians, who had been hungry, immediately began to collect firewood for cooking. Roy sat next to the altar of the goddess Mnemosyne, looking at the busy Phoenicians and murmuring, "Can I surpass Cadmus and become a leader more worthy of their loyalty than Cadmus?" Now that he became the leader of the Phoenicians, Roy couldn't help but compare himself with Cadmus. Although Roy has wisdom and vision beyond this era, Roy's military force is far inferior to Cadmus. After receiving the divine power granted by the goddess Metis, although I have the potential to become a hero, 100 enemies, my strength is growing too slowly. Is there any way that I can do it without spending time and effort? Do you have the strength of a hero, 100 enemies? Priest Roy. The Phoenician named Taurus by Roy walked up to Roy and said, "My companions and I have regained our freedom. Although you saved us, we still want to follow tradition and hold a sacrificial ceremony to thank the gods for their help. You guys know that I saved you, but you still want to thank the gods for their help. Do you think I am following the will of the gods to save you?" Roy said after complaining in his mind, "Since it is your tradition, then you should hold a sacrificial ceremony to thank the gods." Taurus said with a hesitant expression, "But we don't know whether we should sacrifice to the goddess Aphrodite or the local goddess Mnemosyne. The failure of the goddess Aphrodite to help us defeat the bands proves in the Thebes area. The goddess Mnemosyne has more powerful divine power. I hope you, as the leader, can tell us whether we should sacrifice to the goddess Aphrodite or to the goddess Mnemosyne. There is a saying that it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white. The one that can catch mice is a good cat. Since you don't know which goddess to sacrifice to, then sacrifice to two goddesses at the same time. Which goddess is willing to accept you sacrifice? Which goddess you will enshrine as your patron saint from now on?" Hearing Roy's words, Taurus widened his eyes in horror and said, "Priest Roy, if we offer sacrifices to two goddesses at the same time, won't we offend both goddesses at the same time? So what if you offend two goddesses at the same time? Now that you have lost the protection of goddess Aphrodite, you will not lose anything even if you offend two goddesses at the same time." Unable to think of a reason to refute Roy, Taurus nodded blankly and said, "You are our leader. Since you said you want to sacrifice to the two goddesses at the same time, let's do it." After saying that, Taurus turned and left from Roy. About half an hour later, Taurus and 15 Phoenicians brought a lively Sika deer to Loe. "Priest Roy, this is the sacrifice we caught in the woods. Now please kill the sacrifice and perform a sacrificial ceremony." Looking at the very cute Sika deer, Roy felt a little sympathy in his heart. But Roy was both a priest of the gods and the leader of the Phoenicians, and it was indeed Roy's responsibility to slaughter the sacrifices. Moreover, slaughtering the sacrifices is not only a responsibility, but also a power that belongs to Roy. Of course, Roy cannot give up this power that belongs to the priests and leaders to others. So Roy stood up, walked to Taurus, and took the knife used to slaughter the sacrifice from Taurus's hand. "Now that we have sacrifices, let's use the altar in front of us to perform a sacrificial ceremony to the goddess Aphrodite and the goddess Mnemosyne." After Roy finished speaking, Taurus immediately called out to other companions and asked all the Phoenicians to gather over. When all the Phoenicians gathered around the altar, Roy held the neck of the sacrificial Sika deer with his left hand, raised the knife with his right hand and said, "The goddess Mnemosyne is both the goddess of the earth and the goddess of springs in charge of the water of life. Therefore, we sacrifice the goddess Mnemosyne with the blood that symbolizes life to please the goddess Mnemosyne. Aphrodite the goddess Theta is the goddess of war in the sky and the queen on the battlefield. So we can also please the goddess Aphrodite with blood sacrifices. Dear goddess Mnemosyne, the great goddess Aphrodite, now, on behalf of my companions, I sincerely offer sacrifices to you, hoping that you can protect each of my companions." After saying that, Roy waved the knife with his right hand and directly chopped off the head of the sacrificial Sika deer. The sacrificial Sika deer fell to the ground, and the blood flowing from its body poured into the ground. Seeing this scene, Roy and the Phoenicians all held their breath and waited for the goddess to arrive. A figure blooming with golden divine light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the stone on top of the altar. It was the goddess Aphrodite, with a pair of white wings behind her. The beautiful blonde goddess glanced at Roy and the others with her green eyes, and then said expressionlessly, "It's you. A priest who serves other gods. Who is offering sacrifices to me. What a waste of my precious time." After saying that, the goddess Aphrodite flapped her divine wings, and her body turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards the east. Although Loe witnessed Aphrodite's arrival and departure, none of the Phoenicians could see the goddess they had worshipped in the past. Unexpectedly, the weight of 250 Phoenicians in Aphrodite's heart was not as important as that of Cadmus alone. Seeing that Aphrodite didn't care about ordinary Phoenicians, Roy murmured softly, "This is the patron saint of the city-state. As long as there is the support of the royal power, the god can get the throne of the patron saint even if there is no believer. So the patron saint of the city-state doesn't care about ordinary believers at all." Just when Roy was about to tell the Phoenicians that they had been completely abandoned by the goddess Aphrodite, the figure of the goddess Mnemosyne walked down Mount Helicon. Seeing the goddess Mnemosyne walking on the water of the ancient spring of Dios to the altar, sitting on the stone on top of the altar to accept the sacrifice, Roy couldn't help but say, "Mnemosyne, will you accept these Phoenicians and protect them as you did the Thebans?" Mnemosyne, who was sitting on the altar, looked at Roy and looked at the surrounding Phoenicians with her beautiful golden eyes and said, "These people are destined to stay in my territory and become my new people. You are a priest serving other gods. It is in order to accept these Phoenicians that I will accept the sacrificial ceremony you performed." Chapter 77 Like a cheating husband. After hearing the words of the goddess Mnemosyne, Roy asked in shock, "Mnemosyne, you are not responding to the sacrifices of these Phoenicians because of me, but because these Phoenicians responded to my sacrifices." Seeing Roy's reaction, Mnemosyne said expressionlessly, "Didn't anyone tell you that unless the god you serve has a good relationship with other gods, it would be considered a very rude and offensive act to perform sacrificial rituals for other gods? No wonder the goddess Aphrodite came and said I was wasting her time." Roy said suddenly, "Is my behavior of holding sacrificial rituals for other gods equivalent to a man who already has a wife going to hook up with another girl?" "That's it," Mnemosyne said with a joking smile. "The fact that you held a sacrificial ceremony for me is not only an offense to me, but also may cause dissatisfaction to the goddess you serve if she finds out about it. Like a cheating husband who gets caught by his wife," Roy said with a wry smile. "Goddess Mnemosyne, because no one taught me how to be a priest, I did this. In the future, I will remember what happened today and will not hold sacrificial ceremonies for other gods without authorization." Then Roy turned to all the Phoenicians and said, "Comrades, the goddess Mnemosyne has accepted our sacrifice. In the future, we can be protected by the great goddess Mnemosyne in the territory of the goddess Mnemosyne." Although the Phoenicians could not see the form of the gods, they believed that Loe, as the gods' favored priest, had the ability to communicate with the gods. Knowing that they could be protected by the local goddess Mnemosyne, the Phoenicians knelt on the ground and worshipped devoutly at the altar. Roy turned around, only to see that the goddess Mnemosyne did not look at the Phoenicians who worshipped her, but looked at herself with deep meaning. "Mnemosyne, do you have something to tell me?" "No." After denying Roy's suspicions, Mnemosyne stood up, left the altar, and returned to the summit of Mount Helicon. After the sacrificial ceremony, the Phoenicians continued busy making fires to cook. The Taurus dissected the carcass of the sacrificial Sika deer, and then made the Sika deer meat into barbecue. It's noon. The Phoenicians made several pots of oatmeal in a bronze tripod, and Taurus also brought roasted venison to Loe. Seeing that many Phoenicians were attracted by the venison, Roy stood up and said loudly, "Taurus, since everyone eats oatmeal, of course I have to eat the same food as everyone else. If you want me to eat venison, cut the venison into 250 pieces so that everyone can follow me. Share the venison." After saying that, Roy walked to a bronze tripod and served himself a bowl of oatmeal in a pottery bowl. Seeing Roy eating oatmeal with everyone else instead of eating the fragrant venison, the Phoenicians all looked at Roy in surprise. Because their former leader Cadmus regarded himself as a prince of noble blood and would not share the joys and sorrows with them at all. After Roy finished the bowl of oatmeal, Taurus held the venison in confusion and said, "Priest Roy, you are a noble priest and leader. Do you really want to share food with us?" The simple Taurus obviously doesn't know that sharing the joys and sorrows of rulers with ordinary people is actually a way to win people's hearts. Roy looked at Taurus with a serious expression and said, Taurus, if people can't eat the same food as me, I will never take a bite of venison. Faced with Roy's tough attitude, Taurus could only use a knife to cut off a small piece of venison and said, Priest Roy, I will distribute the venison to each of my companions. This is your venison. Roy took the venison from Taurus and patted his shoulder with his left hand. It was evening in a blink of an eye. While the Phoenicians were cooking oatmeal for dinner, Harmonia led dozens of the bands into the woods. Seeing that Harmonia brought so many the bands, and besides Harmonia and the 5 the bands following her, the dozens of the bands behind her were all fully armed. The soldiers and Phoenicians all gathered together nervously, worried that Harmonia and others were coming to attack them. Roy stood up warily, walked up to Harmonia and asked, Priest Harmonia, what are you doing here? Seeing the reactions of the surrounding Phoenicians, Harmonia said with a smile, Priest Roy, you don't need to be so nervous. I brought these 5 young leaders to worship the ancient spring of Dios. I didn't mean to harm these Phoenicians. The Thebans regarded the ancient fountain of Dilse as one of the incarnations of the goddess Mnemosyne. And they did have reason to worship the ancient fountain of Dilse. Roy looked at the Phoenicians around him and said, Comrades, the Harmonian priest only brought people to worship the goddess Mnemosyne. Roy then made way for Harmonia. Harmonia brought the 5 little leaders to the altar. And then she and the 5 little leaders bowed down to worship the altar. After the ceremony of worshipping the altar was over, Harmonia walked up to Roy alone and whispered, Priest Roy, I am the only leader of our Thebes tribe. Those 5 little leaders are the leaders of the 5 nearby Thebes tribes. I summoned these 5 little leaders to the Thebes tribe to hold a ceremony. It's an important meeting and I hope you can attend this meeting. Gululu. Thinking of attending the Harmonia meeting and eating rich and delicious food in the Harmonia palace, Roy's stomach immediately let out a hungry roar. Roy looked at Harmonia awkwardly, then nodded and said, Priest Harmonia, I accept your invitation. When night falls, Harmonia took Roy and the 5 small chiefs back to her palace stone house. Entering the hall of the stone house, he saw the maids lighting a bonfire in the fireplace to illuminate the hall. Roy immediately asked the maids, Didn't the candles I taught you make well? After hearing Roy's words, a maid immediately walked in from outside holding a few candles. Roy took the 5 candles from the maid's hands, then walked to the fireplace and lit the candles with the fire while saying, Now that the candles are ready, it's time to use them for lighting according to the method I taught you. After speaking, Roy walked to the stone table with a lit candle and placed the candle on the stone table to illuminate the surroundings. Looking at the candles on the stone table, not only the 5 little leaders who saw candles for the first time, but also Harmonia, who already knew that candles can illuminate, stared at the flames of the candles with wide eyes in surprise. After coming back to her senses, Harmonia said to the 5 little leaders, Before our meeting begins, let me formally introduce to you that he is a priest of Loi of the Athenian tribe. The god he serves is Metis, the goddess of wisdom and the sea. These candles were invented by priests of Loi. We the Biz tribe was able to defeat the Phoenicians who invaded the territory. And I was able to defeat the Phoenician leader Cadmus. All because of the help of the priest Roy. Because the priest Roy was the benefactor of me and the Thebes tribe. That's why I invited him to our meeting. Chapter 78, Annexing 5 Small Tribes of Thousands of People. Harmonia was both the chief of the great tribe that ruled over the tribes of Thebes and a priestess serving the goddess Mnemosyne. Her status was obviously higher than that of the 5 minor chiefs. So the 5 minor chiefs did not question Harmonia's decision to let Roy attend the meeting. After everyone sat down around a stone table, a young leader took the initiative to speak to Harmonia. Priest Harmonia, you summoned us to the Thebes tribe to make us wary of foreign invaders. Harmonia shook her head and said, Although I summoned you to do with the foreign invaders, my purpose is not to make you wary of the invaders. Without the help of the Roy priests, I would lose the war with the Phoenicians. Which made me realize a problem. Now the Thebes tribe is not strong enough to defeat the powerful foreign invaders. In order to improve the strength of the Thebes tribe, I have decided to merge the tribe you rule with the Thebes tribe. As compensation for you, I will as the highest priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne, I grant you the status of ordinary priests and allow you to go to the temple of Delphi to serve the goddess Mnemosyne for life. You not only want to annex our tribe, but also deprive us of the identity of our little leader. After hearing what Harmonia said, The 5 little leaders stood up at the same time and said angrily. Priest Harmonia. You are going too far. If you can retain the identity of our little leader, I can barely accept the merger of my tribe with the Thebes tribe. Even if you are the highest priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne, you cannot bully us small leaders and annex our tribes at will. Priest of Harmonia. I will not surrender to you unless you retain my identity. I'm not asking for your permission. Harmonia stood up, holding the hilt of the sword at her waist with her right hand, and said coldly. As the bands. Don't you want to serve the goddess Mnemosyne? Then you are the biggest sinners who betrayed the goddess. Now I will punish you in the name of the goddess. After saying that, Harmonia swung her sword directly towards the neck of a small leader. Swish. The sword flashed. Harmonia's bronze sword slashed across the young leader's neck. Blood spurted out and sprinkled on the faces of the other 4 little leaders. The 4 little leaders immediately knelt down in fear and said, I would like my tribe to merge with the tribe of Thebes. I am willing to give up my identity as a minor leader. I am willing to go to the Temple of Delphi and serve the goddess Mnemosyne as a priest for life. Priest Harmonia. Please don't kill me. Glancing at the 4 little leaders who were kneeling and begging for mercy, Harmonia said with a joking sneer on her face. You are smart. If you are killed by me, you will not only lose your status as a minor leader, but you will also become a major sinner who betrayed the goddess Mnemosyne. And even your family will be punished. Now you stay in Thebes tribe. After I send someone to take over your tribe, I will send you and your family to the Temple of Delphi. After Harmonia finished speaking, a group of the band soldiers who had been waiting outside rushed in, took away the 4 minor leaders, and dragged away the body of the dead minor leader. After Roy and Harmonia were left alone at the stone table, the maids immediately knelt on the floor and used wet cloths to clean the blood stains on the wool carpet. After Harmonia wiped off the blood on the bronze sword blade with a piece of cotton cloth, she looked at Roy and said, Priest Roy, do you think I'm scary now? Roy shook his head and said, As the leader of the Thebes tribe, you should find ways to increase the strength of the Thebes tribe. But without the cooperation of these small leaders, can you successfully take over their tribe? I am the highest priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne. Harmonia said confidently. The goddess Mnemosyne has protected the Thebes area for thousands of years. We the bands all worship the goddess Mnemosyne. I use the name of the goddess to take over other tribes. No one should be stupid enough to resist me. Because of confrontation, I am fighting against the goddess Mnemosyne. This is a grave sin of betraying the goddess Mnemosyne, and will be spurned by all the bands. Is this the authority that the goddess Mnemosyne has accumulated over thousands of years in guarding the Thebes area? Roy murmured a little enviously. The goddess Metis I serve is still a new god, and has almost no authority in the Athenian tribe. Even if I use the name of the goddess Metis to compete with the leader Pandion for dominance, most Athenians will support the leader Pandion. Harmonia didn't hear Roy's whisper. She said it like a show-off. Priest Roy. The 5 small leaders each rule a tribe of about 1,000 people. If my the band tribe annexes these 5 small tribes, it will become a tribe with a population of tens of thousands. I heard that the Athenian tribe also has 5 tribes. A large tribe with a population of thousands. But in the future, the population of the Athenian tribe will only be half of our the band tribe. Priest Harmonia. Your news is out of date. The Athenian tribe has annexed the Eleusinian tribe, and is now a tribe with a population of 8,000. Seeing Harmonia's shocked expression, Roy continued. Since the Thebes tribe is about to have a population of tens of thousands, then I will teach you how to make cement. Use cement to build tall and strong city walls, and turn the Thebes tribe into a city-state called Thebes City. Cement. Harmonia frowned and said, Priest Roy, the city walls made of water and mud are probably not as strong as the wooden walls we use now. Priest Harmonia, you misunderstood. The cement I am talking about is a building material as hard as stone. I know you can't believe it now. You will believe it when I instruct the Phoenicians to make cement tomorrow. My words. As soon as Roy finished speaking, Harmonia's maids brought a sumptuous dinner: roasted meat, white bread, vegetables, wine, oatmeal to the stone table. Roy and Harmonia finished dinner. Harmonia, whose cheeks were slightly red after drinking too much wine, drunkenly smiled at Roy. Priest Roy, I will ask the maids to clean the guest room for you. You can sleep in the guest room tonight. No. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, Give me a torch and I'll go back and sleep in the woods with the Phoenicians. Ha 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 ha. Harmonia couldn't help but laugh. You are obviously greedy for food and enjoyment. Why do you deliberately endure hardship? You don't understand. This is a way to win people's hearts. Roy explained with a smile. As a foreigner from the Far East, I have no connection with any ethnic group in the Mediterranean world. In order to gain the trust and loyalty of the Athenians, Eleusinians, and Phoenicians, I must put on a show that can match their sharing joys and sorrows together. Then you really have a hard life. I was born as the daughter of the previous leader of the Thebes tribe. So even if I enjoy rich food when others are hungry, it will not cause other people to suffer. Dissatisfaction will not affect their loyalty to me. You can only win the loyalty of the Thebans. If you want to win the loyalty of other ethnic groups, then you must be like me and show that you can share the joys and sorrows with them. Chapter 79, Fighting for Tents for the Phoenicians. Lowy priest. Hearing the call ringing in his ears, Roy immediately woke up from his sleep. Opening his eyes and seeing Taurus's honest face, Roy sat up and touched his cold arms and said, "The Thebes area is indeed located north of Athens. The nights here are colder than in Athens. If you keep sleeping outdoors at night, your body will definitely get sick." Hearing Roy's words, Taurus froze and said with emotion, "Priest Roy, compared to being imprisoned in a sheepfold by the Thebans as prisoners, and not being able to even lie down on the ground to sleep, it's already good that we can sleep in the woods with a campfire to keep warm." Fool. Roy stood up and said to Taurus while turning his head to look around at the Phoenicians, "I sleep outdoors with you not to put on a show, but to experience the problems you encounter firsthand. Now that I know sleeping outdoors at night will make you sick, I will solve this problem next." It was at dawn when the sun was just rising. Some of the Phoenicians who woke up earlier than Roy were collecting firewood in the woods. Some were cooking oatmeal next to the bronze tripod. And some thirsty people were lying next to the ancient spring of Dios drinking spring water. Seeing that no one among the Phoenicians showed symptoms of illness, Roy looked at the golden bull and said, "Taurus, after we finish breakfast, I will teach you how to make cement and build a cement city wall under the Oval Plateau where the Theban tribe is located. Once the cement city wall is built, I can negotiate with the Harmonian priests. Let her provide us with a tent. You are all my important companions. Only if you can sleep in the tent can I sleep well and peacefully." Priest Roy, you are such a strange person. Taurus looked at Roy with complicated eyes and said, "Besides Prince Cadmus and his father, I have met other rulers. No ruler I have ever met cared as much for us commoners as you do." Roy patted Taurus on the shoulder and said, "I care about you like this because I am not a prince of noble birth, but an ordinary commoner like you." After breakfast, Roy directed the Phoenicians to get busy. Some Phoenicians made cement. Some Phoenicians dug the foundation of the cement city wall. And the rest used tree branches to build the skeleton of the tent. While the Phoenicians were busy, the Thebans were cutting down trees and building new wooden houses on the Oval Plateau. The Thebes tribe wanted to annex 5 small tribes of thousands of people. And the newly built wooden houses were prepared for the 5 small tribes that were about to migrate over. In a blink of an eye, it was evening. Roy commanded the Phoenicians to build a cement wall 5 meters high, half a meter wide and 10 meters long under the oval high ground. While Roy and the Phoenicians who built the cement wall were sitting by the cement wall to rest, Harmonia came over with a team of about 1,000 people. Seeing that there were men, women, old people, and children in the team behind Harmonia, Roy immediately understood that this was a small tribe that had been annexed by the Thebes tribe. Unexpectedly, Harmonia, as the highest priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne and the leader of the Thebes tribe, would personally bring the people of this small tribe to migrate here. Seeing the cement wall built by Roy and others, Harmonia's eyes widened in surprise and she stopped. After coming back to her senses, Harmonia walked towards the cement wall and said, "Priest Roy, is this the city wall made of cement you mentioned?" Roy stood up and walked to Harmonia. Seeing Harmonia trying to press her hand against the concrete wall, Roy said immediately, "Priest Harmonia, the cement wall is not dry yet. In 3 days, you can test the hardness of the cement wall." Harmonia said with some disappointment, as she was unable to verify the hardness of the cement wall immediately. "Then I'll wait for another 3 days. Priest Roy, today I successfully moved a small tribe here. So I want to reward myself with a sumptuous dinner. Do you want to enjoy the dinner with me?" Facing Harmonia's invitation, Roy found it hard to refuse. "Priest of Harmonia, now I regard you as an important friend. Since it is a friend's invitation, of course I can't refuse it. But I have to make a request first. And I hope you can agree to it. I slept rough with my companions last night finally. I felt that the nights in Thebes were too cold. And my companions would easily get sick if they slept outdoors at night. So I hope you can provide us with some tents. Harmonia looked at the Phoenicians beside the cement wall. Then looked at the cement wall and said, although I have not verified the hardness of the cement wall, I believe that Priest Roy will not lie to me. Since you built the cement wall for our the band tribe, I can give you 50 tents. 50 tents were given to 250 Phoenicians. And 5 Phoenicians slept in each tent. Although it will be a bit crowded, it is better than sleeping in the cold night. The band tribe. Harmonia Palace Stone House. As night falls, the hall is illuminated by the light of candles. Roy and Harmonia were sitting at the stone table enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Seeing that Harmonia was always looking at him, Roy couldn't help but say, Priest Harmonia, do you have anything to say? Harmonia smiled and shook her head. I've been thinking about something very important. After drinking and eating, Roy could only say shamelessly when he saw that Harmonia had no intention of retaining him. Priest Harmonia, can I sleep in your guest room tonight? Eh? Harmonia said with a surprised expression. Priest Roy, don't you want to share the joys and sorrows with those Phoenicians? Then you should go back at night and huddle in the tent with those Phoenicians. Roy said with a blushing face. I had to sleep with them last night, because sleeping outdoors at night was really hard. I have secured a tent for them tonight. So there is no need for me to go back and share a tent with 6 of them. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Roy's embarrassed look, Harmonia smiled sweetly. Priest Roy, you are such an interesting person. But as you said, if you go back and squeeze the tent with them now, it will make them squeeze the tent from 5 people to 6 people. Then you will be in my guest room. Go to sleep. You are a young man after all. Do you need me to arrange for a young and beautiful maid to serve you? Roy was stunned for a moment. Then shook his head. How could Roy be interested in Harmonia, who was as beautiful as a goddess, and hid something very sinister in front of her? The next day, Roy continued to direct the Phoenicians to build cement walls. And Harmonia continued to personally move other small tribes to the Oval Highlands where the Thebes tribe was located. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All 5 small tribes migrated over, increasing the population of the Theban tribe to tens of thousands. The first cement wall built by Roy under the command of the Phoenicians has also dried. Chapter 80 Aphrodite's Curse. In the past few days, Roy has been boasting that after the cement wall dries, it will be as hard as stone. On the day to verify the hardness of the cement wall, not only Harmonia, but also the 250 Phoenicians and thousands of the bands who followed Roy gathered around the first cement wall. I wanted to see with my own eyes the hardness of cement walls. With everyone watching, Harmonia brought 4 tall and strong the band soldiers to Roy. The 4 the band soldiers worked together to lift a square stone. Priest Roy. Harmonia looked into Roy's eyes and said with a smile. Since you said that the hardness of the cement wall is comparable to that of stone, now I will use a stone to hit the cement wall to verify the hardness of the cement wall. If you are not confident about the hardness of the cement wall, I can also give you some more time to let the cement wall let it dry out more. Roy smiled and shook his head. I have great confidence in the cement wall. Harmony and Priest, you can hit the cement wall with a stone now. Then do it. After hearing Harmonia's order, the 4 the band soldiers used their strength at the same time and smashed the square stone against the concrete wall. Bang! The edges of the square stones hit the cement wall. Then the onlookers were shocked to see that after the corners of the square stone were broken, there was only a crack on the cement wall. Goddess of the earth, this cement wall is really as hard as stone. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. It's just incredible. Harmonia, who witnessed this scene with her own eyes, looked at Roy with her eyes wide open in shock. Her eyes filled with obsession. The reaction of the onlookers was completely as expected by Roy. In this era, even using thousands of manpower to stack square stones into a city wall would be enough to be called a miracle. The legendary king Amphion of Thebes was deified in mythology because he built a stone city wall with 7 gates. He used divine power to make the stones on the ground automatically glue together to form the city wall of Thebes. The cement city walls built by Loe were taller and stronger than the stone walls, and would certainly be considered a miracle. After recovering from the shock, Harmonia took the initiative to grab Roy's right hand with her little hand and said, Priest Roy, as long as we build a 2-kilometer long cement wall to protect the Theban tribe, We the bands will no longer have to worry about foreign invasion. Because we can rely on the cement wall to fight against 5 or even 10 times our enemy's enemy. Priest Roy. Will you teach us the bands how to make cement and build cement walls? Certainly. Roy said without hesitation. As long as the Harmonian priests meet my requirements. I will teach you how to build cement walls without reservation. What is your request? I want to own a territory on the island of Euboea. Because I need territory to house my Phoenician followers so that they can have fields and houses. After hearing Roy's request, Harmonia, who looked disappointed, said coquettishly, Priest Roy, don't you want to have me? As long as you get me, you can have everything you want in Thebes and Euboea. Priest of Harmonia, looking at Harmonia with blushing cheeks, Roy couldn't help but say, are you confused by Aphrodite's blessing on me again? No. Harmonia shook her head, then looked at Roy with a serious expression and said, Priest Roy, I am very sober now. In fact, I have been thinking about an issue these days. You are the first man I have a crush on. So I want you to stay and rule the Thebes tribe with me. Originally, as a girl, I should not shamelessly propose marriage to a man. But you built the cement wall and made me determined you are the person the Thebes tribe needs. Even if it is for the Thebes tribe. I want to marry you too. Seeing Roy's wide-eyed reaction in disbelief, Harmonia pulled Roy into the woods where the ancient Dios spring was located. Priest Roy, if you don't believe that I am awake, then let the goddess Mnemosyne testify for me that I really want to marry you now. Koizumi Koizumi. Roy and Harmonia came to the altar east of the spring. And Harmonia knelt down piously and said, Great goddess Mnemosyne, please accept my request and bear witness to me once again. A black stream of light immediately fell from the sky. As the black divine light disappeared, the figure of the goddess Mnemosyne appeared in front of Roy and Harmonia. It's because of this man again. The huge figure of the goddess Mnemosyne sat on the altar, looking at Roy expressionlessly and said, I already know your purpose of coming. And now I will tell you that Harmonia really wants to marry you. Then, Mnemosyne looked at Harmonia and said, You are my priestess. So I must give you a piece of advice. You should give up this man cursed by Aphrodite. Mnemosyne, why do you keep saying that I am cursed by Aphrodite? Roy frowned and said, The blessing of the goddess Aphrodite charm improvement. Although it has not improved my strength, it will not do any harm to me. Even in my opinion, the Harmonian priest will be able to do it in just a few days. I fell in love with me during contact and really wanted to marry me because the blessing of the goddess Aphrodite enhanced my charm as a man. Harmonia's falling in love with you does have something to do with Aphrodite's blessing. Mnemosyne teased with a playful smile. But you don't think that only Harmonia will fall in love with you because of Aphrodite's blessing. Aphrodite's blessing is not under your control. So any woman who has a crush on you there is a possibility of falling in love with you. Those unmarried girls falling in love with you may be a good thing for you. Because this is an era when men can have many women. But those women who have husbands fall in love with you. You know there will be what are the consequences. Women who have husbands fall in love with me. Their husbands will definitely regard me as their mortal enemy. After all, the hatred of seizing his wife and the hatred of killing his father are two irreconcilable hatreds. Now Roy finally understood what a terrible curse Aphrodite's blessing was. If women who have husbands fall in love with Roy, their husbands will become Roy's enemies. If the married woman who falls in love with Roy is a queen, Roy will become an enemy of a king and a country. In this era, the king's tolerance for love rivals was completely zero. The legendary king Theseus of Athens. Because Queen Phaedra accused Theseus' eldest son of pursuing her, Theseus did not even spare his own son, and issued a curse to let the gods kill his eldest son. The queen of King Acastus of Iolcus accused Peleus of pursuing her, and Acastus immediately took action to murder Peleus. In ancient legends, there are countless stories of kings murdering their love rivals. Chapter 81 The Sacred Marriage Witnessed by the Goddess. Now Roy is not only a priest serving the gods, but also has 300 followers. With Roy's current strength, ordinary married women would fall in love with Roy, and their husbands would not have the strength to challenge Roy. If a queen falls in love with Roy, it will definitely be a disaster for Roy. In ancient legends, the cause of the Trojan War was that Queen Helen of Sparta fell in love with Prince Paris of Troy and eloped back to Troy with Paris. Goddess Mnemosyne. It doesn't matter even if the Harmonian priest loses his love for me. Can you help me to make the blessing of the goddess Aphrodite disappear from me? Roy panicked and asked Mnemosyne for help. Mnemosyne shook her head and said, "It's such a pity that I can't remove Aphrodite's blessing from you. If you don't want other women to fall in love with you, then try your best to prevent them from having a good impression of you." Then, Mnemosyne looked at Harmonia and said, "Now that you know this man will be haunted by women, are you still going to marry him?" Harmonia said with a bright smile, "Mnemosyne, even if he didn't have Aphrodite's blessing, I would have many love rivals. Because a man can have many women. Just like my father, the former leader of the Thebes tribe. But I am confident that I can defeat all my love rivals, and not let other women take away my position as my wife. But he doesn't love you. I have confidence in my beautiful figure, and I believe Roy will fall in love with me." Seeing how determined Harmonia was, Mnemosyne turned to Roy and said, "Since Harmonia wants to marry you, will you accept her?" Roy remained silent, neither refusing nor accepting. Because Roy didn't know in his heart whether he should accept or reject. The benefits of accepting Harmonia are obvious. By becoming Harmonia's husband, Roy can become the leader of the Thebes tribe and rule the wealthy Thebes area, and even the island of Euboea. But accepting Harmonia and becoming the leader of the Theban tribe would be tantamount to betraying the Athenian tribe and the goddess Metis. "You don't want to accept Harmonia?" Hearing the question from the goddess Mnemosyne, Roy shook his head and said, "I want to accept Harmonia. But I don't want to betray the Athenian tribe." "Honey, I understand how you feel," Harmonia said with a smile. "The goddess Metis is the patron saint of the Athenian tribe. As a priest who serves the goddess Metis, you definitely don't want to become a traitor to the Athenian tribe and be abandoned by the goddess Metis. I have a way to get you to marry me. At the same time, he will not become a traitor to the Athenian tribe and will not be abandoned by the goddess Metis." Roy's eyes lit up and he immediately asked Harmonia, "Priest Harmonia, what method are you talking about?" "My dear, as long as you become the leader of the Athenian tribe, no one in the Athenian tribe can turn you into a traitor. I became the leader of the Athenian tribe. In this era, the ruler of a tribe or city-state was of course a chief or a king. Priests became rulers of tribes or city-states because the chief or king usually served as priest himself. For example, King Minos of Knossos in Crete was the highest priest of the goddess Europa. The pharaoh of southern Egypt was the highest priest of the sun god Amun. And the king of the Hittite Empire was the highest priest of the sun queen. Even if the leader or king does not personally serve as a priest, his or her family members will serve as priests, keeping the divine power and royal power in the hands of their own families. After Loe married Harmonia, only Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe, could turn Loe into a traitor to the Athenian tribe. As long as Loe replaces Pandion as the leader of the Athenian tribe and holds the divine and royal power in his hands. Even if Loe marries Harmonia, no one in the Athenian tribe can turn Loe into a traitor. Seeing the shaken expression on Roy's face, Harmonia continued, "My dear, it seems you also want to become the leader of the Athenian tribe." Roy shook his head and said, "Chief Pandion has the authority to rule the Athenian tribe for 20 years. Even if I am the priest of the goddess Metis, I cannot replace him. You are not alone. You have the support of me and the Thebes tribe behind you." The strength of the Theban tribe was not inferior to that of the Athenian tribe. As long as the Theban tribe fully supports it, Roy can forcibly overthrow Pandion's rule by force and become the next leader of the Athenian tribe. "Harmonia, will you really support me and help me become the leader of the Athenian tribe?" Harmonia, who had been kneeling to the goddess Mnemosyne, turned around and knelt before Loe as if she were worshipping a god. "Dear, although I am a priest and leader of the Thebes tribe, I am also an ordinary woman. After we get married, I will dedicate everything to you. And I will do my best to support whatever you want to do." Harmonia. After hearing what Harmonia said, Roy immediately knelt down on one knee and held Harmonia tightly in his arms with both hands. If Harmonia had said what she just said somewhere else, Roy would never believe her easily. Because in Roy's opinion, as long as Harmonia is not a love-minded girl, she will definitely put the interests of the Thebes tribe more important than herself. But this was in front of the altar of the goddess Mnemosyne. And Harmonia said what she just said under the witness of the goddess Mnemosyne. As a priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne, Harmonia could not lie in front of the goddess Mnemosyne. So what I just said is as sacred as the oath of Harmonia. Roy can completely believe that Harmonia will dedicate her body and mind to him. "Dear Roy, do you want to marry me?" To be honest, although Roy was amazed by Harmonia's beauty and figure, Roy did not fall in love with Harmonia because of just a few days of contact. Although Roy didn't love Harmonia, Roy still responded. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will marry you. Of course Roy understood that under the witness of the goddess Mnemosyne, his words were as sacred as an oath. But Roy has already made up his mind. In order to become the leader of the Thebes tribe and to rule the wealthy Thebes area and even the island of Euboea, Roy is willing to marry Harmonia. Looking at Roy and Harmonia hugging each other, the goddess Mnemosyne sighed and said, "Another silly woman who is carried away by love." During the thousands of years of guarding the Thebes region, Mnemosyne witnessed the lives of thousands of people. In those happy or unhappy lives, girls like Harmonia are the most vulnerable to harm from men. What kind of emotion is human love that can make these girls who fall in love with men fly like moths to the flame without caring about their own lives? The goddess Mnemosyne quickly suppressed this curiosity in her heart. Because in her opinion, love is an emotion that has absolutely nothing to do with herself as a goddess. Chapter 82 Ability to make big changes and make small changes as desired. Under the witness of the goddess Mnemosyne, Loie and Harmonia made a sacred marriage contract. Roy is now Harmonia's fiancé. And Harmonia is also Roy's fiancé. As long as two people hold a formal wedding, they can become a real couple. After Roy stood up with Harmonia in his arms, the goddess Mnemosyne suddenly said, "Harmonia, I have something to talk to Roy. You should leave here first and prohibit others from entering the woods." Although she was curious about what the goddess Mnemosyne wanted to talk to Roy, Harmonia did not express her curiosity. After Harmonia turned around and left, Mnemosyne took the initiative to speak to Roy. "Can you guess what I want to talk to you about?" Looking up at Mnemosyne sitting on the altar, Roy said with a smile, "Goddess Mnemosyne, actually, I'm not used to looking up at you. Can you make yourself smaller?" Hearing Roy's words, Mnemosyne said with an angry expression, "How dare you make such a request to me? Don't you have any fear of the gods in your heart? In front of the goddess Metis whom I serve, I will be as reverent as an employee facing my boss. But you are not the goddess I serve. Even if other people's bosses are richer than mine, I will not be in awe of other people's bosses. In the same way, even if you are a goddess older and more powerful than Metis, as long as you are not the goddess I serve, I don't need to be in awe of you. Because in my opinion, gods only have powerful power. Higher life forms. Even if they possess incredible power and divine power, gods are not out of the realm of life. They are essentially the same as humans. You are such a strange human being." Mnemosyne, who was pretending to be angry, said with a faint smile, "In the thousands of years I have been protecting the Thebans. I have come into contact with thousands of people. Even if I didn't ask, those humans would respect me and worship me. This is the first time I have met someone like you. A guy who thinks that gods and humans have the same essence. If other gods heard what you just said, they would definitely punish you for blaspheming the gods. I dare to say these words in front of you because I know that you are a kind goddess." Roy said with a sincere expression. "Even in front of the goddess Metis whom I serve, I never expressed my true thoughts. Your words sound like the sweet talk a human man would say to a human girl." As he spoke, Mnemosyne rose from the altar. Then Mnemosyne looked down at Loie and said, "Since you think my figure is too huge, is it okay for me to look like this?" After saying that, Mnemosyne's huge figure, which was 10 meters tall, shrank to a height of 5 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Mnemosyne transformed, the black dress she wore and the golden strappy sandals on her little feet also shrank. Although Mnemosyne became about 5 meters tall, Roy still had to look up at her. "Mnemosyne, please become smaller." Mnemosyne's figure shrank again, becoming about 2 meters tall. "Get smaller." At Roy's request, Mnemosyne's figure shrank again, turning into that of a girl of about 18 years old. At this time, Mnemosyne was already shorter than Roy. But Roy still spoke subconsciously. "Get smaller." Mnemosyne had a displeased expression on her face. But she shrank her figure again and transformed into the figure of a girl of about 16 years old. After the transformation was completed, Mnemosyne took the initiative to speak. "Isn't this okay? If I continue to grow smaller, I will become a child who has not grown up in the eyes of humans." Seeing that Mnemosyne was about to get angry, Roy hurriedly explained. "Okay. In fact, your height just now met my requirements. But I subconsciously asked you to be smaller." Hearing Roy's words, Mnemosyne's body flew backwards, sat down on the altar again and said, Then let's get down to business now. Roy stared at Mnemosyne on the altar with wide eyes. And his heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. When Mnemosyne appeared in a huge figure 10 meters tall. Even though she was an incredibly beautiful goddess, Roy had no other thoughts. Now Mnemosyne has transformed into a girl of about 16 years old. Looking at her delicate and perfect face and cute figure, Roy suddenly felt the same feeling as when he faced the goddess Metis. What are you thinking about? After hearing Mnemosyne's dissatisfied question, Roy came back to his senses and said, Goddess Mnemosyne, you are so beautiful that I lose my mind. Snort. When Roy praised her beauty, Mnemosyne pretended to be dissatisfied and snorted. And then said coldly, Don't you realize that you're going to die? Am I going to die? Seeing the confusion on Roy's face, Mnemosyne continued, Even if I am not a human, I know that among humans, only the truly strong can dominate beautiful women and become the leader or king of a ruling party. Now you are about to become the husband of Harmonia and the leader of the Thebes tribe. Not only do you want to rule the Thebes region, and you also want to rule Euboea and the Attica Peninsula. But do you think that with your strength, you can defeat other strong men and hold on to the beauties and territory you own? Facing Mnemosyne's soul torture, Roy frowned and said, Goddess Mnemosyne, I admit that I do not have enough strength now. Do you want me to give up Harmonia voluntarily by saying these words? No. Mnemosyne shook her head and said, If I wanted to stop you from being with Harmonia, I would have just used my identity as a god to order Harmonia to give up the idea of marrying you. I made you realize your own lack of strength. It's because I want to give you my blessing and enhance your strength. Roy's eyes immediately brightened and he asked, Goddess Mnemosyne, what blessing do you want to bestow on me? If you want to understand the blessing I bestow upon you, then you have to experience it for yourself. Mnemosyne jumped down from the stone on top of the altar and pulled up the 2 wooden spears on either side of the altar. After throwing a wooden spear to Roy, Mnemosyne raised another wooden spear with her right hand and said, Roy, now I'm going to attack you with this wooden spear to test your strength. After saying this, Mnemosyne swung her wooden spear and stabbed Loe. Although Mnemosyne did not use the divine speed of the gods, her speed was still too fast for Loe to react. Mnemosyne said in disappointment after the blade of Mnemosyne's wooden spear pressed against Roy's neck. As expected. Although you have the potential to grow into a hero, 100 enemies, you have not yet transformed your potential into strength. Roy said a little unconvinced. Goddess Mnemosyne, I have been a priest of the goddess Metis for less than a month. A month ago, I was just an ordinary person. Could it be that because I have divine power, I can become a hero in less than a month? Hundreds of enemies. Chapter 83 Mnemosyne's Blessing. If the person standing in front of you is not me, but your enemy, will he understand that you don't have time to grow? Mnemosyne teased with a playful smile. Your enemy will not understand that you have no time to grow. He will only mock your weakness, and then kill you mercilessly, so that you will never have the chance to grow into a threat to him. After saying this, Mnemosyne attacked Roy again with a wooden spear. There was a muffled bang. Because Mnemosyne's speed slowed down several times, Roy barely blocked Mnemosyne's attack with the wooden spear in his hand. If you can block an attack of this level, your strength can be considered as strong as 10 enemies. After confirming Roy's strength level, Mnemosyne withdrew the wooden spear backwards, and then swung the wooden spear left and right to attack Roy. Seeing Roy retreating continuously and unable to confirm which direction the attack came from, Mnemosyne suddenly said, Left. After hearing Mnemosyne's prompt, Roy instinctively swung the wooden spear in his hand to the left. Bang! Mnemosyne's wooden spear struck Loe in the back from the right. Goddess Mnemosyne, you actually lied to me. Mnemosyne said while swinging her wooden spear to attack Loe. You will be misled by me. Which proves that your fighting instinct is really bad. What you should believe is not my tips, but your fighting instinct. Then, Mnemosyne reminded again. Right. Roy immediately swung the wooden spear in his hand to the right. And Mnemosyne's wooden spear swung from the left and hit Roy on the shoulder. Because Mnemosyne didn't use any force, her 2 attacks only hit Roy and did not injure him. Having been misled twice by Mnemosyne's hints, Roy decided not to believe Mnemosyne's hints anymore. But Mnemosyne's wooden spear still hit Roy again and again. Because Mnemosyne's attack speed was so fast, Roy could not tell which direction Mnemosyne's attack came from. After hitting Roy in the back with a wooden spear 12 times in a row, Mnemosyne stopped the attack and said, It seems that let alone a hero, 100 enemies. You can't even fight against 50 enemies. But after you accept my blessing, your strength will be greatly improved. After saying that, Mnemosyne walked up to Roy and stretched her left index finger to Roy's forehead. As Mnemosyne's jade-white fingers pressed between Roy's eyebrows, a black divine power was injected into Roy's body. After Mnemosyne's divine power was integrated into Roy's body, a stream of information immediately poured out of Roy's mind. Roy. Age, 20 years old. Blessed by gods, Metis's blessing, wisdom improvement. Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement. Mnemosyne's blessing, predicting the future. Strength level, hero, 100 enemies. Predict future. Roy asked with his eyes widened in surprise. Goddess Mnemosyne. Can your blessing make me a prophet who predicts the future? Mnemosyne did not answer, and directly attacked Roy with a wooden spear. Just when Roy thought he would be hit in the back by Mnemosyne again, Roy's body reacted instinctively and blocked Mnemosyne's attack with the wooden spear in his hand. There was a muffled bang. Seeing that Mnemosyne's attack was blocked by him with his wooden spear, Roy said in disbelief in his heart. Before my consciousness even reacted, my body predicted Mnemosyne's attack and responded in advance. Before Roy could recover, Mnemosyne once again wielded the wooden spear to attack Roy, and gave hints to mislead Roy. Left. Roy's body instinct was not misled by the prompt at all, and he swung his wooden spear to block the attack from the right. Even the misdirection attack was blocked by Roy. Mnemosyne showed a satisfied smile, then retracted the wooden spear and attacked Roy again. Right. Left. Right. Bang 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 bang. Although Mnemosyne kept misleading Roy with hints, Roy was completely unaffected and finally blocked all Mnemosyne's attacks. After Roy blocked Mnemosyne's 12th attack, Mnemosyne stopped the attack and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. It seems that you already have the strength to surpass 50 enemies. Next, I will attack you with the strength of a hero, 100 enemies." Wait a moment, Roy asked before Mnemosyne could start attacking. Goddess Mnemosyne, can you tell me what is going on? I feel like my body is out of my control now. I am not controlling my body to block you by my own will at all. Attack. But my body is moving on its own. Could it be that when you say you want to give me a blessing, you actually want to control my body? Don't say stupid things. How could I be so boring that I control your body? Mnemosyne said with a smile. What controls your body to fight me now is not your consciousness. But it is not anyone else either. It is your body's instinct. My body's instinct. Originally, your body was controlled by your consciousness, because your consciousness can issue the correct instructions to control the body. But now, the blessing I gave you, predicting the future, is integrated into your body. This does not make you a prophet. Blessing. Because I give you this blessing to awaken your fighting instinct. Under the influence of my blessing, predicting the future. Now your body can instinctively predict the enemy's attack, and then make the correct response. The reason why you can't control your body with your mind during combat is because your body's reaction speed is faster than your conscious reaction speed. My body's reaction speed is faster than my conscious reaction speed. Seeing Roy still a little unbelievable, Mnemosyne directly brandished a wooden spear to attack Roy. Whoosh! Mnemosyne attacked Roy with the speed of a hero, 100 enemies. Just when Roy felt that he could not block this attack, Roy's body burst out with the speed of a hero, 100 enemies. At the critical moment, block Mnemosyne's attack. There was a dull thud. Seeing that her attack was blocked by Roy with a wooden spear, Mnemosyne smiled with satisfaction. Now that you have both the blessing and divine power of me and Metis, if you still don't have the strength of a hero, 100 enemies, maybe I can't help but kill you. After saying this, Mnemosyne took back the wooden spear. Seeing that Mnemosyne had no intention of continuing to attack him, Roy asked tentatively, Goddess Mnemosyne, I now have the strength of a hero, 100 enemies. You now have the speed and strength of a hero, 100 enemies. This does not mean that you can fight against a real hero, 100 enemies. But as long as you hone your combat skills in actual combat, you will soon become a real hero, 100 enemies. And because of my blessing predicting the future, your strength will surpass that of an ordinary hero, 100 enemies. And you will have the strength to grow into a great hero, 1,000 enemies. Great hero, 1,000 enemies. Since there is a great hero above a hero, is there another level above a great hero? Some. Mnemosyne looked at Roy with her beautiful golden eyes and said, the strongest among you humans can grow into a demigod hero, enemy of 10,000 people. Chapter 84 How Humans Become Gods. Demigod. After murmuring these two words, Roy's heart moved and he couldn't help but express the question he had been hiding in his heart. The goddess Mnemosyne. Since humans can become demigods, I want to know if humans can transcend demigods and become true gods. Do you want to be a god too? Seeing that Roy did not deny it, Mnemosyne smiled and said, "It's not a secret anyway. Let me tell you. You humans have at least two ways to become gods. The first way is to become a hero god. As long as the necessary conditions are met, any human can become a god after death and become a hero. God? What are the necessary conditions to become a hero god? If you want to become a heroic god, you must become a demigod hero while you are alive. After you die, someone must build a temple for you so that you can be worshipped by human faith like a god. As long as 10,000 people regard you as a god, as long as you have faith and worship, you will be able to collect enough power of faith in 100 years. And with the help of other gods, you can use the power of faith to upgrade to a heroic god." Roy frowned and said, 100 years. I have to wait 100 years after my death before I can become a heroic god. But how can I guarantee that people 100 years from now will worship me as a god? If you become the king of Thebes who rules Thebes, as long as Thebes is still ruled by your descendants 100 years later, you can become a heroic god with the help of your descendants. Because your descendants serve as rulers otherwise, you can use your royal power to order the Thebans to worship you as a god for 100 years after your death. Hearing Mnemosyne's words, Roy couldn't help but his eyes lit up. But then, Roy shook his head and said, "In the history I know, there is no shortage of short-lived dynasties that died in 2 or 3 generations. I can't guarantee that my descendants will not be taken away from the throne after my death. If someone else takes away my city-state, they will definitely destroy my temple and prevent me from collecting the power of faith to upgrade to the hero god." Goddess Mnemosyne. The method you mentioned is just gambling on luck. Isn't there a better way? If you are worried that your descendants will be deprived of the throne by others 100 years after your death, you can increase your territory and population. As long as 100,000 people worship you as a god after your death, in the 10th year after your death, you will be able to gather enough power of faith to be promoted to a heroic god. If you have no confidence in your descendants and think that they will be deprived of the throne in the 10 years after your death, you can continue to increase your territory and population. As long as 1 million people worship you as a god after your death, you can collect enough power of faith to become a hero god 1 year after your death. As long as 1 million people worship me as a god, I can become a hero god 1 year after my death. Seeing Roy's excited expression, Mnemosyne said coldly, "I must tell you that only people over the age of 16 can provide you with the power of faith. In other words, if you want to have 1 million believers after your death, you must build a huge empire with a population of at least 5 million. Population of 5 million. In this era, Roy wanted to build a huge empire with at least 5 million people. He not only wanted to bring all of Greece under his rule, but also conquered the populous areas of Egypt, Asia Minor, Phoenicia and Mesopotamia. In the Demia Plain, centralized rule was established in these areas with the same writing and the same track. This is a great achievement that not only humans, but also gods dare to imagine. Because in this era, city-state autonomy was the mainstream in various regions. The so-called Egyptian Empire, Hittite Empire, and Babylonian Empire were only unified countries in name. In fact, they were alliances composed of various city-states. The emperor of the empire was only the leader of the alliance of city-states. Precisely because these so-called empires are just alliances of city-states. And the master of the empire cannot order all the city-states within the territory. These empires will always be defeated or even conquered by a small number of foreign invaders. For example, more than 100 years ago, the Phoenician nomads, with a population of only tens of thousands, relied on thousands of warriors to conquer the Egyptian region with a population of millions. Although this seems to be an impossible goal, Roy is very excited about this goal. After all, as long as he builds a huge empire with a population of more than 5 million, Roy can be promoted to a heroic god 1 year after his death. Although I don't have the confidence to ensure that the empire I built will still be ruled by my descendants 10 or 100 years after my death, but I still have confidence that the empire I built can last for 1 year after my death. After all, why such incompetence allowed the Qin Empire left by the first emperor to last for 3 years? After coming back to his senses, Roy suppressed his excitement and asked Mnemosyne. The goddess Mnemosyne. Apart from becoming a god after death. What is the second way for us humans to become gods? The second way for you humans to become gods is to combine with gods and share their eternal life and divine power. Mnemosyne said expressionlessly. In other words, as long as you combine with a goddess, you can share the goddess's immortality and divine power. As long as I combine with the goddess, I can share the goddess's immortality and divine power. Roy looked at Mnemosyne with wide eyes, obviously more interested in the second method. Because the hero god is a god after death, even if he is lucky enough to collect enough power of faith, he can only become a god who has lost his body. By uniting with the goddess, one can avoid the process of death and gain immortality while alive. Why are you looking at me like that? Mnemosyne suddenly showed an unhappy expression and said, I have no interest in making you my husband and sharing my eternal life and divine power with you. Mnemosyne, you have misunderstood. Roy explained hurriedly. I was just thinking that the heroic god, who became a god after death, has no body, and is definitely not as good as a real god. As a human being, it is almost impossible for me to get the love of a goddess. Will there be a third party? Is there any way that I can physically become a god while still alive? You actually want to become a god in the flesh? Mnemosyne said with wide eyes. Human beings cannot become equal to our gods. So if humans want to become gods, they can only become heroic gods who are always weaker than our gods. If humans want to combine with gods and share eternal life and divine power, they will be beaten by gods. Complete control of life and death. I have never heard of anyone being able to become a god in the flesh. Will human gods with physical bodies have the same power as our gods? Since Mnemosyne is curious about this issue, it seems that she has really never heard of the human body becoming a god. Nor does she know how the human body can become a god. Although there was no way to physically become a god, Roy did not give up on this goal. After all, there is no road in the world. There will be a road when more people walk. If there is no method or precedent for becoming a god in the flesh, Roy is willing to become the first human god to become a god in the flesh. Chapter 85 Harmonia. The Goddess of Harmony. Loie. I not only gave you my blessing, but also told you the way for humans to become gods. Now it's time for me to leave. After Mnemosyne finished speaking, her petite body transformed into a huge figure about 10 meters tall. Seeing Mnemosyne standing up and preparing to leave, Roy said immediately, Goddess Mnemosyne, I have another question to ask you. I am not a priest who serves you. Do you give me blessings for the sake of Harmonia? Or do you mean that you treat me? Don't get me wrong. Before Roy could finish speaking, Mnemosyne explained, I will give you my blessing. Not because of Harmonia, nor because I treat you differently. If you had not saved Harmonia and the tribes of Thebes, Aphrodite the Miss will be based in Thebes as the Miss Law and compete with me for the throne of the patron saint of Thebes. I will give you blessings because this is the reward you deserve. Not only me. If you can make great contributions to other gods will also give you blessings as a reward. After saying this, Mnemosyne turned and left. Watching Mnemosyne leaving, Roy thought about how to become a god. Roy didn't want to give up on any of the 3 ways to become a god. So Roy already had the idea of pursuing the goddess. Roy has always been in love with the goddess Metis. So the goddess Metis is the first target that Roy wants to pursue. If the pursuit of the goddess Metis fails, the goddess Mnemosyne will be Roy's second target. Since this is a world where humans can become gods, I not only want to become a god, but also live to become a god. The hope of becoming a god in the flesh is too slim now. Maybe if I want to live to become a god, I can only rely on marrying a goddess. Even if I can't marry the goddess, I still want to improve the goddess' favor towards me. After all, I want to be a god after death. And I need the gods to help me upgrade to a heroic god. Roy left the ancient spring of Dirk and came outside the woods, and saw Harmonia standing outside the woods waiting for him. Seeing Roy finally coming out of the woods, Harmonia immediately ran over and threw herself into Roy's arms. Dear, what happened between you and the goddess Mnemosyne? I have been worried just now that the goddess Mnemosyne is against our marriage and wants to do something to hurt you. Or to warn you to leave. Roy hugged Harmonia's slender waist with both hands and said, You misunderstood. The goddess Mnemosyne has given me her blessing in order to make me a strong person worthy of you. You actually suspect that the goddess you serve is making things difficult for me. Could it be that in your heart, I am more powerful than Mnemosyne? Is the goddess Mnemosyne more important? You are more important to me than my own life. Not far behind Harmonia. The Phoenicians and thousands of the bands who followed Roy looked at the scene of Roy and Harmonia embracing. And their eyes widened in shock. Feeling the attention of everyone, Roy looked at the Phoenicians following him and said, "Comrades, I have made an engagement with Harmonia under the witness of the great goddess Mnemosyne. Harmonia is now my fiancée. From now on, you must obey Harmonia just like you obey me. Nia, if you are disrespectful to me, maybe I won't take it to heart. But if you dare to be disrespectful to my fiancée, Harmonia, I will definitely kill the person who offended Harmonia." Harmonia also turned around in Roy's arms and shouted to the bands, "My people. As Roy said just now, Roy and I have become an unmarried couple under the witness of the goddess Mnemosyne. From now on, Roy will not only be my husband, but also Thebes, the leader of the tribe. All the bands must fear Roy as much as they fear me. If anyone dares to challenge Roy's authority, even if my beloved fiancé doesn't kill you, I will not let the person who offends Roy go." After announcing their engagement, Roy carried Harmonia back to the Thebes tribe under the shocked gaze of everyone. Harmonia Palace Stone House. Harmonia called the maids together and announced that Roy would be their male master from now on. Roy carried Harmonia back to the stone house hall, holding Harmonia and lying on the stone bed covered with wool blankets. Roy said while playing with Harmonia's beautiful blonde hair with his right hand, "Dear Harmonia, in order to be promoted from a human to a god, I now have a clear goal to build an unprecedentedly huge empire in my lifetime." After hearing Roy's words, Harmonia smiled and said, "My dear, if we want to become gods, we don't need to spend a lifetime. As long as we conquer the Thebes area, Euboea Island, and the Attica Peninsula, we will create a kingdom with a population of 100,000 and pass it on to our descendants. We can become heroic gods 100 years after our death. And we can become a husband and wife who will be together forever as gods." Harmonia actually wanted to become a god and become a godly couple with her forever. Roy was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. "Future goddess Harmonia, if you want to become a god, you must start to deify yourself before you are alive. I think you can become the goddess of harmony. And then you can deify yourself into the goddess of harmony. Harmonia, goddess of harmony." Harmonia turned to look at Roy and said, "Do you want me to be your head wife and live in harmony with your future love rivals? My father has many women. If my father only had one wife, then I would have no chance of being born. So I don't mind if you have there are many concubines. As long as the concubines do not compete with me for the position of head wife, I will definitely live in harmony with them." Hearing that Harmonia claimed to be his wife, Roy couldn't help but feel guilty. After all, Roy has the goal of pursuing the goddess and becoming a god alive. If the position of the head wife is occupied by Harmonia, the difficulty of Roy's pursuit of the goddess will definitely increase to the level of HL. After all, it is impossible for a proud goddess to stoop below humans and become Roy's sidekick. Harmonia didn't notice Roy's abnormality and said mindlessly, "Dear, now that we are an unmarried couple, when do you plan to officially marry me? I want to devote my body and mind to you as soon as possible and give birth to your child." "Harmonia, the most important thing now is not getting married," Roy said with a serious face. "In order to build an unprecedented empire, we must seize the time to increase our strength. I plan to take you and the Phoenicians to Euboea Island tomorrow to control the copper and iron mines on the island and turn Euboea Island into ours weapons manufacturing base. After taking control of Euboea Island, you will return to the Thebes tribe and use cement to build the city walls of Thebes. I will also return to the Athenian tribe to find a suitable opportunity to replace the leader of Pandion and become the new leader of the Athenian tribe. Chief, now I will not only tell you how to make cement, but also teach you papermaking and other inventions so that you can make paper armor to arm soldiers. You must memorize all the manufacturing methods of these inventions." Chapter 86 Millennius. The leader of Ocalia. Although the Theban tribe was not a coastal tribe, the Theban tribe also had boats. Because the Theban tribe was stationed in the south, which was the Asopus River that entered the Aegean Sea from west to east, the Theban tribe's ships were all small fishing boats and cargo ships. And there were no large cargo ships or large warships that could accommodate 30 sailors. When the sun rises from the east, Loe and Harmonia, with 250 Phoenicians and 50 Thebans, sailed down the Asopus in 30 boats to the island of Euboea. It's noon. Loe and Harmonia led the fleet to the port of Ocalia in the middle of Euboea Island. The port of Ocalia belongs to the Ocalia tribe. the largest tribe on Yuba Island. A fleet of 300 men entered the port and immediately alarmed the Ocalia tribe. As soon as Roy and Harmonia brought the Phoenicians ashore, Melanius, the leader of the Ocalia tribe, hurried over with 300 tribal warriors. After the two sides faced off at the port, Harmonia stepped forward and said, "Chief Melanius, don't you recognize me anymore? Priest of Harmonia." Melanius, the leader of the Ocalia tribe, was a strong man about 30 years old. When he saw Harmonia, Melanius immediately asked the tribe soldiers behind him to put down their weapons, and then walked towards Harmonia. "Ya said, I thought there was a foreign invasion. Harmonia and priest, why did you bring so many people to our Ocalia tribe?" Harmonia did not answer Melanius' question, but looked at Roy and said, "Chief Melanius, now I want to introduce you to a very important person. This is my fiancé Roy. After we get married, he will replace me as the leader of the Thebes tribe." Roy walked to Harmonia, smiled at Melanius and said, "Chief Melanius, let me answer the question you just asked. We came to the Ocalia tribe because there is a copper mine on Euboea Island. This copper mine is in the territory of your Ocalia tribe. We came to the Ocalia tribe not only to mine copper mines, but also to bring your Ocalia tribe under our rule. Are you willing to hand over the identity and power of the leader? The Ocalia tribe is also a large tribe with a population of 3,000. As the leader of the Ocalia tribe, Melanius is not as famous as Cadmus, Perseus, and Pandion, but he is also a hero at the level of the founder of the city." After hearing Roy saying that he wanted to seize the dominance of the Ocalia tribe, Melanius immediately looked at Harmonia with a solemn expression and said, "Priest Harmonia, does your fiancé also mean what you mean?" "Melanius, who do you think I am?" Harmonia glared at Melanius angrily and shouted, "Even if I am a priest who serves the gods and the leader of the Thebes tribe, I am also an ordinary woman. Of course I will serve my husband like I serve the gods. You should not ask such stupid questions at all. As long as whatever my future husband wants to do, I will fully support him." Seeing Harmonia's firm support for Roy, Melanius raised the bronze war spear in his hand and said, "Priest of Harmonia, although we Euboeans are descendants of immigrants from Thebes and worship the earth goddess Mnemosyne just like our ancestors, but I won't do it because you are a priest of the goddess Mnemosyne. I will hand over the identity and power of the leader to you." Melanius's reaction was completely expected. If he handed over the identity and power of the leader because of Harmonia's words, such a mediocre person would not be able to become the leader of the Ocalia tribe. Melanius refused to surrender the identity and power of the leader. All 250 Phoenicians immediately prepared for battle, and the tribal soldiers behind Melanius also raised their wooden spears again. Seeing that the war between the two sides was about to break out, Roy raised his bronze war spear, pointed the spear blade at Melanius and said, "Melanius, the Thebans and Euboeas have the same ancestors, so I don't want ordinary soldiers to kill each other. Now I invite you to a duel. As long as you can defeat me, you can continue to serve as the Russian the leader of the Calia tribe. If you lose to me, you will hand over your identity and power as the leader, and become my and Harmonia's vassal from now on." "Honey," Harmonia said worriedly when she heard Roy inviting Melanius to a duel. Although Melanius has not been blessed by the gods, he is also a hero, an enemy of 100. So let me duel with him on your behalf. Don't you have confidence in your man?" Roy pretended to be dissatisfied, pressed Harmonia's cute little nose with his left index finger and said, "When I really lose to Melanius, you can defeat him for me." At this time, Melanius was hesitating whether to have a duel with Roy. As Roy said, the Thebans and the Euboeas have the same ancestors, so the relationship between Thebes and the Euboeas has always been as close as one family. Legend has it that the charioteer of King Laius of Thebes was a Euboea. You must know that in this era, the king's charioteer is an important position that can affect the king's life and death. Many kings have lost their lives because of the charioteer's betrayal. Therefore, only the king's most trusted friends can become the king's charioteers. King Laius of Thebes made the Wobeans their charioteers, which shows the Thebans' trust in the Wobeans. Later, King Laius of Thebes was indeed beaten to death by Oedipus, who did not know their identity because his chariot treated Oedipus roughly. The Thebans and Euboeans were as close as one family, and Harmonia was a priest serving the earth goddess Mnemosyne. If Melanius insists on going to war with Loe, I am afraid that many Euboeans will be dissatisfied. So Melanius finally nodded and said, "Okay. I will duel with you." If I lose to you, it will prove that I am not qualified to continue to be the leader of the Ocalia tribe. After saying that, Melanius stepped towards Roy. Roy also walked towards Melanius. The two came to the same position. Melanius waved a spear in his right hand and a shield in his left hand, and asked Roy while attacking Roy. Young man, don't you use a shield? You are the fiancé of the Harmonian priest. I don't want to seriously hurt your body. Roy laughed as he easily dodged Melanius' attack. Melanius, you can rest assured that you can use all your strength, because you can't hurt me even with all your strength. Arrogant. Melanius roared angrily and swung his spear at hero-level speed to stab Roy. But Roy seemed to predict Melanius' attacks in advance, and was always able to dodge Melanius' attacks with ease. Melanius said in disbelief, as his attacks were dodged by Roy again and again. Are you actually a young hero? If I don't have the strength of a hero, 100 enemies, how can I be worthy of becoming the husband of Harmonia and the leader of the Thebes tribe? While speaking, Roy finally fought back and swung his war spear to stab Melanius in the neck. Chapter 87 Princess Iol of Ocalia. Although Melanius was a hero at the level of the founder of the city, he did not receive the blessings and power of the gods after all. Therefore, Melanius, who was in his prime, was almost as powerful as Pandion, who was old and frail, at the beginning of the duel between Roy and Melanius. Because he lacked enough practical experience, Roy could only rely on Mnemosyne's blessing, predicting the future, to avoid Melanius' attack. As Roy gradually adapted to Melanius' attacks, he began to fight back against Melanius. Roy's bronze spear stabbed Melanius' neck mercilessly, and Melanius hurriedly raised his wooden shield to resist. Bang! Although Roy's spear blade was blocked by Melanius' wooden shield, it also created a crack in the wooden shield. Melanius took 2 steps back, then looked at Roy in shock and said, "You are not an ordinary hero. You have the power given by the gods." Roy stopped his attack and smiled. "If you are scared, you can surrender to me directly." Melanius only hesitated for a moment before continuing to attack Roy. "Although the divine power given to you by the gods makes you stronger than me, my combat experience is also better than yours. There is no reason for me to lose to you. Melanius, there is no way you can defeat me." Mnemosyne's blessing, foreknowledge of the future, allowed Roy to predict Melanius' attack. No matter how experienced Melanius was in combat, his attacks could not hurt Roy. So from the beginning of this battle, Roy was already invincible. Seeing Roy gradually suppressing Melanius in the battle, Harmonia said with a sweet smile on her face, "Sure enough, my choice was correct." The Phoenician and Ocalia soldiers who watched the battle were in awe of Roy in their hearts. Clang clang clang. Bang 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 bang. After the fierce battle between Roy and Melanius lasted for half an hour, Melanius' strength had begun to decline. But Roy became stronger and stronger as the battle continued, as if there was endless power in his body. Sensing that Melanius' power was beginning to weaken, Roy was immediately filled with disappointment. In fact, when the battle between the two lasted for 10 minutes, Roy was able to defeat Melanius. The battle between the two continues until now because Roy wants to use Melanius to increase his actual combat experience and help him improve his strength. Since Melanius could no longer continue the battle, Roy decided to end it. Under the horrified gaze of Melanius, Roy swung his war spear and delivered a swift blow. Click! Melanius raised his wooden shield to resist. Roy's spear blade split the wooden shield directly, and then touched Melanius' heart. "Melanius, if you do not surrender, my spear blade will pierce your heart." Facing the threat of death, Melanius could only throw the war spear on the ground, lowered his head and said to Roy, "I lost. Now I want you to swear in the name of the gods to become my and Harmonia's vassal, and to obey all our orders from now on. I swear in the name of the great goddess Mnemosyne that I will offer my loyalty to you and the Harmonian priests, and I will obey all your commands from now on." Melanius swore an oath, and Roy took back the spear blade. Harmonia walked up to Roy and said, "Melanius, from now on you will no longer be the leader of the Ocalia tribe. You will only be the administrator of the Ocalia tribe in place of me and Loe. In order for you to have no worries, I will give your daughter Iole." Took her away and trained her to become a priest of the goddess Mnemosyne. Harmonia actually wanted to take away her daughter Iol, and Melanius immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. But if he refuses Harmonia's order, I am afraid that not only his own life, but also the lives of his entire family will be in danger. So Melanius could only nod and said, "Priest Harmonia, You are the priest that my daughter Iol admires most. It is an honor for our entire family that Iol can follow you and be trained by you to become a priest of the goddess Mnemosyne. Melanius had completely surrendered and was even willing to hand over his daughter. Roy said with a satisfied smile. Melanius, the 250 Phoenicians behind me are my followers. From now on, they will live in the territory of the Ocalia tribe. Their main job is to mine copper, ore and smelt bronze wares. Tools. Cut down trees to make big ships. In addition to managing the Ocalia tribe, you must also assist my followers and try to meet their needs. After hearing Roy's words, Melanius couldn't help but say, Dear Chief Roy, now that the Ocalia tribe belongs to you and the Harmonian priests, these Phoenicians make bronze utensils. Can you provide our Ocalia tribe with some bronze pots for cooking? A tripod and a bronze war spear? Can. Roy said without hesitation. But everything has a first-come, first-served basis. So the bronze utensils made by my followers must be given priority to the Thebes tribe. Only when the needs of the Thebes tribe are met can it be the turn of the Ocalia tribe. And we cannot pay for it for free. Give the bronze utensils to the Ocalia tribe. You have to exchange grains or cattle and sheep for the bronze tripod and bronze war spears. Because the Ocalia tribe is our own people, we will give the bronze tripod to the Ocalia tribe at a very cheap price. I'll sell you the tripod and the bronze war spear. After hearing Roy's words, Melanius immediately showed a happy expression. Seeing that Melanius was not dissatisfied with his request, Roy turned to look at Taurus and said, Taurus, now that Melanius is one of our own, let him take you to the mountains to the east to find copper mines. You must mine copper mines and smelt bronze utensils as soon as possible. First, make 2,000 bronze war spears for us to arm soldiers. The bronze war spears you made on the first day will be sent to the Thebes tribe by ship the next day. Even if you hoard the bronze war spears for a day, I will regard you as a traitor and destroy you mercilessly. Taurus immediately said with a serious expression. Priest Roy, even if there is a storm or hail falling from the sky, we will not hoard the bronze war spears. We will definitely send the manufactured bronze war spears to the Thebes tribe the next day. After a while, Melanius' soldiers brought a beautiful girl of about 13 years old to the port. It was Melanius' daughter, the little princess Iol of the Ocalia tribe, priest of Harmonia. Seeing Harmonia standing with Roy, Iola happily ran to Harmonia and said, I met you at the harvest festival of the goddess Mnemosyne. Do you remember me? Sister Yael. Seeing the petite and cute appearance of Iol, who had black hair and black eyes, Harmonia held her in her arms and said, I miss you often. So I asked your father Melanius to let you follow me and become a priest of the goddess Mnemosyne. Young Iol obviously didn't know that she had now become a hostage of Melanius, her father controlled by Harmonia. So Iol said very happily, I am so blessed to be able to serve the goddess Mnemosyne and the priests of Harmonia. Chapter 88. I have the golden belt and I have the BMW. It's late afternoon. Loie and Harmonia took Iol by boat back to the riverside port of the Thebes tribe, and then walked back to the Thebes tribe in the north of the Asopus River. Harmonia Palace Stone House. After leaving Iola to the care of the maids, Roy and Harmonia sat in the hall, and the atmosphere between them became a little dull. Harmonia finally took the initiative to break the silence and said, You're leaving tomorrow? Roy nodded and said, If I never go back, everything I have in the Athenian tribe will be taken away by others. That is the foundation for me to seize the Athenian tribe. But I don't want to be separated from you. Wouldn't it be better for us to directly recruit soldiers to attack the Athenian tribe and conquer the Athenian tribe by force? A woman with a love brain is indeed a double-edged sword. Because Harmonia is a lover, she is willing to dedicate everything to Roy. But also because Harmonia is a love brain, she wants to start a war in order not to separate from Roy. And it is a war that is almost certain to fail. Roy said helplessly, Harmonia, the number of soldiers of the Athenian tribe is not inferior to that of the Theban tribe. If we summon all the soldiers of the Theban tribe to attack the Athenian tribe, who will protect the safety of the Theban tribe? If we do not summon the Theban tribe, with all the soldiers of the Bis tribe, how can we use a small number of soldiers to defeat the Athenian tribe? Which has more soldiers and geographical advantages? If the Theban tribe and the Athenian tribe lose both sides, even if we conquer the Athenian tribe, the gain will not be worth the loss. So I must return to the Athenian tribe and seize the supreme power of the Athenian tribe from within. But I really don't want to be separated from you. Harmonia threw herself into Roy's arms excitedly, big tears falling from the corners of her eyes. And soon soaked Roy's clothes. Roy hugged Harmonia with both hands and put his cheek against her ear. Harmonia. I don't want to be separated from you either. Hearing Roy's words, Harmonia blushed and said, My dear. I will dedicate myself to you tonight. Although we have not held a wedding yet. I have no parents. Even if I give birth to a child out of wedlock for you, no one will accuse me of bringing shame to the family. Harmonia was actually willing to devote herself to herself before marriage. Now Roy doesn't understand whether Harmonia loves him so much because of her own charm, or because the effect of Aphrodite's blessing, charm enhancement, is too powerful. He could actually make Harmonia abandon the shame of an unmarried girl for herself in just a few days. Roy hugged Harmonia a little harder and said, Dear Harmonia. You love me deeply with such strong feelings. Of course I must cherish you with the same feelings. So I must not tarnish your reputation. Loie. The man she loved deeply valued her so much. Driven by her strong emotions. Harmonia hugged Roy's neck and bit her lips towards Roy. Roy let Harmonia's lips bite him. And then fell backwards holding Harmonia. The next morning. In Harmonia's bedroom. Roy woke up from his sleep and found that Harmonia, which had been lying on top of him, had disappeared. Harmonia. Roy called Harmonia's name and sat up. As soon as he finished speaking, Harmonia opened the bedroom door and walked in. Roy said in surprise when he saw Harmonia holding a white cotton robe with a shining golden belt on top of the robe. This is a bronze belt. No, this is a gold belt. The golden belt that Harmonia held looked like a golden bronze belt on the surface. But Roy's keen eyesight noticed that the buckle of this belt was made of real gold. In other words, this is a real gold belt. My dear. Let me help you get dressed. Harmonia came to Roy's side and asked while putting the white cotton robe on Roy. Loie. Do you remember Cadmus, who was killed by us? Cadmus had a gold necklace on him. In the past few days, I asked the craftsman to melt the gold necklace and make this gold belt for you. While speaking, Harmonia quickly put on Roy's robe. And then put the gold belt on Roy's waist. Seeing Roy wearing a white cotton robe and a gold belt around his waist, Harmonia nodded with satisfaction and said, My dear. Anyone who sees you now will understand that you are a person of noble status. In this era, wearing a bronze belt is enough to show your noble status. Not to mention that Roy is wearing a gold belt. As a woman, Harmonia did not keep the gold necklace for herself, but instead made this gold belt for Roy. Roy couldn't help but hold Harmonia in his arms and said with emotion, Dear Harmonia. You gave me such a precious golden belt before I gave you a gift. When we meet next time, I will definitely give you a precious gift. Listening to Roy's heartbeat, Harmonia smiled. Dear Roy. You are the most precious gift to me. Stonehouse Hall. When Roy, Harmonia and IOL were having breakfast together, he saw IOL looking cautious and no longer as lively and cute as yesterday. Roy looked at Harmonia and said, Harmonia. Since Melanius has sworn allegiance to us in the name of the gods, there is no need to let his daughter be our hostage. Harmonia blinked her beautiful big blue eyes and said, Dear. Iole is not a hostage. I kept her with me in order to train her to be a priest. Because the goddess Mnemosyne is a virgin goddess. I am the one who serves the goddess Mnemosyne. The highest priestess must also remain unmarried. I am training Iole now so that after we get married, Iol will perform the duties of the supreme priestess in my place. Priestesses who served the virgin goddess usually had to remain unmarried for the goddess, which does seem to be a common phenomenon in this era. In the story of the Trojan War, Iphigenia, the eldest daughter of Agamemnon, the commander-in-chief of the Greek coalition forces, and Cassandra, the Trojan princess, were two princesses who served the virgin goddess and never married. You asked Melanius for Iol because you were thinking about things after our marriage. Seeing Harmonia nodding heavily, Roy felt a little more moved. After the three of them finished breakfast, Roy took his bronze war spear and prepared to leave the Thebes tribe alone. Just when Roy was about to walk out of Harmonia's courtyard, Harmonia led a black horse to the entrance of the courtyard and said, Dear. It will take at least 2 days to walk from the tribe of Thebes to the tribe of Athens. You can ride this horse and return to the tribe of Athens today. In this era, the value of horses naturally goes without saying. Roy took the horse rope from Harmonia and held Harmonia in his arms again. Chapter 89 Perseus, Prince of Mycenae, Athenian tribe. Roy rode the black horse presented by Harmonia back to the vicinity of the Acropolis mountain, and saw high cement walls rising from the ground, forming a city wall surrounding the Acropolis mountain. Roy walked around the wall of Athens to the west gate. A group of Athenian soldiers guarding the west gate immediately surrounded Roy with bronze war spears, obviously treating Roy as a suspicious foreigner. "Don't you recognize me?" Roy frowned and said while letting the black horse advance slowly. "I am Roy, the priest who serves the goddess Metis. Please get out of the way for me." After hearing Roy's words, the soldiers who had seen Roy immediately recognized Roy's identity. "It's really Priest Roy. Everyone, get out of the way. Priest Roy. We didn't mean to offend you." After the soldiers got out of the way, Roy rode into the city walls of Athens and saw hundreds of wooden houses on the north and south sides of the Acropolis Hill, adding to the population of tens of thousands under the Acropolis Hill. What's going on? Even if all the residents on the Acropolis mountain move to the foot of the Acropolis mountain, there can only be a maximum of 8,000 people under the Acropolis mountain. Now there are 2,000 more people under the Acropolis mountain. Could it be that during the time I left? Over time, the Athenian tribe annexed other tribes. Roy came to Acropolis mountain with doubts in his heart, and saw an Acropolis gate built of cement at the end of the mountain road. At this time, Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe, Pandion's wife Zeuxippus and their son Erechtheus, together with the two young leaders of the Athenian tribe, stood at the entrance of the mountain gate of the Acropolis, as if to welcome a very important event. Figure. Seeing this scene, Roy hurriedly let the black horse speed up to the entrance of the Acropolis mountain gate. Chief Pandion, Lady Zeuxippel, Prince Erechtheus. Arriving in front of Pandion and others, Roy stopped his black horse and said, "I didn't expect that you would greet me here with such a grand ceremony after hearing the news of my return." Priest Roy. Looking at Roy, who was riding on a black horse and wearing a golden belt, Pandion first showed a surprised expression, then came back to his senses and said, "You went to follow the Phoenicians led by Cadmus, and you were gone for so many days. I thought you had an accident, or betrayed the Athenian tribe and became Cadmus's companion. Procne has been away for so many days. You and Philomela are all worried about you. So hurry up and tell them the good news of your return." "Well," Roy said in surprise after hearing Pandion's words, "aren't you here to greet me?" Erechtheus said, rolling his eyes, "What kind of important person are you to allow my father and mother to welcome you here? What we are welcoming here is the envoy of the Mycenaeans, Perseus, the grandson of King Acrisios of Mycenae. Prince Perseus. Perseus. For Roy, this is a name that is not unfamiliar, because in ancient legends, Perseus was a truly filial son and virtuous grandson. Perseus was the grandson of Acrisios, king of the Mycenaeans. His mother was Danae, the princess of Mycenae, and his father was Polydex, king of Seriphos. When Perseus grew up, he left his hometown to inherit the throne of his grandfather Acrisios and never returned to his parents. Later, seeing that his grandfather Acrisios was unwilling to let him be the heir to the throne, Perseus killed his grandfather and seized the Mycenaean throne directly by force. Knowing that Pandion's family of 3 were welcoming Perseus, Roy got off his horse, then led the black horse to Pandion and asked, "Chief Pandion, even if the residents on the Acropolis mountain move to the foot of the Acropolis mountain, there will only be a population of 8,000 people under the Acropolis mountain. Now there are tens of thousands of people under the Acropolis mountain. Could it be that during the time I left, the Athenian tribes annexed other tribes?" Pandion shook his head and explained, "During the time you were away, we did not launch a war to annex other tribes. However, 2,000-person tribes saw that the Athenian tribe was protected by cement walls and took the initiative to join the Athenian tribe. So that's it. In this era, the survival of small tribes was extremely difficult. Not only were they unable to withstand attacks from larger tribes, they were even targeted by bandits or pirates. Therefore, it is very normal for small tribes to seek refuge with the Athenian tribe for survival. Then what's the matter with Perseus coming to our Athenian tribe?" Before Pandion could answer, Erechtheus said impatiently, "You have so many questions. Prince Perseus visited our Athenian tribe on behalf of the Mycenaeans to propose to my sister. Perseus is here to propose. According to legend, Perseus' wife was Andromeda. Seeing that the Pandions valued Perseus so much, Roy knew that if Perseus really came to propose, they would probably accept Perseus and let Perseus become Procne or Philomela. husband. Just when Roy was in panic, 12 Athenian soldiers escorted 3 strangers to the Acropolis. The 3 foreigners were led by a young man riding a white horse. He not only had a young and handsome face, but also wore a white cotton robe, a golden bronze belt around his waist, and a bronze sword hanging on his belt. From his appearance alone, it can be seen that the young man riding the white horse is Perseus, and the 2 men following him are his followers. The 3 men of Perseus came to the gate of the Acropolis under the protection of the Athenian soldiers. Perseus took the initiative to get off his horse, came to Pandion and bowed politely. The great king Pandion of Athens and Perseus, son of Danae, come to visit you. If I am rude in any way, I hope you can tolerate my mistakes as an elder. Pandion couldn't help laughing when he heard Perseus calling himself the king of Athens. Prince Perseus, I am just the leader of the Athenian tribe, not the hereditary king of Athens. In my heart you are the king of Athens. Perseus raised his head and said, in many places, not to mention rulers with thousands of people, even rulers with only a few hundred people dare to call themselves kings. Now the Athenian tribe has a population of tens of thousands and has built tall city walls. The Athenian tribe can already be it is called the city of Athens. And you are the king of Athens who rules over the city of Athens. After hearing what Perseus said, even Erechtheus couldn't help but feel good about him. Pandion looked at Perseus with a satisfied look and smiled. Young Prince Perseus, you are such a delightful guest. I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you. Now come back home with me, and let me and my family entertain you. After saying that, Pandion held Perseus' hand intimately and pulled Perseus into the Acropolis. After Zeuxippus, Erechtheus and the 2 minor leaders surrounded Pandion and Perseus into the Acropolis of Athens. Loe also held hands and walked through the gate of the Acropolis. Entering the Acropolis of Athens, Roy saw that the Acropolis, which was originally very crowded, was now very empty, because ordinary residents have all moved to the foot of the Acropolis. Now only the houses of Pandion and 2 minor leaders, the temple of Metis in Loe, and the papermaking workshop remain on the Acropolis. Chapter 90 Perseus' marriage proposal. Pandion entertains Perseus. This matter has nothing to do with Roy, but the purpose of Perseus's visit to the Athenian tribe was to propose to Pandion's daughter. And of course Loe could not turn a blind eye. So Roy did not return to the temple of Metis, but came to Pandion's stables. After leaving his black horse to the care of the stable horse breeder, Roy immediately came to Pandion's stone house. Stone House Hall. Roy walked in and saw everyone sitting around the stone table. Pandion and Zeuxippus sat in the main seats at the stone table, and Procne and Philomela, whose faces were hidden by veils, sat next to their parents. Erechtheus and Perseus sat to the north of the stone table, and the 2 minor chiefs sat to the south of the stone table. Seeing Roy's figure, Philomela immediately said happily, Brother Roy, you are finally back. Do you know how worried we are about you? Procne also looked at Roy with excited eyes. Seeing that Pandion's daughter cared so much about Roy, Perseus asked curiously, Chief Pandion, I just wanted to ask, is this noble prince also your son? Pandion shook his head and said, he is Roy, the priest who serves the goddess Metis. Although he is not my son, I intentionally made him my adopted son, so my daughter will regard him as her brother. After explaining, Pandion said to Roy, Roy, since you are here, come celebrate the arrival of Prince Perseus with us. Roy did not refuse, walked to the stone table and sat down opposite Pandion. Looking at Roy across a stone table, Procne and Philomela suddenly widened their eyes, as if they were seeing Roy for the first time. Even the leader's wife, Zeuxippus, showed a surprised expression and kept staring at Roy's face. Sensing the abnormality of his wife and daughter, Pandion asked suspiciously, what's wrong with you? Zeuxippus came back to his senses and said with a frown, it's nothing. I just feel that Roy is a little different from before. Mother, it's not that she's a little different, but she seems to be a different person. Philomela looked at Roy with obsessed eyes and said, I used to think that Brother Roy was very smart and could invent many magical things. But now I discovered that Brother Roy is also a very charming and beautiful boy. Although Procne did not speak, she obviously had the same idea as Philomela, because she looked at Roy with the same obsession. Unexpectedly, the effect of Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement, was so powerful that Philomela could praise herself as a beautiful boy. Roy hurriedly covered his face with his right hand and said, Philomela. Are you teasing me? It's not the first day you see my face. Why do you suddenly praise me so kindly? Perhaps because Roy covered her face. Philomela regained consciousness. Seeing Pandion frown, Philomela said immediately, I was just teasing you because you worried my sister and I for days. Hearing Philomela's words, Pandion looked away from her and turned to Perseus. Prince Perseus, welcome to the Athenian tribe and become my distinguished guest. Before my servants serve the food, can you tell me what is the purpose of visiting the Athenian tribe on behalf of the Mycenaeans? Great Pandion, I came to the Athenian tribe on behalf of my grandfather, King Acrisios of Mycenae, in order to promote an alliance between the Mycenaeans and the Athenian tribe. Perseus said with a smile that was neither humble nor condescending. Now we Mycenaeans have conquered the entire Argos region in the Peloponnese Peninsula and established 3 city-states of Tiryns, and Mycenae with a population of tens of thousands. As long as the Athenian tribe by forming an alliance with us Mycenaeans, we will not only pass on the advanced technology and civilization of the Near East to you, help the Athenian tribe upgrade to a real city-state civilization, but also support the Athenian tribe to conquer the entire Attica Peninsula. As an alliance between us as a symbol, please give me a daughter to marry. In this era, it is almost a necessary condition for 2 forces to form an alliance and conduct a marriage. Without a marriage relationship, the 2 forces would not be able to establish mutual trust at all. After listening to Perseus' words, Pandion said with a faint smile, Prince Perseus, although you Mycenaeans are a foreign group who migrated from Crete, you have conquered the locals in the Argos region and become the real masters of the Argos region. You Mycenaeans, the strength of the Scythians is so strong. I really can't think of any reason why you Mycenaeans should form an alliance with our Athenian tribe. We Mycenaeans want to ally with the Athenian tribes because we will have a war with the cruel King Sisyphus of Corinth. King Sisyphus of Corinth is not satisfied with ruling the beautiful and prosperous city of Corinth, and even collects tolls on the Isthmus of Corinth. So we to overthrow the reign of King Sisyphus of Corinth. Thebes and Corinth are the 2 major city-states that can compete with Athens for the title of the strongest city-state. The city of Corinth has the potential to become the strongest city-state. And the Corinth region, where the city of Corinth is located, is naturally a wealthy region. Now the wise Sisyphus rules Corinth, the only city-state in the Corinth region, and regards Amphitrite, the sea goddess worshipped by the Corinthians for thousands of years, as the patron saint of Corinth. The city of Corinth guarded the Isthmus of Corinth. Even if the city of Corinth really collected tolls, it would not be a reason for the Mycenaeans to launch a war against the city of Corinth, because it is actually normal to collect taxes, such as toll tax and toll tax. The real reason why the Mycenaeans launched a war against the city of Corinth was that the Mycenaeans had conquered the Argos region and could now regard the Corinth region as their next target. Since the Mycenaeans were about to launch a war against the city of Corinth, the Mycenaeans wanted to form an alliance with the Athenian tribes, and they probably did not want to see the Athenian tribes become allies of the city of Corinth, because after the war broke out between the Mycenaeans and the city of Corinth, the city of Corinth would definitely seek assistance from the Athenian tribe. Prince Perseus, our Athenian tribe does not want to get involved in the war between the Mycenaeans and the city of Corinth. But I really want to find a husband worthy of her eldest daughter Procne. Although you are only Mycenae, the grandson of King Acrisios, but I can see that you are both ambitious and powerful. In the future, you are likely to become the Mycenaean king who rules the Argos region. So I am willing to take Procne, marry you and make my daughter your queen. Great Pandion, your daughter Princess Procne will not be my queen. Perseus shook his head and said, I asked to marry your daughter because I want your daughter to become my concubine. Because I already have a candidate for my head wife in my heart. I want Princess Andromeda, the daughter of King Cephus of the Egyptian Empire, to be my head wife. Princess Andromeda is the daughter of the king of the Egyptian Empire. So it's only natural that Princess Procne's status is lower than Princess Andromeda. Chapter 91. Zeus also asked to marry Metis. After all, Perseus' identity was just the grandson of Acrisios, king of Mycenae. Although he has the right to inherit the throne of Mycenae, normally it is not Perseus's turn to inherit the throne of Mycenae. The only way Perseus wanted to inherit the Mycenaean throne was to seize the Mycenaean throne by force. Pandion was willing to marry Procne to Perseus not only because the Mycenaeans were powerful, but also because Perseus himself had great potential. But Perseus actually only wanted the eldest princess of the Athenian tribe to be his concubine. After listening to Perseus' words, Zeuxippus, Erechtheus, and Philomela glared at Perseus angrily, and Procne's eyes flashed with tears. Pandion's favored husband actually wanted to marry him as his concubine. This was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for Procne. Pandion looked uncertain and stared at Perseus. Before Pandion could speak, Erechtheus shouted angrily. Mycenaeans! Do you think we are asking for an alliance with you? Asking for my sister to marry you? If you want to marry Andromeda, go and propose to her. My sister will never marry you. Perseus said calmly. Actually, I haven't finished what I said. Not only will Princess Procne become my concubine, but the goddess Metis who protects the Athenian tribe will also become the concubine of Zeus, the great patron saint of our Mycenaeans. Bang! Roy angrily slapped his right palm on the stone table. Procne looked at Roy with joyful eyes, like a drowning man seeing a life-saving straw. Procne did not know that Loe would have such an angry reaction because Perseus wanted Metis to marry Zeus. Pandion said with a sneer. Prince Perseus, you Mycenaeans want the goddess Metis, who protects the Athenians, to become the concubine of your Mycenaean god Zeus. It seems that you Mycenaeans do not want to form an alliance with us Athenians. But you want us Athenians to surrender to you Mycenaeans and become your vassals. It is precisely because you treat us Athenians as vassals that you want my daughter to be your concubine. As the patron saint of the Athenian tribe, the goddess Metis is the symbol of the Athenian tribe and represents the Athenian tribe better than the leader. The Athenian goddess Metis became the side chamber of the Mycenaean god Zeus, which not only represented Metis' surrender to Zeus, but also represented the Athenians' surrender to the Mycenaeans. Perseus looked into Pandion's eyes without fear and said, Great Pandion, the goddess Metis became the concubine wife of our god Zeus, which symbolizes that the Athenians and us Mycenaeans have become a family. Perhaps you regard this relationship as the Athenians becoming a vassal of the Mycenaeans. But we Mycenaeans truly regard you as our allies. Perseus, no matter how powerful you Mycenaeans are, I will not accept this humiliation. I will not marry my daughter to you. Let alone let the goddess Metis become your god. Only the side chamber of Zeus. Looking at Pandion's determined expression of suppressed anger, Perseus said with a smile. Chief Pandion, maybe you have some misunderstandings about my words. We Mycenaeans do not mean to humiliate the Athenians. So we will not force the goddess Metis to marry the great Zeus. Before we Mycenaeans claimed that the goddess Metis, as long as you Athenians don't deny it publicly, you can meet our requirements when she is Zeus's concubine. If you don't want Princess Procne to become his concubine, I can also give up proposing to Princess Procne. Perseus was actually willing to give up his proposal. Roy frowned and said, Perseus, it seems that the bottom line for you Mycenaeans is that the goddess Metis becomes the concubine of Zeus. When you Mycenaeans claim that the goddess Metis is the concubine of Zeus, as long as we Athenians acquiesce, we could be an ally to the Mycenaeans. That's right. Perseus nodded and said, compared with me proposing to Princess Procne, having the goddess Metis marry the great Zeus will help us Mycenaeans and Athenians build mutual trust more. After listening to Perseus' words, Roy sneered and said, Perseus, there's actually one thing I haven't been able to figure out. You Mycenaeans were originally a branch of the Phoenician nomadic group that ruled northern Egypt, after the southern Egyptians began to resist the rule of you foreign conquerors. You Mycenaeans originally migrated to Crete under the leadership of King Acrisios of Mycenae. But 10 years ago, King Acrisios of Mycenae brought Mycenae with him. People migrated from Crete to the Argos region of the Peloponnese Peninsula. I originally thought that you Mycenaeans left Crete because of the eruption of the Thera volcano to the west of Crete, making you feel that it is not safe to live in Crete. Now I understand. You arrogant Mycenaeans must have claimed that the goddess Europa of Knossos was the concubine of Zeus in Crete. So King Minos of Knossos expelled you Mycenaeans. Perseus did not deny Roy's words and said calmly, the goddess Europa was originally the side wife of Zeus. It was precisely because King Minos was the son of Zeus and the goddess Europa that King Minos was able to rule the most powerful city-state in Crete. Knossos. Thut ha ha ha. Roy couldn't help laughing. You are indeed a Mycenaean who likes to deceive yourself. In the future, you Mycenaeans will make up myths and stories for Zeus. I am afraid that you will not only make up stories about the goddess Europa being Zeus's concubine wife, but also the story that King Minos is the son of Zeus. Because Mino, when the king of Slovakia expels you Mycenaeans, you will definitely make up a story to humiliate King Minos, saying that he is a Minotaur who lives in the labyrinth and was born from the previous queen of Knossos and a white bull. Half man, half bull. You really know us Mycenaeans. Inventing stories about humiliating enemy gods and kings in your own mythology is a normal operation of making up myths. I have nothing to deny it. Perseus glanced at Roy in surprise. And then said to Pandion. Great Pandion. As long as you Athenians remain silent, when we Mycenaeans claim that the goddess Metis is the concubine wife of Zeus, and acquiesce that the goddess Metis is the concubine wife of Zeus, the Athenians can become our Mycenaeans. People's allies, vassals. If you Athenians reject the goodwill of us Mycenaeans, then you Athenians will become the enemies of us Mycenaeans. For the future of the Athenians, I believe you will make the right choice. Before Pandion could speak, Roy said angrily. Do you think we Athenians are the Mycenaeans? You deceived yourself. Our acquiescence in the goddess Metis becoming Zeus's concubine wife is equivalent to admitting that the goddess Metis is the concubine wife of Zeus. As a priest of the goddess Metis, I know humans or gods are allowed to blaspheme the goddess Metis. So we will not accept your Mycenaean demands. Chapter 92 Perseus launches challenge. Perseus didn't pay attention to Roy's words, and still looked at Pandion. Because Perseus knew very well that the person who really called the shots in the Athenian tribe was not Roy. Pandion looked at Perseus expressionlessly and said coldly. Perseus, I originally thought that you were my daughter's suitor. So I treated you as an honored guest. Since your real purpose in coming to our Athenian tribe is to force the Athenians to surrender to you Mycenaeans, then you are no longer my guest. Great Pandion. Have you really thought this through? Perseus said with a serious face. If you refuse the kindness of us Mycenaeans, a war will break out between the Mycenaeans and the Athenians. Even if you threaten war, I will not surrender to you. Now please leave my home and our Acropolis. Faced with Pandion's expulsion, Perseus did not give up. He stood up, looked at Pandion with a half-smiling expression and said, Great Pandion. Now I want to challenge you Athenians. As long as one Athenian can defeat me, I will leave obediently. If no Athenian can defeat me, I hope you will make careful considerations. Perseus, I accept your challenge. Erechtheus immediately stood up and said, You have humiliated my sister, and I just need a reason to teach you, this evil guest, a lesson. Perseus turned to Erechtheus and smiled. Young Prince Erechtheus, you are not my opponent yet. But since you are foolish enough to challenge me, I will teach you a lesson. After saying that, Perseus turned around and walked outside. After Erechtheus chased Perseus out of the hall, everyone in the hall got up and walked outside. Loe, Pandion, Zeuxippus, Procne, Philomela and 2 other minor leaders came to the courtyard outside, and saw Erechtheus and Perseus already in the open space outside the courtyard. Confrontation takes place 10 meters apart. During the confrontation between the two, Pandion's houseboy gave Erechtheus's bronze spear and ox-hide shield to him. 2 of Perseus' followers also delivered 2 bronze war spears to Perseus. Under the gaze of everyone, Perseus showed a confident smile and threw the bronze spear in his left hand at Erechtheus. There was a muffled bang. Erechtheus raised his cowhide shield to block the heavy bronze spear. When Erechtheus put down his shield, Perseus had already rushed in front of him, wielding the bronze spear with both hands and launched a violent attack like a storm. Erechtheus hurriedly blocked Perseus' attack with the bronze spear in his right hand and the shield in his left hand. Although he was not defeated at the beginning, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Perhaps Erechtheus himself felt that it was because of his hard work that Perseus was unable to defeat him immediately. But everyone watching the battle could see that Perseus did not use all his strength, which was the reason why Erechtheus was not defeated by Perseus from the beginning. Seeing Perseus playing with ease like a cat playing with a mouse, Pandion had a solemn expression on his face. Although Erechtheus has not yet grown into a hero, 100 enemies, he is more powerful than an enemy of 50. Even Pandion himself could not suppress Erechtheus as easily as Perseus. In other words, Perseus is already stronger than Pandion. Seeing Perseus fighting, Pandion looked envious in his eyes. If Pandion still had the physique of his youth, he would have the confidence to rely on his combat experience to fight Perseus in an unpredictable battle. It's a pity that Pandion's body is no longer young. After reaching the age of 40, his body is gradually weakening. Perseus did not use all his strength to defeat Erechtheus at the beginning of the battle. His purpose was to show the Athenians his powerful force. After seeing Pandion's reaction, Perseus immediately burst out with heroic speed and made a thunderous strike with the bronze war spear in his hand. Bang! The bronze spears of Perseus and Erechtheus clashed. The next second, Erechtheus was hit by the huge force and took 3 steps back. Perseus not only did not retreat, but also caught up with Erechtheus, and pressed the blade of his bronze war spear against Erechtheus's neck. Prince Erechtheus. You lost. Erechtheus finally understood at this time that Perseus' speed and strength far surpassed his own. The reason why Perseus didn't defeat him at the beginning of the battle was not because his strength was close to that of Perseus, wanting to punish Perseus for his beloved sister, but suffered the humiliation of defeat in front of Perseus. Erechtheus let out an angry roar, then threw away the spear and shield in his hand and returned to Pandion. As the winner, Perseus looked at Pandion and said, "Great Pandion, is there anyone in the Athenian tribe who can stand up and defeat me? If no Athenian can defeat me, please consider it carefully before making a decision." After saying that, Perseus stared at Pandion. It was obvious that Perseus wanted Pandion to fight in person. As a father who loves and protects his daughter, Pandion should indeed go to war in person to punish Perseus for humiliating Procne. Just when everyone thought that Pandion would go to war, Pandion stood there without making any movement, as if he did not see the provocative gaze of Perseus. Zeuxippe immediately understood that her husband Pandion did not have the confidence to defeat Perseus. Erechtheus was just the son of the leader, so it didn't matter that Erechtheus lost to Perseus. As the leader and the most powerful warrior of the Athenian tribe, Pandion's defeat to Perseus would not only deal a blow to the morale of the Athenians, but also shake his authority as the leader. After all, Pandion's leadership status was not inherited, but wrested from the previous leader by force. Seeing that Pandion did not dare to accept his challenge, Perseus said with a proud smile, "Great Pandion, since no Athenian challenges me, please reconsider." Before Perseus could finish speaking, Roy waved his war spear and pounced on Perseus like a swift falcon. "Perseus, I will be your opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, Roy came to Perseus and stabbed Perseus's neck with the blade of the war spear in his hand. Because Roy burst out with hero-level speed, Perseus' eyes widened with a solemn expression. While moving his body to avoid Roy's attack, he used his own war spear to counterattack Roy. There was a crisp sound. Roy's war spear and Perseus' war spear collided and changed each other's trajectories. As a result, Roy's spear failed to hurt Perseus, and Perseus' counterattack failed to hurt Roy. After the first attack failed, Roy then used a series of attacks, and for a while he suppressed Perseus and gained the upper hand. Philomela said happily while watching the battle between Roy and Perseus, "Sister, do you think brother Roy is venting his anger on you?" Procne's eyes were full of tenderness, and she nodded slightly. Chapter 93. The outcome of the battle is indifferent. Because Roy had the upper hand, Perseus was initially at a disadvantage in the battle. But Perseus soon noticed Roy's lack of combat experience, and he joked while easily parrying Roy's attack, "I'm so surprised. I didn't expect that you are not only a priest, but also have the strength of a hero, 100 enemies. Pandion actually allows people like you to exist. Does he really regard you as his son, and is willing to let you and Erechtheus competing for the position of heir?" Roy immediately sarcastically said, "Perseus, you are obviously the son of Polydex, the king of Seriphos, and the prince of Seriphos. But you claim to be the prince of Mycenae. Do you really naively think that Mycena, King Acrisios of Nigeria, will let you inherit the throne? You are only a grandson after all, and Acrisios will definitely let his grandson become the heir to the throne. You guy dash." Roy's words clearly angered Perseus. Perseus immediately struck back at Roy, his spear biting Roy's neck like a poisonous snake. Roy seemed to have anticipated Perseus' attack, and turned slightly to avoid Perseus' attack. Perseus launched several more rapid attacks, but Roy easily dodged them all. Unexpectedly, his attack could not hurt Roy at all. Perseus originally thought that Roy's combat experience was seriously lacking, and that he could defeat Roy as long as he counterattacked Roy. But the reality slapped him in the face. At this time, Pandion, Zeuxippus, Erechtheus, Procne, Philomela and two minor leaders were watching the battle. After seeing Perseus counterattack, Loe did not fall, being at a disadvantage. Everyone was shocked that Roy's strength was not inferior to that of Perseus. Roy was only away for a few days. How could his strength suddenly rise to the point where he could rival a young and powerful hero like Perseus? Pandion looked at Roy with complicated eyes, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Erechtheus murmured in disbelief, "Impossible. This is impossible. I lost to Perseus. But Roy was able to equalize with Perseus. Am I not even as strong as Roy?" Philomela said, waving her little fists. "Brother Roy, Come on. We must defeat that hateful Perseus. The reserved Procne prayed in a low voice. Great goddess Metis. Please lend your divine power to Brother Roy. Zeuxippus observed the reactions of his two daughters. With a meaningful smile on his face. Bang 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 bang. Clang clang clang. As time went on, the battle between Roy and Perseus became more and more intense. Although Perseus had already used all his strength, Roy had the blessing of Mnemosyne, foreseeing the future, and could predict Perseus' attack in advance. No amount of attacks from Perseus could hurt Roy. Although Perseus' attack could not hurt Roy, Roy's attack could not hurt Perseus, who was experienced in combat. The battle between the two has now become a war of attrition. Half an hour later, seeing that Roy and Perseus still couldn't decide the winner, Pandion suddenly said loudly, "You two stop." Roy and Perseus stopped and looked at Pandion, who said to them, "Since you can't decide the winner until now, it should be regarded as a deadlock. Roy, Perseus, this is just a duel to win or lose. Not a life and death fight. I don't want anything from you." There were casualties on one side. After hearing Pandion's verdict, Perseus sneered and said to Roy, "You are so lucky. If this duel goes to the end, the winner will definitely be me." Roy said without showing any signs of weakness, "You are obviously the lucky one. There is no reason why I should lose to you." Perseus smiled contemptuously, then looked at Pandion and said, "Great Pandion. Since I failed to defeat Roy, I respect the decision you made. Now I will leave the Athenian tribe. When I come to the Athenian tribe next time, I hope you will not regret today's decision." With that, Perseus turned and left, and his two attendants led the white horses to follow their master. After Perseus left with his two followers, Roy and others also returned to the stone house hall. As soon as everyone sat down at the stone table, the maids brought barbecue, white bread, fruits, vegetables, and wine to the stone table. Looking at the sumptuous food on the stone table, Pandion forced a smile and said, "This banquet was originally to celebrate the arrival of Perseus. But now it is changed to celebrate Roy getting rid of Perseus. A bad guest." After Pandion finished speaking, Philomela immediately picked up a piece of roast meat and put it into the earthenware bowl in front of Roy. "Brother Roy, you taught the hateful Perseus a lesson for your sister. This is your reward." After saying that, Philomela took off her veil. Now without Perseus as a strange guest, Philomela and Procne no longer had to hide their faces with veils. After Procne took off her veil, she looked at Roy and immediately blushed and lowered her head. Erechtheus looked at Roy with unconvincing eyes, obviously still unable to accept that Roy was stronger than him. Roy didn't pay attention to Erechtheus, looked at Pandion with a serious expression and said, "Chief Pandion, Perseus is not a fool. He will definitely not be naive to think that he can make us Athenians surrender to the Mycenaeans with a few words. So Perseus came to the Athenian tribe today just to a kind of temptation. We Athenians were so cowardly that we surrendered to him directly, which was a surprise to him. It was also expected for him that we Athenians refused to surrender. I think the Mycenaeans must have done a good job prepare to attack the Athenian tribes. So we must also prepare for war with the Mycenaeans." Pandion nodded and said, "You are right. We should really prepare for war." Erechtheus sneered at this time. "Loe, you are really smart. Perseus has already said that the Mycenaeans will go to war with the city of Corinth next. So why would they come to attack our Athenian tribe? I didn't expect Erechtheus to be so naive." Roy said dumbfounded. "Prince Erechtheus, Perseus is our enemy. How can we believe his words? The city of Corinth is stronger than our Athenian tribe. To choose between a powerful enemy and a weak enemy. It was a smart choice for the Mycenaeans to choose to wage war against the weak Athenian tribe. Because by conquering our Athenian tribe, the Mycenaeans would have more strength to attack the city of Corinth." After Erechtheus was rendered speechless by Loe, Zeuxippus suddenly spoke to Pandion. "Dear Pandion, do you regret your thoughts now? You just wanted your daughter to marry a noble and powerful husband. As a result, Procne suffered the humiliation of Perseus. I think daughters should marry those who truly love them. Only with the right people can they get a truly happy marriage. Is it true that in your heart, your daughter is just a tool for marriage?" Chapter 94 Procne proposes marriage. Pandion wanted his daughter to marry the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state. Of course, he had the idea of using his daughter for marriage. But he was also a daughter slave who truly loved his daughter. Seeing that his wife Zeuxippou could not understand him, Pandion said helplessly, "You really don't understand. In this era, marrying your daughters to a strong husband and protecting them for a lifetime, this is true happiness." Hearing Pandion's words, Roy couldn't help but say, "If that husband doesn't love them, maybe marrying a strong husband will make their lives worse than death." Chief Pandion, if you marry your daughters to a strong husband who doesn't love them, and wait until they are no longer young and beautiful, that powerful will the husband abandon them, or even kill them for a younger and more beautiful wife. Pandion immediately widened his eyes, with a shaken expression on his face, and finally said without confidence, "Then I will marry my daughters to a husband who is both strong and truly loves them." Then, Pandion changed the subject and said, "We'll talk about other things later. Now let's just focus on enjoying the food." After saying that, he picked up a piece of barbecue and tasted it. Seeing Philomela keep bringing food to Roy as a reward, Prochny, who was originally shy, mustered up the courage to pour a bowl of wine for Roy. "Brother Roy, thank you for being here for me." Seeing that Prochny was so shy that he couldn't even finish his words, Roy said with a gentle smile, "I have long said that I treat you and Philomela as my own sisters. If Perseus dares to humiliate you today, I will make him pay a heavy price in the future. Although the alcohol content of wine is not high, drinking too much can make you drunk." It's late afternoon. Roy returned to Metis Temple a little drunk, and saw Kaiwan cooking dinner with her 3 maids. Seeing Roy, Kaiwan stood up immediately and said with tears in her eyes, "You're finally back. Do you know how much my sisters and I have been worried about you during this time?" Hearing Kiona's cry, Roy walked towards the stone house and said with a smile, "Are you worried that if I don't come back, you, as slaves, will be assigned to other men? You are all my women. And of course I will not abandon you. So even if it is for you, I will definitely come back." After saying that, Roy pushed open the door of the stone house. Seeing that the floor of the stone house was covered with a white wool blanket, Roy was stunned for a moment, then took off his shoes and walked into the stone house. Lying on the stone bed also covered with wool blankets, Kaiwan followed Roy into the stone house, came to the stone bed and smelled the smell of alcohol on Roy's body. "It seems you drank a lot," Roy said with his eyes closed. "Yeah. So I want to get some sleep now." Looking at Roy's sleeping face, Kaiwan was suddenly surprised to find that there was a change in Roy that was difficult to describe in words. The more she stared at Roy's face, the stronger her feelings for Roy became. "What's wrong with me?" Kaiwan couldn't help but take a few steps back and said, "Although I regard him as my only support now, there is no reason for me to fall in love with him so quickly." After saying that, Kaiwan left the stone house as if running away. Brother Roy. Brother Roy. I don't know how much time passed, but Roy, who was sleeping, suddenly heard Prochny's gentle call ringing in his ears. Roy opened his eyes and saw Prochny standing beside his bed. She wore a close-fitting white cotton robe, and around her waist was a bronze belt given to her by Roy. Am I dreaming? Seeing a candle lit on the stone table, Roy couldn't help but smile. Prochny is always inseparable from Philomela. It is impossible for her to come to me alone. And it is still night. And it is impossible for the reserved Prochny to be alone in the same room with me. Prochny held Roy's right hand with her 2 small hands and said, "Brother Roy, you are not dreaming now." Feeling the coolness in Prochny's 2 little hands, Roy immediately sat up, looked at Prochny with wide eyes and said, "Prochny, why did you come to me alone at night? If your parents knew about this dash, my mother has given me permission to come to you. And there are male and female servants outside to protect me." After listening to Prochny's explanation, Roy breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Prochny, why are you coming to me alone at night? What's the important thing?" Prochny blushed shyly and lowered her head. "Can you really not see what I'm thinking? See your thoughts." Roy looked at Prochny carefully, and finally his eyes rested on the bronze belt. After Roy gave the bronze belts to Prochny and Philomela, they had never been seen wearing these 2 bronze belts. Because in this era, a girl accepting a belt from a man is equivalent to accepting a pair of intimate clothes from a man. Now Prochny is wearing the bronze belt given by Roy, which is obviously a hint to Roy that she is willing to accept Roy's pursuit. "Prochny, do you think I'm pursuing you? Don't you want to pursue me?" Prochny said with a smile. "Today I was humiliated by Perseus. Brother Erechtheus is my biological brother. He should stand up and fight for me. Brother Roy. Of course you fight for me because you like me. And when we got along before, I was not unaware of how ambiguous our relationship was. Brother Roy deliberately had an affair with me. Wasn't it because you liked me? Prockney really noticed it. Rather, it was abnormal for Prockney to not notice Roy's deliberate approach. Probably only the naive and simple Philomela would not notice it. Seeing that Roy did not deny it, Prockney continued. Brother Roy. Seeing you fighting for me today, I finally confirmed that I also like Brother Roy. I will ask my mother for help and let my mother convince my father to leave me in the Athens tribe. Are you willing to propose to your father? Facing Prockney's confession, Roy had a troubled expression on his face. Although Roy did deliberately get close to Prockney and Philomela and cultivate their affection for him, it was not because he liked them, but to use them to protect himself. In fact, Roy knew very clearly that his existence itself was a challenge and threat to the leader's family. So in order to protect himself, Roy even thought about pushing down Prockney and Philomela and letting them conceive their children. When Pandion dealt with Roy, Roy could say with a relaxed look, Father-in-law, you don't want your daughter to become a widow and your grandson to be born without a father. Unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Roy now has the strength of a hero, 100 enemies, and no longer needs to use Prockney and Philomela to protect himself. More importantly, Roy is already engaged to Harmonia. If Roy accepts Prockney, will Prockney endure the humiliation of becoming a concubine's wife? Or will his first fiancée, Harmonia, endure the humiliation of becoming a concubine's wife? Chapter 95 The Doubt of the Goddess Metis. Is this really Prockney? Looking at Prockney's expectant eyes, Roy couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. In Roy's impression, Prockney's education gave her a shy and reserved character. So Prockney would not be so bold as to stay in the same room with Roy alone at night, let alone ask Roy to come to him. She proposed. I'm afraid it was Aphrodite's blessing, charm enhancement, that had an impact on Prockney, which made her do something completely different from normal. Prockney, I think you need to calm down now. Brother Roy, do you think I'm just impulsive? Prockney said with a gentle and sweet smile. Actually, I have always had a crush on you. It was just because I didn't dare to resist my father's marriage arrangement for me that I turned a blind eye to your intentions. But you gave me the courage today. I am willing to break through all resistance and be with Brother Roy. Together. After saying that, Prockney took the initiative and threw herself into Roy's arms, hugging Roy's waist with both hands. Prockney. Feeling Prockney's accelerated heartbeat due to strong shyness through her thin clothes, Roy said with a solemn expression. In the past, you and Philomela were with me at the same time. And I treated you two sisters with the same attitude. If you think that my attitude is that I am pursuing you, it means that I am also pursuing Philomela. Are you willing to become a love rival with your sister? After hearing Roy's words, Prockney instantly stiffened. Brother Roy. Are you kidding me? My sister Philomela is still a child. 15 is not young anymore. Among the common people, let alone girls who get married at 15. There are even girls who get married at 13. If you think 15-year-old Philomela is child, I also think you are a child at the age of 16. Brother Roy said this to me to make me give up being with you. I just want you to be aware that you will not be the only girl around me. If Philomela has the same idea as you, are you willing to serve the same husband as other girls? Prockney was silent for a moment, then buried her face in Roy's arms and said, For other girls, I can accept them becoming concubines with a lower status than me. After all, it is normal for men to have many women. If Philomela likes Brother Roy as much as I do, I am willing to let Philomela do it first wife. I will be Brother Roy's concubine. Even if you are my side chamber. Do you still want to be with me? Wrong. Prockney immediately shook his head and said, I am willing to let Philomela be your head wife. If Philomela does not have the same idea as me, of course I will not agree to let another woman be your head wife. The effect of Aphrodite's blessing, charm boost, is so powerful. She was actually able to make Prockney agree that the sisters would serve the same husband together. Even if they were side wives, they would still be with her. If he had not made an engagement with Harmonia, Roy would have accepted Prockney's love without hesitation. Now Roy could only change the subject and said, Prockney. Perseus is the grandson of Acrisios, the king of Mycenae. If he wants to defeat his competitors and become the heir to the throne, he can only launch wars to build merit and prestige. So Perseus soon he will launch a war against our Athenian tribe, and use the Athenian tribe as a stepping stone for him to ascend to the throne of Mycenae. Now I just want to concentrate on the upcoming war. After the war is over, I can respond to your wishes after careful consideration. Dealing with the war is indeed a more important thing. I am willing to wait for Brother Roy. After hearing Procne's answer, Roy breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's already very late now. If you don't go back, Mrs. Zeuxippus will definitely think that I ate you. And then she will take me to marry you." "Eat me?" Procne raised her head and said with confusion. "Brother Roy can eat people. Or can men eat women? It seems that Mrs. Zeuxippus hasn't taught you about things between husband and wife." Looking at Procne's innocent little face, Roy couldn't help but whisper a few words into her ear. "Ah!" Procne screamed in shame and hurriedly ran away from Roy's arms. "Brother Roy, you have to wait until you get married to me to have a child. If I have a child before I get married, my father will definitely beat me to death, as a shame to the family." "Silly girl. Chief Pandion values his daughter more than the family's reputation. So he will not beat you to death. But will quickly get us married. As long as we have children. Even if my father-in-law doesn't like me, he will hold your nose and recognize me as your son-in-law." Looking at Roy's confident smile, Procne mustered up the courage to say, "If my mother can't convince my father, I'm willing to dedicate my body and soul to Brother Roy to get my father to agree to our marriage." After saying that, Procne's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, and she turned and ran away from Roy. Procne. Looking at Procne's leaving figure, Roy put away his smile and whispered with a complicated expression, "Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement, is indeed a curse. Without Aphrodite's blessing, I would not have faced the problem of choosing between Harmonia and Procne. Philomela also has a crush on me. If she also falls in love with me because of Aphrodite's blessing." Thinking of the scene of Harmonia, Procne, and Philomela competing for a husband, Roy walked out of the stone house with a headache and came to the statue of Metis located in the center of the temple square. Under the bright moonlight, Roy looked up at the statue of Metis and murmured in a low voice, "Goddess Metis." Roy just read Metis's name and did not call for the goddess to come. But the next moment, the Metis statue bloomed with dazzling blue divine light. And then the Metis statue turned into the goddess Metis herself. Seeing Metis lowering his head and looking down at him with cold eyes, Roy said with some confusion, "Great goddess Metis, have I done something to make you angry? You have the blessings of other gods." Metis said in an interrogating tone, "Did you betray me and join other gods?" It turns out that Metis took the initiative to come to her because she noticed that she was blessed by other gods and suspected that she had betrayed her. Roy immediately shook his head and said, "I did not betray you. I will receive blessings from other gods because I helped the earth goddess Mnemosyne in the Thebes area and offended the foreign god Aphrodite." Roy explained the reason why he received Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement, and Mnemosyne's blessing, predicting the future. And then Metis said with a faint smile, "After you return to the Athenian tribe, you should immediately explain this matter to me and let me clear up the misunderstanding." After saying that, Metis's body once again bloomed with azure divine light. Seeing Metis preparing to leave, Roy couldn't help but said, "Goddess Metis, please wait a moment." Chapter 96 The Athenian Maiden Goddess Metis. Metis restrained his blue divine light, looked down at Roy expressionlessly and said, "What else do you want?" Roy was hesitant at this time, because Roy's purpose in preventing Metis from leaving was to confess to Metis. Perhaps it was because of his contact with the goddess Mnemosyne that Roy reduced his awe of the goddess Metis. After some inner struggle, Roy plucked up the courage to speak to Metis. "Goddess Metis, I want to tell you that I fell in love with you when we first met. This is why I will never betray you. You are pursuing me." Metis frowned and sneered. "Human. You want to fool the goddess of wisdom. You said you love me. How long have we been in contact? How many words have we said? What reason do you have to fall in love with me? You said you love me. I think you just want to be my husband. Share in me the eternal life and power of God." After hearing Metis' words, Roy thought about it carefully. The total time Roy spent in contact with Metis was only a few minutes. The words Roy told Metis were also so few that they could be calculated with the fingers of both hands. It was precisely because of this that Roy thought he fell in love with Metis at first sight. But Roy knew very well that he was not someone who fell in love at first sight. Even if Metis is a sacred and beautiful goddess, even if Metis saved Roy's life, Roy has no reason to fall in love with Metis. Perhaps what made Roy fall in love with Metis at first sight was not Metis, but the immortality and divine power possessed by Metis as a god. Thinking of this, Roy looked at Metis with frank eyes and said, "Goddess Metis, I don't deny that I want to be your husband and want to share eternal life and divine power with you. But I think I also really love you." "You are lying." Metis immediately sneered. "If another goddess expresses her willingness to marry you and share eternal life and divine power with you, will you reject that goddess or continue to pursue me? A goddess who does not want to marry you." Faced with this problem, Roy thought about it seriously. If the goddess Mnemosyne is willing to marry her but Metis is not willing to marry her, will she choose to marry the goddess Mnemosyne or continue to pursue Metis? In the end, the answer Roy got was that in order to gain eternal life and divine power, Roy would choose to marry Mnemosyne. From the changes in Roy's expression, he could see Roy's inner thoughts. Metis teased jokingly. "It seems that you have understood what you are really pursuing in your heart. Don't say that your love for me is fake. Even if you really love me, I will not marry a mere human. As a holy virgin goddess, neither a human man nor a male god has the right to blaspheme me. Are you going to be a virgin who will never marry?" Seeing that Metis did not deny it, Roy continued. "Then as the virgin goddess of Athens, you will get the alias Athena, Athenian maiden, and become Athena Metis." "Athena Metis." Metis's eyes lit up and he said with a faint smile, "If in the future I make a vow not to marry and establish that I am an eternal Athenian virgin, then I will accept the name Athena, the Athenian maiden, and let this name belong only to me." The nickname Athena, girl of Athens, is, of course, a very broad nickname. As long as she is a virgin goddess in Athens, she can be called Athena, Athenian girl. In other words, even the dew goddess Procne, the field goddess Philomela, and the winter snow goddess Chiron, who were deified into goddesses, can use the name Athena. If Metis wanted to become the only Athena, she must annex Procne, Philomela, and Chiron, goddesses who fit the identity of Athena, or let them get married and lose their status as virgin goddesses. Roy could think of this, and Metis could certainly think of this too. Metis looked at Roy with soft eyes and said, "Loie, as a human, you should pursue human girls. There are human girls around you such as Procne, Philomela, and Chiron who are as beautiful as goddesses. You should pursue them. Now you have me, and with the blessing of Mnemosyne, you are strong enough to overthrow Pandion and become the new ruler of the Athenian tribe. Even if you occupy Procne, Philomela, and Chiron at the same time, no one can oppose you. Give up. Instead of pursuing the unrealistic idea of pursuing a goddess, grasp the happiness that is within your reach." After saying that, Metis' body glowed with azure divine light. When the blue divine light disappeared, Metis' body transformed back into the statue of Metis. It really failed. His confession was rejected by Metis, which was of course what Roy expected. It seems that Aphrodite's blessing only affects human girls and cannot affect the goddess who has a crush on me. As the man who helped Metis become the patron saint of the Athenian tribe, Roy knew that Metis, like Mnemosyne, had a favorable impression of him. Roy will muster up the courage to confess to Metis just because he wants to use Aphrodite's blessing to make his confession successful. Although the confession failed, it also allowed Roy to confirm that Aphrodite's blessing could not have an effect on the goddess. Roy walked to the door of the stone house with a heartbroken mood, and saw that the door of the wooden house where the maids lived was slightly open, and Chiron was standing behind the door looking at him. A dim shadow enveloped Chioni's body, preventing Roy from seeing the expression on Chioni's face. Roy could only say tentatively, "Did you hear what I just said?" As a human, Chiron could not see Metis' form or hear Metis' voice, but she could see Roy's figure and hear Roy's voice. Hearing Roy's inquiry, Chiron walked out of the door. The bright moonlight shines on Chioni's long white hair and white dress hanging down her shoulders, making her as beautiful and holy as the winter snow goddess descending to the world. Chiron said nervously, "I hear you want to woo the goddess Metis. It doesn't matter if you hear it." Roy stretched out his hands, hugged Chioni's petite body tightly and said, "You are my slave and the woman who belongs to me. I believe you will never betray me. Even if my desire to pursue the goddess is known to others, I don't care about becoming the object of ridicule. Great gods are on a different level from us humans. Even loving the goddess in your heart is a kind of blasphemy." Chiron couldn't help but persuade Roy. "If you really want to be a god, try to become a heroic god yourself. You want me to give up pursuing the goddess Metis?" Roy said with a faint smile. I am different from you. I think that although gods have powerful power, they are essentially the same life as humans. So I will not give up pursuing the goddess. Because I want to become a god while alive. And I don't want to be a god after death. Become a heroic god who is always inferior to the gods. Chapter 97 Perseus attacks Athens. The second day back to the Athenian tribe. When Roy came to the villages of Par and Pendeli, where the Eleusinians lived, he saw that these two villages had been surrounded by 5-meter-high cement walls. Like a small city independent of the city of Athens. On the road that serves as the dividing line between the two villages, there stands the gate leading in and out of the two villages. In the open space outside the high cement wall, Ares was leading the teenagers who followed Roy and 300 Eleusinian soldiers, conducting battle training with wooden spears. Seeing Roy's figure, Ares immediately widened his eyes, as if he thought he was hallucinating. Ares. After Roy called his name, Ares came back to his senses and ran to Roy excitedly and said, "Master Priest, you are finally back. If you don't come back, my companions and I will not know where to go." After hearing Ares' words, Roy realized that it was time for him to have a wife and children. If Roy has a wife and children, let alone Roy not coming back for a long time, even if Roy really dies outside, Ares and the others, as Roy's followers, can continue to be loyal to Roy's wife and children. Legend has it that Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, left his hometown for 20 years to participate in the Trojan War. Even after Odysseus left for 20 years, his throne was not taken away because Odysseus' father and wife guarded the throne for him. Now Roy is alone. If anything happens to Roy, Roy's followers will lose their loyalty. So even if Roy lost news for just a few days, it would leave followers confused and uneasy. Thinking of this, Roy stretched out his right hand and patted Ares on the shoulder. "Ares, if you encounter this kind of situation in the future where you can't find me in a short period of time, you should regard Princess Procne as your object of loyalty. Don't let your companions lose their loyalty." Ares immediately opened his eyes in surprise and joy and said, "Master Priest, you will marry Princess Procne, and Princess Procne will be your wife. Although Harmonia is Loe's first fiancée, Ares and the others are Athenians. Harmonia is from Thebes." If Roy asked these Athenian teenagers to regard Harmonia as a target of loyalty, they might not be able to accept it. If any of them regarded Roy as a traitor to the Athenian tribe and told Pandion about Roy's relationship with Harmonia, things would develop out of control. So Roy could only use Procne to make these followers loyal to Procne as his wife. Looking at Ares' expression, Roy nodded and said, "In order for you to follow me with peace of mind, I will ask Chief Pandion to marry Princess Procne. Even if there is no news from me for a long time, or even if something happens to me, Procne will take care of you on my behalf." These followers. "Then can I tell everyone the good news?" "Not yet." Roy shook his head and said, "This matter is related to Princess Procne's reputation. You must keep it a secret before I make an engagement with Princess Procne." After Ares nodded heavily, Roy changed the subject and asked, "How are these Eleusinian soldiers trained?" "They already have a certain amount of combat power." Ares turned to look at the 300 Eleusinian soldiers and said, "Many of these people were originally tribal soldiers of the Eleusis tribe. After our training, these people have the combat power of ordinary soldiers. But the leader of Pandion still cannot trust the Eleusis people. So the Eleusis people soldiers can only use wooden spears, not bronze war spears. And they cannot be equipped with paper armor." After answering, Ares said happily, "Master Priest. Originally, the two Eleusinian villages were managed by the Master Priest and Princess Procne respectively. When the Master Priest married Princess Procne, the Eleusinians and the 300 Eleusinians the soldiers are all managed by the priest. If he hadn't met Harmonia, perhaps Roy would have had the same reaction as Ares. But now, by marrying Harmonia, Roy can rule the tens of thousands of people and thousands of soldiers of the Thebes tribe, sitting on the fertile plains, rich mountains and forests, and copper and iron mines. Marrying Procne would give him 1,500 people and 150 soldiers, which could no longer make Roy's heart fluctuate. Clang! 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 Just as Roy was about to pass through the city gate and check out the small city of Eleusis, which was composed of 2 Eleusinian villages, a loud and rapid sound of bronze being struck suddenly sounded from the Acropolis in the distance. Ares' face immediately changed, and he said to Roy anxiously, Master Priest. This is the siren call for the Athenian tribe to face war. We must go to the war immediately. The Athenian tribe now has a population of tens of thousands and is already the most powerful tribe in the Attica Peninsula. Which force would be crazy enough to launch a war against the Athenian tribe? Roy looked in the direction of the Acropolis. And the face of Perseus appeared in his mind. Now only the Mycenaeans, who conquered the Argos region, had both the strength to attack the Athenian tribes and the ambition to conquer the Athenian tribes. Are they really Mycenaeans? Perseus left the Athenian tribe yesterday, and led the Mycenaeans to attack the Athenian tribe today. This did not give the Athenian tribe any time to respond to the war. Guessing that the enemy attacking the Athenian tribe was Perseus, Roy held the bronze war spear in his right hand and turned to Ares and ordered. Ares. Now you go and order the Eleusinian soldiers to guard their village. You and other companions put on paper armor and carry bronze war spears with me to participate in the war. After Ares nodded, he took action immediately. After Loe rushed back to the Athenian tribe with 50 well-armed teenagers. 300 Eleusinian soldiers were divided into two groups to guard the west gate and the east gate of the small city of Eleusis respectively. Now not only are the two Eleusinian villages surrounded by concrete walls, they have become a small Eleusinian city. The Athenian tribe was also surrounded by concrete walls, turning it into a city of Athens that could accommodate 20,000 people. Roy and 50 young men rushed to the west gate of Athens and saw Pandion and 800 soldiers fighting against the invaders with their backs against the city gate. The invaders who attacked the city of Athens were indeed Mycenaeans. Because one of the three leaders of the invaders was Perseus. And the other two leaders of the invaders were two middle-aged men about the same age as Pandion. And their faces were somewhat similar to Perseus. Those are Perseus' father and uncle. Because the faces of the two middle-aged leaders were similar to Perseus. And they both looked at Perseus with concern. Roy could not tell which one of them was Perseus' father. Which is Perseus' uncle? Why does Perseus' uncle care about Perseus as a son? Does Perseus' uncle have some hidden relationship with his mother Danae? Chapter 98 Perseus conquers Medusa. In ancient legends, there are two different versions of Perseus' life experience. The first version is that Perseus' mother Danae married Polydex, king of Seriphos. Because Polydex was the father of Perseus, Perseus was both the prince of Mycenae and the prince and heir to the throne of Seriphos. The second version is that Perseus' mother Danae married Docetus, the brother of Polydex, king of Seriphos. Because Polydex coveted Danae, Perseus killed King Polydex when he grew up and made his father Docetus the new king of Seriphos. Because there are two versions of Perseus' life experience. Polydex, the king of Seriphos, and his brother Diostes were both the husbands of Danae and the father of Perseus. Of course, this is the Perseus of an ancient legend from another world. In the world where Loe is now, Polydex, king of Seriphos, is Danae's only husband and Perseus' only father. Even if there was a secret relationship between Diostes and Danae, it would not be known to a third party. At this time, outside the west gate of Athens, the three leaders, Perseus, Polydex, and Diostes, were leading a fierce attack with 800 soldiers. Although Pandion and Erechtheus also had 800 soldiers. Pandion was being besieged by the two brothers Polydex and Diostes. And Erechtheus was also defeated by Perseus, who was far more powerful than him. Suppresses. Because Pandion and Erechtheus were suppressed by the three enemy leaders, the morale of the Athenian soldiers was also hit. And they were slowly retreating into the city of Athens under the fierce attack of the Mycenaean soldiers. Roy led his followers to the west gate and saw Perseus mockingly taunting Erechtheus while forcing him to retreat with fierce attacks. Athenians, it seems that your city of Athens will be conquered by us Mycenaeans today. After we capture the Acropolis, we will not only humiliate your beautiful mother and sister, but also your Athenian goddess Metis. Belittled and humiliated, I will imitate the myth of Marduk, the king of the gods in the Mesopotamia, slaying the great goddess Tiamat, and make up the myth of Perseus slaying the snake succubus Metis. If we surrender now, I can mercifully change Metis's name and make up the myth of Perseus killing the snake succubus Medusa. But I will let Medusa have the exaltification power of the sea goddess. Let everyone understand that Medusa, the snake succubus slain by the great hero Perseus, is Metis, the goddess of your Athenians. Perseus. Hearing Perseus' words, Roy immediately rushed over angrily, brandishing his bronze war spear and delivering a swift blow. Because Roy had the strength of a hero, 100 enemies. Perseus did not dare to be careless and immediately retreated to avoid Roy's attack. After Roy and Erechtheus stood together, Erechtheus said shyly. Go away. I don't want to join forces with you to deal with Perseus. You are no match for Perseus yet. Roy shook his head and said. Leave Perseus to me. And you go help Chief Pandion. Erechtheus turned his head and saw that Pandion was struggling to hold on under the siege of Polydex and Dystes. So he could only go over to support his father unwillingly. With Erechtheus sharing the pressure, the situation became Pandion versus Polydex. Erechtheus versus Dystes. And the four people were tied for a while. After Roy and Perseus had a one-on-one confrontation, Perseus said with a joking smile. Priest Roy. The last time we had a duel there was no winner. Now we can have a fight that could decide the winner and life and death. I will use facts to prove to everyone that you are not even tied with me at all, strength. Roy said with a cold face. Perseus. You actually insulted the goddess I serve. I will use your life as a sacrifice to the goddess Metis to help you wash away the sin of blaspheming the goddess. After speaking, Roy took the initiative to attack Perseus. The golden bronze war spear shining under the scorching sun struck Perseus like a bolt of lightning. Perseus easily dodged Roy's attack and then counterattacked with his spear. Roy has the blessing of Mnemosyne, predicting the future, and can easily dodge Perseus' attack. Although the battle between the two was fierce, it could only result in a tie. Perseus couldn't help but say. It's really unpleasant. Your combat experience is obviously far inferior to mine. But you can always dodge my attacks with your strong fighting instinct. The god of destiny really loves you and gave you such a strong fighting instinct. Stupid Perseus. Roy mocked with a playful sneer. The person who gave me this fighting instinct is not an illusory goddess of destiny, whose real existence cannot be confirmed. But a real goddess. Isn't your fighting instinct innate? It seems that the goddess Metis is more powerful than I thought. But you will still lose this battle. Because if the two of us become a war of attrition, your strength will fail before me. If Roy only had the blessing and divine power of Metis, Roy's power would indeed fail before Perseus. But Loe also possesses the blessings and divine power granted by Metis and Mnemosyne. Although Roy does not have endless power like a demigod hero, Roy already has the potential to grow into a great hero, 1,000 enemies. Even if he engages in a war of attrition with Perseus, Roy will not lose his strength. Lost to Perseus. Perseus. I don't think I will lose to you in a war of attrition. And I will defeat you before entering a war of attrition. After saying that, Roy used the bronze war spear to attack Perseus' weak spot while avoiding Perseus' attack. Puff. Although Perseus made an evasive action, Roy's spear blade still stabbed Perseus in the right shoulder. Perseus immediately took a few steps back, looked at Roy with wide eyes and said with disbelief. How is this possible? Did you already predict which part of you I would attack when I attacked you? Roy can predict the future while fighting. As the biggest trump card. This is of course a secret that cannot be exposed. So seeing Perseus doubting his ability, Roy sneered. Stupid Perseus. Haven't you noticed that the moves you use when attacking have begun to repeat? My memory is very good. Even if I don't have the ability to predict your moves, I can predict your moves. Attack. After saying that, Roy continued to attack Perseus, not allowing Perseus to have more time to think. Could it be that my moves are really starting to repeat themselves? Although Perseus did not completely believe Roy's words, he still changed the way he attacked Roy. Chapter 99 Perseus was defeated for the first time. Phalerum Bay south of Piraeus port. Metis appeared on the sea with a huge figure 100 meters tall, overlooking the war between the Athenians and the Mycenaeans. As soon as the Mycenaean god Zeus arrives, Metis will immediately go to the battlefield to fight Zeus. The strange thing is that after Roy led his followers into the battle, the battlefield situation became unfavorable to the Mycenaeans. But the Mycenaeans' god Zeus still did not come. Looking at the changes in the battlefield situation, Metis said doubtfully, is this war just a tentative attack by King Acrisios of Mycenae? So neither King Acrisios of Mycenae nor Zeus, the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, care about the outcome of this war. Now the goddess Metis does not know that among the 800 soldiers led by Perseus, Polydex and Dystes, 500 of them belonged to Polydex and Dystes of the Seriphos soldiers. Only 300 were Mycenaean soldiers brought by Perseus. Acrisios, king of Mycenae, had thousands of soldiers, but only sent 300 to Perseus. Apparently the Mycenaean king Acrisios really didn't care about the outcome of this war, because the goal that Mycenaean king Acrisios really wanted to conquer was not the distant city of Athens, but the nearby city of Corinth. The only people who really care about the outcome of this war are Perseus, his father Polydex, and uncle Diestes. Just conquering the powerful Athenian tribe would bring Perseus one step closer to becoming the heir to the Mycenaean throne. West Gate of Athens. The fierce war between the Athenians and the Mycenaeans continued. Although the battles between the leaders of Loe and Perseus, Pandion and Polydex, Erechtheus and Diestes have not yet decided. The 50 soldiers brought by Loe, a young boy, joined the battle, making the battle between the soldiers clearly decided. And the balance of victory began to tilt towards the Athenians. Seeing the changes in the battlefield, Perseus knew that he must defeat Roy as soon as possible. Because after the Mycenaean soldiers were completely defeated by the Athenian soldiers, the Athenian soldiers would help Loe, Pandion, and Erechtheus defeat Perseus, Polydex, and Diestes. In order to defeat Roy, Perseus stopped avoiding Roy's attacks and began to attack Roy desperately, hoping to win at the cost of injury. Seeing Perseus eager to win, Roy had a faint smile on his face. Now that Perseus' mentality is disordered, he will only get further and further away from victory. Roy easily dodged Perseus' attack while looking for Perseus' weaknesses. Loe, are you a coward? Seeing Roy not fighting head-on with him, Perseus sarcastically said in a provocative way, if you are a hero, use your strength to decide the winner with me. Don't hide and avoid my attacks. Stupid Perseus. Do you think we are having a hero's duel? Roy immediately sarcastically said. What we are engaged in now is a war. In order to win the war, I will use all means at all costs. Because after the war is over, only the winner can claim to represent justice. Perseus, it seems that you want to finish this as soon as possible. It is a war. But I am not in a hurry at all. Because behind us is the city of Athens with a population of tens of thousands. At this moment when we are fighting the war, the young and strong men of Athens are being mobilized. When both of us are exhausted from fighting, hundreds of young Athenians will rush over with wooden spears and deliver the final blow to you Mycenaeans. You damn guy dash. Perseus said angrily through gritted teeth. Without you, Pandion and his son and the Athenian soldiers would have been beaten by us and retreated to the city of Athens. Without me, the Athenians would not be able to build tall concrete walls. And the Athenians would be beaten to the point of retreating to the Acropolis. Roy said with a smile. It's a pity that there are no IFS in the world. And even without me, Chief Pandion can rely on the Acropolis of Athens, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. To defeat you invaders with a war of attrition, knowing that the war he initiated was bound to fail. Perseus was shaken and his actions showed obvious flaws. Roy, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, immediately swung his bronze war spear and stabbed Perseus. Perseus was unable to dodge, and his right arm was scratched by Roy's spear blade. And the bronze war spear in his hand also fell to the ground. Roy immediately followed the rules on the battlefield, picked up Perseus' war spear with his left hand and said, Perseus, now you have lost to me. Your war spear is the first trophy I got. But now I want to return your war spear to you. After saying that, Roy threw the war spear at Perseus. Just when the war spear was about to penetrate Perseus' body, Diestes rushed to Perseus and held up a cowhide shield to block the war spear thrown by Roy. Poof! Because Roy's strength was too strong, the sharp bronze war spear penetrated the cowhide shield and stabbed Diestes' arm holding the shield. After Diestes blocked a blow for Perseus, Polydex also came to Perseus to persuade him. My son, we have lost this war and now we must leave immediately. Although Perseus was not willing to fail, he did not want to be captured or die. So Perseus gritted his teeth and said, I will remember the shame of today. Father, uncle, next, you will command the battle, and I will prepare the sailors to set sail. After saying that, Perseus covered the wound on his right arm with his left hand and left. Polydex and Diestes led the soldiers while fighting and retreating to the coast. Loe, Pandion, and Erechtheus followed closely with the Athenian soldiers, killing one enemy soldier after another. When Polydex and Diestes fled to the coast with their soldiers, their 800 soldiers had become 500. 100 Mycenaean soldiers and 200 Seriphos soldiers were turned into corpses and remained forever in the strange land of Athens. Loe, Pandion, and Erechtheus chased them to the coast, and then stopped chasing the enemy and watched the Mycenaeans rowing boats in panic and fear to escape from the coast. After the Athenian soldiers came to the coast, Roy suddenly raised his spear and shouted, Athenians, under the protection of the great goddess Metis, We defeated the invaders and won victory. Long live the great goddess Metis. As soon as Roy finished speaking, Roy's followers shouted, "Long live the great goddess Metis! Long live the great goddess Metis!" Led by Ares and others, all the Athenian soldiers shouted, "Long live the great goddess Metis! Long live the great goddess Metis!" Pandion turned to look at Roy and couldn't help but frown. Leading the soldiers to shout slogans is obviously something that Pandion, or his son Erechtheus, can do. But Pandion did not attack Roy. This is not only because Loe is the hero who defeated the Mycenaeans, but also because Loe's strength makes Pandion afraid. Chapter 100 Tereus, King of Elis. The stronger Roy becomes, the greater the threat to the leader's family. But Pandion could only temporarily suppress the idea of dealing with Roy. This is not only because Roy has shown no ambition to compete for the power of the leader, but also because the Athenian tribe faces powerful external threats. Today's war between the Athenians and the Mycenaeans. Without Loe, the Athenian tribe would not only be difficult to win, but might even lose the war. Once he loses this war, Pandion will not only lose his identity and power as a leader, but even his beautiful wife and daughter will become the enemy's trophies and suffer all kinds of humiliation and torture. Wait a moment. When Erechtheus becomes a hero in his own right, enemy of 100, Roy can be driven away. Thinking of this, Pandion showed a faint smile on his face. If it were some short-sighted rulers, perhaps they would be eager to deal with Roy when they saw Roy's threat. But Pandion had a long-term vision. So Loe not only became the cornerstone of promoting the development and growth of the Athenian tribe, but also became an important force in the Athenian tribe's defeat of the invaders. When Roy, Pandion, and Erechtheus returned to the west gate of Athens in triumph with the Athenian soldiers, another group of soldiers appeared in the northwest of Athens. This new group of soldiers was not only fully armed, but also numbered more than 300. Seeing this legion of 300 men approaching the city of Athens, Pandion immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle. At this moment, the legion approaching the city of Athens sent a messenger with his hands raised. The messenger hurried over and said, "Don't get me wrong, dear Athenians. We are not your enemies, the Mycenaeans, but your reinforcements." Reinforcements. Perseus failed to force the Athenian tribe to surrender yesterday, and today he launched a war against the Athenian tribe, which was completely unexpected by the Athenian tribe. Even if the Athenian tribe wanted reinforcements, there was no time to send envoys to ask for help. How could reinforcements come to help the Athenian tribe? Although full of doubts about this legion claiming to be reinforcements, Pandion still asked the envoy, "Since you are not the enemy of us Athenians, let me introduce your identities. We are the Hellenes of the northwestern Peloponnese, and our king is Tereus, the favorite of ours, the god of war." The messenger turned around and pointed with his right hand at the leader of the legion, a young man, who looked to be under 30 years old, and said, "That is our king Tereus. In order to aid the Athenians, King Tereus personally led us to help you. You are from Elis." Roy couldn't help but be a little surprised when he learned the identity of the so-called reinforcements. The Elis people live in the Elis region in the northwestern Peloponnese. Because the two mountainous areas of Achaia and Arcadia surround the Elis region from the east and south, the Elis people had little interaction with people from other parts of the Peloponnese. Other areas of the Peloponnese Peninsula have entered agricultural civilization. The Elis people live in the Elis plain, where the land is fertile and suitable for farming. But they still retain the living customs of their ancient nomadic ancestors. Because the Elis retain the living customs of the nomads, Ars, the patron saint of the Elis, is also a brutal and violent god of war and killing. This so-called reinforcement turned out not to come from the Thebes or Corinth regions adjacent to the Attica Peninsula, but from the distant Elis region. Pandion's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the Elis legion getting closer and closer to the city of Athens. When the Elis army was only 100 meters away from the city of Athens, King Tereus of the Elis stopped the soldiers where they were, then walked to Pandion alone and said, "If I guess correctly, you are Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe." Tereus said politely like a junior to an elder. "Let me introduce myself. I am Tereus, king of the city of Elis in the Elis region. The great mother river Pinios divides the great plain of Elis into two parts. I rule the northern part of the great plain of Elis. His brother Enamanos ruled the southern part of the great plain of Elis and the city of Olympia. I have been paying attention to the Mycenaeans ever since the barbarian invaders Mycenaeans conquered the Argos region. Learned that the Mycenaeans wanting to conquer the Athenian tribe I immediately came to support with 300 soldiers. But I was a step too late. And you Athenians defeated the Mycenaeans before I arrived. After the Mycenaeans conquered the Argos region, the next target of their invasion was either the ancient and powerful city of Corinth, or they invaded the Elis region through the barren mountains. As potential targets for a Mycenaean invasion, the Hellenes did have reason to come to the aid of the Athenian tribes. Although Tereus and the reinforcements he brought did not help the Athenian tribe, Pandion still said with a smile, "Dear Tereus, on behalf of all Athenians, I thank you for coming. Although I was unable to fight alongside you, I now invite you to attend our banquet and celebrate the defeat of the Mycenaeans with us Athenians." Tereus nodded and said, "As a guest who abides by guest etiquette, I accept all arrangements made by Chief Pandion." Then Tereus asked his envoy to send an order to the Elis soldiers, ordering the Elis soldiers to station outside the city of Athens. Loe, Pandion, Erechtheus, and Tereus brought the Athenian soldiers to the Acropolis, and saw the entrance to the gate of the Acropolis. The leader's wife Zeuxippe, Procne, and Philomela were wearing veils, hiding his face. He holds an olive branch wreath in his hand, waiting for the winner. Pandion immediately quickened his pace and walked to Zeuxippe. He lowered his head and asked Zeuxippe to put a victory wreath on his head, seeing Procne coming over on her own initiative. Erechtheus also lowered his head, preparing to accept his sister's flower crown. But Procne did not go to Erechtheus, but came to Loe with a blushing face. Procne. Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw that Procne actually wanted to present a flower crown to himself in front of everyone. Because Procne is different from Philomela. As a 16-year-old girl, Procne presented a flower crown to Roy, which was equivalent to confessing her love to Roy. Although he was surprised by Procne's boldness, Roy still lowered his head and let Procne put the olive branch wreath she had knitted on his head. This also means that Roy accepts Procne's confession. Philomela puffed up her cheeks and walked up to Erechtheus with an unhappy look on her face and said, "Dear brother, if you don't mind that this is the flower crown I knitted for brother Roy, then I will give this flower crown to you." "Can I say I mind?" Erechtheus said with a helpless expression. "My dear sister sent me a flower crown. How can I refuse as a brother?" After saying that, he lowered his head to Philomela. At this time, Tereus's eyes widened, looking at Procne for a while, and then for Philomela. "I didn't expect that Chief Pandion would have two such beautiful daughters. Even if their faces are hidden by the veil, I can see that they have a beauty comparable to that of a goddess." Chapter 101 Tereus asks to marry two sisters. Defeating the Mycenaeans in the war was undoubtedly an unprecedented victory for the Athenian tribe. At this time, in the vast open space of the Acropolis, more than 800 Athenian soldiers were sitting on the ground. The injured soldiers were given special care by the Pandion family maid, and the uninjured soldiers were drinking the wine distributed to them. In the open space next to it, the Pandion family's valet set up a dozen bronze tripods and cooked oatmeal mixed with mutton and beef for the soldiers. In order to reward these Athenian soldiers, the generous Pandion asked the male servants to slaughter 12 cows and 12 sheep. The stone hall of Pandion's house. Roy and Tereus sat down with Pandion's family around a stone table. After the young and beautiful maid brought fruit, wine and white bread, Pandion spoke enthusiastically to Tereus. "Dear Tereus, let me thank you once again for bringing your soldiers to assist us Athenians. If your city of Elis is attacked in the future, we Athenians will also try our best to help you." After hearing Pandion's words, Tereus smiled lightly. This was the real purpose of his aid to the Athenians. The strength of the Mycenaeans was too strong. If the Mycenaeans invaded the Elis region, even if the city of Elis of Tereus and the city of Olympia of Enamanos united, they would not be able to defeat the Mycenaeans. Only by forming an alliance with the powerful forces around the Argos region and fighting against the Mycenaeans could it be possible to defeat the Mycenaeans. Tereus's purpose should have been this. After meeting Procne and Philomela, Tereus changed his mind. After toasting each other with Pandion, Tereus looked at Pandion and Zeuxippe and said, "Chief Pandion, Lady Zeuxippus, although I am over 20 years old, my first wife passed away not long ago. Now I want to become a true ally with the city of Athens. You are willing to marry your daughter to give me the beautiful and noble Princess Procne to be my queen." In fact, Tereus's first wife was still alive. But after Tereus met Procne and Philomela, his first wife was already a dead person in Tereus' heart. Perhaps when Tereus returns to the city of Elis, His first wife will become a dead person in a real sense. Tereus suddenly proposed to Procne. And Procne immediately looked at Loie with panic. Even if he couldn't see Procne's face hidden by the veil, Roy knew that her face must be full of fear. Without waiting for the Pandion couple to respond, Roy turned to look at Tereus and said coldly, "Tereus, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Procne and I have confessed our love for each other. So Procne cannot marry you because she will become my wife." After Roy finished speaking, Pandion and Zeuxippe, who were not shocked by Tereus' proposal, immediately looked at Roy with wide eyes in shock. In this era, a girl's marriage was entirely decided by her father. If the father died, it was decided by her brothers. Roy and Procne confessed to each other. This is obviously against tradition. After giving Roy an annoyed look, Pandion asked Procne, "My dear daughter, do you really fall in love with Roy and confess your love to him?" Procne lowered her head like a child who made a mistake and said, "Father, Mother, Brother Roy and I love each other. I hope you can marry me to Brother Roy." Although Procne went against tradition, Pandion was a daughter slave who loved her daughter. He couldn't bear to hurt Procne. So he stared at Roy with fierce eyes and said, "Loie, do you really love Procne and want her to be your wife? Procne can only marry me." Roy looked at Pandion with a firm look and said, "If you don't agree with me marrying Procne, no matter who you want Procne to marry, I will kill my love rival, Brother Roy." Hearing Roy's declaration, Procne looked at Roy with emotion. Snort. Pandion snorted coldly, neither saying that he would agree to the marriage between Loie and Procne, nor that he would prevent Loie from marrying Procne. Because at this moment, Loie can be used to reject Tereus' proposal. Although Tereus is the king of the city of Elis, which meets Pandion's requirements for a son-in-law, and Procne can become queen if she marries Tereus. The city of Elis is really too far away. Moreover, Tereus and Procne did not even say a word. Tereus proposed to Procne, either because he regarded Procne as a marriage prop to form an alliance, or because he was attracted by Procne's youth and beauty. Not really in love with Procne. "Dear Tereus, I'm so sorry," Pandion said, pretending to be ashamed. "How can my daughter be your wife if she is so shameless?" "I don't mind. It doesn't matter whether she is ashamed or not. What I admire is not her character, but her youth and beauty." Tereus could only say these words in his heart. On the surface, Tereus could only force a smile and said, "Since Princess Procne already has an object of affection, of course I can no longer ask Princess Procne to marry me. In order for us to form an alliance, I now ask you to marry Princess Philomela to me." After failing to propose to Procne, he actually proposed to Philomela. Tereus's operation made Pandion, Zeuxippus, and Erechtheus frown at the same time. Like a frightened little rabbit, Philomela looked at Procne with pleading eyes. "Elder sister," Zeuxippe said dissatisfied. "King Tereus, my daughter Philomela is only 15 years old now. Then let me get engaged to Princess Philomela first, and I will marry Princess Philomela next year." Tereus said with a smile on his face. "Princess Philomela will become the queen of Elis City if she marries me. I will definitely respect her, love her, and make her the happiest wife in the world." Seeing that Pandion did not reject Tereus' proposal immediately, but showed a serious thinking expression, Roy couldn't help but say, "Tereus, Philomela cannot marry you, for she is also my woman." Roy's words were so shocking that not only others, but even Philomela herself was frightened. "When did I become Brother Roy's woman?" Philomela blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Roy with confusion. Procne looked at Roy with eyes that were about to burst into tears. She couldn't believe that Roy was not satisfied with having her. So he actually took action against his sister. Pandion recovered from the shock and immediately said angrily, "Loie, are you crazy? Do you want all my daughters to marry you and make one of my daughters your concubine?" Erechtheus stood up angrily and said, "You are so greedy. My sister will never be happy when she marries you. Now I neither agree with Procne nor Philomela with marrying you. As their brother, I will never let my sister was hurt by you." Chapter 102. Both of them belong to me. As the brother of Procne and Philomela, Erechtheus had even more say in the marriage of his two sisters than his mother. Zeuxippe. After hearing Erechtheus's words, Roy said with a faint smile, "Procne and Philomela can no longer marry anyone except me, because their bodies already belong to me. Maybe in a month or two, their bodies will show signs of pregnancy. Pregnant. Procne and Philomela looked at each other with wide eyes, confirming through eye contact that the other was still an unmarried girl. In other words, what Roy told was a lie. Not only Procne and Philomela, who were involved, but also Pandion and Zeuxippe had already seen that Roy was lying. Because the whereabouts of Procne and Philomela have always been under their control. They know that Procne and Philomela have no chance of losing their virginity to Roy. Even when Roy and Procne were alone in a room, there were maids outside monitoring the sounds in the room. Erechtheus also frowned, obviously not believing Roy's words. Because Erechtheus knew the characters of Procne and Philomela. Even if they really fell in love with Roy, they would not dare to do anything that would bring shame to the family. Although he saw that Roy was lying, Pandion did not expose Roy's lie, but asked Philomela, Philomela, have you really fallen in love with Roy and devoted yourself to him? Philomela only hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Brother Roy is right. I am Brother Roy's woman now. Seeing that Philomela would rather tarnish her reputation than marry Tereus, Pandion frowned and said to Tereus, Dear Tereus, both of my daughters are not worthy of you. So don't mention the marriage. Even if there is no marriage relationship between us. We Athenians will serve as allies and fight with you against our common destiny. Enemy Mycenaeans. Tereus was not an unmarried young man. As king of the city of Elis, Tereus had many women. So Tereus had already seen that Procne and Philomela were innocent unmarried girls. It was precisely because Procne and Philomela were confirmed to be unmarried girls that Tereus proposed to Procne and Philomela. Loe claimed that Procne was his woman. Although Tereus was a little skeptical, he had to accept it because Procne also claimed to love Loe. Now, in order to prevent Tereus from proposing to Philomela, Roy actually claimed that Procne and Philomela had lost their virginity to him. The lie was so obvious. Tereus was not a fool. And of course he would not be deceived by Roy's lies. Chief Pandion. Usually only low-status people will marry their two daughters to a high-status man. And let their two daughters serve the same husband. Tereus said to Pandion with a teasing smile. Is it possible that in the city of Athens, the priest Loy has a higher status than the chief Pandion? So you let two daughters serve one husband. It is undoubtedly a huge shame for Pandion that both of his daughters have become Loe's women. So Tereus wants Pandion to expose Loe's lies and deny that both Procne and Philomela are Loe's women. This way he can proceed with the proposal. Hearing Tereus's words, Pandion frowned expressionlessly. In order to reasonably reject Tereus' proposal, Pandion can acquiesce in Loe's lie. But it's certainly a shame. If Pandion wants to eliminate this shame, he can only break Loe's lie and declare that Procne and Philomela are still unmarried girls. What Pandion needs to consider at this time is it more important that his daughter does not want to marry Tereus? Or is the family's reputation more important? Pandion turned to look at Procne and Philomela, and looked at the two daughters. Pandion then looked at Loe. Seeing that there was no longer the awe in Roy's eyes, and there was a strong confidence in his eyes that dared to confront him, Pandion spoke loudly, driven by anger. My servants are with Procne and Philomela at all times. So I can be sure that both daughters are unmarried. That means Priest Roy is lying. Tereus said to Roy with a proud smile. Priest Roy, you are so greedy that you even lied to deceive Princess Procne and Princess Philomela. How can the noble princess of Athens become your concubine? Princess Procne and Princess Philomela can only have one to be your wife. If I choose Procne, will you propose to Philomela? If I choose Philomela, will you propose to Procne? Roy stood up, looked at Tereus with cold eyes and said, Tereus, since you exposed my lie, let's solve this matter in a man's way. I will not allow Procne and Philomela to marry you. If you want to propose to them, use your defeat me with strength. If you lose to me, you have to give up the idea of proposing to them. You want to duel me dash. Tereus stood up and said with a confident smile. I am the favorite of the great war god Ars. And I am more powerful than ordinary heroes, 100 enemies. Since you want to challenge me stupidly, then I will defeat you with my strength and prove that I am more qualified than you to become husband of Princess Procne and Princess Philomela. After Roy and Tereus left the hall, Philomela couldn't help but said to Procne, Sister, yesterday, Brother Roy duelled with Perseus for you. And today he has to duel with Tereus for us. Are we the scourge of beauty that Brother Roy said? Procne shook her head and said, Brother Roy once said that calling women a beauty is just an excuse for failure. I believe that Brother Roy will win. Even if Brother Roy loses. I would rather die than marry another man. Me too. Philomela followed. That guy named Tereus proposed to me without even saying a word to me. I would rather be Brother Roy's sidekick than marry Tereus. Philomela. Prockney said with wide eyes in shock. Do you know what you are talking about? You said you would rather be Brother Roy's side room. Because my sister will marry Brother Roy as his official wife. Philomela said with a smile. Sister loves me so much. She will definitely not use her status as a wife to bully my side wife. Nor will she suppress the children I gave birth to. Seeing Philomela's innocent smile, Prockney hugged her excitedly and said, I will treat your child as my child. If your idea is serious, then let you be the main wife and I will be Brother Roy's concubine. Fortunately, Pandion, Zeuxippus, and Erechtheus had already gone outside to watch the duel between Loe and Tereus. If they heard the conversation between Prockney and Philomela, they would definitely not be able to accept that both Prockney and Philomela had the idea of marrying Loe. Chapter 103 Tereus leaves angrily. The place where Loe and Perseus had dueled yesterday. Now stood Loe and Tereus. Roy raised his bronze war spear with his right hand and pointed it at Tereus and said, The Mycenaeans are the common enemies of the Athenians and the Aeolus. So the Athenians and the Aeolus do not need to use marriage to solidify their alliance. This is the first time I have seen someone like you fighting me purely for a woman. People. The same words will be returned to you. Tereus said with a sneer. This is also the first time I have seen a stupid guy like you who challenges me just for a woman. If I accidentally kill you in a duel, don't blame me for being too cruel. At this time, Prockney and Philomela finally walked out of the stone house hall and came to Pandion and Zeuxippel to watch the duel between Loe and Tereus for the two of them. Roy turned to look at Prockney and Philomela. And the two sisters immediately looked at Roy with tender eyes. Seeing Roy's eye contact with Prockney and Philomela, Tereus, driven by jealousy, rushed directly to Roy to attack. Unfortunately, Roy has the blessing of Mnemosyne predicting the future. So Tereus's sneak attack will not succeed at all. After dodging Tereus' attack sideways, Loe turned around and brandished his spear to fight back. There was a loud explosion. Tereus was worthy of being the favorite of Ars, the god of war and killing, and used his war spear to block Roy's attack at the critical moment. After the two distanced themselves again, Tereus put away his contempt for Roy and said with a solemn expression, No wonder you dare to duel with me. It seems that you are indeed very strong. Your strength is weaker than I expected. Roy originally thought that Tereus might be stronger than Perseus. After actually fighting Tereus, Roy discovered that Tereus' attack was more fierce than Perseus. But his strength was slightly weaker than Perseus. So Tereus' strength was not the same as Perseus's. Up and down. Since Roy can defeat Perseus, of course he can also defeat Tereus, who has the same strength as Perseus. Arrogant guy. It seems you think you can defeat the beloved son of the great god Ars. Tereus said with a confident smile. It seems that only by defeating you can I make you face reality. After saying that, Tereus turned into a bolt of thunder and rushed to Roy's side, wielding his bronze war spear and launching a swift and fierce attack. Roy frowned while dodging Tereus' attack, because Tereus completely abandoned his defense while attacking Roy. This is not the attack method of a duel, but the attack method of fighting for one's life on the battlefield. Tereus. Do you think I dare not kill you? The king of Aeolus. Roy said coldly while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Since you have the idea of killing me, of course I will not show mercy. Not to mention that you are the king of Aeolus city and the favorite son of the god Ars. Even if you are deified into the biological son of Ars, I will still dare to kill you. About you. I'm not so arrogant that I think you dare not kill me. I just think you don't have the strength to kill me. Tereus said as he launched a violent storm of attacks with his war spear. You have tried your best to dodge my attacks and are unable to fight back at me. How can you kill me? Stupid guy. You have too many flaws to count. I didn't fight back immediately. I just didn't want to trade injury for injury with you. After saying that, Roy dodged Tereus's spear blade while stabbing Tereus with the war spear blade. At this moment, the flow of time seems to slow down. Seeing Roy dodge his attack, Tereus wanted to adjust his war spear so that his spear blade could scratch Roy's left arm. But if he continued to attack Roy's spear blade would stab him in the heart. The final result will be that Loe is injured in his left arm by Tereus, and Tereus is killed by Loe. This is obviously not the result Tereus wants. So Tereos finally gave up attacking Roy, and stepped back to avoid Roy's fatal blow. When the flow of time returned to normal, Roy's spear blade did not pierce Tereus's heart, but it also cut a foot-long wound from Tereus' right shoulder to the lower left corner. Seeing that he failed to kill Tereus with one blow, Loie immediately chased after the retreating Tereus, preparing to end Tereus' life. Just then, Pandion suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Roy stopped and turned around, looking at Pandion with dissatisfaction. Pandion looked at Roy and said expressionlessly, "Tereos came to the Acropolis as a guest. According to guest etiquette, I have to protect his safety. Tereus brought his soldiers to the aid of the city of Athens, and his status was undoubtedly a distinguished guest of the city of Athens. For the sake of the reputation of the city of Athens, Roy really could not let Tereus die in the city of Athens, thinking that he would be the future master of the city of Athens, and that the reputation of the city of Athens was his own. Roy could only suppress the idea of killing Tereus immediately, and turned to look at Tereus, whose white cotton robe had been stained red with blood. Rios said, "Tereos, do you want to continue? According to the rules of the duel, you have lost to me if you are injured. If you continue, our duel will turn into a life and death fight, and I can kill you reasonably. You disgusting guy." Enduring the severe pain of the wound, Tereus glared at Loie with hateful eyes and roared, "I will remember this shame today, and one day I will take revenge on you." Then Tereus turned to Pandion and said, "Chief Pandion, even if you marry one daughter to Loie, you still have another daughter to marry me. For the sake of the relationship between the city of Elis and the city of Athens, I ask you to marry one of your daughters to me. Threaten." Looking at Tereus's appearance like a wounded beast, Pandion knew that Tereus was threatening him. If he refuses to marry his daughter to Tereus, not only will the city of Elis not become an ally of Athens, but it will also become a mortal enemy of the city of Elis. Should I choose to become an ally with Ilis' city, or should I choose to become a mortal enemy with Ilis' city? Pandion turned to look at Procne and Philomela. Pandion could not convince himself whether Procne or Philomela were to become victims of marriage, because Pandion now understands that Tereus is a man with a violent personality, and it is impossible for the weak Procne and the innocent Philomela to get real happiness by marrying Tereus. After weighing it in his mind, Pandion finally said to Tereus, "Dear Tereus, since you have come to aid the city of Athens, I am sincerely willing to be your ally. But I cannot sacrifice my daughter to please you, so I will not marry my daughter to you." "Good, very good," Tereos said as he backed away. "Since the city of Athens is unwilling to be an ally with my city of Elis, there is no need for me to stay in the city of Athens. Now I will leave your Athenian city, and wait until the next time I come to the city of Athens. Tereus did not say the next words. Chapter 104 Procne's fiancé. The stone hall of Pandion's house. As soon as Roy and the Pandion family returned to the stone table and sat down, a group of young and beautiful maids brought the freshly prepared barbecue and oatmeal to the stone table. Smelling the aroma of barbecue, Philomela couldn't help but smile. The banquet prepared for Perseus yesterday turned into a banquet to celebrate brother Loie's victory over Perseus. Unexpectedly, the banquet that Tereus was invited to today also turned into a party to celebrate brother Loie's victory over Tereus. Banquet. Except for the innocent and simple Philomela, no one could laugh at this time, because the expression on Pandion's face was frighteningly cold. Being stared at by Pandion, Roy could only take the initiative to speak. "Actually, we don't need to worry about the threat of Tereus, because the city of Elis in Tereus is too far away from us, and the population of Elis city is not large. Just like Tereus can only bring 300 people with him today. 3 Elis soldiers came to our aid, and Tereus became our enemy. He could only attack us with 300 soldiers. But our city of Athens has tens of thousands of people and thousands of soldiers. When Tereus attacked us, he would attack us with pebbles against stones." Pandion said coldly with an expressionless face. "You think I care about Tereus? What I care about is the relationship between Procne and Philomela and you. Now you must explain it clearly to me." "Sure enough, I still can't get around this topic." Roy glanced at Procne and Philomela, and then said to Pandion, "Chief Pandion, I just told a lot of lies to prevent Tereus from proposing to Procne and Philomela. Procne and Philomela are still unmarried, and they have not lost their virginity to me. Phil and I Romella did not confess to each other as lovers, but Procne and I have confessed our love to each other." So I will become Procne's husband and your son-in-law. Roy bravely revealed the relationship between the two. And Procne immediately came to Roy, knelt down and begged Pandion and Zeuxippel. Father, mother, I know that I am a daughter who has disappointed you and brought shame to the family. But Brother Roy and I love each other. And I ask you to allow me to marry Brother Roy. Procne. Looking at Procne's petite and frail figure, Roy picked her up and said, You don't need to wrong yourself like this. Even if Chief Pandion and Mrs. Zeuxippel don't agree to our marriage and are unwilling to give us the blessing of marriage, you will become my wife. Snort. Hearing Roy's words, Pandion snorted. But his eyes became much softer, looking at Procne being held in Roy's arms. Zeuxippel, who felt sorry for his daughter, said to Pandion, Dear, compared with those suitors we don't know anything about, Roy's character and abilities are obvious to all. Since Procne likes Roy, in order for our daughter to get true happiness, let's accept Roy. Pandion seemed not to have heard Zeuxippel's words, and kept staring at Roy. After a moment, Pandion said slowly, You have become my son-in-law. And you cannot compete with Erechtheus for the position of heir. After you marry Procne, I will give you 1/3 of the property. And then deprive Procne of her inheritance rights. Are you willing to accept it? Roy had never thought about competing with Erechtheus for the position of heir after Pandion's death. After all, Pandion is also a strong hero. If Roy just waits for Pandion to die of old age, he may have to wait decades later. So after hearing Pandion's request, Roy nodded without hesitation. I will not compete with Erechtheus for the position of heir. Even if Procne does not inherit any property, I will marry Procne. Looking at Roy's sincere eyes, Pandion pretended to be dissatisfied and said, My love for my son and daughter is the same. And the property that should be inherited by Procne will not be less at all. Now, as Procne's father, I agree to marry Procne to you. From now on, you will be Procne. As your fiancé, I will find a suitable time to hold a formal wedding for you. Honey. Hearing his father's words, Procne in Roy's arms raised his head excitedly and said, Now I legitimately belong to you. Looking at Procne's lovely lips, Roy couldn't help but want to lower his head and bite her to celebrate the two becoming an unmarried couple. Unfortunately, his father-in-law-to-be, Pandion, and his mother-in-law, Zeuxippel, were present. So he could only suppress the restlessness in his heart. Procne, now not only do you belong to me, but I also belong to you. Seeing Roy and Procne showing affection, Philomela and Erechtheus couldn't help but frown. Philomela felt as if she would lose Loe and Procne at the same time. Erechtheus thought of Kaiwan. My daughter. Seeing Roy and Procne hugging each other, Zeuxippel couldn't help but say, It's time for you to come back to me. Hearing her mother's words, Procne hurriedly ran away from Roy's arms and returned to Zeuxippel with a blushing face. After Procne sat down between Zeuxippel and Philomela, Zeuxippel whispered, It seems that I have to strictly control you during this period to prevent you from getting pregnant before getting married. Mother. Procne pretended to be dissatisfied and acted coquettishly. Philomela looked at Procne with a complicated expression and said, Sister. After you marry Brother Roy, will you still love me as before? Of course. Procne smiled without hesitation. No matter what happens, my love for you will never change. But our time together will be reduced. Philomela frowned and said, When my sister, I, and Brother Roy are together, the three of us are very happy. My sister and Brother Roy can't leave me alone. While the women were whispering, Roy and Pandion were also looking at each other. Although Pandion accepted Loe as his son-in-law, he did not show his love for Loe. Roy could only take the initiative to speak. Dear father-in-law, since Perseus can wage war against us, of course we can also wage war against Perseus in retaliation. The Mycenaeans are too powerful. I plan to take my followers and 300 Eleusinian soldiers attack the island of Seriphos, the home of Perseus. Hoping to get your permission. I have no reason to refuse. Pandion said expressionlessly. Perseus launched a war against us Athenians. And we should indeed take revenge on Perseus. But you are going to take the Eleusinian soldiers to the war. Do you think the Eleusinian soldiers are more trustworthy than the Athenian soldiers? Now the Eleusinians are Athenians. And the Eleusinian soldiers are Athenian soldiers. And I have the same trust in the Eleusinian soldiers as in the Athenian soldiers. Roy explained. I chose to take the Eleusinian soldiers on the expedition so that the Eleusinian soldiers can integrate into the city of Athens as soon as possible. These 300 Eleusinian soldiers truly become soldiers of the city of Athens, which can greatly enhance the strength of the city of Athens. Chapter 105. Let Chiron become a side chamber. Night. In the bedroom of Pandion and Zeuxippe. It was already bedtime. And Pandion was still sitting at the stone table drinking wine. Zeuxippe, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but said, "You have already accepted Roy as our son-in-law. Why are you still angry? I don't understand how you raise your daughter." Pandion said with his back to his wife. "You promised me again and again that Procne is a sensible child and will not develop feelings for Roy because of frequent contact with him. But it ended up like this." Zeuxippe explained a little aggrievedly. "I did not make a mistake in disciplining my daughter. Procne has indeed been suppressing her affection for Roy and has no feelings for Roy. But Roy, who came back yesterday, seemed to be a different person. Not only did he have the ability to be a hero, 100 enemies, has a powerful charm and an indescribable temperament. If the age gap hadn't been too big, even I would have liked him unconsciously. It's no wonder that Procne's affection for Roy turned into love. Because Aphrodite's blessing, charm enhancement, Don Roy only affects the opposite sex." Pandion didn't feel any change in Roy's temperament. But he knew there was no need for his wife to lie to him. So he asked suspiciously, "Did Procne really fall in love with Roy suddenly in the past 2 days?" Zeuxippe nodded and said, "If Procne had fallen in love with Roy, I would definitely tell you." After a moment of silence, Pandion sighed and said, "Now that Roy and Procne are engaged, what's the point of worrying about this? As long as Roy can make Procne happy, I will sincerely accept this son-in-law." Temple of Metis. In a wooden house with candles. Roy was washing his body with hot water boiled in the tripod. Chiron stood behind Roy, responsible for scrubbing Roy's back. Roy said suddenly while enjoying Chioni's little hands wiping his back with the soaked cotton cloth. "There are 2 things I want to tell you. Now that Chief Pandion has made an engagement between me and Procne, you must treat my fiancée Procne as your future mistress." Upon hearing the news, Chiron immediately stopped what she was doing. Although Chiron is already a slave, because Roy does not really treat Chiron as a slave, Chiron has some thoughts that she shouldn't have. Of course, Chiron will have thoughts that she shouldn't have. Mainly because Roy deliberately cultivates an ambiguous relationship between the two. Just like now. Roy did not let Chioni's 3 maids serve him together, but let Chiron rub his back alone. This does not look like a master ordering a maid, but more like a wife serving her husband. After coming back to her senses, Chiron continued to rub Roy's back and said, "Do you want me to congratulate you? Then I will congratulate you, Master, for being able to marry the beautiful and noble Princess Procne of Athens. What a strong vinegar smell." Hearing the sourness in Chioni's words, Roy continued, "The second thing is that I will take the Eleusinian soldiers to attack the island of Seriphos tomorrow, in order for the Eleusinian soldiers to fight for me with all their strength. I hope you can be by my side and command with me. Soldier of Eleusis, after this war is won, I will release you from your slavery as a reward." Chiron said with a wry smile, "Even if you release me as a slave, my identity will not change back to Princess Eleusis. There is no big difference between being a commoner and a slave by your side. Your identity is my slave. Even if I favor you, I don't have to be responsible for you. But since you are a commoner, I can make you my side wife." Roy turned around, looked at Chiron with serious eyes and said, "Chiron, I know you want to stay with me and use my power to take care of your Eleusinian people. You are destined to be my woman. But I can't let you become my main wife. Are you willing to be my side wife? If I was still the princess of the Eleusis tribe, I would definitely give you a slap in the face. Because you made me subordinate to other women and be your concubine. This is a huge humiliation for me." Chiron said with a faint smile. "But now I am no longer the proud princess of Eleusis, but a slave with no status. As long as you can take good care of my people, I am willing to be your concubine." Hearing Chioni's answer, Roy couldn't help but lower his head and bite her lips. After a long period of entanglement, Chiron blushed and murmured in Roy's arms, "Do you want me to sleep with you?" Roy immediately shook his head. Now Chief Pandion only reluctantly accepts me as his son-in-law. If he discovers our relationship, he will definitely attack me. Although you can't sleep with me now, you can be my real pillow." After saying that, Roy picked up Kaiwan in a princess hug and returned to his stone house. Hey, the candles in the room haven't been put out yet. The candle burns out when it burns out. Do you know how precious candles are? Those civilians would be reluctant to use them even if they get them. The next day, after Roy and Kaiwan finished breakfast, they gathered together the 50 young men and 300 Eleusinian soldiers who followed Roy. After applying to Pandion for 300 sets of paper armor to be distributed to 300 Eleusinian soldiers, Roy and Kaiwan came to the port of Piraeus with a legion of 350 people. The 10 large ships that Cadmus sold to Roy have been parked in the port of Piraeus. And now they are finally put to use. After Roy and others boarded 10 large ships under Roy's command, the 10 large ships sailed out of Piraeus port and sailed to Seriphos Island at the fastest speed. Seriphos Island is located in the southern waters of the Attica Peninsula. This island with an area of 75 square kilometers was originally unknown, and its population was limited by the barren mountainous area. But 20 years ago, the Mycenaeans chose Seriphos as a shipping transit point in order to migrate from Crete to the Argos region of the Peloponnese Peninsula, in order to win over Polydectes and Diestes, who ruled the island of Seriphos. Acrisios, the king of Mycenae, did not hesitate to marry his daughter Danae to Polydectes. Since then, Seriphos has gradually prospered as a shipping transit point. Roy will lead 350 people to attack Seriphos Island because Roy dare not underestimate the current strength of Seriphos Island. If Roy's fleet sets off from the port of Piraeus at dawn, it can reach Seriphos Island in the evening. Because Roy's fleet set off relatively late, the fleet reached the southernmost tip of the Attica Peninsula, and Roy had the fleet anchor at a nearby uninhabited island for the night. This unnamed island is located in the Athenian waters where Athenian fishermen often operate. It is very safe for the fleet to stop here. After a night, Roy's fleet set off from the unnamed island at dawn and continued sailing to Seriphos Island. At noon, the beautiful blue coast of Seriphos Island appeared in front of Roy's fleet. Chapter 106 Danae, Princess of Mycenae. The port of Seriphos is located on the east side of the island. The palace and castle of King Polydectes is located on the top of a 200-meter-high hill near the port. Stretching from the top of the hill to the port, hundreds of houses are densely scattered. Most of them are wooden houses, and only a few houses close to the palace are built of stone like the palace. Seeing Roy's fleet approaching the port, the Seriphos soldiers guarding the port thought it was King Polydectes and Diestes returning with soldiers from the expedition. So they were not alert. It wasn't until it became clear that Roy's fleet was all strange ships, and the sailors on board were all fully armed soldiers, that the Seriphos soldiers panicked and ran towards the palace. Running towards the Seriphos they met along the way. People issue warnings. 10 large ships rushed abreast to the port coast. Roy first ordered the Eleusinian soldiers to go ashore and assemble, and then ordered the Ares beside him. Ares, now Kaiwan and I are going to attack the palace with 300 Eleusinian soldiers. 50 of you will stay in the port to protect our ships and prevent the Seriphians from escaping by ship. Although Ares regretted that he could not follow Roy to kill the enemy and make meritorious service, he also knew that staying in the port to protect the ship was an important task. So he nodded immediately. Don't worry, priest. As long as we are here, no Seriphos will be allowed to approach the port. After Roy and Kaiwan landed ashore, they led 300 Eleusinian soldiers and rushed to the palace on the top of the hill. There were about 200 Seriphos soldiers guarding the palace, because the number was smaller than the invaders. The Seriphos soldiers did not leave the palace to fight, but stuck to the palace walls. Before Roy and others could reach the top of the mountain, Seriphos soldiers threw stones down, injuring many Eleusinian soldiers. Everyone, please stop rushing. Seeing more and more injured Eleusinian soldiers, Loe ordered to Kaiwan. Kaiwan, you take the soldiers and hide behind the surrounding houses, and I will attack the palace alone. Wait until the Seriphos soldiers in the palace fall into chaos, and then you attack the palace. You want to attack the palace alone? Kaiwan said with wide eyes and worry. Although you are a hero, 100 enemy, there are about 200 soldiers in that palace. It is too risky for you to attack the palace alone. Roy stretched out his right hand and put it on her head, patting her head to comfort her while smiling. As a hero, I can not only fight 1 against 100, but at least 1 against 100. Even if I really want to challenge 200 soldiers by myself, I may not lose. What's more, I just want to trap the soldiers in the palace. Chaos does not mean killing 200 soldiers by one person. After saying that, Roy rushed to the palace on the top of the hill alone. The palace and castle located on the top of the hill have walls that are 3 meters high at the highest point and 2 meters high at the lowest point. An ordinary person would not be able to climb over the 2-meter high wall and enter the palace without the help of tools. Because when climbing the wall, you will definitely be attacked by various attacks from the soldiers behind the wall. As a hero, 100 enemies. Roy not only has strength and speed, but also his jumping ability far exceeds that of ordinary people. When Roy dodged one stone after another and rushed to the top of the hill, taking advantage of the gap between the Seraphos soldiers behind the wall to move the stones, Roy jumped over a 2-meter high wall. His body fell inside the wall, and before the surrounding Seraphos soldiers could react, Roy swung his bronze war spear, killing the surrounding Seraphos soldiers mercilessly, and then rushed towards the wooden door of the palace castle. If the gate of the castle was opened, the enemy could march straight in and occupy the entire palace. So there were 50 Seraphos soldiers guarding the gate at this time. Like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, Roy shouted while wielding his bronze war spear to harvest the lives of Seraphos soldiers. Stop resisting. I don't want to kill you. I just want to lie on the ground alive. At first, the Seraphos soldiers were able to besiege Roy without hesitation. However, as more and more comrades fell to the ground and turned into corpses, the Seraphos soldiers completely lost the courage to fight against Roy. They either fled in panic or ran away in panic. Get down on the ground and surrender. When Roy rushed to the wooden door and opened the gate of the palace castle, Kaiwan quickly rushed in with 300 Eleusinian soldiers to occupy the palace. Royal Palace Castle Interior. Roy and Kaiwan brought the Eleusinian soldiers to the hall, and saw 50 Seraphos soldiers gathered here to make the final resistance. Behind the Seraphos soldiers, protected were a group of noble women wearing white cotton robes and decorated with golden bronze ornaments. This group of obviously noble women was led by the beautiful queen wearing a golden tiara. 6 beautiful girls, dressed as unmarried girls, surrounded the queen with fearful expressions. Like chicks wanting to be protected by a hen. Is she Danae, the wife of Polydex and the mother of Perseus? Looking at the queen, who was as young and beautiful as Pandion's wife Zeuxippe, Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Danae is about 40 years old, but she still has the youthful beauty of a girl. No wonder the two brothers Polydex and Daestes fell in love with her. Who are you? Feeling Roy's gaze, Queen Danae said calmly. Although our island of Seraphos is not very powerful, my father is the great Mycenaean king Acrisios. If you dare to attack Seraphos, aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Mycenaeans? We have become enemies with the Mycenaeans. So how can we worry about the Mycenaeans' revenge? Roy said with a smile. Queen Danae, your husband Polydex took away most of the soldiers on Seraphos Island to help your son Perseus attack us. I led the soldiers to attack Seraphos Island. It is to avenge Perseus and Polydex. Originally, I was worried that it would take a hard battle to capture the island of Seraphos. But I didn't expect that your husbands, Polydex and Daestes, have not yet returned. It turns out you are our enemy. Danae frowned and said, if you are willing to promise me not to harm anyone else, I can order the soldiers to surrender. And these children and I will voluntarily become your prisoners. I agree to your request. Roy didn't want to kill the surrendered Seraphos soldiers, so he had no reason to refuse Danae's request. Upon hearing Roy's request, Danae immediately spoke to the soldiers protecting them. My warriors, the enemy is too powerful. There is no need for you to sacrifice your life in vain. Now, as the queen, I order you to surrender. As soon as the 50 Seraphos soldiers put down their weapons, Ares, who was supposed to stay at the port, rushed into the palace anxiously and came to Roy to whisper a few words. After listening to Ares' words, Roy said while leaving the palace with Ares, Kaiwan, now I leave you with 100 soldiers to control the palace. If the surrendered Seraphos soldiers want to resist, they must be killed without mercy. Chapter 107 Brothers Polydex. Even Roy himself did not expect that he had just occupied the palace of Seraphos Island. And Polydex, the king of Seraphos Island, rushed back at this moment. Roy and Ares walked out of the palace, stood on the top of the hill and looked at the surrounding sea. They saw 10 large ships rushing to the west coast of Seraphos Island. Polydex and Daestes took 3 after 100 Seraphos soldiers came ashore. They rushed directly towards the hill where the palace was located. Master Priest, I brought my companions from the port. Although I violated the order of Master Priest, I hope to accept the punishment after the war is over. After hearing Ares' words, Roy patted his shoulder with his left hand and said, "You did the right thing. And I have no reason to punish you. Winning this war is the most important thing now. If we lose this war, there is no point in you staying at the port. Ares, now I order you to take care of your companions. Gather with the Eleusinian soldiers. And I will lead you to defeat the Seriphians." After Ares gathered 50 young men and 200 Eleusinian soldiers together, Roy immediately led them to rush down the hill, preparing to face Polydectes' army head-on. Because the war was being fought on a hill, it was possible that the Seriphus soldiers in the palace and the Seriphus men living near the palace would join the war, increasing the number of Polydectes' soldiers. At the foot of the hill, Polydectes and Deister rushed here with their soldiers. When they saw that the enemy invading Seriphos Island was Loi, Polydectes roared angrily while leading the soldiers to charge. "Loi, did you hurt my wife and daughter? War is a man's business. Why did you attack an innocent woman? Although I did turn your wife and daughter into prisoners, they were not the target of my attack on Seriphos. I attacked Seriphos in order to avenge your brothers. But I did not think of your brothers. I have not yet returned to the island of Seriphos, allowing me to easily capture your palace and capture your wives and daughters," Roy explained as he faced Polydectes. Just when Roy and Polydectes rushed together to confront each other, Roy suddenly bypassed Polydectes and pounced on Deister like a swift cheetah. Polydectes is also a hero, 100 enemies. Although due to old age and frailty, his strength can no longer match the young Loi. But if the situation becomes that Polydectes and Deister team up to besiege Roy is not completely sure of defeating Polydectes and Deister with 1 against 2. So Roy decided to deal with the weaker Deister first, and then decide the winner with Polydectes. Polydectes turned around, saw Loi's thoughts and hurriedly shouted to his brother Deister, "Dictys, hide behind the soldiers and don't fight Roy." Unfortunately, Polydectes' reminder was a little late, and Loi was already close to Deister at this time. After hearing the words of his brother Polydectes, Deister had to choose between being a coward and confronting Loi head-on, and finally chose not to be a coward, because the distance between him and Roy was too close. Even if he used the soldiers around him as a shield, the sacrifice of the soldiers would be in vain. "Young man, your enemy is Deister, the brother of Polydectes, king of Seriphos, and the uncle of the young hero Perseus." While introducing himself, Deister brandished his bronze war spear to attack Roy. This is a completely life-saving blow. Deister gave up his defense and just wanted to stab Roy with the war spear in his hand when Roy's spear blade penetrated his body. As long as Loi is injured, his brother Polydectes' chances of defeating Loi will increase a bit, and his sacrifice will be worth it. "I have no interest in remembering your name because you are neither a king nor a hero," Roy said while delivering a fatal blow to Dectus. "If you were the father of Perseus, the husband of Danae, perhaps I would remember your name." Poof! As soon as he finished speaking, Roy's spear blade penetrated Dictus' heart. When Dictus heard Roy's words, his mind was shaken for a moment, and he even forgot to attack Roy. Because Deister recalled a night when Polydectes left the island of Seriphos. He and his sister-in-law Danae had a secret that only 2 people knew. "Perseus may be really my son, even if it's just for 1 night. Danae is my wife." Thinking of this, Deister showed a happy smile on his face, and his body lost its life and fell backwards. Seeing Deister being killed by Loi, Polydectes' eyes widened angrily, and he rushed towards Loi like a sad lion. Roy turned around, looked at Polydectes' angry look and smiled. "Didn't anyone tell you that hatred and anger will not make you stronger, but will go to your head and make you weaker? Kill you. I will kill you to avenge Deister." Polydectes roared angrily, rushed in front of Loi and delivered a life-threatening blow regardless of his own safety. Roy did not want to die with Polydectes. Judging that Polydectes cannot be killed without injury, Loi dodges Polydectes' attack while waiting for Polydectes to reveal a flaw. In order to shake Polydectes' mind, Roy also teased Polydectes. "Polydectes, have you ever thought about a possibility? Maybe Perseus is not your son, but the son of your brother Deister and Danae. If I had not killed Deister, one day in the future, Deister and Perseus will join forces and kill you. And then Deister will become the new king of Seriphos Island." Perseus was the son of Deister. Indeed, many people have said that Deister and Perseus looked like a father and son. But Polydectes never thought that his brother Deister and his wife Danae would betray him. Now that Deister is dead, Roy still uses such words to shake himself. Polydectes said angrily, You despicable young man. Don't tarnish the reputation of my brother and my wife. I believe that Diomedes and Danae will not betray me. Even if Perseus is really the son of Diomedes, he will not betray me. There is no difference between my biological son. Because Diomedes and I are brothers from the same father and mother. Then you are such a good brother and husband. It's a pity that Dictys doesn't think so. He really wants to kill you and become Danae's husband. Polydectes was already overwhelmed by hatred and anger. But when he heard Roy's words, his mind finally wavered. Roy was keenly aware of Polydectes' flaw and struck a fatal blow to Polydectes without hesitation. Foot. As Roy's spear blade penetrated Polydectes' body, Polydectes' eyes widened with an expression of reluctance. Roy successfully killed a heroic king without being injured. Chapter 108 Danae, the human wife of Zeus. After Polydectes and Diomedes were both killed by Loe, the soldiers of Seriphos lost their allegiance and naturally had no reason to continue fighting desperately. Roy handed over the more than 200 surrendered Seriphos soldiers to the management of Ares, and then returned to the royal palace castle on the top of the hill alone. Palace Hall. When Roy came here, he saw Chiron leading 100 Eleusinian soldiers and confronting a group of Seriphos soldiers. Apparently knowing that Polydectes and Diomedes had returned to the island of Seriphos, these Seriphos soldiers wanted to take back their queen and princess. Seeing Roy walking into the hall, the eyes of both parties focused on Roy. Roy glanced at the Seriphos soldiers who surrendered and then resisted with cold eyes. Then looked at Danae and the princesses around her and said, I have killed Polydectes and Diomedes. And now the island of Seriphos is completely under our control. Danae learned that her husband had been killed. And the princesses learned that their father had been killed. The women immediately burst into tears of grief. The Seriphos soldiers in the hall were also struck by lightning. I originally thought that Polydectes and Diomedes could defeat the invaders. So they would resist after surrendering and want to take back the queen and princess. Unexpectedly, King Polydectes and Prince Diomedes, he would be killed by Roy. Listening to the cries of Queen Danae and the princesses, the Seriphos soldiers in the hall put down their weapons. But their hearts were more desperate than Danae and the princesses. Because they resisted after surrendering. Even if they were not killed, they would be reduced to slaves. Seeing the Seriphos soldiers surrendering, Chiron was relieved at first. And then came to Roy and asked, Master, are you physically injured? Polydectes and Diomedes are both middle-aged men around 40 years old. How could I be hurt by dealing with them? Roy turned around in front of Chiron, showing off his uninjured body. Then, Roy whispered, Chiron, tie the hands of these Seriphos soldiers who surrendered for the second time with ropes. I will take them back to Athens as slaves. Chiron nodded. Chiron could not sympathize with the soldiers of Seriphos who resisted after surrendering. After the Eleusinian soldiers took away the Seriphos soldiers who surrendered for the second time, Roy came to the crying Danae and the 6 princesses. Only then did he have the mood to look at them seriously. In ancient legends, Mycenaean king Perseus was deified as the son of the king of the gods. And his mother Danae was naturally deified as the human wife of the king of the gods. As the human wife of the king of the gods, Roy could see that Danae was as beautiful as Procne, Philomela, Harmonia and Chiron when she was young. This beautiful queen, who is nearly 40 years old, has a charming figure that is different from that of an unmarried girl because she has given birth to a child. The Mycenaeans are descendants of the nomads in the Phoenician region. So Danae's skin color is different from that of the southern European whites in Greece. But her skin color is also very fair, which is fair among the darker-skinned West Asians. The bronze belt worn around her waist highlighted Danae's slender waist. Unfortunately, she had given birth to a child after all. And her waist was not as slender as Chioni's or Procne's. The sleeveless pure white robe wrapped around her body, revealing not only her bare feet, but also a pair of white arms. Time has left almost no trace on Danae's face, making her look like a young woman in her 20s. But after all, she is old enough to be a mother to Roy. So Roy's eyes quickly shifted from Danae to the 6 princesses. Not all of these 6 princesses are the daughters of Danae. Only 3 princesses have somewhat similar faces to Danae. And the other 3 princesses are obviously not descendants of the Mycenaeans born to Danae. Although these 6 princesses are young and beautiful girls, their beauty is not as good as that of Danae. Forget it about Diocetus' daughter. Danae's daughter did not inherit her mother's beauty. It is really disappointing. Hearing Roy's muttering, Chiron frowned and said, Master, have you taken a fancy to the beauty of Queen Danae and the 6 princesses? They are now your trophies. And you have the right to take them as your own. Hearing the sourness in Keone's words, Roy held Kaiwan in his arms and said, "With you by my side, how can I fall in love with these women whose beauty is lost to yours? But you were staring at Queen Danae just now. I was thinking whether to offer Danae as a trophy to my father-in-law." Pan Dion. Roy explained. "If I offer young princesses to my father-in-law, he will definitely think that these young princesses are about the same age as his own daughters. So he will refuse to accept the spoils. Danae is about the same age as my mother-in-law. And her beauty is not inferior to mine. My father-in-law should be willing to accept Danae. But I am a little worried that if I give Danae to my father-in-law, it may damage the relationship between father-in-law and mother-in-law. And I must take the responsibility to comfort my mother-in-law." "Then you want to keep Queen Danae with you?" "No, I want to give Danae to my father-in-law. It doesn't matter even if it destroys the relationship between father-in-law and mother-in-law. I will take the responsibility to comfort my mother-in-law." Mrs. Zuxipo. It was evening in a blink of an eye. After more than 400 Seraphos soldiers were under control, Roy's soldiers began to search the palace for food, bronze utensils and other property as trophies. Roy was lying on the throne in the hall holding Kaiwan, thinking about how to treat the residents of Seraphos Island. In the past, Roy attacked the pirate village on Milosh Island and was able to order the killing of all the men in the pirate village and take away all the women and children as trophies because it was a pirate village. Seraphos Island has more than 4,000 residents, many of whom are innocent farmers, shepherds or craftsmen. So Roy now has to face a question: should he be determined to move all the residents of Seraphos to Athens and increase the population of Athens by 4,000? Or should he leave these 4,000 people to Perseus and let them provide Perseus with taxes and soldiers? Leave the residents of Seraphos to Perseus. Many of them will become Perseus soldiers to deal with me in the future. Thinking of this, Roy finally made a decision. After unconsciously hugging Keone's slim waist with his left hand, Roy said expressionlessly, "Kaiwan, I have made a very cruel decision. Tomorrow I will force all the residents of Seraphos to migrate and transfer them to Athens by ship." Hearing Roy's words, Kaiwan couldn't help but widen her eyes, remembering the Eleusinian tribesmen who were forced to migrate to Athens. Although she felt sympathy for the residents of Seraphos Island, Kaiwan still held Roy's hands at her waist with her own hands and said, "Master, you made the right decision. So I am willing to support you. You still call me master." Roy put his cheek against Keone's little face and said, "You helped me win this war. As a reward, I will release you from your slave status. You don't have to call me master in the future." Chapter 109. There is iron ore in Seraphos Island. The second day after the capture of Seraphos, Queen Danae, her 6 princesses, and the palace maids were taken by the Athenians to a warship on the seashore. Just when the residents of Seraphos breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the Athenians would leave with the loot, Roy commanded the soldiers to break into the residential houses and drag out the women and little girls one by one. The residential areas of Seraphos Island immediately began to cry with the cries of men, women, the elderly and children. Women and little girls were dragged from their homes. Their families did not dare to resist the soldiers. They could only kneel on the ground and beg the soldiers for mercy. Kaiwan looked at this scene and couldn't bear to walk to the residential area and said loudly, "Men of Seraphos, your wives and daughters have not become the spoils of the Athenians. We are simply moving you all to Athens. The women and little girls will be sent by us to Athens first. And then we will send you to Athens, allowing you to reunite with your wives and daughters. Kaiwan is just a woman after all. Even though she had the noble temperament of a princess and a beauty comparable to that of a goddess, her words still could not convince the people of Seraphos. Seeing that Keone's words had no effect, Roy walked up to Kaiwan and said loudly, "Stop making noises and crying. If you dare to make noises and cry again, I will kill you men and turn you women into slaves. Now I just want to move you to Athens. From now on, you will be the common people of Athens, under the protection of the great goddess Metis. No one can take away your wives and daughters." After hearing Loe's words, the Seriphians finally believed that Loe was just trying to move them to Athens. Although the Seraphos people do not want to leave their hometown where they have always lived, they do not want the men to be killed and the women to become slaves. The people of Seraphos could only weep silently and accept Roy's arrangements for them. Roy's own fleet consisted of 10 ships, plus the 20 ships of Seraphos, making a fleet of 30 ships. After bringing more than 1,000 women and little girls from Seraphos Island on board, Roy appointed his most trusted Ares as the captain and commanded 300 soldiers to drive the ship and take the women from Seriphos Island. Take the little girl back to Athens. Loe and Chiron remained on Seriphos and governed the men of Seriphos with 50 soldiers. After Ares left Seriphos with a fleet of 30 large ships. Although Loe and Chiron plus 50 soldiers only had 52 men. There were more than 1,000 adult Seriphos men. But Roy was not worried at all that the Seriphos men would dare to resist. Because their wives and daughters are the best hostages. In order to reunite with their wives and daughters, Seriphos men will obey Roy's orders. The next day arrived in a blink of an eye. Roy originally thought that Ares and the others would not be able to bring the fleet to Seriphos Island until the evening. Unexpectedly, at noon, a fleet of 60 large ships entered the port of Seriphos Island. Roy brought Chiron to the port and saw Ares and guards Captain Pallas getting off the same ship. Master Priest. Seeing the confused expression on Roy's face, Ares immediately ran to Roy and explained. After we returned to Athens yesterday evening, Chief Pandion was worried about the safety of the priests. So he asked us to come over overnight, in order to allow us to take away all the loot from Seriphos Island. Chief Pandion also sent us 30 large ships and 300 sailors. So that's it. After hearing Ares' explanation, Roy couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that after I became Pandion's son-in-law, he would take the initiative to worry about my safety. In the past, he never cared about my safety. Hearing Roy's words, Guard Captain Pallas showed a helpless expression. As a person whom Pandion trusts, he is naturally very loyal to Pandion. After hearing what Roy just said, he should have expressed his dissatisfaction. But Roy's current identity is Procne's fiancé, Pandion's son-in-law. Roy and Pandion are a real family as their son-in-law. Pallas, the captain of the personal guard, is both an outsider and a subject. So of course he has no right to speak. Captain Pallas. Seeing the expression on the guard Captain Pallas's face, Roy took the initiative to walk up to him and said, I didn't expect us to cooperate again. Are you willing to lead the sailors to obey my orders? Guard Captain Pallas nodded immediately and said, You are Princess Procne's fiancé. That is, my half-master. Of course I will obey your orders. Half-master. A son-in-law is just a son-in-law after all. Roy was not disappointed and said with a smile. Then I now order you and Ares to bring all the men from Seriphos Island to the big ship. After all the men from Seriphos Island are on board, you will load the food, bronze utensils and other property onto the ship. And then we go straight back to Athens. Under Loe's order, the Athenian soldiers began to shout loudly at the men commanding Seriphos to board the ship. All the men of Seriphos actively cooperated because they could only reunite with their wives and daughters by going to Athens. In the afternoon, not only all the men of Seriphos were on board, but most of the food, bronze utensils and other belongings of Seriphos Island were also loaded on the ship. After Roy took Chiron aboard the fleet's flagship, he ordered 60 large ships to return to Athens. On the sparkling sea, a huge fleet of 60 ships sailed quickly driven by the sea breeze. When Roy stood at the stern of the ship and looked at the scenery on the sea, Chiron walked up to Roy with a dark red stone and said, Master Lord Priest, you seem to know a lot of things. This is what I picked up on the boat just now. It seems to be a stone brought by the Seriphos people on the boat. Do you know what kind of stone it is? Chiron, if you are used to calling me master, it doesn't matter if you continue to call me master. After Roy teased Chiron with a smile, he looked at the fist-sized stone held in Chioni's right hand. This is. Recognizing the material of this dark red stone, Roy opened his eyes and said, Is this iron ore? Is there iron ore on Seriphos Island? Thinking of the iron or reserves of unknown reserves on Seriphos Island, Roy immediately had the idea of occupying Seriphos Island. Then Roy wanted the fleet to return to Seriphos Island and let the Seriphos men stay on Seriphos Island to dig iron ore for themselves. But Roy quickly calmed down. Occupying Seriphos now would undoubtedly do more harm than good. Anyway, none of the surrounding forces have iron smelting technology. Even if Roy does not occupy Seriphos Island, the iron ore on Seriphos Island will not be mined. Seeing Roy's reaction, Chiron asked curiously, Master Priest, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this stone? Roy shook his head and smiled. Chiron, there is nothing wrong with this stone. And I think you can keep it as the first piece of iron ore on Seriphos Island. I just saw this piece of iron ore, and I made a decision. It won't be long before I reoccupy Seriphos and make Seriphos my domain. Chapter 110 Perseus and Pelops. Sailing at sea is very dangerous. And sailing at night is certainly even more dangerous. It's evening. Roy did not choose to continue sailing, but allowed the fleet to anchor for the night on an unnamed island at the southern tip of the Attica Peninsula. At the same time, Perseus and his cousin Pelops also arrived at Seriphos with a fleet and 300 Mycenaean soldiers. When Perseus and Pelops took the Mycenaean soldiers to the island of Seriphos, they found that all the Seriphos on the island had disappeared. And most of the food, bronze utensils and other belongings had also been taken away. Arceus couldn't help but let out an angry and sad roar. Even without seeing it with his own eyes, Perseus knew what happened on Seriphos. Perseus and Pelops came to the island of Seriphos because at the same time that Polydex and Diestes were killed by Roy, there was a man who was loyal to the Perseus family. He escaped alone in a boat and went to the Argos region to tell Perseus the sad news. Perseus rushed back to the island of Seriphos to save his mother Danae and 6 sisters who had been captured. But unexpectedly he came a step too late. The people who occupied the island of Seriphos not only took away his mother and sisters, but also took away all the Seriphos people on the island, leaving Perseus without his true subjects. Loi, men of Athens. I, Perseus, remember the shame you brought upon me. Pelops looked at the angry and sad Perseus, with both sympathy and gloating in his heart, because Pelops had a more tragic experience than Perseus. After the Phoenician nomads who ruled Egypt were expelled by the southern Egyptians, these Phoenician nomads began to be forced to migrate to other places. In the beginning, Phoenician nomads, who were proficient in seafaring, migrated to Crete. Later, they were expelled by King Minos of Knossos and migrated to other areas. King Acrisios of Mycenae brought the largest group to the Argos region of the Peloponnese Peninsula, and the other 2 larger groups migrated to Sipylos in the northwest corner of the Asia Minor Peninsula area, a region that migrated to the southwestern corner of the Asia Minor Peninsula. Lycia, the leader who led the tribe to migrate to the Sipylos region, was Tantalus, the father of Pelops, who was also the son-in-law of Acrisios. The Sipylos region guards the golden waterway of the Dardanelles. Tantalus ruled here and could have established a powerful city-state capable of dominating the Aegean Sea. But Tantalus did not learn the lesson of their expulsion from Crete. When they migrated to Crete, not only did they not assimilate with the locals, they also wanted to worship their patron Saint Zeus as the god-king of Crete, and claimed that the great goddess Europa of Crete was the wife of Zeus. King Minos of Knossos was able to rule the most powerful city-state of Crete, Knossos, because he was the son of Zeus and the goddess Europa. These Mycenaean groups humiliated King Minos of Knossos and the goddess Europa. King Minos of Knossos, who originally sympathized with them, used the strength of the city of Knossos to force them to migrate again. Tantalus moved the Mycenaean people to the Sipylos area to establish the city of Sipylos, and still regarded Zeus, the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, as the patron saint of the city of Sipylos. Zeus, the patron god of the Mycenaeans, was naturally very satisfied with Tantalus and granted Tantalus the status of Zeus's son. But the locals around the Sipylos area were very dissatisfied with this foreign group, because the local Trojans worshipped the sea goddess Hesione as their patron saint. The Mysians worshipped Smintheus of Apollo, the god of plague and the silver bow. If the city of Sipylos in Tantalus is allowed to grow and develop, the alien god Zeus who protects the city of Sipylos will become a huge threat to the sea goddess Hesione and the silver bow god Smintheus of Apollo. So the Trojans and Mysians joined forces to destroy the city of Sipylos. After King Tantalus, who ruled the city of Sipylos, was killed, his lands and subjects were divided between the Trojans and the Mysians. Pelops, the son of Tantalus, fled to the Argos region under the protection of his loyal servants and accepted the asylum of his grandfather Acrisios. Compared with the city of Sipylos, which has a population of over 10,000 and rich land, Seriphos Island, with a poor land and a population of only about 4,000, is like a beggar in front of the rich. Looking at Perseus, whom he should have sympathized with, Pelops couldn't help but say in his heart, "You were destroyed by the Athenians, the island of Seriphos, and I was destroyed by the Trojans, the rich and powerful city of Sipylos." After grumbling in his heart, Pelops comforted Perseus. "Dear cousin Perseus, the Athenians committed such a crime against the island of Seriphos. We will return to Mycenae immediately and ask our grandfather Acrisios to summon an army to attack the city of Athens for revenge. Grandpa will not avenge me. Perseus calmed down and shook his head. Now my grandfather only wants to attack the city of Corinth, and has no interest in attacking the city of Athens. Moreover, the strength of the city of Athens cannot be underestimated. If my grandfather summons a large army to attack the city of Athens, there will definitely be trouble in the Argos area. The Mycenaeans had 3 city-states and thousands of troops. At least half of these thousands of troops were used to control the Argos region. The Mycenaean king Acrisios chose the city of Corinth as the target of conquest because the Corinth region was adjacent to the Argos region. When the Mycenaean king Acrisios gathered an army to attack the city of Corinth, even if there were any problems in the Argos area, Acrisios could quickly solve these problems. If thousands of troops were summoned for an expedition to the city of Athens, if something went wrong in the Argos region, the Mycenaeans' thousands of troops would not be able to return to the Argos region in time. And, looking up at the palace on the top of the hill, Perseus sneered. As long as I bear the hatred and humiliation, my grandfather can sympathize with me and give me more care. Perseus was not willing to inherit the throne of his father Polydex and become the king of Seriphos, because the land on Seriphos Island is barren. Without the support of Mycenaean king Acrisios, Seriphos Island would only be a small city-state with a population of 2,002 to 300 soldiers. After following Acrisios, Perseus' goal was to inherit Acrisios' throne and become the king of all Mycenaeans. But after all, Perseus was only the grandson of Acrisios, not the heir that Acrisios wanted. In order to become the heir of Acrisios, Perseus did not mind using his tragic experience to gain Acrisios' sympathy and care. At this moment, a Mycenaean soldier ran to Perseus in a panic and said, "Prince Perseus, we found the bodies of King Polydex, Prince Diestes, and a group of Seriphos soldiers." Perseus immediately brightened up and said, "Bring the bodies of my father and uncle quickly. I want to take these 2 bodies to see my grandfather." Chapter 111 Chiron is no longer a slave. When the sun rises from the east, Perseus and Pelops hurriedly cremated the bodies of the Seriphos soldiers, then left the island of Seriphos and returned to Argos with the bodies of Polydex and Diestes. Mycenae, an unnamed island in the southern part of the Attica Peninsula. Roy also continued to set off with his fleet and rushed back to the port of Piraeus in Athens. It's noon. 60 large ships sailed into the port of Piraeus in a mighty manner. Because the Athenians at the port already knew that this was a fleet belonging to Athens, there was no panic or confusion among the Athenians at the port. After the fleet docked at the port, Roy ordered to Ares and guard Captain Pallas. "Ares, Captain Pallas, now I have to give you 2 tasks. Ares, you are responsible for distributing the spoils, giving 100 catties of food to all the soldiers who went out, and then moving all the remaining spoils to my warehouse here. Captain Pallas, you are responsible for bringing the men of Seriphos to reunite with their wives and daughters, and help them settle in the city of Athens. Do your job well, and there will be a place for you at the banquet celebrating the victory. I obey your orders. I will definitely fulfill the orders of the priest." After Ares and the captain of the bodyguard Pallas accepted the order, Roy took Chiron ashore and returned to the Acropolis. Acropolis Mountain Gate. Before Roy and Chiron entered the Acropolis, Procne and Philomela rushed here after learning the news. Seeing that Procne had knitted a wreath of olive branches for herself, just like a wife greeting her victorious husband, Loe walked up to Procne and lowered his head, letting Procne put the wreath on himself. "Brother Roy, congratulations on gaining the glory of victory under the protection of the goddess Metis." After Procne put a flower crown on Roy, and when Roy was about to raise his head, Philomela put a large flower crown around Roy's neck. "Philomela." Roy raised his head and looked at Philomela in surprise. And Philomela said with a proud smile, "Brother Roy, you can't fit 2 flower crowns on your head, so I made one that can be placed around your neck. Are you happy to get blessings from me and your sister at the same time?" Can I say I'm not happy? Although Roy was indeed very happy, he couldn't help but said with a wry smile, as expected of Philomela, the great goddess of the fields, she was able to invent the idea of wearing a second wreath on the neck of the victor. After all, Philomela's identity is no ordinary person. She is not only the princess of Athens, but also the deified goddess of the fields. Philomela. Therefore, when Philomela put a second flower crown on Loe's neck, it was possible that others would follow suit and eventually develop into a new custom. Hey hey hey. Philomela smiled proudly, then looked at Chiron next to Roy with an unhappy expression and said, "Brother Roy, you didn't take me and my sister with you when you went to Seriphos Island. Why did you take Kaiwan with you? Prockney did not speak. But she looked at Roy with solemn eyes. Obviously also concerned about this issue. Philomela. I took Kaiwan with me because she is not a weak girl, but a strong female warrior. She can not only protect herself on the battlefield, but also provide help to me. After Roy finished explaining, he continued. Prockney. Philomela. I want to tell you something. Because Kaiwan made great achievements when I went to Seraphos Island with me, I want to relieve Kaiwan from being a slave. Hearing Roy's words, Prockney immediately frowned. If Kaiwan is Roy's slave, let alone Roy favoring Kaiwan. Even if Kaiwan gives birth to a child, her identity is at best Roy's lover. Kaiwan is no longer a slave. She can become Roy's side wife, or even his wife. Certainly. After all, Kaiwan is no longer the princess of the Eleusis tribe. Even if she obtains civilian status, she is not qualified to compete with Prockney for the status of head wife, and will not pose a threat to Prockney's status. But in essence, even if Kaiwan can only become Roy's side wife, she is still Prockney's love rival. Although she realized that Kaiwan was already qualified to be her love rival, Prockney still showed a sincere smile and said to Kaiwan, Kaiwan, congratulations on your freedom. What are your plans in the future? Will you continue to be by Brother Roy's side? Kaiwan nodded calmly and said, As girls, we must rely on men to survive. I no longer have a father or brother to rely on. So I will continue to stay with the priest and take care of my people with him. Are you going to be a civilian made to serve Brother Roy? Philomela said jokingly. Kaiwan. My sister is Brother Roy's fiancée. From now on, you must serve your sister as your mistress. I am your sister and Brother Roy's sister. You must also serve me as half your mistress. In this era, there were two types of male servants and female servants. One is a slave male servant and a slave maid, and the other is a civilian male servant and a civilian maid. The male and female servants of the Pandion family are basically commoner male servants and commoner maids. The parents of these male and female servants were commoners of the Athenian tribe. Because they could not afford to raise children, they gave their children to Pandion to be raised as slaves. As a ruler, Pandion must certainly give these male and female servants some preferential treatment. They will not be killed at will like slaves. And when the time comes, they will arrange marriages between male servants and maids, and even restore them to freedom. After hearing Philomela's words, Kaiwan said with a faint smile, Even if you are not the priest's fiancé and fiancée, I will still serve you because you are the princess of Athens. Seeing that Philomela seemed to be angered by Chioni's words, Roy said immediately, Let's not stand here anymore. I have to report the situation to my father-in-law. Father-in-law. Hearing Roy's name for his father, Prockney blushed instantly, walked over to Roy, hugged Roy's right arm with both hands and said, Brother Roy, I will accompany you to see your father. Although I believe that Brother Roy will not lose to anyone, I have been worried about you in my heart. Were you injured on Seraphos Island? Roy smiled as he walked forward. Of course I wasn't injured. When I was on Seraphos Island, my only enemies were King Polydex and Prince Decetus. They are both old and frail middle-aged men. And even if we work together, we may not be able to defeat me. I first took care of Diestes, and then I easily killed Polydex, with no injuries at all in the process. After Roy finished speaking, Philomela came to Roy, hugged Roy's left arm with her hands and said coquettishly, Brother Roy, I also want to hear what happened to you on Seraphos Island. Seeing Philomela's actions, Roy and Prockney were both frightened and froze. Although Prockney became Loe's fiancé, Loe was already Philomela's brother, and Philomela was Loe's sister. But this isn't really a brother-sister relationship after all. Chapter 112 Lavrio has a big silver mine. Just when Prockney was hesitant to stop Philomela, Roy took the initiative to speak to Philomela. Philomela. You can't hold me like this. Philomela said with a puffy face. Why can't I do what my sister can do? Now that Brother Roy is a member of our family, there is no problem for my sister to be close to him. But we are not real brothers and sisters. If my father-in-law and mother-in-law see me, I will let go of Brother Roy before I get home. After showing Roy a playful smile, Philomela said to Prockney, Sister, would you mind if I share Brother Roy with you? What else could Prockney say? Hearing her sister's question, Prockney said with a gentle and doting smile, Although no one else can. My dear sister can share everything I have. Kaiwan, who was following Roy, Procne, and Philomela, looked at the backs of the three of them with a complicated expression on her face. Although Kaiwan has many sisters, they are not close to her because of her appearance. Procne and Philomela were so close that even husbands could share their feelings, which made Kaiwan both envious and incomprehensible. Pandion Stone House. Roy led the three girls into the courtyard, and Philomela took the initiative to let go of Roy's left arm. After the maids took off their strappy sandals, Roy took the three girls into the hall and saw Pandion, Zeuxippus and Erechtheus sitting around the stone table. Seeing the four Roys, Pandion took the initiative to speak. Loey, you moved 4,000 people from Seriphos Island. This was originally a major victory, worthy of me going to the port to greet you personally. But do you know why I didn't greet you? Seeing the worried expressions of Procne and Philomela, Roy walked to the stone table, sat down opposite Pandion and said, My father-in-law will be dissatisfied with my victory because I moved the 4,000 people from Seriphos to Athens, which was a huge burden to Athens. In this era, farming technology was very backward, and the territory of the Athenian tribe was very barren. Even if olive oil can be exchanged for food, the food in Athens can only feed tens of thousands of people. Roy moved 4,000 people from Seriphos to Athens. Although the population of Athens increased to 14,000, it also put Athens under food pressure. Seeing that Roy knew the reason for his dissatisfaction, Pandion said expressionlessly, These Seriphos cannot stay in Athens, they must be moved elsewhere. Father-in-law, Roy said immediately, although these Seriphos will be a burden to us for a short time, once they settle down, they will not only provide us with tax revenue, but also provide us with at least 400 soldiers. Loey, I didn't say I was giving up on these Seriphos. Seeing Roy's confused expression, Pandion continued. We used to have 4 large tribes in the Attica Peninsula. The territory of the Athenian tribe was the Greater Athens area. The territory of the Eleusinian tribe was the Eleusis area. The territory of the Lavrio tribe was the Lavrio area. And the Marathon tribe, our territory, is the Marathon area. After the Eleusis tribe was annexed by us, both the Athens area and the Eleusis area have become our territories. I plan to attack the Lavrio area, or the Marathon area, and use one of them as Plok. I will give you Nirvana's dowry. From now on, you will build a city-state in this area, and establish a city-state that is in the watch league with the city of Athens. I plan to move these Seriphos people into your territory, plus the original ones in your territory. Population. Your territory can directly have a population of 7,000 or 8,000. Pandion actually wants to drive him to the Lavrio area, or the Marathon area, to establish a city-state. Is this to keep him away from the city of Athens in the future, and unable to compete with Erechtheus for inheritance rights? Roy came back to his senses and said, Father-in-law, in order to reduce the food pressure on the city of Athens, I agree to move the Seriphos people to the Lavrio area, or the Marathon area. In order to resettle the Seriphos people as soon as possible, I will take my followers and 3 people tomorrow. 100 Eleusinian soldiers. Before Roy could finish speaking, Pandion said unhappily, Loey, I just said that I will personally conquer the Lavrio or Marathon regions as Procne's dowry. Now you just need to tell me whether you want to establish a city-state in the Marathon region or Lavrio area. The Marathon area has the famous Marathon plain. After hearing Pandion's words, Roy said immediately, I want to be in Mara. Before he finished speaking, Roy's eyes suddenly widened. Lavrio. I seem to have heard this name before. Lavrio. The great silver mine of Lavrio. Thinking of the large silver mine in the Lavrio area, Roy hurriedly changed his words. I want to build a Lavrio city in the Lavrio area. Although in this era, silver mines can neither be exchanged for food nor weapons, but can only be made into decorations. But for Roy, with the Lavrio silver mine, Roy can mine silver mines, cast silver coins, and promote currency. And although the land in the Lavrio area is barren, the port of Lavrio is also an important port. In other words, Roy can not only make silver coins in the Lavrio area, but also build a port city here focusing on economic and trade. You choose the Lavrio region. Pandion nodded and said, the Marathon region has the Marathon plains. If you choose the Lavrio region, you must want to obtain food through sea trade. Since you choose the Lavrio region, tomorrow I will take Erechtheus and 500 soldiers to conquer Lavrio for you. Tribe of Leo. My son. After moving the Seraphos to the region of Lavrio, you and Procne can establish a city-state with a population of 7,000 people there. With the city of Athens as your backing. Father. For his own happiness. His father Pandion actually wanted to seize a territory for himself as a dowry. This full fatherly love brought tears to Procne's eyes. Seeing Procne's appearance, Pandion immediately smiled. Silly girl. Roy is the victor in triumph. And we should celebrate him happily. Now I will instruct my servants to prepare a sumptuous banquet to celebrate Roy's victory. Then, Pandion ordered the head maid at home to prepare a banquet. And also ordered the head male servant to invite the young chief to the banquet. Not long after, 4 small leaders from the city of Athens came to Pandion's house one after another. After the maids brought sumptuous barbecue, fruit, white bread, and wine to the stone table, Ares and guards Captain Pallas also completed the tasks assigned to them by Roy and came to Pandion's house together. Seeing Ares and guard Captain Pallas, Roy said to Pandion, Father-in-law, my followers Ares and Captain Pallas have made great contributions. So I would like to invite them to the banquet. Do you think it is okay? There were just 2 more people attending the banquet. And Pandion had no reason to refuse. So he said without hesitation, since they have merit, it is appropriate for them to participate in the banquet. Chapter 113, Please your father-in-law and cheat your mother-in-law. Night falls. The hall of Pandion's stone house was brightly lit by more than a dozen candles. Roy, Pandion, Zeuxippus, Erechtheus, Procne, and Philomela were sitting around the main table. Ares, the guard Captain Pallas, and the 4 minor leaders were sitting around the other side. Next to a stone table. The men happily ate delicious barbecue and drank delicious wine to celebrate Roy's victory. Perhaps influenced by the joyful atmosphere, Mrs. Zeuxipp, Procne, and Philomela also drank some wine. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost brewing, Roy suddenly said, Dear Athenians, do you want to see the noble and beautiful queen and the young and beautiful princess performing a dance? The stupid Perseus led the Mycenaeans to attack our city of Athens. I not only killed them on the island of Seriphos, Perseus' father, King Polydex, and his uncle, Prince Diestes, also captured Perseus' mother, Queen Danae, and his sisters. After Roy finished speaking, the 4 little leaders immediately let out joyful shouts, obviously looking forward to the queen and princess of Seriphos Island who had become the spoils of war. Seeing that no one raised any objection, Roy and Kaiwan looked at each other. Kaiwan left the hall and soon brought Danae and the 6 princesses in. Because this was a program that Roy had arranged before the night came. Danae and the 6 princesses started dancing as soon as they entered the hall. Although the dancing postures of Danae and the 6 princesses were very unfamiliar, their graceful postures perfectly hid some flaws in their dancing postures. Even Pandion, who was sitting with Zeuxippa, showed a faint smile and admired Danae's dance. The men's eyes were focused on Danae and the 6 princesses. And a little leader, who was obviously drunk, suddenly shouted, It's just that dancing is too boring. Take off your clothes quickly. Other small leaders echoed, You're right. They should take off their clothes while dancing. We have all become trophies. So we should have the consciousness of being slaves. Hearing the words of the little leaders, Danae and the 6 princesses shed tears of humiliation in their eyes. Just when Roy felt that they would not let go of their dignity as queens and princesses, Danae and the 6 princesses reached out and took off their coats. Although the 4 little leaders were a little disappointed when they saw that they were still wearing underwear under their coats, they still laughed excitedly. Because Danae and the 6 princesses are not only members of the noble royal family, their beauty and figure are also far superior to the wives of the 4 little chiefs. In the past, they would not even dare to take another look at such a noble and beautiful woman. But now they can appreciate the noble and beautiful queen and princess as playthings. Even Roy's eyes could not help but be attracted to Danae and the 6 princesses, who were only wearing underwear. As a woman, Mrs. Zeuxippa, Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan all couldn't help but frown at this time. Danae and the 6 princesses endured the humiliation and continued dancing. And the drunk little leader said again, You should take off the rest of your clothes too. The other little leaders also cheered. That's right. You guys. Please take off the rest of your clothes. Ha ha ha, if you take them off again, they will have no clothes left. Hearing this, Roy couldn't help but frown. Danae was a trophy that he wanted to present to his father-in-law Pandion. So of course he could not let the little chiefs humiliate him at will. Just when Roy was about to speak, Mrs. Zeuxippou suddenly said coldly, "Enough is enough, y'all." Feeling the anger of Zeuxippou, everyone's eyes were focused on Zeuxippou. Even Danae and the 6 princesses stopped dancing and looked at Danae. Zeuxippou took a deep breath and explained to Pandion, "Dear, seeing the humiliation of Danae and her daughters, who have the same identity, makes me feel sad. If the city of Athens is occupied by the enemy one day, maybe my daughters and I will suffer the same humiliation as them. So I really can't bear to see them continue to be humiliated." Procne said immediately after hearing Zeuxippou's words, "Mother, we are protected by our father, Brother Erechtheus and Brother Roy. This kind of unfortunate thing will never happen to us." Philomela followed. "Sister is right. Father, Brother Erechtheus, and Brother Roy will definitely protect us." Pandion also said to Zeuxippou, "Zeuxippou, since you can't bear to see them being humiliated, then I will let them end their performance." Roy stood up and said, "Father-in-law, I asked Queen Danae and the 6 princesses to dance for everyone. Not to humiliate them, but to distribute them as trophies. The noble and beautiful Queen Danae is undoubtedly the most valuable trophy. So I want to dedicate Queen Danae to my father-in-law. This son-in-law is so capable that he even took the initiative to give me a woman." Pandion stared at Roy with wide eyes, and then showed a dumbfounded expression on his face. Not to mention whether he was willing to accept Danae. Is it appropriate for Roy to give him a woman in front of his wife? Zeuxippou. This is inappropriate. Although Roy as a son-in-law pleased his father-in-law, he also cheated his mother-in-law. Just now, Zeuxippou regarded Danae as a pitiful, unfortunate woman who deserved sympathy. Now Roy wanted to give Danae to Pandion. But his husband Pandion did not refuse immediately. Zeuxippou immediately looked at Pandion with vigilant eyes and asked, "My dear, are you going to accept the woman Roy gave you?" If Roy wanted to give the young and beautiful princess to Pandion, Pandion would definitely refuse without hesitation. After all, these princesses are old enough to be his daughters. Pandion cannot afford to lose his face by accepting these young girls in front of his wife. Zeuxippou. But the beautiful Danae. She is as mature and beautiful as Zeuxippou. And she is not a young girl. Looking at Danae's beautiful face and moving figure, Pandion's heart became uncontrollably agitated. Facing the question from his wife Zeuxippou, Pandion forced out a guilty smile and said, "The person with the highest status gets the most valuable spoils. This is the rule for distributing the spoils of war after victory." Zeuxippou immediately opened his eyes and said in disbelief, "So you want to accept Danae and let her become my love rival? How could Danae become your love rival?" Pandion shook his head and said, "As a prisoner and a trophy. She is a slave worse than a civilian, and has no qualifications to be your love rival." Zeuxippou was Pandion's first wife. Generally speaking, only the woman who becomes Pandion's side wife is considered her love rival. But Zeuxippou could not tolerate sand in her eyes. Even if Danae could only become Pandion's lover as a slave, Danae was still considered a love rival in her eyes. Seeing that Pandion was willing to accept Danae, Loie looked at Erechtheus and said, "Prince Erechtheus, I want to give you Perseus' sisters. Will you accept them?" Chapter 114 The distressed princess marries a commoner. After hearing Roy's words, Erechtheus looked at Kaiwan and said, "I have no interest in Perseus' sisters. If you want to please me, give me Kaiwan. You will soon marry my sister Procne. And let a girl as beautiful as Kaiwan stay. Being around you will definitely affect the relationship between you and my sister." I don't know whether to say he is infatuated or persistent. Seeing that Erechtheus was still obsessed with Kaiwan, Roy shook his head and said, "I can't give Kaiwan to you because I have lifted Keone's status as a slave. Now only Kaiwan can decide her fate. Prince Erechtheus, if you like girls with different hair and eyes, my child, you can go to Thessaly and snatch some blonde Dorian girls. There is no need to keep an eye on Kaiwan." "Roy, do you think I fell in love with Kaiwan at first sight because she has white hair and blue eyes that are different from others?" Roy nodded without hesitation. Roy himself is a man. So Roy knows very well that there is no such thing as love at first sight in the world. The so-called love at first sight means falling in love with someone at the first sight. Whether you believe it or not, I'm really in love with Kaiwan. After Erechtheus finished speaking angrily, he stood up and walked to Kaiwan and said, "Beautiful Kaiwan, I am so happy for you to hear that you are no longer a slave. I have been deeply in love with you since the first time we met. Now I beg you to marry me. Give it to me and be my only wife. Erechtheus suddenly ran up to her to propose marriage. Kaiwan was stunned for a moment. And then looked at Roy with pleading eyes. Roy immediately walked up to Kaiwan and held Keone's left hand with his right hand. As the two hands were held together, their hearts seemed to be connected, giving Kaiwan great courage. Prince Erechtheus. Kaiwan took a deep breath and looked at Erechtheus and said, "Perhaps it will hurt you to say this, but your pursuit troubles me very much. Regardless of my status as a slave of Roy Priest or a civilian, I will not accept your pursuit, because I have long decided to dedicate my body and mind to Luo Yi Priest. Be a faithful woman for him." "Why?" Erechtheus's eyes widened and he asked with a trembling voice. "You know that Roy will marry my sister Procne. And you will not get any fame or status by being with Roy. But I am different from Roy. Because I really love you. Even if you are of low status, I will also make you my first wife." Hearing these words, Roy immediately rolled his eyes. Erechtheus's first wife can be decided by himself, with the control of Pandion and Zeuxippus. Erechtheus's marriage was not his own decision at all. Kaiwan sighed and said, "Prince Erechtheus, even if I can only be a sidekick, or even a lover with Priest Roy, I will never leave Priest Roy." "Why? Why? How am I inferior to Roy?" Kaiwan frowned and turned around to leave the hall. Because Erechtheus lost to Roy in too many places. Not only did Erechtheus lose to Loei in terms of strength and wisdom, but he also couldn't compare to Loei in terms of character. This is not to say that Erechtheus was a bad character. It was precisely because Erechtheus had such a good personality that he lost to Loei. Roy's character values his own interests and will do whatever it takes to win. The character of Erechtheus is more like the hero of the story. Although he has the image of great justice, he cannot become the final winner. Erechtheus's character made it easy for him to become a dead hero in this era. In ancient legends, after the death of King Erechtheus of Athens, his throne was immediately usurped by the grandfather of King Theseus of Athens. It can be seen that when King Erechtheus of Athens was alive, there were already major hidden dangers in his throne. It was only because the Pandion family had the authority to rule Athens for decades that the grandfather of King Theseus of Athens seized the throne after Erechtheus' death. It can be seen from this that there are problems with Erechtheus's character and abilities. If it were Roy who ruled Athens, he would definitely have eliminated all the hidden dangers that threatened the royal power during his lifetime. Although Erechtheus's benevolent rule caused his descendants to be deprived of the throne, he himself became one of the heroic gods of Athens. Even in modern society, the temple of Erechtheus is still preserved on the Acropolis of Athens. Seeing Kaiwan running away, Erechtheus immediately wanted to chase her away. Roy stretched out his hand to stop Erechtheus and said with an unhappy expression on his face, "Erechtheus, Kaiwan has clearly rejected you. If you continue to pester my woman, I will have no choice but to challenge you to a duel." "Duel? Do you think I would be afraid of a duel with you?" Even though he knew that his strength was defeated by Roy, Erechtheus still had the courage to duel with Roy. But he had no reason to duel Roy, because Kaiwan is completely Roy's woman. Erechtheus dueling Loei would make him a laughingstock. Erechtheus didn't mind being laughed at by others, but he didn't want to bring shame on his family. After looking at Roy firmly for a while, Erechtheus could only return to his seat angrily. Seeing that Erechtheus did not make a stupid choice, Roy turned around and came to Ares and the guard Captain Pallas and said, "Ares, Captain Pallas, in order to reward you two for your merits, I allow you to choose one of Perseus's sisters to be your wife." Upon hearing Roy's words, Ares' body froze as if petrified, and the half-eaten barbecue fell from his mouth to the ground. Guard Captain Pallas made a loud noise and spat out the wine he had just taken. The two recovered from the shock, and Ares said in a voice that was shaking with excitement, "Mr. Priest, even if they are captives and trophies, they are still noble and beautiful princesses. Can I be worthy of them if I let them marry a commoner like me?" Roy reached out and patted Ares on the shoulder and said, "Since you have become my follower, you will certainly have a bright future, and you are qualified to marry a princess as your wife. Now the opportunity is in front of you. Do you want to marry an unmarried princess?" "Yes. Of course I want it. If the priest gives me the princess, I will have the courage to marry the princess." Ares looked at the 6 sisters of Perseus, then pointed at the youngest princess and said, "I want to marry the youngest princess. Please give her to me." The priest. "Yes. From now on, Ares, You will be the grandson-in-law of Acrisios, the king of Mycenae, and the brother-in-law of our enemy, Prince Perseus. After agreeing to Ares' request, Roy looked at the guard Captain Pallas. Captain Pallas, which princess do you want? Guard Captain Pallas looked at the 6 princesses with a troubled expression on his face. Chapter 1:15 Perseus prays for blessings. Ares is a follower of Roy, so he can accept the princess given by Roy without hesitation. Pallas is Pandion's vassal, and even if Loe is Pandion's son-in-law, he cannot just accept what Loe gives him. After all, Pallas was not a child. He must have understood that Roy had to pay a certain price for giving him a noble and beautiful young princess. After hesitating for a moment, Pallas looked away from the 6 princesses and said, Master Priest, my merits are not enough for me to be rewarded with a princess. Captain Pallas, if I promise you that I will not compete with Erechtheus for the identity of the heir, and you do not need to choose between me and Erechtheus, are you still unwilling to accept my gift? This? Pallas had a hesitant expression on his face and looked at the 6 princesses again. As a commoner, it would undoubtedly be a great honor to marry a noble and beautiful young princess. Ares also said in confusion at this time. Captain Pallas, this is our only chance to marry the princess. If we miss this opportunity, we will definitely regret it in the future. After hesitating and struggling in his heart for a while, Pallas finally gritted his teeth and said, Master Priest, I want to get the oldest princess. Roy immediately patted Pallas on the shoulder and smiled. No problem. From now on, Perseus' eldest sister belongs to you. Captain Pallas, from now on, you can proudly claim that you are the grandson-in-law of Acrisios, the king of Mycenae, and the noble Mycena, the royal family of Cyne. People in this era are still too naive after all. Pallas had no idea that Loe, as a filial son-in-law, would directly compete with his father-in-law Pandion for the dominance of the city of Athens. At that time, although Pallas does not need to choose between Loe and Erechtheus, he will have to choose between Loe and Pandion. Peloponnese Peninsula, Argos region, Mycenae. While Perseus' mother and sisters suffered various humiliations, Perseus was in the palace of King Acrisios of Mycenae, crying to his grandfather Acrisios about his misfortunes. Acrisios on the throne learned that his son-in-law Polydectes and his brother Diestes were killed by the Athenians, and that his daughter Danae and 3 granddaughters also became the spoils of the Athenians. He looked at Perseus kneeling in front of him with pitiful eyes and said, Perseus, my poor grandson, even if I were a hard-hearted old man, I would sympathize with your misfortune. Hearing that Acrisios did not mention revenge for himself at all, although this was expected, Perseus still felt chilled. After all, Danae is not only his mother, but also his daughter. It seems that in the heart of this Mycenaean king, the interests of the entire Mycenaean community are the most important. Perseus raised his head, looked at Acrisios, the 60-year-old man's old face, and cried, Grandfather, now my father and uncle have been killed by the Athenians, and the residents of Seriphos have also been taken away by the Athenians. I have lost my foothold. How can I survive in this world in the future? My child, you are not only the prince of Seriphos Island, but also my grandson. Acrisios stretched out his right hand and touched Perseus' head and said, Although I can't make you my heir, I can make you own a new territory and become the king of a city-state. Become the king who rules a city-state. This certainly didn't satisfy Perseus' appetite, because in the Mycenaean system, the Mycenaean king was the ruler of all Mycenaeans. In other words, even if Perseus becomes the king of the city-state, he must obey the orders of the Mycenaean king. It is precisely because of this system of the Mycenaeans that Perseus' goal is not to become the king of a certain city-state, but to inherit the identity and power of his grandfather Acrisios and become the common king of all Mycenaeans. King. As long as Perseus becomes king of Mycenae, the vast territory owned by the Mycenaeans will become Perseus' territory. Dear Grandpa, I am willing to obey all your arrangements. Although Perseus has the ambition to become the heir, he cannot reveal this ambition yet because his current strength is not enough to defeat all competitors, let alone seize power directly from his grandfather Acrisios. After hearing Perseus' words, Acrisios nodded with satisfaction and said, Perseus, I will immediately send messengers to the city of Athens to redeem your mother Danae and your sisters. In fact, Perseus was not enthusiastic about rescuing his mother and sisters, because the more miserable his experience is, the more sympathy and care he can get from his grandfather Acrisios. But he cannot object to Acrisios redeeming his mother and sisters. Grandfather. My family suffered such a tragedy, which made me deeply aware of the weakness of my own strength. Now I beg my grandfather. I hope that as the highest priest of the great god Zeus, you can grant me Zeus's blessing. Upon hearing Perseus' request, Acrisios did not immediately agree. Because Perseus is already a young hero, giving Perseus the blessing of Zeus will accelerate Perseus' growth into a great hero, 1,000 enemies. Once Perseus grows into a great hero, an enemy of thousands, Acrisios' sons and grandsons will not have enough strength to compete with Perseus for the position of heir. Thinking of his dead son-in-law Polydex and Danae, who had become a trophy of the Athenians, and looking at the pitiful look on Perseus' face full of tears, Acrisios finally nodded and said, I can ask the great Zeus to give you a blessing. But you must fight for the Mycenaeans and help us defeat Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, who refuses to surrender. Acropolis. Brother Roy. Brother Roy. Roy woke up from last night's hangover and heard the voices of Procne and Philomela calling him. Sure enough, drinking too much wine can make people drunk, Roy complained as he opened his eyes, seeing Procne and Philomela standing happily beside his bed. Roy said with wide eyes, Am I dreaming? Procne and Philomela can't come to me so early. After saying that, Roy closed his eyes. Brother Roy. It's really me and my sister. You are not dreaming. Seeing that Roy really wanted to continue sleeping, Philomela immediately shook Roy's arm. Procne explained with a smile. Brother Roy. My father and brother Erechtheus left the city of Athens early in the morning with 500 soldiers to attack the Lavrio tribe in the southern part of the Attica Peninsula. Now Philomela and I don't have to be punished by our father. Control. That's why we came to you early in the morning. Hearing Procne's words, Roy opened his eyes and said, My mother-in-law agreed to you coming to me so early. Isn't she worried? Procne turned her head to avoid Roy's gaze, blushed and whispered in a low voice. My mother said that I am already Brother Luoi's fiancé. If Brother Luoi messes with me, my mother will arrange for us to get married tomorrow. Chapter 116 Fiancé is equal to husband. In the modern world 3,600 years later, men and women, let alone engaged, can get married on the first day and divorce the next. Because marriage relationships have become very fragile and flash marriages and divorces have become common, people do not take engagement seriously. But in this era, wives are regarded as husbands' private property, and husbands have the right to kill cheating wives. So entering into marriage is a very cautious matter. As long as the parents marry their daughter to her husband, the daughter no longer belongs to her parents but to the husband. And there is no option for divorce. Therefore, when parents betroth their daughter to their fiancé after careful consideration, the marriage relationship has been established. The fiancé is actually the husband. In ancient legends, Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, had no choice but to kill Hermione in order to marry his cousin. Hermione, the daughter of King Menelaus of Sparta and Helen, Hermione's fiancé, Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, is because the fiancé is equal to the husband. Even if Orestes negotiated directly with the Spartan king Menelaus, Menelaus could not marry his daughter Hermione to Orestes. In this era, if you are a civilian, as long as the woman's parents agree to betroth their daughter, the man can directly take the woman home to establish a marriage relationship. There is no need for engagement and marriage. Engagement and marriage, this is a necessary process that only royal families and nobles pay attention to. Commoners do not need to go through the process of engagement and marriage because commoners can usually only have one woman. Even if there is no engagement and marriage, his only woman will be his undoubted first wife. Royal families and nobles will have many women. So the significance of engagement and marriage is to establish a woman's identity. A man holds a wedding banquet to let the guests witness that the woman who marries the man will become his wife. If there is no wedding, the woman will be regarded as the man's side wife, or even his lover. Precisely because the meaning of a wedding is to establish a woman's identity. In ancient legends, Prince Paris of Troy abducted Queen Helen of Sparta. After holding a wedding with Helen, Paris's original wife Oenone changed from his wife to his ex-first wife. As a result, Oenone could not bear the humiliation of being deprived of her status as a head wife. So she left Paris and returned to the mountain cabin where they were married to live alone. Since an engagement is equivalent to a marriage, and a wedding is only to establish a woman's status as a head wife, Loe can now exercise her husband's power over Procne. The price is that the father-in-law Pandion and the mother-in-law Mrs. Eusippo will no longer be in a hurry to marry their daughter, but will actually hold a wedding for Loie and Procne tomorrow. And in the presence of many guests will establish that Procne is Loie, Yi's first wife. If Roy only had Procne as his fiancée, Roy would not mind exercising his husband's power and letting Procne serve him. But Roy also has another fiancée, Harmonia. If Roy holds a wedding to Procne without Harmonia's knowledge, and makes Procne his official wife, Roy couldn't imagine how angry Harmonia would be. After all, Procne's becoming the head wife means that Harmonia can only be Loie's side wife. Looking at Procne's shy and cute look, and thinking of Harmonia's reaction, Roy said with a serious expression, "Procne, I won't do anything to you before our wedding." Then, Roy said with an embarrassed expression, "Procne, Philomela, can you two go out for a moment? I need to get dressed now." Procne nodded. But Philomela playfully grabbed the thin quilt covering Roy and said, "Let me and my sister take a look and we won't lose any pieces of meat." "Why are you driving me and my sister out? Aren't you afraid that my sister and I will get cold? It's already February and the temperatures in Athens are getting colder than they were in January. And it's still morning when the sun rises." Seeing Philomela trying to pull off the thin quilt on her body, Roy hurriedly grabbed the thin quilt. "Philomela, don't pull the quilt back. Why don't you let me pull it? Is there something hidden under the quilt?" Just as Roy and Philomela were pulling the thin quilt, there was a sudden sound of sneezing. A sneeze. This is the sound of a girl sneezing. Procne and Philomela looked at each other. Neither of them had sneezed just now, and the sound just now seemed to come from under the thin quilt. Procne and Philomela looked at Roy with suspicion. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Roy pulled down the thin quilt and exposed Keone's little head lying next to him. The bright light shone on her face. Kaiwan opened her sleepy eyes and showed a bright and sweet smile to Procne and Philomela. Procne and Philomela's eyes widened, and their bodies froze as if they were petrified. The two recovered from the shock, and Philomela said in a trembling voice, "Sister, before you got married to Brother Roy, he cheated on you first." Procne said calmly, "Philomela, Kaiwan will be Brother Roy's side chamber. We have known this for a long time. My father also has many women. Yesterday he accepted Danae from Brother Roy. Of course I will not ask Roy brother. I am the only woman." Hearing Procne's words, Kaiwan smiled and said, "Princess Philomela, I have no ambition to compete with Princess Procne for the status of the head wife. And I have not dedicated my body to Roy. So I will not give birth to the child earlier than your sister." Hearing Keone's words, Procne showed a faint smile. As a tolerant and generous woman, she didn't mind the presence of love rivals around Roy who were not a threat to her. Seeing that the surer field he was worried about did not appear, Roy couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so happy to see you all getting along so well. Once we finish breakfast, I'll take the three of you out to play." After saying that, Roy planned to get dressed in front of them. Philomela screamed shyly and turned her back to Roy. "Brother Roy, I'm not your fiancé. How can you let me see your body? Didn't you girl want to pull my quilt just now?" Roy said jokingly. "Now I want to get dressed and you don't dare to look at me. Wow, if you say that to me again, I will turn around and look at you." Listening to Philomela's incompetent rage, Loie, Procne, and Kaiwan couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Roy wanted to get dressed by himself, Procne snatched the clothes from Roy's hands and said, "Brother Roy, let me help you get dressed." Although this was originally Keone's job, Kaiwan wisely gave this job to Procne. After the four people finished their breakfast, Roy took the three girls out of the stone house and stood in the temple square overlooking the scene at the foot of the Acropolis mountain. "Now my father-in-law is taking Erechtheus to attack the Lavrio tribe. And my mother-in-law will also manage Athens on his behalf. Whatever you want to do today, I will try my best to satisfy you." Chapter 117 I want to raise some mermaids. Roy didn't know much about the entertainment activities of girls in this era, so Roy let the girls make their own decisions. After Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan looked at each other, Procne took the initiative. "In order not to worry my mother, let's dance or play football on the Acropolis." In this era of lack of entertainment, dancing is also an entertainment activity. Procne said that playing football involves tying cotton or linen cloth with hemp rope into a round ball similar to a football. Philomela said with a puffy face, "I want to go to the beach. Maybe we can pick up beautiful LS and pearls. Prochny and Philomela did not reach an agreement. And both looked at Kaiwan at the same time. Kaiwan said with an excited smile. Don't you think rabbits and deer are cute? I want to go to the woods to play with the little animals. The three girls had different ideas. So they looked at Roy. Seeing the three girls looking at him expectantly, wanting his support, Roy said with a smile. We have plenty of time. So let's play with everything you said. In the morning, you will dance in the temple square to dedicate it to the goddess Metis. At noon, we will go to the beach to play. In the afternoon, we will go to the woods to play with small animals. After hearing Roy's words, Kaiwan corrected her. We don't play with animals. We play with them. Prochny and Philomela looked at each other and said. Now that Brother Roy has made a decision, let's do what Brother Roy said. Philomela nodded and said. The sea water must be very cold in the morning. We will go to the beach when it is hottest at noon. Seeing that the three girls agreed to his arrangement, Roy ordered Keone's three maids to bring wool blankets and spread them in the temple square. The three maids spread the wool blanket at the feet of the Metis statue. And Roy immediately lay down on the wool blanket and said, I'm ready to appreciate your beautiful dance. Which of you will dance for the goddess Metis first? The three girls looked at each other. And Prochny walked to the wool blanket and took off her strappy sandals and said, I'll go first. Walking to the center of the wool blanket with bare feet, Prochny first looked up at the statue of Metis. And then looked at Roy. If the goddess Metis is not interested in the dance of human girls. The three girls ostensibly danced to the goddess Metis. But in fact they danced to Loie. Although Prochny was not competitive, she did not want to lose to other girls in front of her future husband. After taking a deep breath, Prochny stood on tiptoes and raised both arms to slowly dance her body. As Prochny's dance gradually accelerated, the hem of her robe and skirt kept flying up. Roy's eyes admired her slender waist and looked at her beautiful feet and calves. Feeling Roy's burning gaze, Prochny's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. But her dancing became faster and faster. When it came to the last move of the dance, it was not known whether Prochny had sprained her foot or lost her strength. Her body suddenly fell towards Roy. Roy instinctively stretched out his hands and held Prochny's fallen body in his arms. The two looked at each other. And Prochny shyly closed her eyes and said, Brother Roy, thank you for catching me. Looking at Prochny's cute and blushing face, Roy couldn't help but bite her cherry lips. Seeing this scene, Philomela immediately screamed shyly. It's so embarrassing. After 5 long minutes, just when Roy and Prochny were about to suffocate, Roy finally raised his head reluctantly and said, Your sister and I are an unmarried couple. So I don't feel shy at all. But my sister will be shy. After Philomela finished speaking dissatisfied, she walked to the wool blanket and took off her strappy sandals. Walking to the center of the wool blanket with bare feet, Philomela turned to Roy and said, Brother Roy, just now you were looking at your sister intently. Now you can't stop watching me dance just because you are holding your sister in your arms. Roy smiled and nodded. I will definitely keep watching you and appreciate every dance move you make. Prochny, who was blushing in Roy's arms, also looked at Philomela and said, Philomela, my sister will always keep an eye on you. Seeing Loie's left hand and Prochny's right hand tightly clasped together around Prochny's waist, Philomela felt inexplicably uncomfortable and could only start dancing to get rid of all her thoughts. Roy admired Philomela's dancing, and his eyes were gradually attracted to her. Although Philomela's dancing was a little green, her movements were bolder than Prochny's, as if she was deliberately showing off her graceful figure to Roy. When it came to the last movement, Philomela imitated Prochny and deliberately leaned towards Prochny. Prochny caught Philomela and couldn't help laughing. Philomela, what are you doing? My sister wants Brother Roy to hold me. And I also want my sister to hold me. After Philomela finished speaking, she looked at Kaiwan and said, Kaiwan, don't fall on me. I didn't have this idea in the first place. Kaiwan walked to the wool blanket and took off her strappy sandals. Then walked to the center of the wool blanket and started dancing directly. Compared with Prochny and Philomela, who had distracting thoughts in their hearts, Kaiwan was the only girl who danced seriously. Roy's eyes were also attracted by her serious dance moves. Staring at her beautiful white hair, slender waist, and the skirt that fluttered when she danced. After completing all the dances, Kaiwan did not fall on Philomela, but sat directly in the center of the wool blanket to rest. By the time the three girls were almost rested, it was almost noon. Philomela said impatiently. Let's go to the beach now. By the time we walk from the Acropolis to the nearest coast, it will be exactly noon. Roy took his hands back from Prochni's waist and stood up. Then you wait a moment. I'll call Ares and the other 50 people over to act as guards. Isn't it enough for Brother Roy to protect us? Philomela. Although I am happy that you believe in my strength, I am only one person and cannot protect you 3 girls at the same time. When Roy came to the Acropolis with the 50 Athenian teenagers who followed him, Prochni, Philomela and Chiron not only had put on strappy sandals, but also used veils to hide their faces. Under the escort of Ares and others wearing paper armor and holding bronze war spears, Roy and the 3 girls left the Acropolis and came to a beautiful pebble beach in the west. Seeing the naturally formed concave beach and the beautiful clear blue water, Roy couldn't help but say, in the future, I will transform this beach into a swimming pool, and then raise a few mermaids in the swimming pool. Hearing Roy's words, Philomela asked curiously, Brother Roy, what kind of fish is a mermaid? Is it the legendary sea succubus? Roy said, you want to know what kind of fish a mermaid is? There are 3 mermaids right in front of me right now. Chapter 118 Be My Mermaid Forever. Beautiful Sh. LS and rare pearls are valuable for girls to collect. Concave Pebble Beach. Philomela excitedly walked to the edge of the beach, turned around and said to Roy, Prochni, and Chiron, let's all compete. Let's see who finds the most valuable thing first. The winner can make a request to me. If I win, let Brother Roy fulfill a request of mine. Now not only Loie and Prochni, but also Chiron also regarded Philomela as their sister. So Loie, Prochni, and Chiron did not object to Philomela's proposal. Prochni, Philomela, and Chiron were scattered around the beach looking for Sh. LS and pearls. And Roy was also walking aimlessly on the beach. However, Roy's purpose is not to compete with the girls, but to admire marine life such as turtles, crabs, jellyfish, fish and shrimps, turtles, jellyfish. Fish and shrimps will take the initiative to stay away from Roy when they see him approaching. Crabs are indeed creatures that walk sideways. Not only will they not run away when they see Roy, they will also open their claws to threaten Roy. Looking at the big crab with its claws open, Roy squatted down and teased. You are such a domineering crab. So let me play with you. While talking, Roy picked up a clam Sh. L nearby and stretched it towards the crab. The fearless crab immediately stretched out its claws to grab the clam Sh. L. Roy immediately stood up and lifted the crab into the air. Seeing that the crab was being picked up by him without letting go of its claws, Roy carried the crab next to a prawn. After the crab clamped the prawn with another claw, the prawn also counterattacked in self-defense and attacked the crab with 2 claws. Just when Roy was having fun like a childlike adult, Philomela found a beautiful golden and white Sh. L and ran to Prochni and Chiron to show off her victory. After showing off in front of Prochni and Chiron, Philomela walked behind Roy and said, Brother Roy, look at what a beautiful Sh. L I picked up. Hearing Philomela's footsteps, Roy stood up with the idea of mischief, then turned around and carried the connected clam Sh. LS, crabs, and prawns in front of Philomela. Ah! Suddenly seeing the crabs and prawns fighting together, Philomela screamed in fright and took 2 steps back. After calming down, Philomela said very unhappy, Brother Roy, you actually use such things to scare me. Do you think I will be afraid of them? After saying this, Philomela picked up a stone and threw it at him. Seeing that the innocent crabs and prawns were about to be smashed to death by Philomela, Roy immediately shook the clam Sh. L and threw the crabs and prawns into the sea. Click! Although the rocks thrown by Philomela did not hit the crabs and prawns, they did hit the clam Sh. L held by Roy. Roy was about to throw away the broken clam Sh. L, but found a silver ball inside the clam Sh. L. Is this a pearl? Roy took out the silver ball and confirmed that it was really a pearl. Then handed the silver pearl to Philomela and said, My little princess, I give you this pearl as an apology. Don't be really angry. Philomela stared blankly at the silver pearl in Roy's hand with wide eyes. And the stone in his hand also fell on the beach. It's really a pearl. Brother Roy, you picked up a pearl. After coming back to her senses, Philomela snatched the silver pearl from Roy's hand, still observing the silver pearl in disbelief, and said, This is the first time I have seen such a round pearl. Brother Roy. You are so lucky to have picked up such a rare pearl. It's just a pearl. Not that rare. Because pearls are becoming more and more common in the modern world with cultured pearls. Roy really doesn't think pearls are that precious. Brother Roy really doesn't know the value of pearls. Philomela looked at Roy in surprise and said, even the most common pearl can be exchanged for at least 100 caddies of grain. The silver pearl that Brother Roy picked up can be exchanged for at least 1,000 caddies of grain. It is said that Phoenician merchants sold pearls far away from the sea. Inland. Ordinary pearls can be exchanged for 1,000 caddies of grain. And the pearls picked up by Brother Roy can be exchanged for 10,000 caddies of grain. Pearls are so valuable. Knowing the value of pearls in this era, Roy immediately thought of artificially cultured pearls. People in this era can only try their luck if they want to get pearls. But Roy knows the principles of artificially cultured pearls and can grow as many pearls as he wants. Even the most common pearls can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of grain or even 1,000 kilograms of grain. Which is a huge profit. Thinking that artificially cultivating pearls is equivalent to giving yourself a mountain of gold and silver. Roy excitedly hugged Philomela's thin waist with both hands. Picked up Philomela and spun her around. Philomela. You are so wonderful. You gave me a great idea. Brother Roy. Being picked up and spun around by Roy. Philomela's cheeks were red with embarrassment, and she didn't know how to react. It wasn't until Prockney and Kaiwan came over that Roy put down Philomela and explained. Prockney. Kaiwan. Thanks to Philomela. I have a great idea that will lead to endless wealth. Seeing Roy holding Philomela in his arms. Prockney looked strange. But pretended not to see it and said. That's great. It looks like we are going to reward Philomela. Brother Roy is the one who should be rewarded. Philomela said as she showed the silver pearl to Prockney and Kaiwan. Brother Roy is so lucky to have picked up such a rare pearl. Brother Roy. I can satisfy your request as a reward. What request do you want to make of me? Under the gazes of Prockney and Kaiwan. Roy hesitated for a moment. Then said with a serious expression and a firm tone. I want you to be my mermaid forever. Philomela is a 15-year-old Lolita. Not being a 5-year-old girl. Philomela could certainly understand Roy's words. She just stayed for a moment. Then said with a bright smile. I also want to be with brother and sister Roy forever. Hearing Philomela's words. Roy was not as happy as expected. Because Roy knew that Philomela was willing to stay with Roy because she felt that Prockney would become Roy's wife. So she was willing to become Roy's concubine. It was revealed that Harmonia was also Roy's fiancée. What awaits Roy is no longer the sisters Prockney and Philomela serving the same husband. But the surer field where the two sisters broke out together. After coming back to his senses. Roy said to Prockney with an apologetic expression. Prockney. Will you forgive me? Prockney said with a smile. Philomela is willing to stay with brother Roy. And of course I don't want to be separated from my only sister. The real problem that brother Roy needs to face is not me. But my father and mother. Philomela and I are both Luo brother Yi's wife. Father and mother will definitely not let something like this that brings shame to the family happen. I will find a way to convince my father-in-law and mother-in-law. When Loui overthrew his father-in-law Pandion and became the supreme ruler of Athens. Pandion and Zeuxippus naturally had no power to prevent Loui from being with Prockney and Philomela. Chapter 119 The Mycenaeans sent an envoy. It's afternoon. Roy took Prockney, Philomela, and Kaiwan to a forest. This is the same forest where Roy first woke up. Seeing several deer grazing in the woods. Roy happily pointed at a fawn and said. Prockney, Philomela, Kaiwan. Look at that little deer. When I first came to Athens. This little deer licked my face. Seeing that this little deer was still alive. I was so moved. So happy. Because Roy and the three girls came to the woods with 50 guards. Several deer were wary of humans. The innocent deer was not alert to the danger, and was still concentrating on eating grass. What a cute little deer. Kaiwan smiled happily, and began to slowly approach the deer with silent steps. Roy followed Kaiwan. Hoping that the deer would recognize him. Prockney and Philomela stayed where they were. And when Roy gradually walked away. Prockney said to Philomela in a small voice. Philomela. Are you really willing to be brother Roy's sidekick? Sister. I really don't want to be separated from you and brother Roy. Philomela said with a serious expression. Since brother Roy also wants me. Then we will be brother Roy's wife together. I believe that if my sister is the head wife. I will have the same status as the head wife. Prockney nodded and said. You are my sister. I value you more than myself. You can enjoy the same status as me. And your children will have the same inheritance rights as my children. In this era, becoming a side wife or lover would be regarded as a huge shame. Not only because the status of the side wife was not as good as that of the main wife, but also because the children of the side wife did not have the same inheritance rights as the children of the main wife. In other words, the side wife will not only live in humiliation in the shadow of the main wife, but even the children will not have the right to inherit because their mother is a side wife. According to ancient legend, Priam, king of Troy, had 50 sons and 12 daughters. Among the many children of Priam, only the 19 sons and 4 daughters born to Queen Hecuba were favored. The sons and daughters born from the side wives, let alone the right to inherit, could not even leave their names in the ancient legends. This is the difference between the children born by the main wife and the children born by the side wife. It is said that in the royal palace of Troy, next to the palace of King Priam, there were 2 palaces for the first and second heirs to the throne. The princes Hector and Paris, who lived in these 2 palaces, were both sons of Queen Hecuba. Even if Hector and Paris were both dead, Hecuba's other sons could only become the new owners of these 2 palaces. And it would not be the turn of the princes born by side wives to become the heirs to the throne. Hearing Procne's words, Philomela said with a gentle and sweet smile, "Sister, as long as Brother Roy treats us fairly and allows our children to have the same inheritance rights, I believe that father and mother will eventually agree to let us be Brother Roy's wives together. I'm just worried that I'll wrong you." Procne said hesitantly, "I'll let you be Brother Roy's main wife. And I'll be the side wife. How is that possible? As much as you love me." "Sister. I love my sister. So my sister must be the head wife." Philomela. Procne hugged Philomela excitedly. And instead of sharing her husband's sadness with others, her heart was filled with happiness. Perhaps it was because he knew that Kaiwan and Roy had no ill intentions to harm him and was concentrating on eating grass. So he allowed Kaiwan and Roy to come to him. Kaiwan tentatively stretched out her right hand and touched the deer's neck. Seeing that the deer did not run away, Kaiwan said happily, "This little deer is so cute." Roy pulled out a handful of grass and handed it to Kaiwan and said, "You think you like this little deer? Then I'll take it back and make it your pet." "Don't want." Kaiwan shook her head and said while feeding the grass given by Roy to the deer, "I don't want to separate this little deer from its parents. And I don't want to use a cage to restrict its freedom. That would be too cruel to it." Then Kaiwan said while caressing the deer's neck with her right hand, "I am very satisfied to be able to be as close to the deer as I am now." Kaiwan. Looking at Kaiwan, who was petting a deer like a cat, Roy hesitated for a moment, and then gently stroked Keone's beautiful white hair with his right hand. Kaiwan immediately turned her head and said with some embarrassment, "Do you think of me as a deer?" Roy shook his head and said, "You are stroking the fawn. And I am stroking the white fur. Of course I do not regard you as a substitute for the fawn." White hair. Although I do have white hair, the term white hair always makes people feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Procne and Philomela came over, imitating Keone's example and gently caressing the deer's back, starting the mode of stroking the deer. The 3 girls stroked the deer. Roy stroked Keone's white hair, and the deer enjoyed the service of the human slaves. The 4 people and the deer were all greatly satisfied. After an unknown amount of time, a male servant of the Pandion family suddenly ran over in a hurry, shouting as he ran towards the woods, "Princess Procne! Princess Philomela! Priest Roy! Mrs. Zeuxippe is looking for you. Please go back quickly." Several deer in the woods, including the fawn, were frightened and immediately ran away from the woods. Roy and the 3 girls did not blame the manservant for scaring away the deer. After standing up, Procne said worriedly, "Brother Roy, Mother sent a servant to find us. Could something important happen?" Roy nodded and said, "I will rush back to the Acropolis now to see what happened." After saying that, Roy ran to Ares and said, "Ares, I have to rush back to the Acropolis as quickly as possible. You escort Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan back to the Acropolis. You must not let them encounter any danger." As followers of Loe, Ares and the others have long recognized that Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan are all Loe's women. So Ares said without hesitation, "Please rest assured, priest. We will risk our lives to protect the safety of the princess." Acropolis. Pandion stone house. Roy hurried here in a hurry. And when he entered the hall, he saw his mother-in-law Zippo sitting behind the stone table in the main seat, hiding her face with a veil. When a woman is at home, she usually wears a veil only when strangers come to visit. Seeing Zippo's appearance, Roy asked in surprise, "Mother-in-law, what happened? Is there an important guest visiting us?" Zippo said while waving to Roy, "My child. You can also call me mother now. Come and sit next to me. I sent my servants to find you because the Mycenaeans sent an envoy. Although I am Pandion's wife and manage it for him. Athens. But now that I have you as my son-in-law, I want you to negotiate with the Mycenaean envoys for me." Chapter 120 Ransom of 300,000 Jin of grain. In the ancient Eastern world, if a person only had daughters and no sons, his inheritance would only be inherited by brothers or nephews, not daughters and sons-in-law. But in the Western world of this era, daughters and sons-in-law not only have inheritance rights, but they also have higher inheritance rights than brothers and nephews. Therefore, the son-in-law's formal address to his father-in-law and mother-in-law should be father and mother. Moreover, calling father-in-law and mother-in-law father and mother can also bring them closer to each other. Hearing that Zippo asked him to call her mother, Roy came to sit next to Zippo and said, "Mother-in-law, can I really regard you as my mother? Silly boy. I have now relied on you as my own son. Of course you can treat me as your mother. As long as you don't feel shy. You can act like a spoiled child to me like Procne and Philomela." Zippo said with a loving smile, "I know that when you come to Athens alone, far away from your hometown, you will definitely miss your father and mother in your hometown. And you will feel uneasy all the time. From now on, you will be the son of me and Pandion. And we will care for you as a real son." Mother. Feeling the maternal love radiated by Zippo towards him, and missing his mother, Roy couldn't help but throw himself into Zippo's arms and rest his head on her knees. Zippo said as he gently stroked Roy's head with both hands, "My son, you will no longer be alone. As a member of our family, Procne is your wife. Pandion and I are your father and mother. Erechtheus and Philomela, they are your brothers and sisters." After Roy hugged Zippo's slender waist with both hands, the feeling of embarrassment became more and more intense as the thought of his mother gradually faded away. Because Roy discovered that even if Zippo really had maternal love for him, Roy could not really regard her as a mother-in-law who should be respected, but only regarded her as a beautiful and charming queen. Smelling the fragrance of Zippo's body, Roy hurriedly sat up and said before having any thoughts that he shouldn't have in his mind, "I'm really sorry. I couldn't help but act coquettishly towards my mother-in-law just now." While speaking, Roy looked at Zippo's knees with nostalgia. Zippo's knee pillow does have the smell of his mother. It's only right for a child to act coquettishly towards his mother. Zippo obviously didn't notice Roy's abnormality and said with a gentle smile, "You can continue to act like a baby to me anytime." Roy nodded and said, "Mother-in-law, let's get down to business. Do you want me to take your place and negotiate with the Mycenaean envoys?" Zippo sighed and said, "Although I am now managing Athens in place of my husband Pandion, I am a woman after all, and it is not convenient for me to have contact with strange men. It doesn't matter that I don't have a son to rely on. Now that I have you as my son, you are willing to take my place and communicate with the Mycenaean envoys. Negotiate. Of course I am willing to share the worries for my mother-in-law. This is what I should do as a son-in-law. Then I will ask my servant to notify the Mycenaean envoy to come in now." After a while, a Mycenaean, about 30 years old, walked into the hall. The Mycenaean envoy was wearing a white cotton robe and a golden bronze belt around his waist. It was obvious that he had a very noble status. Even if he is not a Mycenaean prince, he must be a Mycenaean noble. The Mycenaean envoy walked to the center of the hall, bowed his head to Roy and Zippo politely and said, "Dear leader, beautiful lady, thank you for your willingness to negotiate with me." "Leader? Lady?" The Mycenaean envoy actually regarded himself and Zippo as a couple. Zippo's beautiful face and graceful figure looked like that of a young woman around 20 years old. It is normal for the Mycenaean envoy to regard Zippo as his wife. Seeing that Zippo did not take the initiative to explain the relationship between the two, Roy could only take the initiative to speak. "Mycenaeans, you misunderstood. I am not the leader of the Athenian tribe, but the son-in-law of the leader Pandion. The person beside me is not my wife, but my mother-in-law, Lady Zippo, the wife of the leader Pandion." The Mycenaean envoy stared blankly for a moment. Then hurriedly explained. I'm so sorry. When I saw you sitting in the leader's position, I mistakenly thought you were the young leader of the Athenian tribe. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let me tell you your reason for coming. Are you here to declare war on us on behalf of King Acrisios of Mycenae? The messenger shook his head and said, the great King Acrisios of Mycenae has no intention of starting a war with the Athenians. I am here to redeem the 6 sisters of Princess Danae and Prince Perseus on behalf of King Mycenae. Hearing the messenger's words, Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although in ancient legends, a prince who became a prisoner could be bought back by his family with a ransom, there is no story that a princess could be bought back with a ransom. So during the Trojan War, the daughter of Apollo's priest Chryses became Agamemnon's slave. Chryses wanted to redeem her daughter, but Agamemnon refused. Chryses had no choice but to turn to the god Apollo, whom he served, for help and use the power of Apollo to get his daughter back. It is precisely because princesses, who become trophies, are usually not redeemed by their families, that Roy gives Danae to Pandion and Perseus's 2 sisters to Ares and the captain of the bodyguard palace. In this era, captive princesses would not be ransomed by their families. Probably because their families understood that the princesses would inevitably suffer humiliation and loss of reputation by their enemies. Even if they were redeemed, it would only bring shame to the family. Now King Acrisios of Mycenae doesn't care about the reputation of his daughter and granddaughter being damaged, and wants to redeem the 6 sisters of Danae and Perseus. Roy could only frown and said, Messenger, you came too late. Queen Danae has been given to Chief Pandion by me. And Danae's 3 daughters already have husbands. Women belong to their husbands after they get married. Even King Acre of Mycenae Theos is their father and grandfather, and he cannot take them away from their husbands. So now, I can only ask you to redeem the 3 princesses who are not yet married. Hearing Roy's words, the messenger frowned and said, if you are willing to let us ransom the 3 princesses, how much ransom do we need to pay in exchange for their freedom? Each princess has 100,000 caddies of grain. As long as you bring 300,000 caddies of grain, the 3 princesses can return to their grandfather Acrisios and brother Perseus. 100,000 caddies of grain. Hearing Roy Lyon's loud request, the messenger showed an angry expression and said, don't say that we Mycenaeans can't come up with 300,000 caddies of grain. Even if we could come up with 300,000 caddies of grain, we wouldn't exchange so much grain for the 3 princesses who were captured. In this era, the greatest value of a princess is for marriage. However, the princess who becomes a captive will inevitably lose her reputation and lose the greatest value of the marriage. 300,000 kilograms of grain is enough to feed 1,000 people for a year. It is obviously a loss-making transaction in exchange for 3 princesses who have lost their reputation. Chapter 121 Philomelas' Killer Move. Of course Roy knew that the Mycenaeans would not be able to accept their lion's opening. Seeing that the Mycenaean envoy refused his request without hesitation, Roy said with a faint smile, you can't accept 100,000 gins of grain in exchange for a princess. You should be able to accept 10,000 gins of grain in exchange for a princess. Roy's request was directly reduced from 100,000 caddies of grain to 10,000 caddies of grain. The Mycenaean envoy's eyes widened in disbelief, and he said blankly after coming back to his senses, of course 10,000 caddies of grain is fine. We are willing to use 30,000 caddies of grain to redeem the 3 princesses. Then you can return to the city of Mycenae now and tell King Acrisios of Mycenae our request. As long as you Mycenaeans send 30,000 kilograms of grain, you can take away the 3 princesses. The messenger nodded and said, we will deliver 30,000 kilograms of grain to the city of Athens as soon as possible. Please take good care of the 3 princesses and do not let them be humiliated. After the Mycenaean envoy left, he saw Zeuxippus lowering his head sadly, and Roy asked with concern, mother-in-law, what's on your mind? I was just thinking of Danae. Zeuxippus came back to his senses and said, Pandion not only favored Danae last night, but also took Danae with him to fight against the Lavrio tribe. Is he reluctant to separate from Danae? Or is he worried that I will bully his Danae? Roy said a little guilty. Mother-in-law. By giving Danae to my father-in-law, am I destroying the relationship between my mother-in-law and my father-in-law? Zeuxippus shook his head and said, this has nothing to do with you. You just dedicated Danae to Pandion in accordance with the rules for distributing spoils. Perhaps it was because I lost my charm to Danae that Pandion became obsessed with Danae. My mother-in-law's beauty and charm are not inferior to Danae's. Roy said immediately, And to me, my mother-in-law is far more attractive than Danae. You kid. Hearing Roy's praise, Zeuxippou couldn't help but smile. I am self-aware of myself. I am now an old woman. Your sweet words should be used to praise Procne. As soon as Zeuxippou finished speaking, Procne's voice came from outside. Mom. Are you calling me? Then Procne and Philomela entered the hall. Daughters. Come to me, Zeuxippou said while greeting Procne and Philomela. Just now the envoy from the Mycenaeans came to negotiate with our city of Athens. Because I have Roy as my son to rely on, I asked Roy to negotiate with the envoy from the Mycenaeans on my behalf. Roy negotiated with the envoy from the Mycenaeans. After some negotiation, the Mycenaeans were asked to redeem Perseus' 3 sisters with 30,000 kilograms of grain. Just ransom Perseus' 3 sisters. Philomela complained dissatisfied. Brother Roy, why don't you let the Mycenaeans redeem Danae? Now Danae has been stuck with his father, which is really annoying. Before Roy could speak, Zeuxippou spoke first. Philomela, since Danae is now your father's woman, how can we hand Danae over to others? Mother, are you willing to accept Danae as your father's woman? Danae is not my first love rival. There is nothing I can't accept. As long as she is not crazy enough to want to replace me as my wife, I will treat her as Pandion's concubine or lover. After listening to Zeuxippou's words, Philomela couldn't help but ask. Mother, what do mother and father think about my marriage? Since you didn't marry your sister to a king of a city-state, or a leader of a large tribe elsewhere, I don't want to marry a strange man elsewhere. Zeuxippou nodded and said. For me, the most important thing is that you and Procne are happily married. If you don't want to marry a stranger far away, we can marry you to a good husband like Roy. And then seize the Marathon region in the east as you're the dowry, will allow you and your husband to establish a city and state in the Marathon region, and become king and queen. Not to mention the city of Athens. There is no other husband as good as Brother Roy in the entire Attica Peninsula. Philomela said in a joking tone. Maybe I can marry Brother Roy with my sister. What does mother think? I love my sister just as my sister loves me. My sister and I will marry Brother Roy together. As the head wife, my sister will let me enjoy the treatment of a head wife, and will also give my children inheritance rights. Although he did not take Philomela's words seriously, Zeuxippou was still frightened by his daughter's thoughts. Philomela, why would you want to become a love rival with your sister? Because I don't want to be separated from my sister. Philomela said coquettishly. As long as my sister and I both marry Brother Roy, my sister and I can be together forever. And I want to marry Brother Roy more than a strange man I've never met. Zeuxippou shook his head and said. You are still young and don't need to think about getting married. When it's time for you to get married, a husband who is not inferior to Roy will definitely appear in front of you. Philomela pretended to be unhappy and puffed out her face, looking at Roy and Procne. Just now Philomela had tried out Zeuxippou's thoughts on both Procne and Philomela marrying Loie. Obviously Zeuxippou cannot accept Philomela also marrying Loie. After Roy, Procne, and Philomela came to the sisters' boudoir, Philomela took the initiative to speak. Brother Roy. Sister. It seems that my mother will not support my marriage to Brother Roy. This is an expected result. Roy held the small hands of Procne and Philomela with both hands, pulled them to sit on the stone bed covered with wool blankets, and said, usually only people with low status will marry their 2 daughters to husbands with high status. Only if my status is higher than that of my father-in-law. My father-in-law and mother-in-law can accept you 2 sisters marrying me together. We have another way. Philomela said, putting Roy's hand on her belly. As long as I have Brother Roy's child, no matter how reluctant my father and mother are, they can only agree that my sister and I will marry Brother Roy together. All right. This is indeed a killer move. If Philomela had a child, she would naturally not be able to marry normally. If Pandion and Zeuxippou didn't want Philomela to be unable to marry for the rest of her life, and if they didn't want Philomela's grandson to become an illegitimate child, they could only accept Loie as the husband of Procne and Philomela at the same time. But Roy didn't want to become Philomela's husband in this way that would damage her reputation. Because Loie had long planned to seize the city of Athens. And when Loie became the supreme ruler of Athens, Pandion and Zeuxippou naturally could not prevent Loie from becoming the husband of Procne and Philomela. Philomela, I will not harm Procne's reputation before marriage. And I will not harm your reputation before marriage. You just need to be patient and you can become my wife. Chapter 122 Temporarily becoming the Lord of Athens. The second day of the expedition between Pandion and Erechtheus against the tribe of Lavrio. Although it was already breakfast time, Roy still stayed in bed. Kaiwan, who was lying in Roy's arms, asked shyly, "Honey, when do you want me to wake up? The temperature outside is so cold now. Covering me with just a thin quilt will definitely freeze my body. So you have to keep my bed warm. And you can only get up when I get up." Kaiwan couldn't help but said, "Procne and Philomela will be here in a while. Aren't you afraid that they will be jealous? As long as I don't have a child with you first, Procne won't be really angry." As soon as Roy finished speaking, the wooden door of the stone house was pushed open from the outside. Then Philomela came in and said, "Brother Roy, it's not good. Mother today." Before she finished speaking, Philomela looked at Kaiwan lying in Roy's arms with wide eyes. Seeing the angry expression on Philomela's face, Kaiwan immediately separated from Roy. Roy asked proactively, "Philomela, what happened?" Only then did Philomela come back to her senses. She first walked to the stone bed and glared at Kaiwan, and then said to Roy, "Brother Roy, Mother is sick. Lady Zeuxippe fell ill. Even under normal circumstances, this would be considered a big deal. What's more, now, Pandion and Erechtheus went on an expedition to the tribe of Lavrio and handed over the power to manage the city of Athens to their wife Zeuxippe. Zeuxippe fell ill, which had consequences for everyone in the city of Athens. Roy immediately sat up and said, "Since my mother-in-law is ill, who will manage the city of Athens? Now that my father and brother Erechtheus are away, the city of Athens is of course governed by my sister." Philomela frowned and said, "But my sister and I have no experience in managing a population of tens of thousands. So my sister asked me to come to you for help. And you and your sister will manage the city of Athens together." Managing the city of Athens, this is the power that can only be possessed by the supreme ruler of the city of Athens. Roy originally thought that it would take a long time for him to get this power. "I never expected that I would be able to manage the city of Athens with Procne now." Pandion's stone house. Roy and Philomela hurried into the hall and saw Procne sitting behind the stone table, giving orders to the four little leaders. Seeing Roy and Philomela, Procne suppressed her joy and said to the four little leaders, "If there is nothing else, you should go out first." After the four little leaders left, Procne immediately said with relief, "Brother Roy, you are finally here." Roy came to sit next to Procne, held her in his arms and expressed concern. "It seems that managing the city of Athens puts a lot of pressure on you." Procne lay in Roy's arms and said, "After all, if I make a mistake in my management, many people may starve to death. Brother Roy, come and help me manage the city of Athens. This will prevent me from making mistakes." Roy nodded and said, "Your main job now is to manage the distribution of food." "Yes. Our city of Athens is not rich in food, so we cannot make any mistakes in distributing food. If we allocate too much food to them, our food reserves will not be able to last until the harvest season, and hundreds or thousands of people will starve to death. If the food allocated to them is less, some people will starve or even starve to death. I don't want others to starve to death because of my mistakes. So every decision I make makes me feel scared." Philomela sat down on Roy's right side and said, "Brother Roy, do you have any good ways to manage the city of Athens? Right now, I'm more concerned about my mother-in-law's physical condition than managing the city of Athens. My mother is just a little mentally and physically exhausted. In fact, her health is not serious. It turns out that my mother-in-law has a heart disease." Roy said with a smile, "Since my mother-in-law is not sick, let us now study how to manage the city of Athens. There is a saying that if you have food in your hands, you will not panic. Procne, you will be full of fear in managing the city of Athens by yourself, worrying that your management will make mistakes. In fact, it's because you don't know how much food the city of Athens has. So from now on, we will use paper and pen to record the food and various materials in the city of Athens. With data that can be understood at a glance, you will know what your decision is, right or wrong. Brother Roy, do you want me to make an account book? I'm going to take a paper and pen now and compile the food and various materials in the city of Athens into an account book." After Procne left in a hurry, Philomela said with a smile, "My mother asked my sister to manage the city of Athens. But after Brother Roy came, my sister became the one managed by you. From then on, The city of Athens was actually managed by Brother Roy. After all, in this era, the wife is the husband's private property. And the wife must obey her husband's orders, of course. If Procne wants to be a good wife, she must obey my orders. After listening to Roy's words, Philomela said with a puffy face, I don't want to obey Brother Roy's orders. I want to be with Brother Roy and sister forever. So that the three of us can maintain our current relationship forever. Not to be an obedient wife beside Brother Roy like my sister. Brother Roy. From now on, we will only be husband and wife in name. In fact, I still regard you as my brother. And you still regard me as your sister. Do you think it's okay? As long as you fulfill your obligations as a wife. I also want you to be my lovely sister. Philomela nodded immediately and said, even if we are only nominally husband and wife, I will fulfill my wife's obligation to sleep with her husband and give birth to children. Although the city of Athens is only a small city with a population of tens of thousands, counting the food and various materials in the city of Athens is also a tedious task. Time flew by in the afternoon. And Procne happily came to Roy with the newly prepared account book and said, Brother Roy, I can finally feel at ease now. As long as the commercial olive oil is replaced by food. The food in the city of Athens can fully sustain the existing population of tens of thousands until the harvest season. So I can manage the city of Athens with peace of mind. After Roy took Procne's account book and looked at it carefully, he immediately frowned. Although the food in the city of Athens is enough to feed the current population of tens of thousands, this is the result of not counting the 4,000 Seraphos. To sustain the 4,000 Seraphos people until the harvest season, the city of Athens needs at least 500,000 gins of additional grain. If 500,000 kilograms of grain cannot be obtained, hundreds of Seraphos people will surely starve to death. 500,000 caddies of grain. What should I use as a commodity in exchange for 500,000 caddies of grain? It's too late to cultivate artificial pearls now. Do I want to become a pirate and rob other areas and let people in other areas starve to death? Just as Roy was thinking about how to obtain 500,000 kilograms of grain, an Athenian soldier hurried in and said, Master Priest, our fishermen found a fleet heading towards Athens. There were at least 10 large ships in that fleet. And the ships were full of fully armed soldiers. Chapter 123 Prince Deucalion visits Port of Piraeus. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Roy and 350 soldiers were waiting on the shore of the port. Seeing 12 warships entering the port and heading towards the dock, Ares asked Roy, Master Priest, are the Mycenaeans coming to take revenge on us? Roy shook his head and said, it doesn't look like it. The Mycenaeans already know that our city of Athens has a population of tens of thousands and can mobilize thousands of soldiers. So to retaliate against us, the Mycenaeans should use at least 40 ships to transport thousands of soldiers. This foreign fleet only has 12 large ships. And their soldiers cannot exceed 400 people. So they should not be Mycenaeans. Then when these foreigners come ashore, should we take the initiative to attack them? Let's first negotiate with the people on the boat to confirm whether they have any malicious intent or threat to the city of Athens. After the 12 warships of the strangers docked at the port dock, Roy asked 300 Eleusinian soldiers to stop where they were. And Roy himself walked to the dock with 50 followers. When Roy came to the dock with 50 followers, 120 fully armed soldiers had disembarked from 12 foreigners' warships and assembled into a legion on the dock. Seeing the clothes of these foreign soldiers, Roy immediately felt a sense of déjà vu. Just when Roy was recalling where he had seen soldiers wearing the same clothes, a surprised voice suddenly said, You are Priest Roy. Hearing this voice, Roy turned his head and saw a young man wearing a white cotton robe, a red cape, and a gold belt walking off the foreigner's flagship. Seeing the young man's face, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and said, You are Prince Deucalion of Knossos. At this time, Roy finally recalled that he had seen soldiers wearing the same clothes in Knossos city. Deucalion, who stepped off the ship, came to Roy, first glanced at the 50 followers behind Roy, and then looked at the 300 Eleusinian soldiers not far away. Priest Roy, the soldiers of your Athenian tribe are indeed elite. No wonder the Athenian tribe is the strongest tribe on the Attica Peninsula. Hearing Deucalion's praise, Roy forced a smile and then asked doubtfully, Prince Deucalion, why did you come to our Athenian tribe? Even if you are looking for a port to anchor on the way, there should be a better choice than our Piraeus port. Deucalion said with a bright smile. Priest Roy, I am not here to find a port of call, but to visit your Athenian tribe. Are you willing to accept me as a guest and invite me to the Acropolis? A natural fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. A special trip to visit the Athenian tribe. Although Roy was full of doubts about Deucalion's arrival, he still said without hesitation, Prince Deucalion is a distinguished guest welcomed by our Athenian tribe. Please come with me to the Acropolis, and let me prepare a sumptuous welcome banquet for you. Prince Deucalion, please leave your soldiers at the port, and I will send men bring food and water to your soldiers. Deucalion nodded and said, Now that I am a guest of Priest Roy, my safety is protected by you. Of course. I don't need to take these soldiers with me. Deucalion was willing to accept his arrangement. Roy was relieved at first, and then ordered to Ares. Ares, now rush to the leader's house as quickly as possible, and let Procne and Philomela prepare the most sumptuous banquet to welcome the distinguished guests. I obey your orders. After Ares flew away like the wind, Roy took Deucalion and walked towards the Acropolis. Acropolis. Deucalion followed Roy and saw that the city of Athens not only had a population of tens of thousands, but also had a 5-meter-high cement wall. Deucalion couldn't help but ask, Priest Roy, the population of your city of Athens is equivalent to that of a medium-sized city-state, and it is protected by miraculous city walls. Even if you fight against a large city-state, you may not lose. Why hasn't the leader of Pandion in Athens officially established a city and established a state? The tribe was changed to the Kingdom of Athens, and his identity was changed from the leader of the Athenian tribe to the King of Athens. Prince Deucalion, Chief Pandion has not yet established a city and become the King of Athens because a month ago, the Athenian tribe was still a large tribe with a population of only 5,000. So that's it. After hearing Roy's explanation, Deucalion said suddenly, It seems that the population of the Athenian tribe increased too quickly. So the leader Pandion did not have time to build a city and establish a state to become the King of Athens. Pandion's stone house. Roy and Deucalion took off their shoes in the courtyard and walked into the hall. They saw Procne and Philomela, whose faces were hidden by veils, instructing the maids to place fruits, white bread, wine and wine on the stone table, pastry. After asking Deucalion to sit down at the guest's seat, Roy sat down opposite Deucalion, which was the host's seat. After Procne and Philomela sat down on the left and right sides of Roy, Deucalion asked with his eyes widened in surprise, Priest Roy, have you replaced Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe, as the leader of the Athenian tribe? Upon hearing Deucalion's words, Philomela immediately accused angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? A foreigner? Philomela, Prince Deucalion is our honored guest. How can you be rude to a guest? After Philomela turned her head to the other side in embarrassment, Roy explained to Deucalion, Prince Deucalion, I entertain you like the master of the leader's house. No wonder you misunderstood my identity. The ruler of the Athenian tribe is still leader Pandion. I am accompanied by the eldest daughter of leader Pandion, Princess Procne, and my youngest daughter, Princess Philomela. I will entertain you as my host at the chief's house because Chief Pandion has temporarily left the Athenian tribe, and Chief Pandion's wife, Lady Zeuxippus, has also fallen ill. Therefore, as Procne's fiancé, I'm temporarily running the Athenian tribe with my fiancé. No wonder Princess Philomela is angry with me. It turns out that you and Chief Pandion are son-in-law and father-in-law. Seeing that your relationship with Princess Procne is so good, you will definitely not usurp your father-in-law's right to rule as a son-in-law. Deucalion looked at Procne and Philomela with curious eyes, then looked at Roy and said, Priest Roy, I think you and I are already friends, so I am not a strange guest. Can you let Princess Procne and Princess Philomela take off their veils and let me see how beautiful they are? Hearing Deucalion's request, Procne and Philomela frowned, and Roy also showed an unhappy expression. In this era, women used veils to hide their faces in front of strangers. One of the purposes was to prevent strangers from seeing the woman's beauty and causing trouble. As a stranger who met Procne and Philomela for the first time, Deucalion asked them to take off their veils. It was really rude. If it weren't for Deucalion's identity, Roy would have expelled him immediately. Chapter 124 Knossos Spring Plowing Ceremony. In this era, the city of Knossos, with a population of 100,000 plus its vassal city-states and vassal tribes, was undoubtedly the most powerful large city-state. As long as it takes one further step, the city of Knossos can develop from a city-state into a real kingdom. Even if the city of Knossos only has 3,000 soldiers that can be used for expeditions. And the city of Athens can rely on its tall city walls to fight against the city of Knossos. Roy does not want to offend the city of Knossos. Because the current city of Athens still needs to purchase food and other supplies needed for survival from the city of Knossos. Seeing Deucalion's expectant expression, Roy hesitated for a moment. Then put his arms around the slim waists of Procne and Philomela. Held them in his arms and said, "Take off your veil." Even Philomela knew not to embarrass her husband in front of others. So Procne and Philomela did not hesitate, and immediately obeyed Roy's order, and took off the veil. Seeing Loe holding Procne and Philomela in his arms to declare his sovereignty. Procne and Philomela also rested their heads on Loe's shoulders after taking off their veils. Deucalion couldn't help but smiled. "Priest Roy. I didn't expect that these two princesses are your women. Although they are as beautiful as the goddess. You don't have to worry about me having inappropriate thoughts about them. Because my fiancée Pandora is both beautiful and beautiful. Better than them." Pandora. Hearing this name, Roy couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Because in ancient legends, this name is more famous than many goddesses. Her prototype may also be a goddess. So she can be regarded as the maternal ancestor of mankind in legends. Seeing that Deucalion's eyes were clear, and he really had no inappropriate thoughts about Procne and Philomela, Roy asked curiously, "Prince Deucalion, our city of Athens has nothing to do with the city of Knossos. Why did you visit the city of Athens?" While speaking, Roy continued to hold Procne and Philomela in his arms to declare his sovereignty. Deucalion said with a smile, "In the past, our city of Knossos had no intersection with the city of Athens because we were thousands of miles away from the city of Athens. And the Athenians did not have the ability to sail across the ocean. Now you Athenians can also sail across the ocean and participate in the attack in the Aegean Sea. Of course, our city of Knossos needs to communicate more with the city of Athens about pirates and other matters. The purpose of my coming today is, first, to observe the situation in your city of Athens. And second, to invite you Athenians to participate in the spring plowing of our city of Knossos. Festival. Spring plowing. After Philomela couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Procne immediately whispered, "Philomela, you have forgotten that the Phoenician merchants said that crops in Crete can be harvested twice a year. So the Cretans will sow seeds in the spring." Philomela nodded and said, "I remembered that those Phoenician merchants also said that in the Egyptian region further south, some fertile lands are harvested 3 times a year. So the people there will not worry about food. Our crops on the Attica Peninsula, they are all harvested once a year. If we can also be harvested twice a year, or even 3 times a year, we don't need to trade olive oil for food." Roy frowned and asked Deucalion, "Prince Deucalion, you invited us Athenians to participate in the spring plowing ceremony in the city of Knossos. Do you want my father-in-law, Chief Pandion, to go to the city of Knossos in person?" Deucalion shook his head and said, "If tribal leaders or city-state kings leave their territories, they will risk having their power taken away or invaded by foreign enemies. So we will not require tribal leaders or city-state kings to come to Knossos in person to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. Tribal leaders or the family of a city-state king, who can come to Knossos on their behalf." Hearing Deucalion's answer, Roy immediately said with a smile, "Prince Deucalion, if you ask my father-in-law Pandion to go to the city of Knossos in person, I can only refuse your invitation. Since the family can go to the city of Knossos on behalf of the tribal leaders and city-state kings, I represent the city of Athens. Accept your invitation. Priest Roy, do you want to represent Chief Pandion in our spring plowing ceremony? Because I want to buy food and other supplies from the city of Knossos, I have to go to the city of Knossos in person." As soon as Roy finished speaking, the 2 maids brought the freshly cooked barbecue to the stone table. "It smells so good. Prince Deucalion, try how our Athenian calves taste like when roasted." Under Roy's greeting, Deucalion feasted without ceremony. Because Loe wanted to hold Procne and Philomela in his hands to declare his sovereignty. Procne and Philomela served Loe like maids, feeding Loe roasted meat, wine, fruits, and white bread. After having enough wine and food, Deucalion looked at the burning candle on the stone table drunkenly and said, "Priest Roy, this thing called a candle is really good. Can you tell me how to make it? I can give you 20,000 kilograms of grain in exchange for how to make the candle." If Deucalion asked for the method of making paper or cement, Roy would refuse without hesitation. Deucalion wanted to know how to make a candle. But Roy nodded after hesitating for a moment. Okay. I will teach you how to make candles tomorrow. The candle invented by Roy was made from animal fat. This kind of candle could not be mass-produced and sold as a commodity because ordinary people could not afford candles. People who can afford candles have other ways of lighting up at night. So they don't pay high prices for candles. The risks and benefits of transporting candles to the city of Knossos, thousands of miles away, are completely out of proportion. Best of all, the method of making candles is easy to hack. As long as Loie sold a few candle samples, others could make their own. So Deucalion wanted to exchange 20,000 kilograms of grain for the method of making candles. But Loie did not refuse. Priest Roy, you are such a good friend. Deucalion originally just asked tentatively. But Roy actually accepted his proposal. After standing up unsteadily, Deucalion smiled ambiguously. As your friend, I can't delay you from enjoying a wonderful night life. Please arrange for me to rest in the guest room. Prince Deucalion, I will arrange for you 2 young and beautiful maids to serve you. No. I'm fine. Deucalion refused without hesitation. I am deeply in love with my beautiful fiancée, Princess Pandora. So I will not touch another woman before getting married. After Roy asked 2 maids to take Deucalion to the guest room to rest, Prochny said uneasily in Roy's arms, Brother Roy, are you going back tonight? Roy smiled and shook his head. Silly girl. Since I arranged Deucalion in the guest room, of course I have to stay and protect you too and my mother-in-law. Philomela asked curiously. Brother Roy, which room do you want to sleep in? Should we place you in the guest room? Or should we let you sleep in Brother Rectheus' room? Roy leaned into Philomela's ear and said, I want to sleep with you too in your boudoir. Chapter 125 Deucalion proposes vassalage. The next morning, inside the boudoir of Prochny and Philomela, Prochny and Philomela dressed Roy in pure white cotton robes and a golden belt with gold buckles. Just like a wife serving her husband. After putting on the belt for Roy, Philomela threw herself into Roy's arms and said shyly, Brother Roy, will my belly turn into a big belly in a month or 2? Seeing that Prochny was also waiting for his answer with a curious expression, Roy stretched out his hand to hold Prochny in his arms and said, You too. Don't think so wildly. You won't get pregnant if we sleep together. Then how can we get pregnant with Brother Roy's child? This is not something you should know before getting married. Hearing Roy's words, even Prochny couldn't help but puff up her face and say, Brother Roy, don't treat us like children like your mother. I will become your wife in a short while. Then I will explain briefly. Roy lowered his head and whispered into the ears of Prochny and Philomela. Only I will give the seed of life. After listening to Roy's explanation, Prochny and Philomela, who had gained new knowledge, immediately ran away from Roy's arms. And then the 2 sisters hid in a corner and whispered. Loie took Prochny and Philomela and had breakfast with Deucalion, the distinguished guest. Loie asked Prochny and Philomela to stay at the leader's house to deal with the affairs of the city of Athens. He himself became Deucalion's guide. Acropolis. Roy and Deucalion walked to the edge of the Acropolis and looked down at the surroundings. They saw that the cement city wall formed a large circle, protecting all the residents of Athens. Deucalion said excitedly, The walls of Athens are truly an incredible miracle. Dear Priest Loie, can you tell me how to make this wall? I am willing to use 100,000 catties of grain. I am willing to use 1 million catties of grain in exchange for you. After hearing Deucalion's words, Roy immediately had the idea of pushing Deucalion off the Acropolis. But Roy immediately suppressed the impulse and said, Prince Deucalion, since the walls of the city of Athens are miraculous, they were naturally not built by manpower. I learned the Song of the Muses from the Earth Goddess in Thebes. And later I sang it on the Acropolis when playing the Song of the Muses. The stones on the ground automatically bonded together to become the walls of Athens we see now. If Prince Deucalion wants to learn the Song of the Muses, I can teach him the Song of the Muses. You? But whether the Earth Goddess will help you create a miracle is not something I can decide. Of course Deucalion would not believe that the walls of Athens were a miracle created by Roy singing the Song of the Muses. Roy fooled himself in the name of a miracle, obviously not wanting to hand over the manufacturing method of the city wall. Seeing Deucalion staring at him solemnly, Roy said with a smile, Don't Prince Deucalion believe what I say. You can ask the Athenians around you if the walls of Athens are a miracle. Then, Roy turned to Ares and the others beside him and said, Tell Prince Deucalion how the walls of Athens came to be. Ares and others said immediately. The walls of Athens were miracles created by the priests of Roy singing the songs of the Muses. Our civilization and technology in the city of Athens are so backward that we simply cannot create such incredible walls. I saw with my own eyes that Priest Roy performed miracles. The song of the Muses is really the song of the gods. Maybe the dead can be resurrected when they hear the songs of the Muses. Seeing that Deucalion still refused to believe it, Roy pointed at the stone house of the leader's house and the stone house of the temple of Metis and said, Prince Deucalion, look at these stone houses on the Acropolis of Athens. If the walls of Athens were really made by us, we would have used the technology to build huge and luxurious palaces for the leader Pandion and the goddess Metis. Palaces and temples. Deucalion's thoughts finally wavered. Because as Roy said, if the Athenians had the technology to make cement walls, there would be no reason for the leader Pandion to continue to live in an old stone house. And the temple of Metis, the patron goddess of Athens, should not be an old stone house. It seems that you Athenians really don't have the technology to build city walls. Deucalion said with a disappointed expression. Priest Roy, our city of Knossos is a city of trade. In addition to olive oil, what other products can your city of Athens sell in our city of Knossos? Roy shook his head and said, the Attica Peninsula, where the city of Athens is located, is very barren. We can't produce any valuable commodities except olive oil, because there are neither copper nor gold mines on the Attica Peninsula. If your city of Athens is willing to become a vassal of our city of Knossos, our city of Knossos can provide some help to your city of Athens. Seeing Roy's eyes widen in surprise, Deucalion said with a smile. Priest Roy, this is just a proposal of mine. Our city of Knossos will not force your city of Athens to become our vassal. But if your city of Athens becomes our vassal of Knossos, we will not only provide you with some food, we'll also help you when you are invaded by foreign enemies. Of course, when our city of Knossos is attacking the enemy, your city of Athens must also respond to the call of King Minos of Knossos and send some soldiers to join us. Legion. Prince Deucalion, I am not the real leader of the city of Athens. So whether the city of Athens will become a vassal of the city of Knossos is not something I can decide. Then when Chief Pandion comes back, you will tell Chief Pandion my proposal. When you go to the city of Knossos to participate in the spring plowing ceremony, you will tell me Chief Pandion's decision. After speaking, Deucalion turned and walked towards the Acropolis gate of the Acropolis. Roy asked as he followed Deucalion. Prince Deucalion, where do you want to go next? Let's go to the port. Deucalion said as he walked quickly forward. Priest Roy, the 20,000 kilograms of grain I promised you last night is in our cabin. Then I will tell Prince Deucalion how to make candles now. Our candles are made of animal fat and cotton thread. Port of Piraeus, the dock where Deucalion's warships were moored. After the Knossos soldiers moved 20,000 kilograms of grain to Roy, Deucalion smiled and said to Roy, Priest Roy, I have already visited the city of Athens and invited you to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. I will also visit other city-states next. So we will say goodbye to each other here and wait for the next meeting. Hearing Deucalion say he was leaving, Roy nodded and said, I will always look forward to my next meeting with Prince Deucalion. After the two said goodbye to each other, Deucalion boarded the flagship of the 12 warships and ordered the Knossos soldiers to set sail. Under the watch of Roy and others, 12 Knossos warships set sail and sailed out of the port of Piraeus. Chapter 126 Perseus redeems the sisters. After watching Deucalion's fleet leave the port, Roy was about to order Ares and the others to transport 20,000 kilograms of grain back to the Acropolis, when Ares suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the sea in the distance. Master Priest, another fleet is approaching our port. Roy turned his head in the direction of Ares's finger and saw 10 large merchant ships sailing into Piraeus port. Recognizing that the newly appeared fleet was a cargo ship fleet, Roy immediately said with a smile, that was a big cargo ship carrying goods. No wonder our fishermen didn't come back to the port to issue a warning. When fishermen in the city of Athens are fishing in the waters of Athens, once they discover a fleet that threatens the city of Athens, they will return to the port as quickly as possible and report news of the foreign fleet to the Acropolis. Fishermen do this not only to protect themselves and their families, but also because they will receive generous rewards. If the fishermen do not return to the port to issue a warning, it means that the large fleet approaching the port is a fleet of cargo ships that poses no threat to the city of Athens. Under the gaze of Roy and others, 10 large cargo ships soon entered the port of Piraeus and anchored at the dock where Roy and others were. Just when Roy was guessing where this cargo ship fleet came from, Perseus' figure appeared on the flagship deck and said, Loe, I have brought you the 30,000 kilograms of grain you asked for. Please return my 3 sisters to me. Perseus. Unexpectedly, the fleet of cargo ships in front of them turned out to be Mycenaean grain ships. Roy said with a smile, I didn't expect you Mycenaeans to send the ransom so quickly. I will return your 3 sisters to you right now. Then Roy ordered Ares. Ares, bring here the 3 sisters of Perseus. After Ares nodded and left, Perseus also ordered the Mycenaean soldiers to move the food in the cabin to Roy. Seeing that Perseus had no intention of getting off the boat, Roy teased Perseus. Perseus, although you led the Mycenaeans to attack the city of Athens, and I led the Athenians to attack the island of Seriphos and killed your father Polydex and uncle Diestes, but I am still willing to treat you as a guest. Perseus said expressionlessly. Loe, you not only left me the shame of defeat, but also killed my father and uncle. I will not set foot on Athenian soil as an unhostile guest until I have completed my revenge on you. That's such a pity. Now you can't see how the Seriphians live in the city of Athens without setting foot on Athenian soil. The Seriphos are no longer my subjects. So why should I care about them? It seems that you really just want to be the king of tens of thousands of Mycenaeans, and don't care about the lives of 4,000 Seriphos. Snort. Perseus snorted coldly and stopped communicating with Roy. It didn't take long for the Ares to bring the 3 cousins of Perseus, the daughters of Diestes, to the port. Perseus said angrily on the ship when he saw that Roy had redeemed himself with 3 cousins. Roy, why don't you let me redeem my half-sisters? Perseus, do you think I kept your sister behind on purpose? Roy said, pretending to be innocent. You really misunderstood. I didn't let you redeem your sisters because all 3 of your sisters had husbands just like your mother Danae. Your mother Danae was given to Chief Pandion by me. Now Chief Pandion should be considered your stepfather. And Chief Pandion's family is your new family. Do you really not want to follow me to the Acropolis to meet your new family? Loe. Facing Roy's verbal humiliation, Perseus could only hold back his anger and said, I have given you 30,000 kilograms of grain. Now I can take away my 3 cousins. Sure. Letting Perseus' 3 cousins board Perseus' ship, Roy continued to tease Perseus. Perseus, you don't have to be disappointed. Although the 3 daughters of Diestes are only your cousins in name, you should know that your mother Danae and your uncle Diestes have a special relationship. Maybe your 3 cousins are also your half-sisters. Perseus didn't want to quarrel with Roy, so he could only shout angrily at the Mycenaean soldiers. Sail. Leave this disgusting port immediately. Ares asked doubtfully after Perseus' fleet left the port of Piraeus like it was running away. Master Priest, why did you humiliate Perseus like that? I killed Perseus' father Polydex and uncle Diestes, and I have become a sworn enemy with Perseus. As long as Perseus has the chance, he will definitely kill me. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill Perseus. Since Perseus and I are already mortal enemies, of course I can't let go of any opportunity to humiliate Perseus. Roy turned around, looked at Ares with careful eyes and said, Ares, is it because I gave Perseus' sister to you as my wife that you feel sorry for your elder brother-in-law? Ares hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, everything I have now was given to me by the priest. How could I feel sorry for the priest's enemy for a woman? The priest's mortal enemy is my mortal enemy. I will kill Perseus' sister now, and let him I myself became Perseus' sworn enemy. Don't say stupid things. Roy reached out and grabbed Ares' shoulders, pulled him up from the ground and said, since I gave Perseus' sister to you as my wife, I won't worry about you betraying me for my wife. Master Priest, do you really believe me? What I can give you is something you can never get from Perseus. So I believe you will not be stupid enough to betray me and the city of Athens. Roy smiled confidently. You don't need to kill your wife to prove your loyalty to me. But if your wife asks you to betray me, you must make the right choice then. Ares nodded immediately and said, if my wife asks me to betray the priest, I swear I will kill my wife. If you lose your wife, I will take you to snatch a younger and more beautiful unmarried princess to be your wife. Patting Ares' shoulder with his right hand, Roy turned around and looked at the 50,000 kilograms of grain piled together. In order to feed the 4,000 Seriphos, the city of Athens needed at least 500,000 gins of additional grain. Now that there are 50,000 gins more grain, Roy still needs to get 450,000 gins of grain. What should I trade as a commodity in exchange for food? Listening to the sound of waves crashing on the beach, An idea flashed in Roy's mind. Seawater. Seawater. Just dry the seawater and you can get white gold table salt. Thinking of using seawater to dry salt, Roy immediately said with a happy smile. Aries. Now I don't have to worry about food. As long as we dry the endless seawater into salt, we can get endless food. Aries smiled along with Roy. And then asked doubtfully. Master Priest. What is the salt you are talking about? Chapter 127 White gold is called salt. During this era, the areas of ancient Greece were barren and minerals were scarce. However, the natural environment in Greece allowed the ancient Greeks to not only plant olive trees to obtain liquid gold olive oil, but also use seawater to obtain white gold table salt. Salt is not only a condiment for cooking and seasoning. It can also be used to pickle food to extend its shelf life. In human history, because salt is difficult to obtain, the value of salt is very precious. The price of salt can even reach the point where 1 pound of salt can be exchanged for 1 pound of gold. Before precious metals became the common currency of mankind, salt was as hard currency as food. Even in the Roman Empire more than 1,000 years later, people would use salt as salary and rewards for soldiers, and use 100 kilograms of salt to buy 100 kilograms of slaves. 3,600 years ago now, salt was more valuable than olive oil. Seeing Ari's confused expression, Roy said with the same confusion. Aries. You don't know what salt is. Salt is the salty white particles. After hearing Roy's explanation, Aries immediately said suddenly. So the priest is talking about white stones. Could it be that in the hometown of the priest, you call that kind of white stone salt? White stone. People in this era actually regard salt as white stone. Roy finally understood why in ancient legends, the sea goddess's salt power was regarded as the petrification power. Because there is no word for salt in this era, people in this era can only describe the power of saltization as the power of petrification. Aries. The white stone you are talking about should be the salt I am talking about. Now I am going to teach you how to dry salt. As long as you follow my instructions, you can dry the sea water into a large amount of salt. Aries said with wide eyes in shock. Master Priest. Can you really make salt like paper and cement? White stone salt is a gift from the sea to us, because we can only pick up some salt blocks on the seashore. Although salt can be used for seasoning, but we all collect and store salt, because when food is scarce, we can use salt to exchange Phoenician merchants for more food than olive oil. Of course Roy knew that people living in coastal areas in this era could only pick up some naturally formed salt blocks on the beach. Therefore, being able to make salt by yourself completely subverts Ari's outlook and cognition. Aries. Since you know how precious salt is, you should know that the method of making salt cannot be exposed. I want 50 of you to mark a salt drying field that no one is allowed to approach. And then I will teach you how to dry salt. You must patrol and protect the salt drying fields day and night. And you must not let anyone see the secret of our salt drying. Aries nodded heavily. And then asked Roy again. Master Priest. Can seawater really turn into salt? Salt is a white stone and seawater is water. Why does seawater turn into stone? Looking at Aries who was like a curious baby, Roy could only say impatiently. Seawater can turn into salt because the great goddess Metis uses her divine power to help us. In other words, it is the divine power of the goddess Metis that turns seawater into salt. That's right. Seeing that Aries was no longer curious, Roy said with a sigh of relief. Before I teach you how to dry salt, you must first move these 50,000 kilograms of grain back to the Acropolis. I obey your orders. After Aries said loudly. He took the lead in lifting a bag of grain. After the 50 teenagers who followed Roy moved 50,000 kilograms of grain back to the warehouse in the Acropolis, Roy took them to find a beach suitable for salting. Seawater sun salting requires the selection of large, flat seaside tidal flats to build salt fields in areas with a mild climate and sufficient sunlight. Salt pans are generally divided into two parts: evaporation ponds and crystallization ponds. First, seawater is introduced into the evaporation pond, and the water is evaporated to a certain extent by sunlight. Then it is poured into the crystallization pond and continues to be exposed to the sun. The seawater will become a saturated solution of salt, and the salt will gradually precipitate out when exposed to the sun again. Roy found a beach suitable for salting based on the principle of seawater salting, and then dug evaporation ponds and crystallization ponds with Aries and others. After digging a trench to introduce seawater into the evaporation pond, Roy said to Aries and the others, Comrades, You are my trusted followers. So I entrust you with the task of protecting the salt drying field. You must patrol the salt drying field day and night, and not let anyone discover the secret of our salt drying. In return for you, each of you will be rewarded with 10 pounds of salt. Hearing Roy's words, the 50 teenagers were all excited. Because 1 pound of salt is equivalent to at least 10 pounds of olive oil and 50 pounds of grain. And 10 pounds of salt is equivalent to 100 pounds of olive oil and 500 pounds of grain. As long as he guards the salt drying field for a few days and completes the salt drying, he will be rewarded with 500 kilograms of grain. Priest Roy is indeed the most generous person in the world. Priest, please rest assured that we will guard the salt drying field around the clock. We won't let anyone near the salt fields. If anyone wants to forcefully approach the priest's salt drying field, we will definitely kill him. Hearing the promises from his followers, Roy nodded with satisfaction and said, now that Chief Pandion is away, I am the supreme ruler of the city of Athens. So you don't need to have any scruples. Even if the minor leaders of the city of Athens want to break into the salt drying field, you can kill them first and then tell me. I guarantee you that not only will you not be punished, you will also be rewarded by me. And I will not only reward you once. I will give you salt as a reward every month from now on. You can get salt equivalent to 500 kilograms of grain as a reward every month. Ares and others were stunned for a moment, and then shouted loudly, long live the priest. I will always be loyal to the great priest of Loi. I want to dedicate my sister to the priest. After Roy returned to the Acropolis alone, he stood on the edge of the Acropolis and looked down at the entire city of Athens. Roy couldn't help but frown. If Roy was now the supreme ruler of the city of Athens, Roy could arrange for some people to become salt workers. But now, in order to prevent others from mastering the method of drying sea salt, Roy can only let his followers dry salt in secret. It seems that I must find an opportunity, as soon as possible, to seize the rule of the city of Athens. Only when I become the king of Athens can I free my hands and develop the city of Athens. After all, even if Pandion becomes my father-in-law, I don't want to work hard for others. Make a wedding dress. Pandion had the solid authority to rule the Athenian tribe as the leader for 20 years. Even if Roy was a priest with divine power, he could not use his divine power to overthrow Pandion's rule. Therefore, if Roy wanted to overthrow Pandion's rule, the only way was to seize the city of Athens by force. Now I am not only a true hero, 100 enemies, but I also have 350 soldiers. As long as the 250 Phoenicians from Euboea Island are smuggled over, I will have 600 soldiers. I gave Perseus' eldest sister to Captain Pallas as my wife. As long as Captain Pallas and his men remain neutral, I will be more than half sure to capture the city of Athens. At this time, Pallas did not know that Roy had planned for him to betray Pandion by accepting the princess given to him by Roy. Chapter 128 Building the Royal Palace on the Acropolis of Athens. Mrs. Zeuxippo's heartache went away as quickly as it came. Because now she is no longer a love-minded little girl. As a mother, her children are now more important in Zeuxippa's heart than her husband Pandion. On this day, Loi came to Pandion's house as he had done in the previous days, wanting to exercise his power to manage the city of Athens. As a result, Roy walked into the hall and saw Zeuxippiro, Procne, and Philomela sitting together, talking and laughing. Seeing Roy's figure, Zeuxippo took the initiative to say low to Roy. My child, you are here very early. Roy walked to the stone table, sat down opposite the three people and said, Dear mother-in-law, are you feeling well? I was worried because Pandion and Danae were together. Now that I have figured it out, my health will naturally be better. Zeuxippa held Procne and Philomela in his arms and said, The most important thing to me now is the child. Even if Pandion really falls in love with Danae, I will not be depressed. Procne immediately comforted him. Mother, I believe that father is just greedy for a temporary novelty. It won't be long before the relationship between mother and father will return to the sweetness of the past. Philomela said with a vicious expression. If father is still stubborn, let brother Roy kill this vixen Danae. Silly girl. Zeuxippo smiled happily. This is a matter between us adults. You kids can't interfere. Then, Zeuxippo looked at Roy and said, My child, I heard that you were helping Procne manage the city of Athens during the time when I was ill. Now that my health is well, you can spend more time with Procne. Unable to continue to exercise the power to manage the city of Athens, Roy couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Seeing the paper and pens placed on the stone table, Roy's eyes immediately brightened. Dear mother-in-law, now that the strength of the city of Athens is equivalent to that of a medium-sized city-state, we should also officially establish a city-state. I think we should use cement to build a luxurious palace on the Acropolis of Athens to prepare for the official establishment of a city-state. Build a palace. Seeing the hesitation on Zeuxippus' expression, Roy continued. We have cement technology. Even if it is not to build a city or a state, we should build more comfortable and safer palaces to replace the old stone houses we live in now. Yeah. Philomela clapped her hands and said in agreement. The stone house we live in will seep in rainwater even if it doesn't leak on rainy days. So I support Brother Roy's proposal to build a palace. As his fiancée, Procne would not object to Roy's proposal. Mother, I also think we should build a palace and enjoy a more comfortable and safer life. The beloved daughters all supported Roy's proposal. And Zeuxippus nodded. My son, how do you plan to build the palace? Roy picked up paper and pen and said while drawing the Acropolis. Mother-in-law, this is the Acropolis. I plan to build a palace with an area of 10,000 square meters on the Acropolis. The center of the palace is the hall where the throne is. And next to it are the two palaces where the king, his wife and the heir to the throne live. The left and right sides are separated. Build 12 palaces. A total of 24 palaces for other members of the royal family to live in. In the area around the palace gate. In addition to planning a courtyard, 12 palaces will also be built as guest rooms. Behind the palace hall, I plan to build an open-air swimming pool and an indoor swimming pool. Roy finished telling all his plans. And Zeuxippus, Procne, and Philomela were all dumbfounded. After coming back to his senses, Procne couldn't help but say, Brother Roy, building this palace according to your plan will definitely consume a lot of manpower and material resources. The royal family should live in a palace that matches itself. No matter how much manpower and material resources we spend, it is worth it. After Roy finished speaking, Philomela said in agreement. I support Brother Roy's idea. Since we have the ability to build a luxurious palace, there is no need to wrong ourselves. With the support of Philomela, Roy said to Zeuxippus, as long as my mother-in-law agrees, I will gather people to build our palace now. Zeuxippus hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, I agree to build this palace. With Zeuxippus's consent, Roy began to build the palace boldly. The reason why Roy is so concerned about building the palace is because on the surface, this palace is built for the Pandion couple. But in fact, this palace is built by Roy for himself. When Loie became the ruler of the city of Athens, Loie would naturally become the master of the palace. It was the third day when Roy started to build the palace. Hundreds of craftsmen have dug the foundations and begun building the walls with cement. The sun is shining brightly at noon. When Roy checked the progress of the palace construction, Ares hurried to Roy and reported the good news to Roy. Master Priest, now part of the seawater has turned into salt. Maybe by tomorrow, the seawater in the crystallization pool will turn into salt. Very good. After hearing the good news, Roy patted Ares on the shoulder and said, You continue to guard the salt drying field. And you must not let the secret of the salt drying field be exposed. After nightfall, Roy was enjoying dinner with Zeuxippus, Procne, and Philomela in the hall of Pandion's house. As soon as dinner started, a dusty figure suddenly entered the hall. Seeing the sudden intrusion, Roy, Zeuxippus, Procne, and Philomela all widened their eyes in surprise. Honey. Father. Father is finally back. Father-in-law. Looking at Pandion, who suddenly returned to the Acropolis, Roy couldn't help but ask, why didn't anyone notify us of our father-in-law's return? Seeing his beloved wife and daughter, Pandion said with a smile on his tired face, I wanted to give you a surprise. So I didn't send anyone to tell you that I was coming back. After Pandion finished speaking, Danae came out from behind him. Seeing Danae's hands holding Pandion's left arm, Procne and Philomela immediately showed displeased expressions. And Zeuxippus barely kept a smile on his face. After Pandion took Danae to sit down at the stone table, he said to Roy, Loie, I have conquered the Lavrio tribe for you. Now Erechtheus is managing the Lavrio tribe for you. Tomorrow you will move to the Lavrio area with the Seraphos people. Hearing Pandion's request, Roy shook his head without hesitation. Dear father-in-law, I cannot travel to the Lavrio area right now. Seeing Pandion's face turn ugly instantly, Roy continued. While my father-in-law was away, Deucalion, the Prince of Knossos in Crete, visited our city of Athens and invited our city of Athens to participate in the spring plowing ceremony of Knossos. I have represented the city of Athens. Accept the invitation of Prince Deucalion. As the ruler of the city of Athens, it is certainly inconvenient for my father-in-law to go to the city of Knossos thousands of miles away to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. So next I will go to the city of Knossos on my father-in-law's behalf. Chapter 129 Must go to Knossos city. Pandion returned to the Acropolis in the dust, just to let Roy leave the city of Athens as soon as possible. Now Roy is going to the city of Knossos to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. And Pandion immediately hesitates. Honey. Danae rested her head on Pandion's shoulder and said with a smile. We can have Erechtheus rush back immediately to represent you in the spring plowing ceremony of Knossos city, so that Roy can go to the Lavrio area as you plan. Let Erechtheus go to the city of Knossos. Hearing Danae's suggestion, Pandion shook his head without hesitation. Going to the city of Knossos, thousands of miles away, will definitely be accompanied by many unknown dangers. And Pandion certainly will not let his heirs face these dangers. So after hesitating for a moment, Pandion finally sighed and said, the city of Knossos is the most powerful city-state in the Aegean Sea. And we also need to buy food from the city of Knossos. So we cannot offend the city of Knossos. Since you have accepted Knossos on behalf of the city of Athens if you are invited by the city, then it's up to you to attend the spring plowing ceremony of Knossos city. Seeing that his father agreed with Roy to go to Knossos, Procne took courage and said, Father, I want to go to the city of Knossos with brother Roy. No. Pandion refused without hesitation. Going to the city of Knossos is very dangerous. I can't let you take risks with Roy. Father, I already belong to brother Roy. Procne said with a firm face. If brother Roy and I encounter a fatal danger, I am willing to fall into the underworld with brother Roy. If brother Roy can overcome the danger we encounter, and brother Roy protects my safety, I will not be any harm. Procne. Roy was both moved and ashamed that his gentle and well-behaved fiancé was willing to accompany him through life and death. Pandion looked at his daughter helplessly and said, You must follow Roy to the city of Knossos. Procne nodded vigorously. And Pandion sighed. Then you go with Roy. Then. Pandion looked at Roy and said, Roy. Procne is your woman. And you must risk your life to protect her safety. If Procne is in danger, you don't have to appear in front of me again. Roy said with a smile. My father-in-law doesn't need to threaten me like this. If I can't even protect my own woman, then how can I survive with dignity? Seeing that her father agreed with her sister to follow Roy to the city of Knossos, Philomela said with an excited smile. Father, I have never left the city of Athens in my whole life. Since my father agrees that my sister will go to the city of Knossos with brother Roy, then I will also go with brother Roy and my sister. No. Before Pandion could speak, Zeuxippus said, Philomela, let Procne go to the city of Knossos. I am already very worried. If you leave too, my whole heart will leave with you. Pandion frowned and said, Loe is Procne's future husband. He will fulfill his husband's responsibilities to protect the safety of his future wife. If you follow them to the city of Knossos, who will protect your safety? Brother Roy will protect my safety. Because I am also brother Roy's dash. Philomela. Seeing that Philomela was about to reveal that she was also Loe's future wife, Procne hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Procne could not imagine how angry his father would be when he knew that both of his daughters were Roy's women. After Philomela calmed down, she also understood that if she said something she shouldn't have said, Loe and Pandion would change from a seemingly loving son-in-law and father-in-law to a father and son fighting each other with swords drawn. So Philomela could only change her words. I am also brother Roy's sister. So brother Roy will protect me like he protects his sister. If I say no, it's no. After rejecting Philomela with a strong attitude, Pandion looked at Roy and said, When you are ready tomorrow, take Procne to the city of Knossos, temple of Metis. Roy returned to his stone house and saw Kaiwan already on the bed, warming himself up. Seeing that Kaiwan was just pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, Roy got into the quilt, held Kaiwan in his arms and said, Tomorrow I will take Procne to the city of Knossos. Kaiwan immediately opened her eyes and said, Are you going to take me with you? Won't. Roy shook his head and said, "It is very dangerous to go to the city of Knossos, which is thousands of miles away. I am not even sure of protecting Procne, let alone the two of you. So you have to stay in the Acropolis. I will pray for you and Procne every day and ask the goddess Metis to protect you and return safely." The next day, hearing the cockcrow at dawn, Roy woke up from his sleep, got up and dressed and went to the salt-drying field guarded by Ares and others. At this time, in the crystallization pond of the salt-drying field, the saturated solution of table salt has turned into white salt particles. Ares and others surrounding the crystallization pool looked at the salt grains and all showed excited smiles. Because the white grains of salt are as much a symbol of wealth as gold in this era. Seeing Roy's figure, Ares said happily, "Master Priest, come and see. The sea water in the crystallization pool has turned into salt." Roy walked to the crystal pool and took a look. Then ordered, "Ares, you go find some clay pots and put all the salt in the crystallization pond. Today I will take you to the city of Knossos again. We are going to bring these salts to the city of Knossos and exchange them for food." Although he was full of doubts, Ares immediately carried out Roy's order. After putting about 2,000 kilograms of salt in 20 clay pots, Ares couldn't help but asked curiously, "Master Priest, do you need to go to Knossos City in person? It is very dangerous to sail thousands of miles to Knossos City. You can let us go to Knossos City for food trade. If I didn't go to the city of Knossos, I would have to personally lead the Seraphos people to migrate to the Lavrio area. Then my father-in-law ordered me not to return to the Acropolis at will without justifiable reasons." Roy said with a meaningful smile, "Although I have to go to the city of Knossos now, when I come back, I will have more time to prepare dash." What to prepare? Roy didn't finish the rest of his sentence. Seeing the confusion on Ares' face, Roy said with a serious expression, "Ares, if my enemy is on the Acropolis, will you and your companions attack the Acropolis without hesitation?" Ares are not fools. Of course he knew that attacking the Acropolis was an act of declaring war on the leader Pandion. So after hearing Roy's words, Ares immediately opened his eyes in disbelief. Seeing Roy's expressionless face waiting for his answer, Ares took a deep breath and said, "The enemies of the priest are in the Acropolis. So my companions and I will follow the priest to attack the Acropolis." Chapter 130, Getting Married After Coming Back. Port of Piraeus. 20 large ships lined up at the port pier. It's noon. Loe and Procne, accompanied by Pandion, Zeuxapel, and Philomela, arrived at the port dock and prepared to board the ship to the city of Knossos. Zeuxapo reluctantly said goodbye to his daughter, and Pandion said to Roy with a complicated expression, "My child, when you and Procne come back, I will hold a wedding for you." Roy said with wide eyes after hearing Pandion's words, "Father-in-law thinks I will eat Procne. I can promise my father-in-law that I will never tarnish Procne's reputation before marrying Procne. I believe you and Procne. Will others believe you? If Procne eats and sleeps with you and goes to the city of Knossos, others will think that you have become a de facto husband and wife. So you must get married as soon as possible." Pandion wanted to arrange a wedding between Loe and Procne. But Loe didn't object in his heart, because Roy felt that his wedding to Procne was an opportunity to seize control of the city of Athens. "Since my father-in-law has decided, I will follow his arrangement and marry Procne." Pandion nodded with satisfaction and said, "In order to protect you and Procne, I have arranged 20 large ships for you and 200 soldiers to protect your safety. In order to prevent you from returning empty-handed, I have put 10,000 kilograms of olive oil in the cabin. You put these exchange the olive oil for grain and bring back the bronze war spear." After saying goodbye to their families, Roy and Procne held hands and boarded the flagship. Procne stood on the deck and waved goodbye to his parents and sister, while Roy gave orders to the sailors. "Start sailing." After hearing Roy's order, the sailors rowed the oars vigorously together, allowing the ship to gradually accelerate away from the port of Piraeus. Seeing that the distance between her parents and sister was getting farther and farther, tears fell from the corners of Procne's eyes. Roy held Procne in his arms and said, "Procne, we are only leaving for 8 to 10 days, and we will be back soon." Procne snuggled into Roy's arms and rested her little head on Roy's shoulder. "Brother Roy, this is the first time I have left Athens. And it is also the first time I have left my father and mother at the same time. Although Brother Roy is with me, I really can't hold back my tears." Roy patted her back gently with his right hand and said, "You can cry if you want. When I left my parents for the first time at the same time, I couldn't help crying. Although he left Athens and his parents, Roy was still with Procne after all. Procne cried until her tears dried up, and her mood gradually improved. Seeing the scene of dolphins swimming fast after the boat and huge whales leaping out of the sea, Procne smiled with surprise and joy. Brother Roy, the sea is so amazing. There are so many incredible creatures. I have only heard of these creatures in stories before, but now I finally see them with my own eyes. Looking at Procne's bright and sweet smile, Roy said with a smile, "Silly girl. The sea is not only filled with all kinds of magical and beautiful marine life, but also with all kinds of fatal dangers. When sailing at sea, you must avoid hitting rocks. If you encounter a storm, you will almost die. The most terrifying thing is to encounter pirates. If you get lost in the sea, it would also be very dangerous to float to foreign lands. I believe that Brother Roy can protect me no matter what danger I encounter." Looking at Procne, who had blindly worshipped him, Roy smiled confidently. "As long as I am here, no man-made disasters caused by humans or natural disasters caused by gods can harm you." Because Athenian ships already had experience going to the city of Knossos. At night, Roy handed over the task of commanding the fleet to sail at night. Roy himself went into the cabin with Procne to sleep. It was late at night. Whether it was because of uneasiness or excitement, Procne could not sleep, knowing that Roy was not asleep either. Procne said shamefully in Roy's arms, "Brother Roy, I know you didn't sleep to take care of me. Before I can fall asleep, let me serve Brother Roy with my body." "Silly girl. Don't think so wildly," Roy said, hugging Procne like a pillow. "The sailors are working hard outside rowing. How can I covet pleasure when we return to Athens for the wedding? Even if you don't want to sleep with me, I will forcefully eat you. And I can't sleep not because of you, but because my mind is always alert to dangers that may appear at any time. Even if I fall asleep, it is a very light sleep." Brother Roy. Understanding why Roy couldn't sleep, Procne hugged Roy distressfully and said, "If I weren't a weak girl, I could share some of the hard work for Brother Roy." Hearing Procne's words, Roy couldn't help but laugh. "If you were not a girl, even if you were a beautiful boy like a god, I would have let you row with the sailors outside instead of letting you be protected by me in my arms. I am a boy. Brother Roy, don't you love me anymore?" "That's right." Roy smiled without hesitation. "What I love is not your soul, but your body as a girl." Brother Roy. Pretending to be angry, Procne gently bit Roy's chin. Roy retaliates unceremoniously, biting her cherry lips gently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At noon on the 4th day, Roy's fleet successfully entered the port of Knossos. After 20 large ships lined up in 2 rows and moored at the pier, Roy and Procne came to the pier hand in hand, and then gave orders to Ares, who followed them off the ship. "Ares, I am going to take Procne to the palace in Knossos. After I leave, you will be in charge of our 200 soldiers. You must protect our ships. Master Priest, don't you and the princess take any soldiers with you?" Looking at Ares' worried expression, Roy raised his bronze war spear with his left hand and said, "I am a hero, an enemy of 100 people. When encountering problems that I can solve, it is useless to bring soldiers with me. When encountering problems that I cannot solve, bringing soldiers with me is a burden." After saying that, Roy took Procne towards the city of Knossos. Just as Loe and Procne were about to walk out of the port, a Gnossian man wearing linen clothes and straw sandals stopped Loe and Procne and said, "Two respected strangers, do you need a guide to lead the way? As a resident of Knossos, I can take you to where you want to go. And the reward I ask for is only 100 caddies of grain. If you are wandering around the city of Knossos like headless flies, and you are likely to enter some dangerous places that cannot be controlled by the laws of King Minos." Looking at the guide standing in front of him, Roy couldn't help but smile. "You are the guide Charon." The guide Charon said in surprise when he heard Roy say his name. "Have you heard of me? It seems that your memory is not very good. I hired you once," Roy said with a smile. "Guide Charon, I hire you again to take us to the palace of King Minos." Chapter 131 Deucalion's fiancé. In fact, Charon, the guide, had a good memory. After Roy's reminder, he immediately recalled that Roy had indeed been his employer. After hearing Roy saying that he was going to the palace of King Minos, Charon said solemnly, "Distinguished young man, even if you are the heir of a certain tribe or even a young leader. The great King Minos is not something you can ask for at will. Because the city of Knossos is between Crete and the Aegean Sea, the most powerful city-state, King Minos was the overlord who ruled the city of Knossos. Only those envoys from powerful tribes or city-states recognized by King Minos could get the honor of meeting King Minos. I am here to participate in the spring plowing ceremony of Knossos on behalf of the city of Athens on the Attica Peninsula. Prince Deucalion, the next King Minos of Knossos, went to Athens in person to invite us. I believe the strength of the city of Athens has been recognized by King Minos. You are guests personally invited by Prince Deucalion. Although Charon, the guide, had never heard of the city of Athens, Prince Deucalion personally went to the city of Athens to issue an invitation, which proved that the strength of the city of Athens should not be underestimated. Looking at Roy, whom he had once regarded as his scapegoat, Charon, the guide, lowered his head in awe and said, "Noble prince, beautiful princess, I will take you to the palace right now. Since you are guests personally invited by Prince Deucalion, then my worries are unnecessary." After saying that, Charon turned around and led the way. Roy and Procne followed Charon towards the palace. Procne asked curiously, "Brother Roy, do you know this Knossos man?" "I do not know him." Roy shook his head and said, "I just hired him. He is a guide who leads the way. He takes us to the palace, and I will give him 100 caddies of grain as a reward." 100 caddies of grain, it's reasonable to give him this small amount of reward. 10 minutes later, Roy and Procne followed Charon to the palace gate. And Charon turned around and said, Princess, this is our palace. How will you give me 100 caddies of food next?" "You go to the port to find my follower Ares and ask him to give you 100 caddies of grain. In order for Ares to believe you, you have to tell him one thing: we brought 2,000 caddies of white stones. We brought 2,000 kilograms of white stones dash." Charon repeated this sentence and said with some doubt, "Your followers will pay me if I say this. Only Ares and I understand the meaning of this sentence. So he will definitely reward you." After the guide Charon left in doubt, Procne couldn't help but say, "Brother Roy, I thought it would be hard for him to lead the way for us. So you gave him 100 caddies of grain as a reward. I didn't expect him to take us to the palace in such a short time. Procne, don't think that this reward is not worth it. Without Charon to lead the way, we would not have arrived at the palace so quickly. And if we entered some places like slums, we would probably encounter unimaginable trouble. Ghetto. Because there were no slums in the city of Athens, Procne had no idea what the word slum stood for. Roy walked up to the soldiers guarding the palace and said without explaining to Procne, "We are envoys representing the city of Athens to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. I am Loe, the priest of the city of Athens. And my companion is Procne, the princess of the city of Athens. Please tell King Minos or Prince Deucalion about us. See if King Minos or Prince Deucalion would like to receive us." The soldiers guarding the palace gate looked at Loe and Procne carefully. They saw Procne wearing a bronze belt around her waist, and Loe's bronze belt had a belt buckle made of gold. The soldier in charge of reporting lowered his head in awe and said, "I can inform you. Please wait a moment." After speaking, the soldier responsible for the announcement turned and entered the palace. Roy and Procne stood outside the palace gate. Procne curiously observed the scene on the street and asked like a curious baby, "Brother Roy, why are there so many people exchanging things on the street?" "They are trading what each other needs." Roy explained with a smile. "The city of Knossos is the richest and most powerful city-state in the Aegean Sea. So the civilians of Knossos are richer than our civilians in Athens. They have a lot of private property for trading. This is outside the palace gate. This street should be a trading street. When the people of Knossos trade on the street outside the palace gate, they must feel that this street is close to the palace and no one will buy or sell by force on this street." Procne nodded and said as if she understood, "Brother Roy knows so much. He deserves to be my dear future husband." At this moment, Deucalion's bold voice came from the palace. "Although I don't know why Princess Procne praised you, I must say that Priest Roy is worthy of being my friend." Roy and Procne turned to look at the palace and saw Deucalion walking out of the palace gate. Deucalion was not only accompanied by the soldier who was responsible for the announcement, but also a beautiful girl who followed Deucalion like a wife following her husband. Seeing the girl next to Deucalion, Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Because this is really a beautiful girl, who can make people fall in love at first sight, she is greedy for her body at the first sight. The girl is about 18 years old. Not only does she have a tall and graceful figure, she also has a face that is so perfect that people would regard her as a goddess. Unlike the slightly youthful Prochny, the girl with her waist-length beautiful black hair tied into a big braid has a mature charm that belies her age. Her big black eyes were like bottomless springs. Roy looked at her and felt deeply attracted to her eyes. The black-haired girl wore a rare pure black cotton robe. She wore a gold belt around her waist and a pearl necklace around her neck. The 12 pearls in the necklace were all precious golden pearls. Even the strappy sandals worn by the girl are gold, proving that her status is extraordinary. Priest Roy. Deucalion walked between Roy and the girl in black, blocking Roy's view and said, "Although my fiancée is beautiful, you can't keep staring at her. Doing so will not only make me unhappy, but also your fiancée, Princess Prochny." After saying that Roy had a fiancée and that the black-haired girl had a fiancé, Deucalion turned to the black-haired girl and said, "Dear Pandora, let me introduce to you. This is Priest Lowy in the city of Athens. The girl beside him is his fiancée, Princess Prochny." Then Deucalion spoke to Lowy and Prochny. "Priest Roy, Princess Prochny, let me introduce to you. This is my fiancée Princess Pandora of Donia, a city-state in western Crete. In the future, I will become the next princess of Knossos, King North. Pandora is my queen." Chapter 132 The Moon Goddess of Crete. Donia is the second largest city-state in Crete, although it ranks second only to Knossos city. The strength of Donia city is vastly different from that of Knossos city, because the western area of Crete ruled by the city of Donia is as barren as the Attica Peninsula. It is necessary to trade olive oil and wine to make up for the lack of food. Of course, the strength and wealth of the city of Knossos has nothing to do with whether the territory of the city of Knossos is poor or rich. The root of Knossos's power was the city's role as a trading hub in the eastern Mediterranean. As the second largest city-state in Crete, the city of Donia has a huge strength gap with the city of Knossos. This is because the city of Knossos has been suppressing the city of Donia and preventing the city from competing with Knossos. The city of Knossos vied for its position as a trade hub, although the strength of the city of Donia cannot be compared with the city of Knossos. The city of Donia is also a powerful and wealthy medium-sized city-state. So the princess of Donia, Pandora, can become Deucalion's fiancée Knossos, the future queen of those. After Deucalion introduced the identities of both parties, Pandora looked at Roy and Prochny with a blank expression, like a goddess who disdained to communicate with humans. Seeing that the cities of Knossos and Donia were both stronger than Athens, Roy took the initiative to speak to Pandora. "Beautiful Princess Pandora, I am Roy, the priest of the city of Athens. I am very happy to meet you." Prochny followed. "Princess Pandora, I am Prochny, Brother Roy's fiancée." After listening to Prochny's self-introduction, Pandora asked expressionlessly, "Why are you wearing a veil?" Prochny was stunned for a moment, then touched the veil with his hand and said, "I wear a veil to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to Brother Roy." Pandora immediately revealed a joking smile and teased, "Doesn't your man have the ability to solve problems?" This question immediately stumped Prochny. Of course she couldn't say that her future husband was not capable enough. Seeing that Prochny could not answer her, Pandora immediately walked to Prochny, reached out and took off her veil and said, "Since you trust your man to protect you, don't wear a veil. The weather in Crete is so hot that wearing a veil will definitely make you feel uncomfortable." Seeing this scene, Roy looked at Deucalion with questioning eyes. Deucalion explained with a wry smile, "My fiancée Pandora is different from ordinary people. She is not only the princess of Donia city, but also the incarnation of the moon goddess, the patron saint of Donia city. So her personality is a little different from us humans. She is the moon goddess." Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock when he learned about Pandora's other identity. Pandora, the moon goddess of Crete. These two pieces of information reminded Roy of ancient legends from another world. In ancient legends, there was a Minos Minotaur who ruled the city of Knossos named Deucalion, and his wife was named Pyrrha. Pandora Pyrrha. These two names with similar pronunciation most likely belong to the same person. The queen of King Minos of Knossos was also known as the moon goddess of Crete. Roy never understood in the past that the moon goddess in Greek mythology lived in the Colchis area on the east coast of the Black Sea, more than 3,000 years ago. Due to underdeveloped navigation technology, There was no intersection between the city of Knossos and the Colchis region. Why did the moon goddess on the east coast of the Black Sea become Knossos on the island of Crete? City Queen. Only now did Roy understand that the Queen of Knossos, known as the moon goddess of Crete, was actually the moon goddess of Crete. Because there can only be one moon goddess in Greek mythology. The people who made up Greek mythology used the moon godhead as a medium to let the incarnation of the moon goddess on the east coast of the Black Sea replace the moon goddess of Crete and become King Minyo of Knossos. Si's wife. The queen of King Minos of Knossos was the moon goddess of Crete. Deucalion was the next Minos Minotaur of the city of Knossos. And Pandora, as his fiancée, was the future queen of Knossos. Then it is indeed possible that Pandora is the legendary moon goddess of Crete. Thinking of this, Roy said to Deucalion with some doubts. Prince Deucalion. Princess Pandora is the incarnation of the moon goddess, is she not a deified human princess? But a real goddess? Deucalion nodded. Then whispered into Roy's ear. Hundreds of years ago, the city of Donia once fought with our city of Knossos to compete for the hegemony of Crete. Our city of Knossos' patron goddess Europa also fought with us to protect the city of Donia. A war of gods broke out in Pandora, the moon goddess. The final result of the war of gods was that the great goddess Europa completely defeated the goddess Pandora. And the defeated goddess Pandora fell into a long sleep. Now the goddess Pandora, who has been sleeping for hundreds of years, has recovered. She was injured. So her soul was reincarnated as Princess Pandora to make final preparations for the awakening of the goddess Pandora. The city of Donia has a competitive and hostile relationship with our city of Knossos. Princess Pandora can become my fiancée because of her. It is the reincarnation of the soul of the goddess Pandora. After hearing Deucalion's explanation, Roy blinked and said, "It's such an important thing. Does it really matter if you tell me?" "It's not a secret." Deucalion couldn't help but laugh. "If it were a really important secret, of course I wouldn't tell you." Roy pretended to be dissatisfied and rolled his eyes at Deucalion. Then asked curiously, "Prince Deucalion, Procne and I came to the palace to meet with your father, King Minos. Does your father agree to meet us?" "My father doesn't know about you yet." Deucalion forced an awkward smile and said, "I will arrange for you and Princess Procne to stay in the guest room of the palace first. After I tell my father about you and he is willing to see you, I will take you to see my father, King Minos. Then, Deucalion looked at Pandora and Procne and said, "Dear Pandora, Princess Procne, now I will take you to the palace guest room to arrange your stay." After saying that, Deucalion took Roy into the palace. Pandora also pulled Procne and followed them, holding hands intimately with Pandora, whom she met for the first time. Procne asked shyly, "Princess Pandora, do you like me and want to be friends with me?" "No," Pandora said expressionlessly. "I do this to you because you are a girl like me. While we live in the city of Knossos, we can become each other's playmates." Procne said even more doubtfully, "Although I don't mind being Princess Pandora's playmate, and even want to be your friend, don't you want to be with your fiancé, Prince Deucalion? As Brother Roy's fiancé, I have to spend all my time day and night. To be with Brother Roy is like a real couple." Chapter 133 Moon Goddess Princess Pandora. Seeing Procne's happy sweet smile, Pandora said expressionlessly, "It seems you love your fiancé very much." Procne nodded and said, "Didn't you voluntarily become Prince Deucalion's fiancé because you loved Prince Deucalion?" Pandora immediately glared at Procne, and then asked, "Didn't you become Roy's fiancé for the benefit of the family?" "No." Procne was not slow. At this time, she had vaguely understood that Pandora did not love her fiancé, Prince Deucalion, because she did not voluntarily become Prince Deucalion's fiancé. Pandora was forced to become Deucalion's fiancé for the sake of her family, which made Procne feel sympathy for her. The palace of King Knossos is like a labyrinth. There are many palaces with 3 floors above and below. There are hundreds of large and small houses in the palace, all connected by winding corridors. If you are entering the palace for the first time, it is easy to get lost in the intricate palace. Deucalion took Roy, Procne, and Pandora through twists and turns in the palace, and finally came to the 3rd floor of a palace. This is a floor with corridors on the east and west sides and only 2 rooms on the north and south sides. Standing in the corridor between the 2 rooms, Deucalion pointed to the room to the north and said, "Priest Roy, how about you and Princess Procne staying in this room? You won't hear a lot of noise when you live here." And you can overlook the surrounding streets and enjoy the beautiful night view. Roy nodded and said, as a guest. Of course I have to follow your master's arrangements. And it's really nice to live on the highest floor. Prockney and I came to a strange place. And we just need a quiet environment for us to sleep. After saying that, Roy walked over and opened the door and observed the inside of the room. Seeing that everything should be in the room, Roy turned to Prockney and said, Prockney, come and see if you are satisfied. If you are not satisfied, ask Prince Deucalion to change a room for us. Prockney walked to Roy, looked at him carefully and said, Brother Roy, I feel very satisfied. Seeing that both Roy and Prockney were satisfied with the room, Pandora suddenly took the initiative to speak to them. I'm glad to be your neighbor. If you have any problems, you can come to me. Whether I will help you or not depends on your mood. Neighbor. Hearing Pandora's words, Roy asked with his eyes widened in surprise. Prince Deucalion. Princess Pandora doesn't live with you. They are both an unmarried couple. And now Prockney has to warm Roy's quilt every night. Deucalion said with an awkward smile. Pandora and I are not married yet. So of course we cannot live together. Don't you think it is abnormal for you and Princess Prockney to live together before you are married? Roy immediately rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. In your heart, you are actually envious and jealous. You hope Pandora can live with you. Prockney lowered her head shyly and said, Brother Roy and I will hold a wedding and become a real couple when we return to Athens. Then I'll send you my wedding blessings in advance. Deucalion looked at Pandora with an envious expression and said, Dear Pandora, let's get married as soon as possible. My father has said that as long as I complete the wedding with you, I will become the next Minos to rule the city of Knossos. In other words, after you marry me, you can become the queen of Knossos immediately. Pandora said expressionlessly. My time in mourning for my father is not over yet. Deucalion said excitedly. You have been in mourning for 2 years. Don't you want to marry me at all? Pandora turned to look at Deucalion and said, If you are dissatisfied with me, you can propose to other girls. King Knossos is the overlord of the Aegean Sea. I believe there will be many beautiful princesses who want to be your queen. Please don't say such things. Deucalion lowered his proud head like a humble licking dog and said, Since I promised you, I am willing to wait until your mourning is over. Then, Deucalion looked at Roy and said, Priest Roy, now that you are neighbors with my fiancé, please help me take care of Pandora when she encounters problems. I will go and tell my father about you and the city of Athens. I will hold a welcome banquet for you in the evening. Roy said with his eyes widened in surprise. Prince Deucalion, do you really want me to help you take care of Princess Pandora? Deucalion nodded and said, Because you have your fiancé, Princess Prockney, and you are always together. That's why I asked you to help me take care of Pandora. Priest Roy, now that I have regarded you as a friend, I will call you Roy from now on. Go ahead. If you also consider me a friend, just call me Deucalion. It's my honor to be your friend. Then you can call me Loie from now on. And I'll call you Deucalion. After Deucalion left, Roy couldn't help but look at Pandora. Pandora teased with a teasing smile. What do you want to say to me? If you want to pursue me, then you must be aware that I will not hide from Deucalion that he has a new love rival. Roy shook his head and said, I'm not trying to pursue you. I just want to know, are you really the incarnation of the goddess? Don't you think I am the incarnation of the goddess? I think you are the reincarnation of the soul of Pandora. The moon goddess of Crete. This may be just a setting to deify you. You are no different from other deified human princesses. If you are really the incarnation of the goddess, then show the power of the goddess and prove it to me. Why should I prove to you whether I am the incarnation of the goddess? If you want me to meet your unreasonable demands, you will have to pay the corresponding price. After saying that, Pandora turned and returned to her room. When only Roy and Prockney were left in the corridor, Prockney looked at Roy with a worried look and asked, Brother Roy, why do you care about Princess Pandora's true identity? Are you in love with Prince Deucalion's fiancé? Do not think too much. Roy immediately said with a serious expression. Pandora is Deucalion's fiancé. Bringing me together with her will bring war to our city of Athens. I want to know whether Pandora is a deified human princess or a true goddess incarnation. Because Pandora is really if the goddess incarnates, I can ask her how to transform from human to goddess. Roy did not fall in love with Pandora. Prockney said in relief. I don't trust Brother Roy enough. Brother Roy. Please punish me. Now that you say so. Roy picked up Prockney in a prince's hug. Then carried Prockney into their room and said. Then I'll punish you by being my pillow and letting me take a nap. Chapter 134 Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. For several days at sea. Neither Roy nor Prockney could get a good sleep. Inside the guest room at this time. Roy and Prockney lay hugging each other on the stone bed. And they soon fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed. Deucalion's voice suddenly sounded outside the room and said. Roy. Can I come into your room? Roy immediately woke up from his light sleep and made sure that Prockney's clothes were not unintentionally opened by him. Roy then looked at the door and said. Deucalion. You may come in. Deucalion opened the door and saw Roy and Prockney lying on the bed. And immediately said with an awkward smile. Did I interrupt your good business? Roy said while gently pushing Prockney awake in his arms. We were just taking a regular nap. Brother Luoi. Let me sleep a little longer. Prockney woke up in a daze. Opened her eyes and saw Deucalion at the door of the room. Prockney immediately covered her blushing face. It seems that my princess was asleep and thought she was at home. After Loie teased Prockney. Deucalion walked into the room and said with a smile. Our guest room can make you feel like you are at home. This is what we want. Dear Roy. I have told my father about you. But unfortunately my father does not pay attention to you and the city of Athens. So my father asked me after the spring plowing ceremony is over. We will arrange for you to meet father alone. Roy was not disappointed when he heard Deucalion's words. After all. To King Minos of Knossos. The city of Athens was just a new city-state that had suddenly risen in recent times. It is abnormal for Minos to attach great importance to the city of Athens without seeing the power of the city of Athens with his own eyes like Deucalion. As guests, we must abide by the host's arrangements. We have no dissatisfaction with meeting King Minos after the spring plowing ceremony. Roy finished speaking with a sincere expression. And Deucalion said with a serious expression. Loie. When my father understands the strength of the city of Athens, he will definitely pay attention to the city of Athens. Now I have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please go to my palace with Princess Prockney. Roy and Prockney followed Deucalion out of the room and saw Pandora already standing in the corridor waiting. Dear Pandora. I've kept you waiting for so long. Deucalion walked up to Pandora and stretched out his left hand to hold Pandora in his arms. Pandora turned around deftly to avoid Deucalion. Then walked to Roy and hugged Prockney's waist and said. Deucalion. You promised not to offend me rudely. I just want to have a further relationship with you as my fiancé. Deucalion said with a wry smile. As an unmarried couple. Roy and Princess Prockney can sleep on the same bed. But you don't even want me to touch them. I'm different from human girls. You know that. Looking at Pandora's beautiful expressionless face. Deucalion could only helplessly say to Roy. Roy. Now I will take you to the banquet. Roy walked up to Deucalion and asked curiously after walking alongside him. Deucalion. You and Princess Pandora want to entertain us together. Deucalion shook his head and said. Pandora is also a guest that I entertain. The guests that I want to welcome at my banquet are not just you and Princess Prockney, but also princes and princesses from other city-states. As the prince of the city of Knossos. And also the heir to the throne, the next Minos Minotaur. Deucalion certainly had a palace dedicated to him in the palace. Roy. Prockney. And Pandora followed Deucalion to his palace. And saw a dozen princes and a dozen princesses sitting on the left and right sides of the palace hall lit by bronze oil lamps. Both sides. Pandora took Prockney to the blanket where the princesses were sitting on their knees. And Deucalion also took Loie to join a dozen princes. Friends. I have brought my last two guests. Hearing Deucalion's voice. The dozen or so princes, who were sitting together chatting and laughing immediately focused their attention on Roy. Perseus. Seeing that there was Perseus among the dozen princes. Roy immediately called out his name in surprise. Loie. Perseus frowned immediately when he saw Roy. And anger flashed in his eyes. A prince said with a smile as he saw Roy and Perseus calling each other's names. Perseus. Do you know this new friend? Of course I know him. Perseus said with a sneer. He is not a prince like us. He is just a priest serving the temple. After hearing Perseus' words, the princes all looked at Roy with contempt or disdain. Because they are all real princes. They also think that only princes with the same status can sit with them. Perseus. Why don't you finish what you have to say? Roy said with a teasing smile. I am an enemy who killed your father and uncle and gave your mother and sisters to other men. Have you forgotten the shame I left you? Hearing what Roy said loudly, not only the princes, but also the princesses next to them couldn't help but scream. Although these princes and princesses did not know Loie and Procne, they knew Perseus. Perseus' parents were only the king and queen who ruled the island of Seriphos. But Perseus' maternal grandfather was the powerful Mycenaean king Acrisios. How powerful was Roy, who dared to kill Perseus' father and uncle, and give Perseus' mother, the daughter of the powerful king of Mycenae, as a trophy to others. Perseus said angrily after Roy exposed the shame that he didn't want to mention in public. Roy, you won't be proud for long. If you want revenge, then you have to act quickly. Our city of Athens will soon have 1,700 soldiers available for expedition. If you delay for too long, I will summon 3,000 soldiers to attack Mycenae. 1,700 soldiers. 3,000 soldiers. Hearing the astonishing numbers revealed by Roy, the princes and princesses looked in awe and no longer dared to underestimate Roy and Procne. Because they are a vassal force of the city of Knossos, their city-state can only provide a maximum of 1,000 soldiers. Deucalion and Perseus, who had been to the city of Athens in person, looked at Roy with confusion, wondering how the city of Athens could come up with 1,700 soldiers, or even 3,000 soldiers. Procne looked at Roy with the same confusion. Brother Roy said he would summon 3,000 soldiers. Was he threatening Perseus? Procne did not know that Harmonia, the priestess of the Thebes tribe, was also Loie's fiancée. As long as 1,700 soldiers are gathered from the entire population controlled by the city of Athens, plus the soldiers of Harmonia, the 3,000 army Roy mentioned can be assembled. Chapter 135 The Story of the Minotaur. Roy had already provoked and humiliated himself unscrupulously. Of course, Perseus would not choose to endure it. He stood up angrily and said, Roy, I want to duel with you. Roy immediately laughed jokingly. Then I will teach you, this defeated general, another lesson. At this moment, Deucalion walked between Roy and Perseus and said coldly, You are my guests. If you really want to duel, then you must duel with me first. Seeing Deucalion coming forward to stop the duel, a beautiful boy next to Perseus whispered, Cousin Perseus, we cannot offend Prince Deucalion. Perseus calmed down and spoke to Deucalion. Deucalion, I am not in a hurry to take revenge on Roy. For your sake, I will pretend I can't see Roy. After saying that, Perseus sat down again next to the beautiful boy. Roy also said to Deucalion, Deucalion, I am willing to engage in a duel with you. But today is obviously not a suitable time. For your sake, I will not conflict with Perseus again. After saying that, Roy sat down next to Deucalion. Deucalion glanced at Roy and Perseus with a satisfied smile, and then said to the princes and princesses, Dear princes, beautiful princesses, you are all my guests, so I don't want you to have any conflicts. Now I thank you all for accepting my invitation to come to the city of Knossos. Next, everyone enjoys what I have done for you. Prepare for the banquet. After Deucalion finished speaking, a group of young male servants poured in from the door on the left side of the hall, serving barbecue, wine, white bread and other food to the princes. A group of beautiful maids poured in from the door on the right side of the hall, serving them to the princes. The princesses served barbecue, fruits, pastries and other food. After Deucalion sat down to taste the food with the princes talked to each other, and soon the topic turned to women. A prince who knew Perseus and his cousin quipped to the two. Prince Perseus, Prince Pelops, neither of you seems to have a fiancé. Is there anything you want to pursue among the princesses? Perseus and his cousin Pelops shook their heads at the same time, looking at the two people's reactions. The other prince joked. Don't you two like women instead of men? It would be exciting if you two cousins liked each other. Perseus immediately said angrily. Of course I like women. And I already have a proposal target. Princess Andromeda of the Egyptian Empire. Pelops followed. I also have a proposal target, which is Princess Hippodamia, the daughter of King Enamanos of Olympia in the Elis region. Although Perseus and Pelops had the status of princes, they were only the grandsons of Acrisios, king of Mycenae. These cousins actually wanted to marry Princess Andromeda and Princess Hippodamia. The princes could only suppress their laughter to avoid offending Perseus and Pelops. Everyone was chatting while tasting barbecue and wine. And a prince suddenly looked at Deucalion and said, "Prince Deucalion must be the happiest among us. To be able to marry the goddess like Princess Pandora." Hearing this, the princes all nodded in agreement. Deucalion couldn't help but laugh. "It's all because my love for Pandora impressed her brother, King Rhadamandas of Donia City, that I was lucky enough to become Pandora's fiancé." Rhadamandas. Hearing this name, Roy couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Because in ancient legends, although Rhadamandas was the king of Donia, his Donia was later captured by King Minos of Knossos, and he himself was expelled by Minos. Since Rhadamandas and Deucalion were figures of the same era, Minos who defeated and expelled Rhadamandas was obviously Deucalion. Rhadamandas had already married his sister Pandora to Deucalion. Why did Deucalion still launch a war against Rhadamandas? Didn't Pandora marry Deucalion in the end? Or maybe Deucalion married Pandora and still didn't give up his ambition to capture the city of Donia. Unconsciously, time passed from afternoon to night. The princes and princesses were full of wine and food, and the banquet was coming to an end. Dear friends, Deucalion, who was already a little drunk, stood up and said, "It seems like today's banquet should be over. My father has decided to hold a spring plowing ceremony the day after tomorrow. After everyone goes back, they can still sleep in tomorrow." After the princes and princesses began to leave, Roy found Procne and prepared to take her back to their guest room. As soon as Roy and Procne walked out of Deucalion's palace hall, Perseus and Pelops stood in front of them. Before Roy could speak, Perseus took the initiative. "Loie, I'm not here to find you. I want to ask Princess Procne how my mother is doing in Athens." Procne and Roy looked at each other. After Roy encouraged Procne with his eyes, Procne said to Perseus, "Prince Perseus, now your mother has become my father's very beloved concubine. She is doing very well." Perseus nodded and said, "Although I don't want to accept it, your father has actually become my stepfather. And you have become my stepsister. If Roy can't take care of you, you can come to me as your stepbrother." After saying that, Perseus took Pelops and left on his own initiative. Looking at the backs of Perseus and Pelops, Procne frowned and said, "My only brothers are Loie and Erechtheus." Under night, a maze-like palace, an oil lamp was placed in every sheltered corner for illumination. Roy and Procne returned to the guest room, hugged each other and lay on the bed ready to fall asleep. After a moment of silence, Procne whispered, "Brother Roy, I can't sleep." "Then let me tell you a story." "What story does Brother Roy want to tell?" "I'm going to tell you a story about Minos, who lived in a labyrinth. On the island of Crete, there was a powerful king named Minos, the Minotaur." "Brother Roy, why is the king of Knossos called Minos, Minotaur?" "Because the goddess Europa, who protects the city of Knossos, is a nature goddess, an earth goddess in the form of a cow. The king and queen of Knossos, as the highest male priests and highest female priests of the goddess Europa, must wear horn ornaments. Give yourself a Minotaur image similar to the goddess Europa." "Ah, could it be that the goddess Europa also has the shape of a bull's head?" "That's right. The goddess Europa is a beautiful pure white heifer. So she takes on a human form and has 2 horns on her head. This image of the goddess Europa is also regarded as a female figure by the peoples in the Near East who believe in the only God, the image of the devil." The next thing I want to say is that because King Knossos built a labyrinth-like palace, and King Minos was a Minotaur wearing horns, Minos was also said to live in the Minotaur in the labyrinth, the Minotaur. Chapter 136. Tell Pandora a story. Roy just told the beginning of the story, and Procne fell asleep unknowingly. "Procne." Roy tried to call softly and confirmed that Procne was sleeping deeply. Roy got up from the bed and left, going to the corridor outside the room. The corridor where the night breeze blows. An oil lamp burning olive oil glowed in a sheltered corner. Roy glanced at Pandora's room, then turned and walked toward the corridor. But as soon as Roy raised his right foot, his body suddenly stood still as if it was petrified. Because Roy saw Pandora standing on the corridor, letting the moonlight shine all over her body, letting the night wind blow up her skirt, revealing her fair ankles wearing golden strappy sandals. As if she didn't notice Roy, Pandora raised her beautiful left arm upwards, as if no one else was watching. Thumping, fluttering, with the sound of flapping wings, an owl flew from the night sky and landed on Pandora's raised left wrist. Seeing that the owl was like a domesticated pet, carefully resting on Pandora's left wrist to avoid hurting Pandora with his claws. Roy finally couldn't help but say, "Is this your pet?" "No." Hearing Pandora's answer, Roy's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that this ability to tame owls is the special power that Pandora possesses, as the incarnation of the moon goddess? Is she really the incarnation of the moon goddess? After coming back to his senses, Roy said in a daze, "Princess Pandora, it's already late at night. Can't you sleep?" Pandora replied with a teasing smile. "As the incarnation of the moon goddess, I should be like this owl, it's at night when I'm most active." "Are you really the reincarnation of the soul of Pandora, the moon goddess of Crete?" Hearing the tremor in Roy's voice, Pandora turned around and looked at Roy and said, "Does it matter to you whether I am the reincarnation of the soul of the moon goddess Pandora?" Roy nodded and said, "If you are really the incarnation of the moon goddess, I want you to tell me how you can transform back into a goddess now that you are a human. Why do you want to explore the secrets of gods? Do you also want to become a god?" "I do want to be a god. I am not the only human being in this era who wants to be a god. Other humans want to become heroic gods. So they will not explore the secrets of gods. You want to explore the secrets of gods to prove that you do not want to become heroic gods." Roy frowned and said after Pandora saw through his thoughts, "Princess Pandora, I'm just curious about the secrets of the gods. If you don't want to tell me, then I will go back to my room and sleep. I can tell you. But you have to finish the story." "Story? I heard the story you told Propni just now," Pandora said with a smile. "As the incarnation of the moon goddess, it's normal for me to hear your chat outside. That's not an interesting story. Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you the story I haven't finished telling Propni." The pharaoh Kamos of the southern Egyptians began under the protection of the sun god Amun, after attacking the nomads from the Phoenician region who occupied northern Egypt. One of the Phoenician nomads, the group we now call the Mycenaeans, was conquered by the Mycenaean king Acrisius. Under the leadership of Egypt, they migrated from northern Egypt to Crete. In Crete, Zeus, the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, absorbed the concept of the goddess Europa as the goddess of the bull, and developed the image of Zeus the bull. The Mycenaeans began to claim that the goddess Europa was the wife of Zeus, and that King Minos of Knossos only had the authority to be the overlord of the Aegean Sea as the son of Zeus. The Mycenaeans believed that making Minos the son of Zeus was a gift to Minos. But to Minos, the Mycenaeans were not only humiliating the king of Knossos, but also desecrating the patron goddess of Knossos. So Minos expelled Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans were forced to migrate to the Argos region of the Peloponnese. After Roy paused, Pandora couldn't help laughing. "It turns out that the story you told is the history of what happened in the past." Seeing Pandora's charming smile, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and said, "Princess Pandora, you look so beautiful when you smile. Why do you always look expressionless when Deucalion is around? This has nothing to do with you. Keep telling your historical stories." The Mycenaeans were expelled by the king of Knossos. Naturally, they were full of hatred for the king of Knossos. So they began to belittle the goddess Europa, and the royal family of Knossos in the myths they made up for Zeus. In Mycenaean in the myth made by the Neanderthals about Zeus, the goddess Europa is just a human princess, because she became the human wife of Zeus. The goddess Europa can become an immortal goddess. The king and queen of Knossos, as male and female priests, are also male minotaurs wearing horns. And the female minotaur. The Mycenaeans made up the story of Minos offending Poseidon in their mythology. In order to punish Minos, Poseidon asked Minos' queen to disguise herself as a cow and follow her. A bull gave birth to a minotaur. The minotaur, who lived in the labyrinth. After listening to Roy's story, Pandora blinked in confusion and said, "The minotaur, who lived in the labyrinth Minos, the minotaur, who lived in the labyrinth-like palace." The myth created by the Mycenaeans was to suggest that Minos' queen gave birth to the future king. And the queen disguised as a cow is a hint that the queen is a female minotaur wearing horns. The bull that gave birth to a child with the queen is obviously a hint to Minos, a male minotaur wearing horns. Myths fabricated by the Mycenaeans. It seems that there is no malicious intention to belittle the royal family of Knossos. It is true that women have long hair but short knowledge. Even the incarnation of a goddess is no exception. Princess Pandora, we who live today certainly know that the king of Knossos is a male minotaur wearing horns, Minos. And the queen is a female minotaur wearing horns. The minotaur born to the king and queen the minotaur was the next king of Knossos. But it will be difficult for people 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 years later to understand the current situation. If the myths fabricated by the Mycenaeans spread to thousands of years later, people thousands of years from now may really take the myths fabricated by the Mycenaeans seriously, believing that the palace of Knossos was inhabited by minotaurs, and that the queen of Minos gave birth to a half-man, half-bull child with a bull monster. Ha 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 ha. After Roy said it seriously, Pandora immediately smiled coquettishly. You are so interesting. We live in the present. Why should we care that people thousands of years from now will take the myths made by the Mycenaeans seriously? You are Deucalion's fiancé, and the next queen of Minos, the Minotaur Deucalion. Don't you care that you become the queen who gave birth to a monster with a bull in Mycenaean mythology? Well, no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Deucalion's queen may not be me. Then tell me quickly. How do you change back to a goddess? Chapter 137 Taking Care of a Friend's Fiancé. Looking at Roy urging her, Pandora said with a teasing smile. I never said that if you tell me a story, I will immediately tell you the secret you want to know. It's okay to wait until a year or 10 years later before I tell you the secret. Princess Pandora. Roy quickly walked up to Pandora, grabbed Pandora's left wrist with his right hand and said, I am not Deucalion, who is always obedient to you. You must tell me the secret as agreed. Thumping. Fluttering. Perhaps Roy's actions frightened the owl. The owl that was originally standing on Pandora's left wrist flapped its wings and flew away. Let me go. Looking at Roy who grabbed her left wrist, Pandora said with an unhappy expression. Don't you think there's anyone around to keep an eye on us? If Deucalion knew what you did to me, you'd be in big trouble. Roy didn't know if Deucalion sent someone to monitor and protect him and Procne. But Roy knew that Deucalion would definitely send someone to monitor and protect Pandora, to prevent Pandora from having a relationship with other men before getting married. Cuckold him. Thinking of Deucalion's reaction, Roy let go of Pandora's left wrist, then took 2 steps back and said, Princess Pandora, are you really not going to fulfill your promise? Haven't you ever thought that maybe I am not the reincarnation of the moon goddess's soul, but just a deified human princess, just like your fiancé Procne was deified into the Dew goddess? So it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't tell you. After saying that, before Roy could recover from the shock, Pandora walked around Roy and returned to her room. Roy stood there blankly, full of doubts in his heart. Pandora. Is she the incarnation of the moon goddess, or a deified human princess? The next day, after Roy and Procne had breakfast in Deucalion's palace, Roy planned to take Procne with him to do some business outside the palace. As the two walked towards the palace gate, Procne asked curiously, Brother Roy, what are we going to do when we leave the palace? I am going to discuss business with the big grain merchant in Knossos. We came to Knossos not only to participate in the spring plowing ceremony, but also to bring grain back to Athens. Roy led Procne out of the palace, suddenly turned around and said to Pandora, who was following behind, Princess Pandora, why have you been following us? After hearing Roy's words, Procne realized that Pandora had been following behind. When Roy discovered the stalking behavior, Pandora walked up to Roy and Procne with an expressionless face, held Procne's arm intimately and said, I'm not following you. I'm following Procne. Then, Pandora smiled and said to Procne, Dear Procne, I am too bored to be alone in the palace. Can I be with you? Procne nodded immediately and said, Prince Deucalion has to entertain all kinds of guests and is busy with the spring plowing festival. He definitely won't have time to accompany you. If Princess Pandora is willing to treat me as a friend, of course I am willing to be with you. I believe Brother Roy I won't mind. Because Brother Roy is a friend of Prince Deucalion, and he will definitely be willing to help take care of his friend's fiancé. Helping take care of a friend's fiancé. Although it seems okay on the surface, no matter how you read this sentence, you feel uncomfortable. If a friend wanted to help Roy take care of his fiancé, Roy would definitely stab his friend in both sides. Thinking that this was not a time when he and Pandora were alone, Roy said expressionlessly, Princess Pandora, if you don't mind the trouble, just come with us. After saying that, Roy walked ahead, taking Procne and Pandora towards the port of Knossos. Etio, a large grain merchant in the city of Knossos, lived in a luxurious stone house near the port. Roy brought Procne and Pandora to Etio's stone house. The soldiers guarding the gate saw that Roy looked like a noble prince, and brought 2 noble and beautiful princesses, who were like goddesses. They did not dare to stop Roy. The 3 of them, Yi and others, allowed the 3 of Roy and others to enter the stone house. Roy led Prockney and Pandora through the corridor, and entered the hall with ease. He saw Etio sitting on a stone chair, talking to a fat middle-aged businessman. There were 2 other people beside them. Young and beautiful maids attended them. Seeing the 3 Roys who suddenly burst into the hall, Etio stood up and exclaimed, "Princess Pandora." The middle-aged businessman also stood up and looked at the 3 Roys, who looked like princes and princesses, with awe. Hearing Etio call out her name, Pandora frowned and said, "Have you seen me? I don't know you. And I'm not the one who came to find you. Lord Etio, don't you recognize me anymore?" Roy took the initiative to say to Etio, "I am Roy, the priest of the Athenian tribe. I am here to trade grain with you today. My noble prince, please wait a moment." Although Etio could not remember Roy, whom he had met once, he knew that the future queen of Knossos was with Roy, which was enough to prove Roy's identity. After bowing his head respectfully to Roy, Etio turned to the middle-aged businessman and said, "I'm so sorry. Let's discuss our business tomorrow." The middle-aged businessman didn't have any dissatisfaction, and left very wisely. After the middle-aged businessman left, Etio drove 4 more maids out, and then asked the 3 Roys, "Noble prince, 2 beautiful princesses. You came to me, Etio. What do you want me to do?" Looking at the respectful Etio in front of him, and thinking of Etio's arrogant attitude when they first met, Roy couldn't help but laugh. "Etio, I want to sell you 10,000 gins of olive oil. I will first exchange these 10,000 gins of olive oil for 40,000 gins of grain. And the rest will be exchanged for bronze war spears." After listening to Roy's words, Etio, who originally lowered his head, raised his head and said, "The price of an unused bronze war spear is 1,000 kilograms of grain. 10,000 kilograms of olive oil is equivalent to 50,000 kilograms of grain. In other words, I need to give you 40,000 kilograms of grain and 10 bronze war spears. 10,000 kilograms of grain can only be exchanged for 10 bronze war spears." Prockney couldn't help but exclaimed, "The bronze war spear is too expensive." Roy said with a smile, "Prockney, this price is normal. We will bring back more than 10 bronze war spears." After speaking, Roy walked up to Etio, took out a small cloth bag, and showed the white salt grains inside. "Etio, this is another one of my products. You have a taste of it." Etio tentatively stretched out his right hand to grab a few grains of salt and put it in his mouth to taste it. The next moment, Etio said with wide eyes, "Is this that salty white stone? Great goddess Europa. White stone can be so beautiful and delicious." Roy corrected immediately, "This thing is not a stone. Its real name is salt." "Etio, how much do you think a pound of salt is worth?" Chapter 138. 1 pound of salt and 100 pounds of grain. Even in the Roman Empire more than 1,000 years later, the method of making salt by sun-drying seawater had become completely popular. And the value of salt was still so valuable that 100 kilograms of salt could buy a slave weighing 100 kilograms. 3,600 years ago now, salt was even more rare and expensive. Looking at the white salt grains in Roy's hand, Etio said solemnly, "This white salt is as beautiful as snowflakes. I think 1 pound of salt is worth 70 pounds of grain." After hearing Etio's offer, Roy said with a joking smile, "My salt is purer, more beautiful, and safer than the salt picked up on the beach. It will not cause any harm to the body after eating. Etio, if you are taking a huge risk to sail to Athens to buy my salt, I can sell it to you at the price of 1 pound of salt for 50 pounds of grain. But I took a huge risk to bring the salt to the city of Knossos to sell it. If you don't buy it for 1 pound of salt for 100 pounds of grain, I will just sell the salt to other merchants. 1 pound of salt is exchanged for 100 pounds of grain." Hearing the price stated by Roy, not only Prockney, but even Pandora showed a surprised expression. Even if 1 pound of salt is exchanged for 100 pounds of grain to buy Roy's salt, as long as Roy's salt is resold to an area where grain is harvested twice a year, or even 3 times a year, the transaction with Roy can be guaranteed to be profitable. No compensation. So Etio asked after only a moment of hesitation, "Honored Prince, how many kilograms of salt do you have to sell me?" 2,000 pounds. 2,000 pounds of salt. according to the price of 1 pound of salt for 100 pounds of grain. 2,000 pounds of salt is equivalent to 200,000 pounds of grain. Roy was able to take out wealth equivalent to 200,000 kilograms of grain in one fell swoop. Seeing Prockney looking at Roy with wide eyes, Pandora immediately understood that Prockney, as Roy's fiancé, had no idea that Roy had such amazing wealth. Etio obviously didn't expect that Roy would have such a large amount of salt. My noble prince, is it possible that a salt mine was dug in your territory? This is not something you should be concerned about, Roy said coldly with an expressionless face. Do you want to buy my salt? Etio said with a sneer. If you want to exchange 2,000 kilograms of salt for 200,000 kilograms of grain, I will definitely not be able to come up with so much grain at once. If you want to exchange 2,000 kilograms of salt for 200 bronze war spears, I am willing to fight with you. Trade. Because the businessman just now happened to have a batch of bronze war spears to sell to me. Roy nodded with satisfaction and said, then it's settled. I'll ask my subordinates to deliver 10,000 gins of olive oil and 2,000 gins of salt. No. No. No dash. Etio waved his hand and said, to express my respect for you, Prince, please ask my servants to deliver 40,000 kilograms of grain and 210 bronze war spears to your ship. Although he felt that Etio looked a little malicious, Roy couldn't think of anything wrong. So he nodded and said, then please work hard for your servant. In return for you only need to give me 40,000 kilograms of grain and 200 bronze war spears. Half an hour later, dozens of Etio's male servants carried 40,000 kilograms of grain and 200 bronze war spears on carts or on shoulders to the dock where Roy's 20 large ships were moored. Etio's manservant began to load the goods onto the ship. And the soldiers on the ship also moved olive oil and salt to the dock under Roy's order. At this moment, a group of Nossos soldiers rushed in, preparing to collect commercial taxes. Etio spoke to the tax-collecting soldier before he could speak. Don't you have eyes? These are the guests invited by the great King Minos to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. The goods they bring are not taxed. During the spring plowing festival, invited guests were not required to pay taxes on goods brought by them, a rule that the soldiers were certainly aware of. Knowing that Roy and others were guests invited by King Minos, the tax-collecting soldiers hurriedly bowed their heads and saluted, then turned and left as if running away. After the transaction between Roy and Etio was completed, Etio confirmed the 2,000 kilograms of salt, and then sneered at Roy. This white salt is as precious as gold. Do you have more salt to trade? This is obviously a question that must be answered carefully. If Roy only had 2,000 kilograms of salt, maybe Etio would think that Roy had made a fortune. If Roy says he still has more salt, great wealth will inevitably lead to great disasters. So Roy shook his head and said, although I still have several hundred kilograms of salt, I keep it for myself. The only salt I can sell is what I'm selling to you now. Then how did you get all this salt? How else could I get it? Of course I picked it up on the beach. My territory is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and has a long coastline. Coupled with the gift of the ocean goddess, I was lucky enough to pick up so much high-quality salt. Seeing that Etio didn't believe it, Roy leaned into Etio's ear and whispered, our patron saint of Athens is a great ocean goddess. These salts are definitely the reward for my pious sacrifice to the goddess. As long as I continue to piously sacrifice to the goddess will definitely let me pick up a lot of white salt again. I will also sell you white salt when the time comes. Is this really a gift from the ocean goddess? Etio accepted Roy's reason dubiously, and left with the servants. Roy came to Ares and ordered to the extremely excited Ares. Ares, you can arm yourself with the bronze war spear you just bought now. And be sure to protect the ships and cargo. Don't worry, priest. As long as I'm alive, I won't let others take away our ships and cargo. After patting Ares on the shoulder as encouragement, Roy took Prockney and Pandora and prepared to return to the palace. After leaving the port and returning to the streets of the city, Prockney suddenly pointed at a 4 or 5-year-old child on the street and said, Brother Roy, that child looks so pitiful. Let's go over and give him some food. The child Prockney was talking about was obviously a ragged and malnourished little beggar. And there are at least a dozen such little beggars on the streets. Seeing that Prockney was like a holy mother and wanted to pull him to help the little beggar, Roy stretched out his hand to hold Prockney in his arms and said, Prockney, I will not save that child. And I will not allow you to save that child. Eh? Prockney said with wide eyes in disbelief. Brother Roy, How could you say such cruel words after seeing such a pitiful child? Silly girl. Take a good look at the whole street. Roy explained helplessly. There are not just one or two little beggars on this street. You have saved the little beggar you saw. Do you want to save the remaining dozen or so little beggars? If you only save one but not the others, then no, it's called kindness but hypocrisy. The most important thing is, what can you do to save these little beggars? The only property that belongs to you now is your clothes and accessories. In other words, you are the one who is kind. And I am the one who has to pay for the food. Chapter 139 Can't Save Other People's People. Brother Roy. Prockney said with a pitiful look. But they are so pitiful. Since we have the ability, why don't we save them? If we were in the city of Athens, let alone a dozen little beggars in need of help, even if there were hundreds or thousands of little beggars in need of help, I would still be willing to provide food. Because the people in the city of Athens are all our people. The poor people we use our food to help will pay taxes for us in the future, and will serve as soldiers to kill our enemies on the battlefield. But now we are in the city of Knossos. And we use our own food to help King Minos' people. This is something only a fool like a great wretch would do. Roy covered Prockney's eyes with his left hand and said, If you really can't bear it, just follow me back to the palace with your eyes closed. So you won't see those poor little beggars. Pandora also said at this time. Prockney. I think what Priest Roy said is right. Even King Minos doesn't care about these people at the lowest level. So why do you need to save other people's people? Even if we have the ability, we should save ourselves, poor people. Seeing that neither Roy nor Pandora agreed with his idea of rescuing the little beggar, Prockney lowered his head and said to Roy like a child who made a mistake. Brother Roy. It seems that I was really wrong. It's good if you understand. After saying that, Roy took back his left hand. Prockney looked forward, no longer looking at the little beggars. The commercial street outside the palace gate. Roy brought Prockney and Pandora to this street, and saw Perseus and Pelops walking from the opposite side. They were apparently shopping, and Pelops was holding several women's ornaments. Seeing the three of Roy, Perseus immediately came to Roy and said with a sneer, Roy, we are really enemies. And we actually met on the street. Feeling Perseus' malice, Roy held the bronze war spear he carried with his right hand and said, So what if we meet? Do you want to fight? I want to duel with you. Even if I can't kill you, I still want to wash away the shame of losing to you. After saying that, Perseus directly waved his bronze war spear to attack Roy. Roy immediately left Prockney and Pandora, and then said while avoiding Perseus' attack, Perseus, this is on the street. I am confident in my own strength and I will not hurt others. It's really stupid. I was afraid that you would lose your head in public. While taunting Perseus, Roy counterattacked Perseus with his own bronze war spear. Clang! 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 Cheong! Following the fierce confrontation between Roy and Perseus, people on the street quickly moved away from Roy and Perseus and hid in safe positions to watch the battle between Roy and Perseus. Because no matter in any time or place, it is human nature to like to watch the excitement. Brother Roy. Seeing that Perseus was obviously much stronger than before, Prockney couldn't help but show a worried expression. Roy was also keenly aware of Perseus' changes in strength. But as Perseus' strength improved, Roy's strength also became stronger. So for a while Roy and Perseus fought in a situation where the winner was difficult to distinguish. Just when the battle between Roy and Perseus was about to turn into a fight, Deucalion rushed over with a group of palace soldiers and shouted, Stop! You are all my friends and guests. And I will not allow you to hurt each other. Neither the Athenians nor the Mycenaeans have the strength or need to offend the Knossos people now. So after hearing Deucalion's words, Roy and Perseus stopped fighting at the same time. After looking at each other without showing any signs of weakness, Roy said to Deucalion, Deucalion, for your sake, I will let Perseus go. Perseus said with a sneer, Keep fighting and you will definitely lose to me. Then Perseus turned towards Pelops and said, Pelops, I'm not in the mood for shopping anymore. Let's return to the palace now. As soon as Perseus and Pelops left, Deucalion came to Roy and said with a smile, Loey, you should have heard about my father Minos expelling the Mycenaeans. In fact, the relationship between us Nossians and the Mycenaeans is not good. So between you and Perseus, I actually support you. I see. Roy smiled and nodded. And Deucalion continued to ask, I heard that Pandora left the palace with you and Princess Procne. What did you do? I am with Procne all the time. Are you still afraid that Princess Pandora will betray you by following us? How could I have such an idea? I believe that Pandora will never betray me. Just like I will never betray Pandora. If you don't want to tell me what you have done, then I won't ask. I just took Procne and Pandora to find a businessman named Etio, and exchanged the olive oil I brought with me for grain and bronze war spears. So that's it. Deucalion seemed to already know, and did not show any surprise. He looked at Pandora with lustful eyes. And then Deucalion said to Roy, "My friend, I will continue to be busy. I am very relieved that my Pandora is with you and Princess Procne. After I finish my work, I will prepare generous gifts to thank you and Princess Procne for helping me. I take care of Pandora." Of course Roy could hear that what Deucalion meant was that Roy must be with Procne and Pandora at the same time. If Roy were alone with Pandora, what awaited Roy would not be Deucalion's gratitude, but the boat of friendship would be overturned by Deucalion's jealousy. Night. Minos Palace. Palace of King Minos at Knossos. Hall illuminated by oil lamps. King Minos sat on a marble throne inlaid with gold. At this time, Deucalion and Etio were standing in front of King Minos. And Etio was using a piece of cotton cloth to present the white salt to King Minos. "Great King Minos. This is the white salt sold to me by the priest Roy of Athens." After listening to Etio's introduction, King Minos grabbed a little white salt to taste, and couldn't help showing a surprised expression. "In my 40 years of life, this is the first time I have tasted such high-quality salt. If you exchange 100 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of salt, you really won't suffer a loss." Then, King Minos narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "If the only commodity of the Athenians is olive oil, the city of Athens is not worthy of our attention at all. Because Crete is where olive oil is produced. But this high-quality white salt, if the Athenians have a building that digs out white salt mines, or they have a way to make white salt, then we have to pay attention to the city of Athens." Deucalion said with a wry smile, "Father, when I said yesterday that we should pay attention to the city of Athens, you didn't listen at all. I didn't expect that Roy's sale of white salt to Etio would actually cause you to pay attention to the city of Athens." Chapter 140 The Ceremony of the Tauren. Woo 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 woo. The time has finally arrived for the spring plowing festival. As soon as the sun's rays illuminated the sky, Roy and Procne were awakened by the sound of trumpets in the city of Knossos. Roy and Procne opened their eyes. Procne complained as she got dressed and got up. "Brother Roy, is the spring plowing ceremony in Knossos city going to start so early?" Roy smiled while admiring Procne's beautiful figure. "This is also my first time to participate in their spring plowing festival. Like you, I don't know the process of the spring plowing festival." After the two left the room, they saw Pandora and a young and beautiful palace maid standing in the corridor. Seeing Roy and Procne, the palace maid took the initiative to take Roy and Procne to Deucalion's palace together. Led by the palace maid, Roy, Procne, and Pandora arrived at Deucalion's palace and saw that the princes and princesses had gathered here. Seeing that the guests had arrived at his palace, Deucalion said loudly, "My friends, the spring plowing ceremony is about to begin. After the ceremony begins, my parents, King Minos and Queen Minos, will tour the whole city. I will board the royal carriage with other royal families to tour the city. You will also board the carriage that the guests use to patrol the city. Please follow the arrangements and do not disrupt the ceremony by taking private actions. If you have no objections, I will take you outside the palace now and wait to board the carriage that tours the city." After Deucalion finished speaking, the princes and princesses all remained silent. Seeing that no one offered any advice, Deucalion took the princes and princesses away. The street outside the palace was originally a bustling trading street. But today, this commercial street was cleaned up, and there were 2 rows of heavily armed soldiers standing on both sides of the street. The princes and princesses came outside the palace and saw 3 cars parked in front of the palace gate. The first cart was pulled by 2 white oxen, a male and a female. The second cart was pulled by 2 oxen and 2 cows. And the third cart was pulled by 4 black horses. At this time Deucalion's brothers and sisters gathered around the second chariot. And it was obvious that the royal family of Knossos was going to ride in the second chariot. After taking the princes and princesses to the third carriage, Deucalion returned to his brothers and sisters and waited with everyone for Minos and the queen. After a while, Minas and the queen came out of the palace hand in hand. This was the first time Roy saw Minas, now king of Knossos, and his queen. Minas was about 40 years old. His upper body was bare, showing off his strong body. His head was decorated with 2 white horns, and his bearded face was filled with the majesty of an Aegean overlord. The queen is a beauty who looks much younger than her actual age. Her head is decorated with white cow horns, and the white cotton robe she wears is extremely close-fitting, highlighting 2 huge weapons, as if the queen really belongs to a cow. Incarnation. Looking at the bull-headed man, Minas, and the cow-headed man, Queen, walking towards the first bullock cart, Procne said in surprise, "Their horns don't fall off their heads. They look like real minotaurs." This behavior is called role-playing. Roy held Procne in his arms excitedly and said, "When we return to Athens, we will make you cat ears and dog ears, and let you role-play as Catwoman and Dogwoman. Procne, would you like to be my little female cat and little bitch, just like the queen of Knossos willing to be Minas' heifer?" Role-play. Although Procne didn't understand Roy's words, she still nodded and smiled. "As long as brother Roy really likes it, I can be your kitten or puppy just like Queen Knossos." The bull-headed man, Minas, and the cow-headed man, Queen, stepped on the bodies of the male servants lying on the ground and boarded the first bullock cart, as if they had received a signal. The royal family of Knossos arrived at Deucalion. They boarded the second bullock cart under the leadership of the police. Seeing this scene, Roy, Procne, and Pandora also boarded the third car with the princes and princesses. On the huge carriage, the princes and princesses were clearly divided into 2 groups. Only Procne and Pandora sat with Roy. After the first ox cart started to move forward, the second ox cart and the third horse-drawn carriage immediately followed. As the motorcade advanced, the princes and princesses marveled at the large population and bustling scene of Knossos. This was why the princes and princesses were arranged to tour the entire city. Only by letting the princes and princesses representing each city-state understand the power of Knossos can each city-state be willing to become vassals of Knossos. After the convoy left the streets outside the palace, every street the convoy went to was crowded with people. All the people of Knossos desperately wanted to get close to the bullock carts of the bull-headed man, Minas, and the cow-headed man, Queen. Because the city of Knossos was a city-state protected by Europa, the goddess of cattle. Minas was the highest male priest serving the goddess Europa, and the queen was the highest priestess serving the goddess Europa. The purpose of Minas and the queen's spring plowing ceremony touring the city was to bring the blessings of the goddess Europa to all residents in the city. The people of Knossos also believed that the closer they were to the bull-headed man, Minas, and the cow-headed man, Queen, the more blessings they would receive from the goddess Europa. Minas and the queen were like loving parents seeing their children. They always showed loving smiles and did not refuse their people to approach the ox cart. Only the palace soldiers guarded the cart, pushing back the Knossos who approached the cart. The ox cart patrolled the whole city at a slow speed, not only bringing the blessings of the goddess Europa to the residents of the city, but also allowing the residents of the city to see Minas and the queen and know what their ruler looked like. It's noon. The motorcade that toured the entire city of Knossos arrived at the Temple of Europa outside the city. In a plain surrounded by woods and rivers, stands a 10-meter-high statue of Europa. In front of the statue is an altar, and behind the statue is a temple built of stone bricks. Judging from the Europa statue, the goddess Europa is also a very beautiful goddess. But on the head of the statue of Europa, there is a pair of horns like Minas. The 2 weapons of the goddess Europa are as huge as the queen, and are filled with the maternal glory of the Earth Mother Goddess. The motorcade stopped in front of the altar of the goddess Europa. Minas and the queen got off the first ox cart and climbed onto the altar together. At this time, around the Temple of Europa, there were not only convoys patrolling the city, but also thousands of Knossos people gathered. Minas glanced at the people around him and spoke loudly at the altar. "People of Knossos, my beloved people. It is the annual spring plowing ceremony again. I warn you once again that only when farmers cultivate the fields diligently can the fields grow crops and harvest food. Only the shepherds diligently cultivate the fields. Grazing livestock will increase the number of livestock." Chapter 141 Sacrifice Ceremony to Pray for a Good Harvest. It is not difficult to understand the meaning of what Minas just said. It's just because it's easy to understand that it's even more surprising. Under Roy's surprised gaze, 4 young and beautiful priestesses walked out of the Temple of Europa and climbed onto the altar. They used the tools prepared in advance to build a curtain on the altar. The fabric used for the curtain is translucent, so people around the altar can still vaguely see Minas and the queen inside the curtain. After the 4 young priestesses exited the curtain, Minas and the queen in the curtain began to offer sacred rituals to the goddess Europa. Prockney shyly hid in Roy's arms and asked in a low voice full of doubts. Brother Roy. Minas and the queen are doing this at the altar of the goddess Europa. Isn't this an act of blasphemy against the goddess? Roy lowered his head and explained to Prockney's ear. Although the goddess Europa is an unmarried goddess, she is the mother goddess of the earth who flaunts her harvest. Therefore, Minas and the queen used this ritual to sacrifice the goddess Europa, which is not considered a blasphemy against the goddess Europa. Why do they perform this sacred ritual? This is an ancient ritual that has been passed down for thousands of years. They just follow the tradition and perform the ritual. The original intention of people thousands of years ago to perform this ritual may be because they felt that by sacrificing sacrifices to the mother goddess of the earth with sacred rituals, the mother goddess of the earth would be able to give gifts a good harvest. Minas and his queen performed sacred rituals so that the people of Knossos could have a good harvest. I think I should admire them. Brother Roy. You are the male priest of the goddess Metis. And I am the female priest of the goddess Metis. Do you also want to do this kind of thing with me? Looking at the blushing Prockney, Roy said jokingly. I think this kind of sacred ritual is indeed worth learning from. If we perform the sacred ritual in the temple, would you like to pray for a good harvest with me? Prockney nodded. And Roy immediately said with a smile. Silly girl. The goddess Metis is the goddess of the ocean and does not yet have the attributes of the earth goddess. So we don't need to use this ritual to sacrifice to the goddess Metis. Moreover, the goddess Metis is a maiden goddess who is known for her purity. This kind of ritual sacrifice to the goddess Metis will only make the goddess Metis angry. Prockney breathed a sigh of relief first, then looked at Pandora with sympathetic eyes and said, Princess Pandora is the fiancée of Prince Deucalion. From now on, Prince Deucalion will become the next Minas. And Princess Pandora will become the next queen. In other words, we will be able to see Prince Deucalion and Pandora in the future. The princess performs a sacred ceremony here. Pandora immediately pretended to be angry and glared at Prockney and said, I wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Half an hour later, Minas and the queen finished the sacrificial ceremony. The 4 priestesses removed the curtain. And Minas appeared on the altar with majestic momentum and shouted loudly. My people. As your king, I have personally set an example for you. In the coming year, farmers must work hard to cultivate the fields. And shepherds must work hard to graze their livestock. The great goddess Europa will make us have good weather and good weather. The failure to get a good harvest during the harvest season is all the result of your own laziness. After Minas finished speaking, thousands of Knossos people around him immediately laughed and cheered loudly. Long live the great goddess Europa. Long live the great Minas Minotaur. Long live the great goddess Europa. Long live the great Minas Minotaur. Long live the great goddess Europa. Long live the great Minas Minotaur. To the cheers of the people of Knossos, Minas and the queen left the altar and returned to their ox cart. After the royal family of Knossos returned to the second carriage, the princes and princesses immediately returned to the third carriage, led by Minas and the queen's ox cart. The team returned to the city and toured the entire city of Knossos again, returning to the palace in the evening. Today's spring plowing ceremony is truly over. Night. In the palace of Minas, a grand banquet was held in the brightly lit palace hall, and princes and princesses from various city-states were invited to the banquet. Roy brought Prockney and Pandora to the hall, and saw the nobles of Knossos gathered on the right side of the banquet hall, and the princes and princesses as guests gathered on the left side of the banquet hall. The 3 of Roy came to the left side of the banquet hall, and Perseus said deliberately, Everyone, look. Someone has brought Princess Pandora. If someone who doesn't know sees it, I'm afraid they will think that Princess Pandora is not Prince Deucalion's fiancée, but someone's fiancée. Deucalion was also sitting with the princes at this time. When he heard Perseus' words, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. Under the watchful eyes of the princes and princesses, Deucalion forced a smile and said, Loie and her fiancée Princess Prockney are always together. And they sleep together at night. This is something that many people know. Deucalion's meaning is obvious. Roy has always been stuck with Prockney, so it is impossible for Roy to hook up with Pandora. These words would obviously damage Prockney's reputation. Although it is true that Roy and Prockney are stuck together, Prockney will definitely become a laughing matter to others because Prockney lived with her fiancé before they got married. Roy glanced at Deucalion with a dissatisfied expression. Not only was Prockney not sad, But she was happy that everyone knew about Roy's relationship with her. Deucalion didn't care about Roy's reaction. He walked up to Pandora and said, "Dear Pandora, I can finally spend more time with you. I will always be by your side during this party." Pandora said expressionlessly, "Procne will be leaving tomorrow. And I would rather be with my friends." Deucalion's eyes widened and he couldn't believe that Pandora would refuse to be with him during such an important banquet. At this moment, Minos, the host of the banquet, suddenly said, "Distinguished guests, before the banquet begins, I would like to meet the guests from the city of Athens. Priest Loe and Princess Procne of the city of Athens. Please come to me and the queen." After hearing Minos' words, Roy hesitated for a moment, then took Procne to the center of the banquet and stood in front of Minos and the queen. Chapter 142 Who do you choose between me and my father-in-law? The previous chapter has been blocked. The modified version is temporarily posted in the work for everyone to see. It will be deleted after it is released. Minos wanted to meet the representatives of the city of Athens before the banquet began, which seems to be a clear regard for the city of Athens. But Roy doesn't think so. If Minos really valued the city of Athens, he would not have waited until now to get to know its representatives. Minos suddenly wanted to meet representatives of the city. Apparently because something else had changed his view of the city. The reasonable reason Roy could think of was that Minos already knew that he had sold the white salt to Etio. Loe and Procne held hands and came to Minos and the queen. Minos said with a loving smile of an elder facing a younger one, "You are such an outstanding pair of young people. Seeing you, I know that the city of Athens will develop into a powerful city-state in the future." Hearing Minos' praise, Procne bowed her head politely and said, "Great Minos, beautiful queen. On behalf of the city of Athens, I thank you for your invitation. I wish King Minos will always be strong and I wish the queen will always be young and beautiful. What a lovely princess." The queen took a gold necklace from the maid beside her and handed it to Procne. "This is my gift to you. You must accept it." Looking at the shining gold necklace in the queen's hand, Procne looked at Roy with a hesitant expression. Roy said with a smile, "The queen is our elder. So you can accept the gifts given by your elders." After hearing Roy's words, Procne reached out and took the gold necklace. "Beautiful queen. Thank you for the precious gift you gave me." Seeing that Procne had to ask Roy for permission even to accept the gift, Minos looked at Roy and said, "Young man, I heard that you are already friends with my son Deucalion. So I will just call you Loe. As a representative of the city of Athens, have you brought me the reply from the city of Athens? You is the city of Athens willing to become a vassal of our city of Knossos? Before you answer my question, I want to tell you what benefits the city of Athens can get by becoming our vassal. First of all, you can get the privilege of tax exemption. As long as we merchant ships from the city of Knossos can be tax-free in the city of Athens. And merchant ships from the city of Athens can also be tax-free in the city of Knossos. If you encounter food shortages and other difficulties, we in the city of Knossos will definitely provide help. If the city of Athens when attacked by the enemies of Athens are our enemies of Knossos. And the naval fleet of Knossos will protect the safety of Athens." After listening to Minos' words, Roy said with a serious expression, "Great King Minos, our city of Athens is thousands of miles away from the city of Knossos. If the city of Athens is really attacked by the enemy, the naval fleet from the city of Knossos will rush to the city of Athens after we send envoys for help. It will take at least 8 days in between. There is a saying that distant water cannot quench near thirst. And the reinforcements from the city of Knossos are like distant water to the city of Athens. Our city of Athens is willing to become a helping ally with the city of Knossos. But we do not want to become vassals of the city of Knossos." After Roy finished speaking, the banquet hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Because Roy actually refused to become a vassal of Knossos on behalf of the city of Athens. Witnessed by all the guests in the banquet hall. Far water cannot quench near thirst. After repeating this sentence, Minos looked at Roy with a half-smiling expression and said, "You are right. The city of Knossos is thousands of miles away from the city of Athens. It is indeed difficult to provide timely assistance to the city of Athens that is attacked by the enemy. It is no wonder that you do not want to become a vassal of the city of Knossos." Seeing that Minos did not attack him, Roy just breathed a sigh of relief. Minos took out a cloth bag, showed the white salt in the bag and said, "Loe, I am very interested in the white salt that appears in your city of Athens. Is the city of Athens willing to share the secret of white salt with us?" Minos suddenly paid attention to the city of Athens. And it was indeed because of white salt. Looking at the white salt in Minas' hand, Roy said with a confident smile, "King Minas, as I said to Ethio, this is the high-quality white salt I picked up on the seashore. It was a gift to me from the sea goddess I served. If you think there is salt in the territory of the city of Athens, mine, or the Athenians have the technology to make white salt, you can send the notions to the city of Athens to let your envoys know the real situation." Roy's expression was full of confidence, which made Minas feel shaken. Could it be that Athens really had no salt mines and no technology to make white salt? Minas frowned and looked at Procne and asked, "Princess Procne, does your city of Athens really have no salt mines or the technology to make white salt?" Procne shook his head without hesitation and said, "I have never heard that there are salt mines in the city of Athens. Nor have I heard that the city of Athens has the technology to make white salt. I only saw this kind of white salt recently. I have never seen or eaten this kind of white salt before." Salt. It can be seen that the simple Procne did not lie. Roy's words just now had already made Minas doubtful. Now Minas finally believed that the city of Athens might not have salt mines and the technology to make white salt. "Roy, it seems that you really got this high-quality white salt by chance. I have no questions to ask you now. Then I will resign." Roy took Procne back to Pandora. As soon as the two sat down, Minas said to all the guests, "Dear guests, the Spring Plowing Festival is one of the most important festivals for us Knossos people. Now I would like to thank all the guests who accepted the invitation. And I hope to see you again at next year's Spring Plowing Festival. But I am already old. Perhaps next year's Spring Plowing ceremony. The Minas who invites you will no longer be me, but my son Deucalion. Almost all city-states in this era retained tribal traditions. Only the strongest people could become rulers. Therefore, the king of a city-state is not a lifelong king. Usually after middle age, the king will pass the throne to his young and powerful son. According to ancient legends, King Odysseus of Ithaca inherited the throne when he was about 20 years old. At that time, his father, the old king, was not only alive, but also lived 20 years later. Old kings let their sons inherit the throne early because the old king occupies the throne until his death. And problems can easily arise in the inheritance of the throne. The young prince inherits the throne in advance, and can consolidate his authority with the help of the old king and suppress the careerists who want to compete for the throne. Roy tasted the roast meat and wine that Procne fed him, thinking about his father-in-law Pandion. According to the tradition of this era, his father-in-law Pandion also reached the age of retirement. There is absolutely no problem in helping my father-in-law retire early. If his father-in-law is really reluctant to let go of his status as leader, Roy can also let his father-in-law retain his status as leader. After all, Roy wanted to be the king of Athens, not the leader of the Athenian tribe. When I return to Athens, my plan can begin. Brother Roy, what are you thinking about? After hearing Procne's words, Roy said seriously, "Procne, if you were asked to choose between me and my father-in-law, would you choose me or my father-in-law?" "Why should I choose?" Procne said with a happy sweet smile. "You and father, I want them all." Chapter 143 Leaving Knossos City. As a representative of the city of Athens, Loe not only refused Minas' request to make Athens a vassal of Knossos, but also refused to hand over the real secret of salt, which naturally aroused Minas' dissatisfaction and even hostility. After all, Minas was not a fool. As long as he was given enough time to think, he would have figured out that Roy had lied to him about the source of the salt. So the day after the Spring Plowing Festival, Roy took Procne to say goodbye to Deucalion. Deucalion's palace. Deucalion sat on the throne in the hall and looked at Roy in surprise. "Dear friend, you are the first person to say goodbye to me. Is it because my reception dissatisfied you?" Roy shook his head and explained. "Deucalion, the other guests are not in a hurry to leave because their city-state is very close to the city of Knossos. Our city of Athens is thousands of miles away from the city of Knossos, and it takes 4 days to sail on the sea to return to Athens city. That's why we are the first to say goodbye to you." Roy's answer was very reasonable, and Deucalion could only nod. The city of Athens and the city of Knossos are indeed too far apart. So I wish you a smooth return journey. Roy and Procne left the palace and came to the port. After the two boarded the fleet's flagship, Roy immediately ordered the sailors to leave the port of Knossos at full speed. 20 large ships turned around and sailed out of the port of Knossos city. And Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief. The endless sea of Crete, Seeing that the fleet was far away from the city of Knossos, Roy still urged the soldiers to sail as fast as possible. And Prochny asked doubtfully, "Brother Roy, are we running away? Our situation is almost like running away." Roy said with a solemn expression, "When you know the true value of salt, you will understand that Minos figured out that I was lying to him. And he will definitely send the navy of Knossos to capture us. We are guests in the city of Knossos. How valuable is salt that Minos would not hesitate to violate guest etiquette. As long as we monopolize the technology of making salt, we can replace the city of Knossos as the overlord of the Aegean Sea in a short time. Minos will not hesitate to violate guest etiquette to deal with us because the city of Athens masters the technology of making salt. And it will becoming the biggest threat to Knossos city's maintenance of hegemony." Prochny nodded and said, as if she didn't understand. "Although I still don't understand something. Brother Roy's decision is definitely the right one." At this moment, Ares came to Roy with a half-meter-long bamboo pole. "Master Priest, this is something I picked up in the water when our ship was docked at the port of Knossos. We have never seen this kind of plant before. This plant seems to be used as fuel like wood. So there were signs of burning on this thing. It was probably because the thing had too much water to burn. So it was thrown into the water. Ares, the thing you are holding is bamboo." Roy took the bamboo pole from Ares and said, "Bamboo only grows in the 3 major bamboo areas of Asia, Africa and the New World. How can there be bamboo in Crete? Could it be that ships from Egypt brought bamboo to Crete as fuel? Or, this is it a bamboo from the east of Asia?" Roy didn't think much about the origin of the bamboo poles, thinking that this bamboo pole could be used as material to cut bamboo needles. Roy said with a smile, "Prochny, I once said that I would make bamboo needles for you. Now I will use this bamboo pole to sharpen a bamboo needle for you. With the bamboo needle I made as a sample. We can also ask the servants to make the same specifications. Bone needles and wooden needles. With these 3 kinds of needles, you can sew all kinds of clothes." After saying that, Roy moved his hands and used the blade of his bronze war spear to cut off a piece from the bamboo pole and slowly sharpen it. Prochny squatted next to Roy and looked at Roy's hands with a sweet smile. It was night in a blink of an eye. Inside the cabin of the flagship ship, Loie and Prochny were lying on a wooden bed covered with wool blankets. Prochny was playing with the 3 bamboo needles that Loie had given her, as if they were receiving precious gifts. "Brother Roy, you made these 3 bamboo needles with your own hands and gave them to me. I will definitely cherish them very much. I make these bamboo needles not for you to collect as gifts, but for you to use them to sew long sleeves, trousers and most importantly, stockings. Wearing long-sleeved clothes and trousers is a symbol of the nomadic barbarians from the north. And the area we live in is warm all year round. So there is no need to wear long-sleeved clothes and trousers. But for Brother Roy, I will sew as soon as possible. Make the stockings Brother Roy wants. The stockings are not for me to wear. How can you say that I want dash?" Roy pretended to be dissatisfied and halfway through his rant, he suddenly held his breath so as not to make any sound. Prochny looked at Roy with confusion and asked, "Brother Roy, what's wrong with you?" Roy left the wooden bed and walked to the wooden table with candles on it and said, "Are you coming out on your own? Or are you letting me catch you? There are candles in the cabin, so you can't hide." After hearing Roy's words, Prochny hurriedly sat up and observed the cabin. "Brother Roy, is there anyone hiding in the cabin?" Roy motioned to Prochny with his eyes and asked her to look under the bed. Prochny immediately understood that the man was hiding under the wooden bed. "Sure enough. You guys discovered it." Accompanied by the familiar girl's voice, Pandora's body rolled out from under the wooden bed. And she looked up at the top of the cabin and said, "In order not to disturb you guys from enjoying the night, I didn't make any noise. Can you just pretend you didn't notice me?" Princess Pandora. Seeing that the person hiding in the cabin turned out to be Pandora, Prochny opened her eyes in shock and said, "Why are you hiding in our cabin?" Pandora said expressionlessly, "Because I want to go back to the city of Athens with you. You are Deucalion's fiancée and the future queen of Knossos. You hid on our ship and left Knossos. Does Deucalion know about this?" Looking at Pandora lying on the board like Sleeping Beauty, Roy frowned and said, "Also when and how did you sneak into the cabin?" "Don't worry. I'll answer all your questions." Pandora turned to look at Roy and said with a gentle and sweet smile, "Deucalion doesn't know that I have left the city of Knossos. In fact, I hid here last night. So now I am very hungry. Can you give me food and water? As for how I sneak into the cabin, I need to keep it a secret from you for the time being. Gu. Pandora's stomach grumbled very cooperatively. Which was why Roy found her hiding in the cabin. After hearing Pandora's answer, Prockney said with a hesitant expression. Brother Roy. What should we do now? Should we send Pandora back to the city of Knossos? Roy shook his head and said. Silly girl. The city of Knossos is already a very dangerous place for us now. How can we throw ourselves into a trap? Chapter 144 Returning to Athens with Pandora. As a qualified ruler, Minos must have a suspicious character. If Loe had not left the city of Knossos, Minos would have been suspicious of Loe's reasons for deceiving him. Roy left the city of Knossos on the second day of the spring plowing festival. As long as Minos was a smart man, he would have understood that Roy had lied to him. So Roy could not wait to leave. Although it is possible that Minos was a dull fool, Roy would not risk his and Prockney's lives on the half chance that Minos was a dull fool. Roy's reaction was obviously what Pandora expected. She said with a faint smile. Prockney. Returning to the city of Knossos now is dangerous for you and me. Prockney said in a panic. Then do you really want to come back to Athens with us? Although it is not a wise choice to send Pandora back to the city of Knossos, it is also not a wise choice to bring Pandora back to the city of Athens. Pandora turned to look at Roy and said. Prockney. The person who can make the decision now is neither you nor me. Roy and Pandora looked at each other, and then asked with dissatisfied expressions. Pandora. What is your purpose? I'm in love with you. Pandora calmly said something shocking. If you don't take me back to the city of Athens, no matter who you will leave me in care of, I will say that I have fallen in love with you, and I will elope with you and leave the city of Knossos. Pandora was not only the princess of the city of Donia in western Crete, but also the fiancée of Deucalion, the heir to the throne of Knossos, and the future queen of Knossos. If there is news that Pandora and Roy are eloping, there will definitely be a Trojan War in this era. In ancient legends, there were two main reasons for the outbreak of the Trojan War. The false reason fabricated in the myth was that the Trojan prince Paris abducted Queen Helen of Sparta. King Menelaus of Sparta was just his son-in-law. And Helen, the princess of Sparta, was the real queen of Sparta. If Menelaus did not take back Helen, he would no longer be qualified to be king of Sparta. Without the support of the city of Sparta ruled by his brother Menelaus, the Mycenaean king Agamemnon did not have enough strength to become the king of the Greek kings. So Menelaus, in order to take the throne, and Agamemnon, in order to maintain the hegemony of the king of kings, the two brothers must fight to regain Helen. The real historical reason for the outbreak of the Trojan War was that the Greeks competed with the Trojans for control of the shipping lanes in the Aegean and Black Seas. It was precisely because of the defeat of the Trojans and their control of the Black Sea trade routes that the Black Sea coast became the most important source of food for the Greeks. Now the appearance of salt has allowed the city of Knossos to regard the city of Athens as a threat to its hegemony. Plus Pandora eloped with Roy. There are both false and real reasons for the outbreak of the Trojan War. Roy didn't want to send Pandora back to the city of Knossos. One of the reasons was that the two of them had been on the same boat for too long. Now the relationship between the two was so bad that Roy couldn't clean it up even if he jumped into the Aegean Sea. After hearing Pandora say that she fell in love with him and eloped with him, Roy sneered and teased. Pandora. Are you really crazy? Although everyone can see that you don't love Deucalion, your engagement with Deucalion affects the relationship between Donia and Knossos. If you in order not to ruin your reputation by marrying Deucalion, don't you worry about Knossos launching a war against your hometown of Donia. It is to prevent the city of Knossos from launching a war against our city of Donia. That's why I want to return to the city of Athens with you. Pandora said with a smile as if she had succeeded in her mischief. If you don't want the city of Knossos to wage war against the city of Athens, then do your best to hide me. As long as the city of Knossos does not discover that I am in the city of Athens, they have no reason to wage war against the city of Athens. You crazy person. Facing Pandora's threat, Roy angrily pulled Pandora up from the board and said with a fierce expression. Don't think that because you are a noble princess with a beauty that rivals that of a goddess, I won't be willing to hurt you. As long as I throw you into the sea now, even if your body is discovered in the future, who can prove you? His death is related to the city of Athens. Pandora squinted her left eye without fear and said with a playful smile. The secret of how I turned back into a god, don't you want to know? Upon hearing this, Roy immediately put away his fierce expression and spoke in a gentle manner. If you tell me your secret, I can take you back to Athens and hide it. Brother Roy. Procne said with her eyes widened in surprise. Are we really taking her back? Procne. If we don't take Pandora back, we can only throw her into the sea and drown her. Because only if Pandora is dead, she will not bring war to our city of Athens. Although Procne felt that Pandora should not be brought back to the city of Athens, she did not want Pandora to die because of her. It would be too cruel to throw her into the sea and drown her. So let's take her back to Athens first. Seeing that Procne agreed to take Pandora back to Athens, Roy immediately said to Pandora, now that Procne and I have agreed to take you back to the city of Athens, you can tell me the secret. No. Pandora shook her head without hesitation and said, if I tell you the secret now, you, a cruel man, will definitely throw me into the sea and drown me. You just said you loved me. And you even gave up your reputation and eloped for me. Is this your love for me? He, do you really think I fell in love with you at first sight? If you believe that I am the reincarnation of a goddess, do you think a goddess will fall in love with a human man? Seeing Roy's dissatisfied expression, Pandora then comforted him. Although I haven't really fallen in love with you, your willingness to take me back to the city of Athens has already made me like you. This is enough to make you proud. The city of Knossos. At this time, under the cover of night, the city did not fall into darkness, because there were thousands of soldiers scattered in the streets, holding torches and searching for Deucalion's fiancée Pandora from house to house. Street center of the city of Knossos. Deucalion waited expressionlessly for the news the soldiers brought back. Every time a soldier brought news that the search was fruitless, Deucalion's face became even grimmer. After an unknown amount of time, a soldier came to Deucalion with a trembling body and said, Prince Deucalion, we have searched the last street and still haven't found Princess Pandora. It seems that Pandora has left the city of Knossos. Deucalion closed his eyes and sneered. My dear fiancé disappeared suddenly. It cannot be to return to the city of Donia. If I guessed correctly, Pandora must have left Crete, because she can only prevent me from finding her if she leaves Crete. This bride who escaped from marriage. Now go to the port to check which ships left the city of Knossos today. And then ask everyone at the port to recall whether any suspicious women appeared last night and during the day. Chapter 145. Pandion takes advantage of the situation. 4 days later, Roy's fleet finally returned to the port of Piraeus. 20 large ships were anchored at the port dock. Roy asked Ares to direct the men to carry 40,000 kilograms of grain and 200 bronze war spears to the warehouse on the Acropolis. Roy himself took Procne and Pandora back first. Acropolis. In order to prevent Pandora from revealing their identity, both Procne and Pandora used veils to hide their faces and followed Roy. Acropolis. Roy took Procne and Pandora through the gate of the Acropolis, and saw that the Athenian palace built with cement by hundreds of craftsmen was beginning to take shape. The three of them walked to the gate of the palace, and took a look at the tall palaces lined up inside the palace. Pandora touched the cement wall beside her and said, It's incredible that you Athenians can actually build such a beautiful palace. Compared with the palace in Athens, the maze-like palace in Knossos is like the difference between a wooden house and a stone house. Even Procne was surprised that the interior of the palace built of cement was very spacious and bright. Seeing that Procne and Pandora were both shocked by his masterpiece, Roy said with a smile, You will think this palace is incredible because it is the first palace built with cement in the world. When there are more and more cement buildings in the future, you will think this palace is nothing special. After saying that, Roy took Procne and Pandora away. After arriving at the temple of Metis and leaving Pandora in the care of Chiron, Loe took Procne to the stone house of the Pandion family. At this time, Pandion should have known that Loe had returned to Athens with his beloved daughter Procne. But he did not welcome Loe and Procne with any fanfare. Roy entered the hall of the stone house and saw Pandion talking to a guest with a solemn face. He immediately understood the reason why Pandion did not greet him and Procne. The guest's conversation with Pandion was obviously more important than welcoming Roy and Procne with great fanfare. Seeing Roy and Procne, Pandion forced a smile and said, My children, we have finally returned to Athens. Father. After finally returning to his father after 10 days, Procne couldn't help but shed tears. I'm back with you. My father must have been worried about my safety. Silly girl. The ones who are really worried about you are your mother and sister. I have so many things to do every day, so I don't have time to worry about you. Go see your mother and Philomela. Yeah. I'm going to see my mother and sister right away. After Procne left the hall wiping away tears, Pandion said to Loe, Roy. Come to me. Roy nodded and came to sit next to Pandion. Pandion's guest looked at Roy with curious eyes. And then continued to speak to Pandion. Great Pandion. With your wisdom. You must understand that our city of Corinth was conquered by the Mycenaeans. And then the Mycenaeans will invade the Attica Peninsula through the Isthmus of Corinth. Now the city of Athens helps the city of Corinth against the Mycenaeans. Is to protect the safety of the Attica Peninsula. After the guest said this, Pandion introduced him to Roy. Loe. My guest is the envoy of King Sisyphus of Corinth, who rules the city of Corinth. King Acrisios of Mycenae is leading an army of 2,000 to attack the city of Corinth. King Sisyphus of Corinth sent an envoy to ask for help from the city of Athens. I hope that our city of Athens can send troops to assist the city of Corinth. Before the arrival of the Corinthian envoy, Mycenaean King Acrisios also sent an envoy, saying that they have no ambitions for the Attica Peninsula. So we, the city of Athens, have no reason involved in the war between the Mycenaeans and the Corinthians. When Roy was in the city of Knossos, he learned that although the city of Corinth was invited to participate in the spring plowing ceremony, King Sisyphus of Corinth did not send anyone to the city of Knossos. Roy originally thought that King Sisyphus of Corinth was arrogant and ignored the invitation from the city of Knossos, the overlord of the Aegean Sea. Only now did Roy understand that the city of Corinth was facing an existential crisis. And King Sisyphus of Corinth naturally did not bother to send people to attend the spring plowing ceremony in the city of Knossos. As foreign invaders, the Mycenaeans were not satisfied with conquering the Argos region, and actually launched a war against the Corinth region. The Mycenaeans' ambitions are unsatisfied. If we do not prevent the Mycenaeans from conquering the Corinth region now, in the future, the Mycenaeans will use the manpower and material resources of the Argos and Corinth regions to conquer us. And then we will face a more powerful Mycenaeans than now. Hearing Roy's views on the Mycenaeans launching war against the Corinthians, the Corinthian envoy immediately smiled in surprise. Pandion said with a solemn expression, Loe, do you think we should aid the city of Corinth? It is better for the city of Corinth to become our ally against the Mycenaeans than for the Corinthians to become our enemies together with the Mycenaeans after they were conquered by the Mycenaeans. After Roy finished speaking, the Corinthian messenger immediately said, Great Pandion. As long as the city of Athens aids the city of Corinth, the city of Corinth is willing to become a brotherly alliance with the city of Athens. The city of Athens is the brother and the city of Corinth is the brother. King Sisyphus of Corinth has no daughter who can marry my son Erechtheus. So we have no basis for becoming allies. If Sisyphus is really sincere, he will cede the Megara region in the eastern part of the Isthmus of Corinth to let us, the city of Athens, have access to the Gulf of Corinth. The Megara region in the eastern part of the Isthmus of Corinth is the junction of the Attica Peninsula, the Thebes region, and the Corinth region. It is also the key to the struggle for hegemony between Athens, Thebes and Corinth in future history. It was because of the capture of the Megara area and the access to the Gulf of Corinth that the city of Athens overtook Thebes and Corinth and became the richest and most powerful city-state. If the Megara region had always been part of the Corinth region, it might have become the city of Corinth that suppressed the cities of Athens and Thebes, becoming the richest and most powerful city-state. If the Megara region belonged to the Thebes region, perhaps the city of Thebes suppressed the cities of Athens and Corinth and became the richest and most powerful city-state. Not only for humans, the Megara region is the key to the struggle for hegemony between the three major city-states. Even to the gods, the Megara region has very important value. Because the Megara area contains part of the Helicon Mountains, the Megara area belongs to the city of Corinth. The sea goddess Amphitrite, who protects the city of Corinth, can compete with the earth goddess Mnemosyne for the ownership of the Helicon Mountains. The Megara area belongs to the city of Athens. And the goddess Metis, who protects the city of Athens, can compete with the earth goddess Mnemosyne for the sacred Mount Helicon. In the myths and legends of another world, the patron goddess of Athens has a very close marriage with Mount Helicon because the Megara area belongs to Athens. It was not until the Dorians conquered the Peloponnese and established their hegemony that the Dorian Olympus replaced the sacred mountain of the gods, Helicon, and became the new mountain of the gods in mythology. Chapter 146. The city of Corinth must be aided. You want us to cede the Megara region to the city of Athens. Facing Pandion's request, the Corinthian envoy couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Because Pandion's request is really a lion's mouth. The Megara region, including the island of Salamis, covers an area of approximately 1,000 square kilometers. If the city of Corinth loses the Megara region, the territory and population of Corinth will be reduced by 1/3. The city of Corinth had a larger population and an older civilization. So the city of Athens developed rapidly with the help of Roy. But its population and strength were still unable to match the city of Corinth. If the city of Athens gets 1/3 of the territory and population of the city of Corinth, it will truly become a large city-state that surpasses the city of Corinth in strength. Great Pandion. If we give the Megara region 1/3 of the territory and population of Corinth to the city of Athens, what will the result be different from when we lost to the Mycenaeans in the war? Pandion said expressionlessly. If you lose to the Mycenaeans in the war, the Mycenaeans will annex the entire Corinth region. And I only want 1/3 of the Corinth region. But this means that the city of Athens does not regard us as allies, but as cattle and sheep to be slaughtered at will. If the city of Corinth is unwilling to cede the Megara area to us, when the city of Corinth is conquered by the Mycenaeans, we, the city of Athens, can still seize the Megara area and prevent the Mycenaeans from crossing the Isthmus of Corinth to invade Azerbaijan, the Tikka Peninsula. Since the city of Athens has no sincerity in forming an alliance with us, then we have nothing to talk about. The Corinthian envoy stood up angrily and prepared to leave. And Roy said immediately, "We are willing to assist the city of Corinth, and will not let the city of Corinth cede its territory." Loe. Hearing Roy's words, Pandion said angrily and dissatisfiedly, "Now Erechtheus brings 400 Athenian soldiers to manage the Lavrio area for you. We have no extra soldiers to assist the city of Corinth. Soldiers are worth a lot. I can bring my followers and 300 Eleusinian soldiers to aid the city of Corinth. If you take away so many soldiers, who will protect the safety of the city of Athens? As long as 4,000 Seriphians are allowed to settle in the city of Athens, 400 soldiers can be recruited from among the Seriphians. Even if I take away 350 soldiers, there will still be 700 soldiers to protect me. The safety of the city of Athens." After seeing Pandion speechless, Loe spoke to the Corinthian messenger. "Messenger of Sisyphus, tomorrow I will go to the city of Corinth with 350 soldiers. Now you leave the city of Athens and go to the Thebes area in the north to ask for the help of the Thebans." The Corinthian envoy said with a hesitant expression, "Great Loe, the army of King Acrisios of Mycenae has 2,000 soldiers. And they can increase the number to 3,000. If you only have 350 soldiers, you may not be able to win the war. Negative won't have much impact. If I tell you that all my soldiers are wearing armor and using bronze spears, do you still think they have no impact on the outcome of the war? In this era, even among the Mycenaean soldiers, only half used bronze spears and the other half used wooden spears. Roy's soldiers all wear paper armor and use bronze war spears, which is equivalent to Roy's soldiers being able to fight 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3 on the battlefield. In other words, Roy's 350 soldiers were equivalent to an army of 1,000 men. The Corinthian envoy looked at Roy with joy and excitement and said, "Great Loe, with your help, our city of Corinth will definitely be able to defeat the evil invaders. Next, I will ask the Thebans for help according to your request. But I know that the Thebans will never help us, because we Corinthians have always had territorial disputes with the Thebans. The junction of Corinth and Thebes is the fertile plain watered by the Asopus River and Mount Helicon, the richest sacred mountain in Greece. The Corinthians and the Thebans not only competed for human interests, but also competed for whether the sacred Mount Helicon was the sacred mountain of Mnemosyne, the earth goddess, or the sacred mountain of Amphitrite, the sea goddess. There has been an irresolvable hatred for thousands of years. Seeing that the Corinthian envoy did not have any expectations for assistance from the Thebans, Roy said with a confident smile, "You can tell the Thebans that I have led Athenian soldiers to assist the city of Corinth. I believe that the Thebans will be willing to form a 3-way alliance with us to fight against the Mycenaeans. Then I'll try my best." After the Corinthian envoy left, Pandion looked at Roy expressionlessly and said, "Loe, do you know what mistake you made?" Roy frowned and explained, "Father-in-law, I want to aid the city of Corinth because it is better for us to fight against the Mycenaeans together with the Corinthians than for the Mycenaeans to conquer the Corinthians, and they become our enemies together. If my father-in-law insists on taking advantage of the situation, let the Corinthians take advantage of the situation. The Gala region was ceded to us. So wouldn't my father-in-law be worried about Sisyphus surrendering directly to Acrisios, the king of Mycenae?" Pandion said with a sigh, "Of course I understand what you are saying. But you don't know that the one who really wants to get the Megara area is not me, but the goddess Metis. Now the goddess Metis can only move in the Aegean Sea. As long as Megara the area became the territory of the goddess Metis, who would have access to the Gulf of Corinth and the Ionian Sea to the west of the Peloponnese. The one who really wants to get the Megara region is the goddess Metis. His own goddess actually wanted to take advantage of Amphitrite, who was also the goddess of the sea. Roy's eyes widened in surprise at first. And then he said helplessly, "Whether it is my father-in-law or the goddess Metis who wants to get the Megara area, I think that taking the Megara area now will only become an accomplice for the Mycenaeans to conquer the Corinthians. I also hope that the city of Athens will get the outlet of the Corinthian Gulf. But it shouldn't be now." Pandion was silent for a moment. Then finally nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Now the Mycenaeans are already a large city-state that is difficult for Athens to fight against. If the Mycenaeans conquer the Corinthians again, even if we annex the Megara area, the strength gap between us and the Mycenaeans will be small. It will be even greater. Now that you have promised the Corinthian envoys to assist them, you can prepare for the expedition. Father-in-law, now I have full confidence to win this war and combat the Mycenaeans' ambition to expand their territory." After Roy said that, he stood up and left. When Roy walked to the door of the hall, Pandion said suddenly, "Roy, I heard that you brought back a woman. Who is that woman?" "She was a slave I purchased in the city of Knossos." After hearing Pandion asking about Pandora's identity, Roy said calmly, "Of course the more maids who will serve me and Procne in the future, the better. So I will buy more slaves in the future." Knowing that Pandora was a slave, Pandion smiled lightly. As a slave, even if Pandora is favored by Roy, she can only become a lover or a concubine at best, and is not qualified to be Roy's wife. Chapter 147 I gave too much. When the sun sets, 50 followers of Roy and 300 Eleusinian soldiers were summoned by Roy to the square between the Acropolis Hill and the west gate of Athens. The Athenians and Seriphos living nearby came to watch out of curiosity. And soon thousands of people gathered. After having all the 350 soldiers in front of him put on paper armor and getting bronze war spears as weapons, Roy shouted to them, "My soldiers, my comrades. In the past, I took you to fight for the city of Athens and for our survival. But tomorrow I will take you to aid the city of Corinth. So now I give you a chance to choose. You can give up your status as Athenian soldiers, as a punishment for being a deserter. No member of your family will be able to become a glorious Athenian soldier in the future. Nor will they be able to enjoy the full rights of Athenian citizens. Now whoever wants to become a deserter can do so immediately. Leave in front of me. If one person becomes a deserter, the entire family will be punished." After hearing Roy's words, let alone the soldiers in front of Roy who didn't have the idea of becoming deserters. Even if they did, they didn't dare to speak out their thoughts. For the benefit of the entire family. Any normal person would rather die on the battlefield as a soldier than become a deserter and harm the entire family. Seeing that no one chose to become a deserter, Roy said with a satisfied smile, "I'm glad that you are all loyal and brave soldiers. In order for you to survive the battlefield, I gave you the best armor and the best weapons of this era. Before you go off to war, I will give you each person is given 100 caddies of grain as food for the expedition. If you unfortunately die on the battlefield, I will give your family 100 caddies of grain every month for at least 20 years. After Roy finished speaking, the Athenians and Seriphos who were watching were all shocked. In this era when human life is worth nothing, Roy not only allowed the soldiers to enjoy the best treatment during their lifetime, but also provided pensions to their families for more than 20 years after their death. Those young and strong Athenian and Seriphos men all had the idea of becoming Athenian soldiers at this time. "Priest Roy, let me be your soldier too. I can fight 3 by myself. And I'll never be a deserter. I am willing to follow Priest Roy to fight foreigners." Roy paid no attention to the young and middle-aged men around him who wanted to be soldiers. After all, if Roy recruited all qualified men as soldiers, he would not be able to arm them with enough paper armor and bronze spears. And all the young and strong men have become soldiers, who will plow the fields as farmers, who will herd cattle as shepherds, and who will build houses as craftsmen. If women and old, sick and disabled men were left in charge of these tasks, the city of Athens would surely collapse quickly. The soldiers in front of Roy were also shocked by Roy, because they had no idea that their lives could be so valuable. Even if they died on the battlefield, Roy would be willing to pay at least 24,000 kilograms of food to compensate their families. If Roy's words can really be fulfilled, dying for Roy will really be worth it. This should be the first time I propose death benefits to you. Seeing the shocked expressions of the soldiers, Roy said with a smile, Don't just die on the battlefield because your pension is too generous. Because if you serve me for 5 years, you can become an honorable retired soldier. Retired soldiers can not only enjoy a lifetime of receiving 100 kilograms of food every month. You will also receive compensation for fields, houses, etc. And I will also be responsible for helping you marry a wife and have children. If you are worried that women will look down on you, I can also buy a large number of slave women for you to choose from. And the slave women did not refuse. Give you the right to be a wife. Tick tick tick. Tick tick tick. Many of these soldiers who came from civilian families were moved to tears by Roy's words and couldn't help crying with joy. Because Roy gave too much. As someone who made soldiers work for him, Roy didn't feel that he gave too much. After all, the biggest beneficiary of every victory in a war is Roy himself. My dear comrades, now you go to the warehouse in the Acropolis to collect your 100 kilograms of grain. And then say goodbye to your families tonight. We will gather in this square tomorrow morning. After saying that, Roy turned around and returned to the Acropolis. Temple of Metis. Roy came to the square outside the temple and saw Kaiwan and her 3 maids busy preparing dinner. Pandora, dressed in black, sat on the altar like a goddess waiting to be worshipped. Roy walked to the altar and looked at Pandora on the altar with a dissatisfied expression. Princess Pandora, you are now the slave I bought from the city of Knossos. But you don't behave like a maid at all. Do you deliberately want others to doubt your identity? Pandora held her chin in her hands and said with a faint smile. Even if you still don't fully believe that I am the incarnation of the goddess, I am also the princess of the city of Donia, which is more powerful than the city of Athens. How can I really serve you as your maid? If you have this attitude, once Deucalion finds out that you are in the city of Athens, do you think I will return you to Deucalion? Then it depends on whether you want to know the secrets of our gods. Looking at the confident Pandora, Roy could only show a helpless expression. Because Roy really wants to know how Pandora can transform from a human back to a goddess. Princess Pandora, you don't have to serve me like a maid. But during the time I'm away, you must hide yourself and not cause trouble to me and you. Thebes region. The Theban tribe's garrison located on the Oval Highlands is now the city of Thebes. The 5-meter-high cement wall is like a huge ring protecting the oval high ground where the Thebans live. In the center of the oval-shaped palace, a royal palace built with cement and covering an area of 10,000 square meters has begun to take shape. The Corinthian envoy rushed to the city of Thebes with his entourage and fast horses. When he saw that the city of Thebes had the same concrete walls as the city of Athens, he understood that the Thebans might indeed assist the city of Corinth. Harmonia Palace Stone House. In the hall lit by candles, Harmonia received the Corinthian envoy. You want me to assist your city of Corinth? Knowing the purpose of the Corinthian envoy, Harmonia couldn't help but say, is King Sisyphus of Corinth already an old fool? If he really wants me to put aside my centuries-old grudges to help you, then pay enough to compensate us and stop competing with us for Mount Helicon and Asopus. The plain south of the river. Great Harmonia. The Roy priests of the city of Athens have given us unconditional assistance. As foreign invaders, the Mycenaeans will definitely be their next target after they conquer the Corinth region. Please, you have to choose wisely. Dear Roy wants to help you unconditionally. The Corinthian envoy nodded without hesitation. And Harmonia immediately smiled. Then I also promise to assist you. Chapter 148 Participating in a Real War. Corinth region. This region, dominated by the Isthmus of Corinth, is located in the northeastern part of the Peloponnese Peninsula. The Isthmus of Corinth is not only the only connection point between the Peloponnese Peninsula and the European continent, but also separates the Gulf of Corinth from the Aegean Sea. If ships in the North Aegean Sea want to enter the Ionian Sea and the Western Mediterranean, they have to spend more time day-touring around the Peloponnese Peninsula. About 4,000 years ago, while the indigenous Thebans developed the Theban civilization that worshipped the earth goddess Mnemosyne, the Corinthian civilization also developed in the Corinth area that worshipped the ocean goddess Amphitrite. At the same time, the Attica Peninsula did not develop the Athenian civilization due to its barren land and sparse population. As maritime merchants, including Phoenician merchants, brought food in exchange for olive oil and other commodities from the Attica Peninsula, the population of the Attica Peninsula increased rapidly. And only then did the Athenian civilization that worshipped the goddess Metis emerge. Because the goddess Metis was born later than the earth goddess Mnemosyne and the sea goddess Amphitrite, the goddess Metis was greatly influenced by these two goddesses. It can even be said that the goddess Metis is a new deity born by absorbing the concepts of the earth goddess Mnemosyne and the sea goddess Amphitrite. Therefore, both Thebes and Athens have traces of the creation myth of the earth goddess, who believe that humans are like plants, growing out of the soil. The Dorians, a nomadic people in the northern Thessaly region, spread the myth of making humans out of clay, believing that humans were created by their ancestor god Hieron, Prometheus. Later, the Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula and established their hegemony. The myth of the Dorians' ancestor god Hieron, Prometheus, who created humans out of clay, replaced the indigenous earth goddess's creation of the world. Humans were created from the soil. The myth that grows. Crete also has a creation myth about the creation of humans by the goddess Europa. However, in the myth of the creation of humans by the goddess Europa, humans neither grew out of the soil, nor did the goddess Europa need the soil to create humans. Instead, Minos, the priest of the goddess Europa, and his wife threw stones behind them. And then the stones transformed into a human by the power of the goddess Europa. When the Dorian hegemony ended in the Peloponnese, the mythmakers immediately overturned the myth that the Dorian ancestor god Hieron, Prometheus, made man out of clay, and let Deucalion Minoan, the myth of Pyrrha Pandora, and his wife Pyrrha, Pandora, the creating humans from stone, replace the myth of Hieron, Prometheus, the creating humans. The Corinth area, where the Corinthians lived, was bounded by the Corinth Gulf leading to the Ionian Sea to the north and the Aegean Sea to the south. This not only gave the Corinthians the foundation to develop into a maritime power, but also gave the Corinthians fertile and rich land to develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Unfortunately, there were no copper mines in the Corinth area. So although the Corinthians had a population large enough to fight the Mycenaeans, they did not have the bronze weapons to fight the Mycenaeans. This is also the reason why the Mycenaeans dared to wage war against the ancient and powerful city of Corinth. If the Corinthians had sufficient bronze weapons, no matter how crazy the Mycenaean king Acrisios was, he would not lead Mycenaean soldiers to attack the city of Corinth. The Mycenaeans migrated to the Peloponnese Peninsula as a foreign group. They were able to conquer the Argos region with overwhelming force because the indigenous Greeks were not only backward in civilization, but also seriously lacked bronze weapons. The Mycenaeans, who used bronze weapons to fight the indigenous Greeks, were like carrying out a dimensionality reduction attack on the indigenous people. So in the ancient legend of another world, the Mycenaeans conquered the entire Peloponnese. When the Dorians invaded the Peloponnese, they destroyed the kingdom of Mycenae and inherited the hegemony of the Mycenaeans and controlled the Peloponnese port of Piraeus. At this time Roy was leading 350 soldiers on 210 large ships. Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Pandora, whose faces were hidden by veils, came to the port to see Roy off under the protection of 50 personal guards. After all the soldiers were on board, Roy came to the girls and said, "Now I'm going to set off. You hurry back to the Acropolis. Procne, Chiron, you have to keep an eye on Pandora and don't let her reveal her identity. If Pandora's hiding in the city of Athens is exposed, the city of Knossos will wage war against the city of Athens." Roy actually refused to let him take care of Pandora. Philomela said with a puffed-up face in displeasure. "Brother Roy, do you treat me like a child? That's why you can't trust me." Roy immediately put his left hand on Philomela's little head and comforted him with a smile while using his head to kill. "I think it's enough to have sister you and Chiron. If you want to help take care of Pandora, of course I won't object." He. That's pretty much it. After Philomela became happy, Procne said worriedly, "Brother Roy, my father said that a war involving thousands of people is taking place in Corinth. This war must be very dangerous. Why are you going to participate in such a dangerous war when we just returned to Athens from Knossos?" Procne, "It's not that I want to participate in the war. It's that I have to participate in this war." Roy explained with a solemn expression. "If I don't intervene in this war, the Mycenaeans will conquer the Corinthians. After the Mycenaeans recover, they will take the Corinthians with them across the Isthmus of Corinth to attack us. If I assist the city of Corinth now, I can preventing a massive Mycenaean invasion of Athens. I know. Tick tick tick. Tick tick tick." Procne said as she wiped the tears from her eyes. "But every time you participate in a war, I will always worry that you will encounter a more powerful enemy on the battlefield." Seeing the tears welling up in Procne's beautiful big eyes, Roy could only turn around and said cruelly, "As long as you pray sincerely to the goddess Metis, I will definitely triumph." After saying that, Roy boarded the flagship without looking back. Standing on the deck of the flagship, Roy ordered in an irritated mood when he heard Procne crying louder and louder. Start sailing. Following Roy's order, the sailors raised the sails and rowed the oars with all their strength, allowing the ship to gradually accelerate out of the port of Piraeus. Watching Roy's fleet gradually go away, Philomela comforted Procne. Sister, please stop crying. No matter how much you cry, I won't be able to help crying. Brother Roy returns triumphantly every time he participates in a war. There is no need for us to worry about Brother Roy's safety. Kaiwan followed. Princess Procne, let us follow Roy's words and return to the Acropolis. After saying that, Kaiwan opened her eyes wide and was shocked to find that Pandora, who was standing with her, disappeared. There are 50 personal guards around us. Pandora can suddenly disappear. Does she have the ability to become invisible? After recovering from the shock, Kaiwan immediately spoke to Procne and Philomela. Two princesses. Princess Pandora has disappeared. Procne immediately stopped crying when she saw that there was really no Pandora around her. Chapter 149 Poseidon and Amphitrite. The distance between Athens and Corinth is not very far, but it would take at least 5 days to travel overland from the city of Athens to Corinth. Because in this era, there was no real road between the cities of Athens and Corinth. Even if there was a road between Athens and Corinth, it would take at least 3 days by land. But it only takes about 6 hours to get from the port of Piraeus to the southern port of Corinth. Roy's fleet departed from the port of Piraeus in the morning, sailed around Salamis in the afternoon, and arrived at the port south of Corinth. When Roy's fleet sailed into the port south of the city of Corinth, the Corinthians at the port fled in panic. Because the Mycenaeans were attacking the city of Corinth, they naturally regarded Roy's fleet as Mycenaean warships. After 10 large ships were moored at the pier of the port, Roy led the soldiers ashore while shouting to the Corinthians in the port. Corinthians, we are not your enemies, the Mycenaeans, but the Athenians who are assisting you. Now I am going to the city of Corinth with all my soldiers. Please do not destroy our warships. In fact, normally, Roy should leave at least 50 soldiers in the port to ensure that the warship will not be damaged or stolen. But Roy is now going to be involved in a large war involving thousands of people, compared with the 10 large ships remaining in the port. Winning the war was of course more important. So Roy chose to take all the soldiers away. The city of Corinth is located at the junction of the west of the Isthmus of Corinth and the Peloponnese Peninsula. Just as the city of Athens developed from the Acropolis, the city of Corinth also developed from a Corinthian Acropolis built on a hill. Roy led the soldiers to the city of Corinth while recalling the history of the city. Although the city of Corinth, like the city of Thebes, would have a glorious history in the future, but more than 1,000 years later, the people living in Corinth will no longer be the original inhabitants of Corinth. Just as the people living in Thebes will no longer be the original inhabitants of Thebes. Because more than 1,000 years later, when Alexander conquered Thebes, he would kill all the men in Thebes. When the Roman Empire conquered Corinth, it would also kill all the men in Corinth. Athens, Thebes, Corinth. Of these 3 city-states that competed for the wealthiest city-states and established hegemony at different times, probably only the city of Athens did not suffer the disaster of all men being killed. When Roy led the soldiers to the vicinity of the city of Corinth, they saw 2,000 Mycenaeans troops attacking each other across the low stone walls of the Corinth city defenders. The Corinthians did not choose to defend the Corinth Acropolis, which was located high up and was easy to defend and difficult to attack, because most of the residents of Corinth lived under the Acropolis hill. If the Corinthian soldiers retreated from the garrison hill, it would be equivalent to giving tens of thousands of Corinthian residents to the Mycenaeans and making them prisoners of the Mycenaeans. Although the Corinthian soldiers relied on the low stone walls to resist the Mycenaeans and protect the tens of thousands of residents of Corinth, this also prevented the Corinthian soldiers from taking advantage of the Acropolis hill, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Roy observed for a while and found that half of the Mycenaean army of 2,000 used bronze weapons. Although there were 2,000 young and strong men guarding the city of Corinth, only 500 of them used bronze war spears, and the rest could only use wooden or stone spears, stone axes and other stone weapons. Not only did the Mycenaean soldiers have superior weapons, but the Mycenaean soldiers were also more elite than the Corinthian soldiers. The two sides continued to fight across the low stone city walls. The walls were continuously pushed down by Mycenaean soldiers. And then the soldiers from both sides entered into close combat. While the Mycenaeans and Corinthians were fighting, the gods of the Mycenaeans and the gods of the Corinthians also descended on the battlefield. The Mycenaean god is a black-haired male god who looks to be about 30 years old. His weapon is a golden trident. The Corinthian god is a sea goddess with blue hair and blue eyes. Her face and dress are very similar to Metis, who is also a sea goddess. She looks like Metis's sister. Her weapon is a silver trident. The two gods appeared in figures 100 meters tall. And the black-haired male god said with a smile while attacking fiercely with the golden trident. My dear Amphitrite, please surrender to me and become my beloved wife. Zeus, don't pollute my ears with your nonsense. Ha 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 ha. Although Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades are all me. But since I am a trinity of gods, in the superficial form, I am three gods. I am fighting with you now. I am Mycenae Poseidon, the human king of the sea. Whether you are Zeus or Poseidon, I have no reason to surrender to you. The strength gap between the Mycenaeans and the Corinthians is so obvious. When the Mycenaeans conquer the Corinthians, even if you don't want to, you must surrender to me and become my beloved wife and bear children for me. Poseidon was obviously confident of winning this war and joked with a smile. Although the ignorant Greek natives thought that the Mycenaeans and I came from Crete, the origins of the Mycenaeans were actually the nomads in the Phoenician region. In my hometown of Phoenicia, I was not only the god of the sea, but also the god of the sea. When it comes to the godhead of the horse god, even if the Mycenaeans are no longer nomadic people, I still want to retain the godhead of the horse god. So I want you to give birth to Pegasus, the horse god, for me to inherit the godhead of the horse god. Hearing these words of Poseidon, the sea goddess Amphitrite could only frown and resist Poseidon's attack even more tenaciously. It is a pity that Amphitrite's resistance could not reverse the strength gap between her and Poseidon. Just like the resistance of the Corinthians could only delay their conquest by the Mycenaeans. Seeing that the balance of victory was tilting more and more towards the Mycenaeans, Roy raised his spear and said loudly, Dear comrades, the Mycenaeans once attacked the city of Athens and have been our enemies for a long time. Now we not only want to aid the city of Corinth, but also avenge ourselves. Come with me to kill the Mycenaeans. After saying that, Roy took the lead and rushed towards the city of Corinth. Roy approached the city of Corinth with 350 soldiers, immediately attracting the attention of both warring parties. Because Roy's soldiers are all elite soldiers who use bronze weapons, the intervention of this legion will make the outcome of the war unknown. When Roy's legion attacked the Mycenaeans against the Corinthian city wall, King Sisyphus of Corinth, who was in the center of the battlefield, immediately shouted excitedly, Our reinforcements are coming. And victory in this war will be ours. Reinforcements. King Sisyphus of Corinth recognized Roy's legions as reinforcements. And the morale of the Corinthian soldiers was greatly boosted. The Mycenaean soldiers on the offensive side were somewhat demoralized, because the Mycenaean soldiers had been exhausted from fighting from morning to afternoon. Roy joined the battlefield with an elite legion and soon caused hundreds of casualties to the Mycenaean army. Chapter 150 Reinforcements from both sides arrive separately. The commander-in-chief of the Mycenaeans was personally served by the white-haired king Acrisios of Mycenae. Acrisios personally commanded 1,000 soldiers from Mycenae, and another 1,000 soldiers from Chiasion, under the personal command of Acrisios's brother Protus, king of Tiesius. Command. As the brother of Acrisios, Proteus was not only king of Tyres, but also a priest of the gods. Acrisios served as the high priest of Zeus, and Proteus was the high priest of Poseidon. Therefore, in the ancient legend of another world, Proteus is a deified sea prophet who can not only predict the past, present and future, but can also transform into lions, dragons, running water, trees, etc. Acrisios and Proteus had intended to end the war by evening, leaving King Sisyphus of Corinth and his family as prisoners. Acrisios said with a serious expression, after seeing that Loe's legions quickly killed and wounded a large number of Mycenaean soldiers after they intervened in the war. Proteus, it seems we are not destined to conquer the Corinthians today. Proteus said in agreement. Brother, our soldiers are exhausted from fighting from morning to afternoon. Now that the Corinthians have received assistance, we should indeed avoid unnecessary casualties. The two brothers reached an agreement, and Acrisios immediately ordered the messengers to blow the retreat horn. Hearing the sound of the trumpet, the Mycenaean soldiers, who had been attacking fiercely, immediately moved away from the city of Corinth like an ebbing tide. After the Mycenaeans retreated, leaving hundreds of corpses behind, Loe did not pursue them with his soldiers, because Roy could not defeat 1,500 Mycenaean soldiers with 350 soldiers. After confirming that the Mycenaeans had really retreated, King Sisyphus of Corinth came to Loe with more than 100 personal guards using bronze weapons, and said with a warm smile, "Dear friends, thank you for standing on the side of justice and assisting us. On behalf of all Corinthians, I thank you for coming. Can you let me know your identity now? I am Loe from the city of Athens." Roy said with a faint smile, "Dear Sisyphus, in order to aid the city of Corinth, we came as quickly as possible by ship. Moreover, I brought all the soldiers and sent no one to guard the ship. Now can you send someone to help us guard the ship? So you are Athenians." After learning the identities of Roy and others, Sisyphus enthusiastically took Roy's arm and said, "Great Pandion is willing to help us. I really don't know how to express my gratitude to the city of Athens. Now I will send people to the port to guard your ships. If your ships are damaged or stolen, we, the city of Corinth, will compensate. I will give you a double supply of ships. And now, my dear friend, come with me to the Acropolis of Corinth, and let me entertain your distinguished guest. Dear Sisyphus, please forgive me for rejecting your kindness." Roy shook his head and said, "Now that night is coming, the most important thing for me is not to enjoy your banquet, but to settle my soldiers so that they can eat and drink well and sleep well in the strange city of Corinth. After all, tomorrow, it will lead them into a more dangerous war." After hearing Roy's words, Sisyphus looked at Roy with wide eyes in surprise. "Young man, you actually value the soldiers so much. Then let's eat and sleep with the soldiers together." With that, Sisyphus ordered food and water to be prepared for all the soldiers. As night fell, hundreds of bonfires were lit around the walls of Corinth. The generous Sisyphus not only prepared oatmeal, white bread and other food for the soldiers, but also slaughtered hundreds of cattle and sheep so that the soldiers could share roasted meat. While Roy was grilling meat with Ares and others, Sisyphus took his son Glaucus to the campfire where Roy was. After Sisyphus and Glaucus sat down next to Roy, Sisyphus said with a solemn expression, "My young friend, although we defeated the Mycenaeans today, it will not be easy for us to completely defeat the Mycenaeans. Do you have any opinions about tomorrow's war?" Sisyphus valued Loe so much not only because Loe was a reinforcement to help the city of Corinth, but also because all 350 of Loe's soldiers used bronze weapons, which played a huge role in the war. Roy did not answer Sisyphus's question immediately, but looked at Sisyphus and Glaucus with curious eyes. Sisyphus was a king of about 40 years old, and Glaucus was a young prince of about 20 years old. In the myth of another world, Sisyphus and Glaucus have a great marriage relationship with the sun god family. Legend has it that the city of Corinth was built by Corinthus, the son of the sun god Helios. So the throne of Corinth belonged to the sun god family. It was Medea of the sun god family who gave the throne to Sisyphus. Sisyphus's son Glaucus became the god of the sea after his death, and once pursued Circe, the sun god's family. The city of Corinth has a legend that has a deep connection with the sun god family. Perhaps because before the sea goddess Amphitrite ruled the entire Corinth region, some Corinthians once worshipped the local sun god. Later, the foreign gods along the Black Sea coast were integrated into Greek mythology, and the sun god family inherited the origins of the local sun god and the Corinthian region, just like the incarnation of the moon goddess of the sun god family, replacing the native moon goddess of Crete and becoming Minos the king's queen. After coming back to his senses, Roy said with a faint smile, "Dear Sisyphus, even if my soldiers and your soldiers are added together, the Mycenaeans are still stronger than us. So I have no objection, because our only choice is to rely on the city of Corinth. We will conduct defensive battles on the city walls to make up for the strength gap between us and the Mycenaeans." "I think so." Sisyphus smiled and nodded. "I will come to you because I am worried that you will have the idea of fighting the Mycenaeans head-on." At this time, Acrisios was in the barracks. Acrisios and Proteus were drinking wine. Because of the day's war, the Mycenaean army of 2,000 suffered 500 casualties. Although the Mycenaeans were still stronger than Loe and Sisyphus, this war would hurt both sides and was not in the interests of the Mycenaeans. Just when Acrisios had the idea of retreating, the figure of Perseus walked into the barracks. "Dear grandfather, Pelops and I have brought 1,000 soldiers from the city of Tiryns, and I will personally join the battle tomorrow to help you conquer the city of Corinth." "Perseus," Acrisios said in surprise when he saw Perseus. "My child, you are finally here. As long as you help me conquer the city of Corinth, I will make you the king of Corinth." Proteus looked displeased upon hearing Acrisios's words. Although Acrisios regarded his grandson Perseus as one of his own, Perseus was not the grandson of Proteus. So Proteus regarded Perseus as an outsider and opposed Perseus becoming king of the city-state who ruled over the Mycenaeans.